If they wanted to buy this human, they had to go through the headquarters. The second, and most important point, is that as the president of the Holy Fire City branch, he wants to enrich himself and take this opportunity to gain personal benefits from the 7 major pirate groups. It can be said that this alone is enough to dispel the doubts of the 7-star pirate groups. Miss, I understand. Immediately, the God King Realm Demon looked at Ji Qianya and said something. Ji Qianya nodded and said, there is no time to lose, go and make the arrangements now. Yes. The God King Realm Heavenly Demon clasped his hands together and responded. Then he looked at Ji Qianya and hesitated for a moment before saying, then what is your itinerary, miss? Ji Qianya immediately interrupted the God King Realm Heavenly Demon and said, I know how to handle this matter. You just need to do your part. Yes, I will take my leave. Go ahead. Ji Qianya said this, and Tianmo left the room directly. After a while, Ji Qianya was the only one left in the room. She picked up the teacup on the tea table, took a sip carefully, and said with a smile, he is obviously just a human from the 3rd level of the God Servant Heaven, but at a certain moment just now, he actually made me feel a hint of danger. Interesting, really interesting. Ye Bufan was unaware of Ji Qianya's attention. After saying goodbye to Ji Chongshuan and Ji Qianya, Ye Bufan and his party returned to Tianxiang Tower. Xiao Fan, this is the command arrow that controls the Soul Guard Circle. Use your divine power to refine it, and then the Soul Guard Circle in your body will automatically dissipate. Inside the room, Ji Chongshuan handed a square-shaped command arrow to Ye Bufan and said, Your Majesty, this. Looking at the command arrow in Ji Chongshuan's hand, Ye Bufan hesitated slightly. All right. Ji Chongshuan patted Ye Bufan's shoulder with his other hand and said, Your Majesty has wronged you in the past. From now on, we are brothers. There is no need for this soul control circle to exist. Refine it. Thank you, my king. Ye Bufan said this and took the command arrow from Ji Chongshuan's hand. Although he had a look of gratitude on his face, he was sneering in his heart. Now you know that you are my brother. What were you doing before? To be honest, this so-called soul circle has no effect on me at all. However, since you want to remove the soul circle from me, I will follow your wish. However, I will still put the soul circle on you in the future, at least to let you have a taste of the soul circle, and the feeling of having your life and death controlled by others. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan refined the command arrow in his hand in front of Ji Chongshuan. It was at this moment that Ye Bufan truly breathed a sigh of relief. But this was not because Ye Bufan was worried that the soul control circle would pose a threat to him, but because he was afraid that Ji Chongshuan would discover his secret. After all, the soul control circle in his soul had long been erased by the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. If Ji Chongshuan explored his soul, he would definitely discover this. Fortunately, he did not do so, or in other words, he had absolute confidence in the soul control circle. However, every lesson learned is a learning experience. After experiencing Ji Chongshuan's first soul control circle and having mastered the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, Ye Bufan did not intend to directly refine the soul control circle that the 7-star pirate groups would plant for him next. At least before Ye Bufan was ready to attack them, he would keep the soul control circle and would never let the other side see the slightest flaw. Half an hour later, on the 2nd floor of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, in a room. At this moment, the leaders of the 7-star pirate groups and the 7-star Jedi gathered together. They are, Tu Huo from Holy Fire City, Tan Feng from Hurricane City, Huan Xinyan from Dream City, Long Wei from Long Wei City, Liang from Scorching Sun City, Lu Hanbing from Broken Ice City, and Hongye from Red Leaf City. All of the 7 captains are powerful god kings, and it is these 7 people who jointly control the entire 7-star Jedi. Here, in the 7-star Jedi, they are the well-deserved kings. President Tianu, I wonder why did you call us here? Looking at the heavenly demon at the God King level, Tu Huo of Holy Fire City asked directly. The other 6 group leaders were also curious. After all, although they knew about the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, there were other chambers of commerce in their respective main cities that could rival the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, so they did not have much contact with the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, or almost none at all. Naturally, they did not know much about Tianu, and they really couldn't understand why Tianu gathered the 7 of them together. In response to Tu Huo's question, the God King Realm Heavenly Demon glanced at the 7 leaders present, then said with a smile, to be honest, I brought the 7 of you together this time because I want to make a deal with you. Trade. The 7 group leaders were all stunned. Tu Huo looked at Tian Nu, frowned, and said, I wonder what kind of deal does President Tian Nu intend to make with us? One person. Tianu smiled slightly. One person. The 7 group leaders were all stunned. They looked at each other, and finally looked at Tianu with a look of shock and surprise on their faces. Tianu spoke again. To be exact, I am going to sell one to each of the 7 people, one for each person, and one for the human race with full compatibility of the 9 elements. Boom. Tianu never stops talking until his words are shocking. His simple words made the 7 God King realm captains present tremble in their hearts. The human race with full compatibility of 9 elements. Don't be ridiculous, do people like this really exist? If such a person really exists, he would be equivalent to a future Hongmeng emperor. Would the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce sell a future Hongmeng emperor? That's simply impossible. With this thought, the 7 captains immediately calmed themselves down. Tu Huo even looked at Tian Nu and said with a smile, President Tian Nu, this joke is not funny at all. Let's talk about business. Joke. Tianu shook his head and said, this is not a joke, this is the truth. President Tianu, are you telling the truth? Are there really such human beings? Tu Huo frowned and asked in a deep voice. The expressions of the other 6 team leaders also changed, because they thought Tianu didn't look like he was joking, but rather stating a fact. Certainly. Looking at Tu Huo, Tian Nu smiled and said, do you think I would joke about this kind of thing? This. The 7 leaders looked at each other. To be honest, they don't think so. The next second, Tu Huo looked at Tian Nu, frowned and said, President Tian Nu, even if what you said is true, but why would your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce sell such a human? After a pause, Tu Huo continued, excuse me, a human like this, I don't think anyone would sell him, right? As Tu Huo spoke, the other 6 team leaders nodded instinctively. The compatibility of the 9 elements is perfect, which is an extraordinary talent that will surely lead to the attainment of Hongmeng. Just ask yourself, who would be willing to sell a future Hongmeng emperor? Seeing the reactions of the 7 leaders, Tianu smiled and said, Lord Tu, first of all, I want to make it clear this human does not belong to our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. It's just that someone wants us to sell it on their behalf. As for the identity of the seller, I'm sorry, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is obliged to keep it confidential. After a pause, Tianu continued, but I can tell you the reason why he sold this human. He is in urgent need of a large amount of divine crystals to buy 2 high-grade elixirs, and these 2 elixirs are life-saving. I put it this way, I think you should understand what's going on, right? Selling out the human race to save lives. The 7 group leaders thought instinctively. If this is true, then it would be natural for the other party to sell this human. After all, if it has lost its life, what is the point of having this human? But at this moment, Huan Xinyan, the only woman present, frowned, looked at Tianu, and suddenly asked, President Tianu, even if what you said is true, but you should understand the principle that a man is innocent but a person in possession of a treasure is guilty, right? If we buy this human and he leaks the news, then won't we get nothing? Even we may bring disaster upon ourselves. Tian Nu smiled and said, Captain Huan, that's a good question. But don't worry, everyone. For now, besides him, we are the only ones who know about this human's talent. And he has promised me that he will never leave the 7-star Jedi again. When the time comes, my Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will also be the supervisor. So, unless he wants to die, no one else will know about this. Hearing this, the 7 group leaders were stunned. If this is true, then they can buy it with confidence. But, the next second, Tu Huo asked again, President Tianu, it's the same question. Even if this human is not from your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, why don't you buy it directly, but sell it to us? Tianu smiled slightly, this is the second reason I want to talk about. I'd like to hear more about it. It's like this. The other party wants 300 billion. To be honest, 300 billion is not much for our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. It's even just a drop in the bucket. But that's for the entire Chamber of Commerce. For our Holy Fire City branch, it's simply impossible to come up with 300 billion at once. So, I plan to sell this human directly to you. After a pause, Tianu added, of course, the prerequisite is that you all give me 50 billion as an introduction fee. Otherwise, I can only report this matter to the headquarters. Holy crap. When Tianu said this, the 7 captains widened their eyes and were all stunned. Give you 50 billion as an introduction fee. No wonder your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce didn't buy this human directly, but sold it to us. You are trying to line your own pockets and take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. You are so cruel. You are simply a parasite and scum of your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. But we like it. You take 50 billion, and we get a future Hongmeng emperor. This is a win-win situation. Chapter 1482 Purchase of the Divine King. How much is a human with full compatibility of 9 elements worth? Tens of billions. Hundreds of billions. Trillions. No, the value of such a human race is definitely not something that can be measured with money. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a treasure of great value. Moreover, once the giants in the 72 domains know about it, they will definitely give an unimaginable sky-high price. But now, they only need to spend 300 billion to buy this human race. It can be said that this is definitely a huge bargain, which is not much different from pie falling from the sky. Of course, they knew very well that all this was thanks to Tianyu. If it weren't for Tianyu's greed, such a good thing would never have been theirs. In comparison, a mere 50 billion in kickbacks is nothing. Even if Tianyu doesn't say anything, they will take the initiative to give Tianyu certain benefits. After all, this matter has such a huge impact that they must bribe Tianyu, or in other words, they must drag Tianyu into the water. Otherwise, if Tianyu leaks the news in the future, what should they do? They knew that although their overall strength was not weak, it could never be compared with the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Who intercepted Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, robbed the people of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Therefore, only by pulling Tianyu into the water can Tianyu keep the secret for them. In fact, Tianyu will be more nervous than them that the secret will be exposed in the future. When they thought of this, the 7 leaders looked at each other. They exchanged glances without any hesitation, and then they all looked at Tianyu. The next second, Tu Huo said, 50 billion is no problem for the introduction fee, but we must trouble President Tianyu to sign a sales contract for us, and the 50 billion introduction fee must also be written in it. No problem. Tianyu smiled and said. He knew very well that the 7 captains did this because they were worried that he would leak the information about this human race afterwards, causing them unnecessary trouble or even death. But signing a contract is different. As the president of the Holy Fire City branch of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, he actually secretly sold a human with extraordinary talents and obtained a generous reward. If such a matter were to be leaked, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce would first hold him accountable, and he would surely be killed. Therefore, with this contract, the 7 leaders don't have to worry about leaking the information about the human race. In fact, they may even be more worried than them that the matter will be exposed. It's a pity that imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. The 7 team leaders did not know that everything they did today was instructed by Ji Qianya, and even the 50 billion introduction fee was proposed by Ji Qianya. The truth is revealed. So what if the truth comes out? Let me ask, who in the entire Tianhe Chamber of Commerce dares to punish Ji Qianya? With Ji Qianya protecting him, Tianyu doesn't need to worry about the so-called truth being exposed. Good. Tu Huo said, if that's the case, then we'll sign the contract now. As for the transaction, give us half an hour. After half an hour, the 350 billion will be handed over with both hands. No problem. Tianyu smiled and said. Looking at Tianyu, Tu Huo hesitated for a moment, then said, also, President Tianyu, I wonder where is the human race now? Tianyu smiled slightly. Half an hour later, still here, we will hand over the money and the person. Readily. Tu Huo said, in that case, we'll take our leave. Please. Tianyu raised his hand, and the 7 captains immediately stood up and left. Half an hour later, Tu Huo and other 7 captains went and came back. When they came again, there was one more person beside Tianyu. It was none other than Ye Bufan. The 3rd heaven of serving God. Is this the human that President Tianyu mentioned? The 7 group leaders looked Ye Bufan up and down and asked. Exactly. Tianyu smiled slightly and said, the 7 captains can test his talent first. The 7 team leaders hesitated. If they tested the talent of this human in front of Tianyu, wouldn't that mean that they were doubting Tianyu and the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce? However, this is a serious matter. This is a deal worth 350 billion, so the 7 group leaders naturally dare not take it lightly. In that case, shall we test it again? Immediately, Tu Huo said something. Tianyu nodded and said, "Everyone, please." The 7 leaders no longer hesitated, and each of them took out a crystal rod. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was speechless and even more confused. These 7 captains were not just distrusting Tianyu. It was obvious that they didn't believe anyone except themselves. But this has nothing to do with Ye Bufan. True gold is not afraid of fire. It was a fact that he had full compatibility with all 9 elements, so he was naturally not afraid of the 7 team leaders coming to check. The compatibility of fire element is 99. The compatibility of gold element is 99. The compatibility degree of water element is 99. Soon, the 7 kings in the 7-star Jedi were shocked by the scene before them. The compatibility of the 9 elements is full. Although they knew that the chance of Tianyu deceiving them was small, or even impossible, they could not help but be shocked and horrified when they actually saw Ye Bufan's talent. This kind of talent is no longer just a monster, but a favorite of heaven. After all, if there was no favor from heaven, how could the human race have such a heaven-defying talent? But that's a good thing. With such a terrifying talent, as long as it can be cultivated, their territory will no longer be just a 7-star Jedi, but from now on, the sky will be high for birds to fly and the sea will be wide for fish to jump. With a Hongmeng Emperor in hand, there is no need to worry about their future not being glorious. After being shocked, the 7 captains calmed down and looked at Tianyu again. Tu Huo, the Lord of Holy Fire City and the leader of the Holy Fire Sky Pirates, took out a storage ring first and placed it in front of Tianyu, saying, "President Tianyu, this is my 50 billion. Tu Huo did so, and the other 6 leaders no longer hesitated. "Here's my 50 billion. This is mine. And my 50 billion. In an instant, the 17 leaders each took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Tianyu. 50 billion per person. A total of 350 billion. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Tianyu had just told Ji Chongshuan that he sold himself for 300 billion. Moreover, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce needs to charge a 5% commission for the 300 billion. 5% of 300 billion is 15 billion. In other words, after Ji Chongshuan sold himself, he could get 285 billion. But what about now? The 7 group leaders delivered a total of 350 billion. In other words, Tianyu did not tell Ji Chongshuan about the 50 billion, as he was planning to pocket the money directly. Combined with Ji Chongshuan's 15 billion commission, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce directly earned 65 billion in profits from this transaction. Damn it! Thinking of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but curse in his heart. This is not a chamber of commerce at all, it's clearly a black shop that is robbing people of their money. However, even though he was dissatisfied, Ye Bufan did not care too much about it. After all, his purpose from the beginning to the end was not to make money. Selling yourself is just the beginning. The next key point is to improve yourself and become stronger with the help of the 7-star pirate groups. However, no matter what Ye Bufan thought, Tianyu had already put away the 7 storage rings in front of him, looked at the 7 leaders, and said with a smile, "Everyone, I wish us a happy cooperation. From now on, this human race is yours. Happy cooperation." The 7 group leaders also smiled and said. For them, being able to buy a future Hongmeng Emperor with 350 billion is definitely a great value for money. Afterwards, they exchanged a few words with Tianyu and left with Ye Bufan. Not long after the 7 captains left, Ji Chongshuan walked in from outside. Tianyu greeted him with a smile and handed a storage ring to Ji Chongshuan. "Congratulations, 18th Prince. This is 285 billion. Keep it." Ji Chongshuan glanced at the storage ring and did not take it. Instead, he looked at Tianyu and said, "Just give me 10 billion. The rest, except for the 100 billion used to buy yin-yang soul-swallowing pills and purple heart fire-separating pills, all the rest should be exchanged for slaves at the Divine King level. If you can get slaves at the Divine Emperor level, that would be even better." Into slaves. Looking at Ji Chongshuan, Tianyu couldn't help but be stunned. "Why, can't I?" Ji Chongshuan said with some dissatisfaction. "This." Tianyu hesitated for a moment and said, 18th Prince, you should know that in the 72 realms, a divine king is already considered a powerful person. Even the vast majority of Star Lords are only at the Divine King level. In this case, do you think there will be people willing to sell slaves at the Divine King level? There are exceptions to everything. Ji Chongshuan said confidently, What's more, in the 72 regions, killing and looting are everywhere, and countless forces are destroyed every day, even races are destroyed. This king does not believe that with the strength of your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, you will not be able to provide this king with slaves at the divine king level. This. Tianhu hesitated. Ji Chongshuan said, "Come on, tell me how much a divine king costs." 18th Prince, this I really can't answer you. How about I contact the headquarters and ask for you? Tianhu thought for a moment and said, "Go ahead." Ji Chongshuan sat down directly beside him. 18th Prince, please wait a moment. Tianhu said this and left the room. Half an hour later, Tianhu came back. How about it? Looking at Tianhu, Ji Chongshuan asked directly. Tianhu, 18th Prince, this is it. You got a total of 285 billion from selling that human this time. Excluding the 10 billion reserved for you and the 100 billion used to buy elixirs, you still have 175 billion left. The headquarters means that they can provide you with a 7th level God King from the Qinglan clan, 2 3rd level God Kings from the Dark Knight clan, and a 1st level God King from the Lion Python clan. In addition, you will also get a 9th level God King and 10 6th level gods. 18th Prince, what do you think? What the hell? As soon as Tianhu finished speaking, Ji Chongshuan jumped up and glared at Tianhu, cursing, 175 billion, and you only gave me 4 God Kings. Moreover, except for 1 high-level God King of the 7th heaven, the remaining 3 are all low-level God Kings. You take me for a fool. Or are you planning to rob me? 18th Prince, you must be joking. How dare I fool you? Tianhu said with an embarrassed look on his face. You didn't fool me. You didn't fool me. You sold me 4 divine kings for 170 billion. Ji Chongshuan was anxious and angry. 18th Prince, you should understand the principle that things are valuable because they are rare, right? Tianhu said calmly, you come from the eternal divine realm, so you naturally don't know how rare God Kings are in the 72 realms. Moreover, here, even if you have money, you may not be able to buy a God King. After all, God Kings are already one of the foundations of all forces. The reason why my Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is willing to sell 4 God Kings to His Royal Highness the 18th Prince is because the 18th Prince spent nearly 300 billion at a time. In addition to the 4 God Kings, didn't we also give you 11 heavenly gods? Damn it, 11 gods are of no use. Ji Chongshuan cursed in his heart. However, he had to admit that Tianhu was right. In the 72 domains, the God King was already the foundation of all parties. Normally, no one would sell the God King. As for selling a future Hongmeng emperor, apart from Ji Chongshuan, there would probably be no one else who would do such a stupid thing. All right. Ji Chongshuan responded helplessly, then let's do as you say, but I have spent 300 billion here anyway, shouldn't you show some appreciation by giving me some gifts? What does the 18th Prince want? Look, can you give me some elixirs or magical medicines that can improve my cultivation? I don't need too much, as long as they can help me reach the Divine King realm within half a year. After Ji Chongshuan finished speaking, Tianhu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I'll give you some gifts, not too much, just enough to allow you to reach the God King realm within half a year. Fuck you, you're just a scumbag at the 4th level of the mysterious God realm. How can I let you break through the Earth God realm, the Heaven God realm, and reach the God King realm within half a year? What are you thinking about? Even the extremely talented human you just sold can't even think of advancing all the way from a mysterious god to a divine king within half a year, let alone you with your mediocre talent. Besides, even if our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce really has this ability, it will inevitably consume a lot of resources. Do you know how much money that will cost? Also comes with gifts. It would be better to use all the 300 billion you just earned to improve yourself. Let my Tianhe Chamber of Commerce give it to me for free. Don't even think about it. Ahem. Thinking in his heart, Tianhu coughed lightly and said, 18th Prince, regarding the gifts, I can only say that I will try my best to help you get them. As for the final result, I cannot give you any guarantee. I hope 18th Prince will forgive me for this. Chapter 1483 Ownership Issues. 18th Prince, regarding the gifts, I can only say that I will try my best to help you get them. As for the final result, I cannot give you any guarantee. I hope 18th Prince will forgive me for this. Since Tianhu said so, Ji Chongshuan naturally would not continue to make trouble. After all, he just mentioned the gift, casually and did not take it to heart. 1 yin-yang soul rinsing pill, 10 purple heart fire pills, plus 4 god kings and 11 heavenly gods. For Ji Chongshuan, this trip to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce can be considered a fruitful one. All he needs to do next is to wait for the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to deliver these things to him. The yin-yang soul rinsing pills and the purple heart fire separating pills were naturally reserved for the netherworld blood fox. As for the 4 god kings and 11 heavenly gods, they were taken by Ji Chongshuan just in case. After all, 300 billion is not a small number, and the matter of Ye Bufan is too important. If the 7 pirate groups secretly investigated and found him and wanted to kill him, he would not even have a chance to resist. But it's different with the 4 god kings and 11 heavenly gods. Even if the 7-star pirate groups want to attack him, they have to think twice. After all, the 7 pirate groups are united in appearance but divided in spirit. If they want to attack him, they must consider the consequences. Not to mention his identity as the 18th prince of the gods. Let's just talk about the strength of the 4 great gods and 11 heavenly gods themselves. Relying on the strength of the 4 god kings, facing the siege of the 7 pirate groups, if they decide to fight to the death with one of them, then even if the 4 god kings die, the one being fought to the death will inevitably suffer heavy losses, and at that time it may be swallowed up by the other 6. Under such circumstances, Ji Chongshuan believed that the 7-star pirate groups would never act rashly. What Ji Chongshuan needs is time. Once the nether blood fox recovers from its injuries, then with her strength at the level of a divine master, she will have nothing to fear from the mere 7-star pirate groups. To put it bluntly, Ji Chongshuan spent a huge sum of money to purchase slaves at the god king level in order to protect himself and also to buy time for the netherworld blood fox. Otherwise, he would definitely exchange all his gains this time for resources to improve his own strength and that of his subordinates. The central area of Holy Fire City. This is the location of the City Lord's mansion of Holy Fire City, and also the base camp of the entire Holy Fire Sky Pirates. As one of the controllers of the 7-star Jedi, in the Holy Fire Sky Pirates, in addition to Tu Huo, the captain of the 8th level of God King, there are 2 deputy captains whose cultivation levels are respectively the 1st level of God King and the 2nd level of God King, who are also the 2 deputy city lords of the Holy Fire City today. In addition, there are more than 30 celestial gods and hundreds of earthly gods in the Holy Mars Sky Pirates. This is true for the Holy Mars Sky Pirates, and the other 6 major Sky Pirate groups are no exception. It can be said that there is a reason why the 7-star pirate groups can control the entire 7-star Jedi. Each of them has 3 god kings, and the group leaders are all powerful men from the 7th, 8th, or even 9th level of the god king. 21 divine kings from 7 families. Faced with such strength, who in the 7-star Jedi dares to disobey the 7-star pirates? What's more, this is only the strength displayed by the 7-star pirate groups on the surface. Who can guarantee that they don't have hidden power in secret? Therefore, the 7-star pirates are the undisputed overlords of the 7-star Jedi. And the Holy Fire City is the territory of the Holy Fire Sky Pirates, so everything here is naturally decided by Tu Huo. After leaving Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Tu Huo brought the other 6 team leaders back to the City Lord's mansion. Of course, this also includes Ye Bufan. After returning to the City Lord's mansion, Tu Huo brought them to a secret room in the City Lord's mansion. Afterwards, the 7 captains, including Tu Huo, could not wait to plant the soul control circle on Ye Bufan. They acted as if they were afraid that Ye Bufan would run away. Ye Bufan was deeply helpless about this. The moment the 7 soul-controlling circles entered his sea of consciousness, they immediately locked onto his soul. It was also at this time that the purple light of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture glowed brightly, almost wiping out all 7 soul-controlling circles. Fortunately, Ye Bufan had now recognized the Hongmeng Emperor scripture as his master, which prevented the 7 soul-controlling circles from being destroyed, and successfully bound Ye Bufan's soul. Even so, as long as Ye Bufan is willing, he can erase these 7 soul circles in an instant. In other words, the so-called soul circle poses no threat to Ye Bufan at all. It's a pity that the 7 team leaders don't know this. They injected the soul-controlling circle into Ye Bufan's body and checked it out before they were completely relieved. After a moment, Tu Huo looked at the other 6 team leaders and said, "First, everyone, since the soul circle has been planted, leave the next thing to me. Don't worry, Tu will do his best to train him." Tu Huo, what do you mean? That's right. Why should your Holy Flame group train him? Would my Hurricane group mistreat him? If you ask me, he should be trained by my Phantom group. I am the Ice Crusher and I will be responsible for this matter. After Tu Huo finished speaking, the other 6 captains spoke up one after another in a stern voice. After all, they are not fools and naturally understand the interests involved. Although they have all planted the soul control circle on Ye Bufan, with the help of which they can easily kill Ye Bufan, however, none of them would do so unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, if they really did so, it would only hurt others and themselves. In other words, using the soul circle to threaten Ye Bufan is definitely the most unwise choice. In this situation, if you want to get greater benefits from Ye Bufan, there is only one option left, and that is to play the emotional card. As long as they can win Ye Bufan's favor and make him more inclined towards themselves, then once Ye Bufan grows up, they will definitely be able to gain more and greater benefits in the future. In this case, they naturally want to keep Ye Bufan by their side, because only in this way will they have more time and more opportunities to win Ye Bufan's favor. The 7 captains thought so, but Ye Bufan was secretly laughing on the side. Dedicate all your efforts to cultivating yourself. Aren't you afraid that I will eat you up and bankrupt all your property? Of course, Ye Bufan would not be stupid enough to stand up at this time and tell everything to the 7 leaders. I am not afraid of you fighting, I am afraid of you not fighting. All I need to do is pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, and make a fortune in silence. What do you mean? Facing the words of the other 6 leaders, Tu Huo said with some dissatisfaction, after all, this is also the place of my Holy Fire group. Since this human race came from Holy Fire City, it is only right that my Holy Fire City should be responsible for its training. What a joke. Although this human comes from the Holy Fire City, he does not belong to your Holy Fire group alone. Why should your Holy Fire group train him? Li Yong, the leader of the Burning Sun group, spoke immediately and said in a cold voice. That's right. This human race belongs to all of us. Why should your Holy Flame group be responsible for it? Several other team leaders also spoke out. Tu Huo was furious. Then what do you say we should do? There is only one human being. We have 7 families. Should we divide him into 7 parts, one for each of us? Captain Tu, you are joking. Even if you are willing, we are reluctant to let you go. Huan Xinyan said, and then said, if it were you, we would take turns to train this human race, 1 family per year. What do you think? Take turns to train, 1 year for each family. The 6 team leaders were stunned for a moment, and then they all agreed, okay, let's do it. The next second, Tu Huo spoke again, but, I must be responsible for the first year. Why? As soon as Tu Huo said this, the other team leaders immediately looked dissatisfied and unwilling. Everyone knows that the first year is a crucial year. After all, the human race has just arrived, and a year can decide a lot of things. How could they give this opportunity to Tu Huo for nothing? Don't be impatient, just listen to what I have to say first. Seeing that the 6 team leaders were about to argue again, Huan Xinyan immediately spoke up. What I mean is that the 7 of us take turns to train, 1 year each. However, if we decide who goes first, I believe that no one will be able to convince anyone else in the end. So as for who goes first, I think it should be decided by this human race. In this way, I believe no one will have any objections, right? Well, when Huan Xinyan said this, the 6 team leaders were stunned, and they all looked at Ye Bufan again. It's up to him to decide. Okay, this is the fairest way, let's do it. In an instant, the 6 group leaders agreed with Huan Xinyan's idea. But, at this time, Huan Xinyan spoke again, he knows nothing about us now. It would be a bit hasty to ask him to make a decision so quickly, and it would also be too difficult for him. After a pause, Huan Xinyan continued, I think we should let him spend a month with each of us. A month is not a long time, and I believe everyone can accept it. Then after 7 months, he will decide who will go first. What do you think? A month. A year is too long and can decide many things, but a month, the 6 leaders present thought, would make this human race completely stand on their side in just 1 month, which is impossible no matter what. Since it is impossible for me, then naturally the others cannot do it either. So, 1 month is no big deal. But who will come first in this first month? After a moment, Liang spoke first. Huan Xinyan smiled slightly. How about this? Just like what Captain Tu said before, this human race also came from Holy Fire City, so if it were up to me, the first month would be handed over to Captain Tu, and as for the remaining 6 of us, we would draw lots to decide the order. What do you think? The 6 group leaders were stunned. The first month will be given to 2-0, and the rest will be decided by drawing lots. Isn't this too much of a joke? However, the 6 group leaders all knew that 1 month would not change anything. If the decision was made by drawing lots once a year, they would definitely not agree unless they were sure they would get the first place. But now that it is decided by drawing lots in such a short month, they can accept it. Most importantly, they really couldn't find a better solution. Immediately, the 6 group leaders agreed unanimously, okay, let's do it this way, draw lots. Chapter 1484 Brother, I'm hungry. Giving it to 2-0 directly in the first month is a completely harmless matter, and it can also shut 2-0 up, so the other team leaders naturally won't have any major objections. All that remains is to draw lots to determine the order of the other 6 companies. According to Huan Xinyan, in order to prevent cheating, the lot must be drawn by Ye Bufan. Naturally, the group leaders had no objection to this. As for Ye Bufan, he would not have any opinion, and even if he did, it would be useless. Next, 2-0 wrote 6 pieces of paper, representing the 6 major star pirate groups, and then Ye Bufan picked them up one by one. The 6 leaders did not participate in the whole process. Soon, the results came out. The first place is naturally the Holy Fire City, which does not have to participate in the lottery. Second place, Broken Ice City. Third place, Hurricane City. Fourth place, Liang City. Fifth place, Longway City. Sixth place, Red Leaf City. Seventh place, Dream City. As soon as the result came out, several team leaders looked at Huan Xinyan with strange eyes. Who would have thought that Huan Xinyan made this suggestion, but in the end she drew the last one. What is this? Are you shooting yourself in the foot? However, Huan Xinyan obviously didn't care about these things. After all, 1 month could not change anything. After looking at the 6 group leaders, Huan Xinyan smiled and said, since the results are out, Xinyan will take her leave. 6 months later, Xinyan will go to Hongye City to pick him up in person. During this time, you must take good care of him. As she spoke, Huan Xinyan looked at Ye Bufan again and said with a smile, little brother of the human race, I will come to pick you up in 6 months. Goodbye. After saying that, Huan Xinyan walked out directly. Seeing this scene, the 6 group leaders were stunned. Just leave like that. Huan Xinyan left so casually and decisively that they were a little overwhelmed to react for a while. But they soon understood. Since this month belongs to Holy Fire City, what is the point of them staying here? Instead of staying here and wasting time, I might as well go back and think carefully about how to please this human when it is my turn in that month. In that case, I'll take my leave. Captain 2, I'm counting on you for this month. Please take good care of our baby. If anything happens to him, don't blame us for being rude. Goodbye. Brother 2, I will come to pick him up in a month. I'll leave it to you this month. Little human brother, I will come to pick you up in 2 months. During this period, if anyone bullies you, tell me and I will help you vent your anger and teach them a lesson. The 5 group leaders said goodbye one after another. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Looking at the team leaders who were leaving one after another, 2-0 smiled and said. After all the 6 group leaders left, 2-0 looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, little brother, I don't even know your name yet. Your Excellency, my name is Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan said with some fear. Xiao Fan, why call me sir? Call me big brother. From now on, we are brothers and this is your home. 2-0 put his arm around Ye Bufan's shoulders and said, come on, big brother will show you around our home first. As he spoke, 2-0 took Ye Bufan and walked out directly. Ye Bufan rolled his eyes, speechless. Who is your brother? Even if you agree, I still don't agree. Of course, Ye Bufan was just thinking about it in his mind and would not say it directly. Moreover, his time was limited. During the 1 month in Holy Fire City, he had to exploit 2-0 to the greatest extent and use his hands to improve his own strength. After all, according to the allocation of the 7 group leaders, each group has 1 month. If he does not show his devouring ability, then if he wants to improve his strength, he can only wait until 7 months later. 7 months is too long, Ye Bufan simply can't wait that long. What's more, the devouring ability will be exposed sooner or later, so why not expose it now? The most important thing is that Ye Bufan knows that the 7-star pirate groups are united in appearance but divided in spirit, So even if the Holy Fire group suffered a loss, at his hands, Tu Huo would definitely not remind the other groups. He even hoped that the other groups would follow in his footsteps. This would give Ye Bufan a chance to exploit the 7-star pirate groups. With this thought, Ye Bufan looked at Tu Huo, hesitantly saying, Big brother. How? Tu Huo glanced at Ye Bufan and said, Brother Xiaofan, just say what you want to say. You don't have to be polite to me. Brother, I'm hungry. Ye Bufan said this softly and then lowered his head, looking embarrassed. Hungry. Tu Huo was stunned for a moment, then he looked at Ye Bufan and laughed, I thought it was no big deal. Are you hungry? Come on, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll ask them to prepare it now. Brother, whatever, anything is fine. Ye Bufan said weakly. How can that be possible? Tu Huo said, You are my brother, how can you be so casual? After a pause, Tu Huo continued, How about this, let Big Brother help you arrange it. Not only will we make sure you have enough to eat, but we will also make sure you eat well. Thank you, brother. Ye Bufan said gratefully, and added at the end, Brother, you are so kind. Ha ha ha. Tu Huo laughed, You are my brother. If I don't treat you well, who can I treat well? While speaking, Tu Huo was also very happy in his heart. In his opinion, Ye Bufan was too easy to satisfy. However, this was a good thing for him. He believed that under the current circumstances, it would not be difficult for him to take down Ye Bufan within a month. It might not even take a month. It's a pity that imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. In Tu Huo's eyes, Ye Bufan is a little lamb, who is extremely easy to satisfy. But what is the reality? Ye Bufan is basically a wolf in sheep's clothing. No, he is a ferocious beast in sheep's clothing. The main hall of the city lord's mansion. Tu Huo came here after bringing Ye Bufan out of the secret room. The guards outside the hall were stunned when they saw Ye Bufan being held by Tu Huo. But Tu Huo ignored them. Someone come. After entering the hall and inviting Ye Bufan to take a seat, Tu Huo shouted. Captain. In an instant, a guard ran in. Tell the kitchen to prepare the wine and food and send them over. Tu Huo said this in a stern voice, then sat down next to Ye Bufan, looked at Ye Bufan with a smile and said, Xiaofan, wait a little longer, there will be food soon. Well, thank you, brother. Ye Bufan nodded and expressed gratitude. The scene before them left the guards in the hall dumbfounded. Who is their leader? He was a powerful man from the 8th level of the God King realm, and he was also a rough guy with a bad temper. He didn't even have a good face when meeting the other 6 leaders of the 7-star Jedi. But what about now? He actually felt that his own leader was deliberately trying to please this human race. What's going on? Could it be that these humans in the 3rd heaven of servants of the gods are the descendants of some great man? Before the guard could think about it, Tu Huo had already looked at him, glaring at him and saying, What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go quickly? Yes. The guard came to his senses instantly and ran out immediately. Etc. But at this moment, Tu Huo called him again. Captain. The guard stopped and turned to look at Tu Huo. Where is the lady? Tu Huo asked directly. Miss. The guard was stunned for a moment, then replied, Captain, the young lady seemed to have gone out just now. Tu Huo frowned and then cursed. Why are you running around all day as a girl? The guard was speechless. Captain, didn't you tell the young lady not to stay at home like a taciturn person all day? What are you doing now? Before the guard could think about it, Tu Huo spoke again. Tell the kitchen to prepare the wine and food first, and then go find the young lady to eat. Finally, Tu Huo added, also, let the young lady dress up and wear something prettier. Well, when Tu Huo said this, the guard was stunned, and then looked at Ye Bufan again. Let the lady come back for dinner, and dress up a little more beautifully. What does this mean, Captain? It was obvious that the team leader wanted to match his young lady with this human boy. The guard understood it, and Ye Bufan also understood that Tu Huo was clearly trying to use his beauty trap to seduce him. However, after taking a look at Tu Huo, Ye Bufan felt a creepy feeling coming over him. The fiery hell demon ape. This is Tu Huo's true form. Since Tu Huo is a fiery hell demon ape, his daughter must also be a fiery hell demon ape. Thinking of the hairy body of the hell-splitting demon ape, Ye Bufan felt a chill down his spine. Yes, I'll go right away. At this time, the guards responded and ran out immediately. Brother. The next second, Ye Bufan looked at Tu Huo and was about to say something when he was interrupted by Tu Huo. Xiao Fan, after dinner, let my girl accompany you to Holy Fire City for a good look. When you see something you like, just buy it. Don't be polite to me, okay? The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Now that you've said that, do I still have the nerve to refuse you? Besides, do I dare to refuse? However, looking at Tu Huo's face, Ye Bufan felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 1485, 1 First. Ye Bufan never imagined that one day someone would use a beauty trap on him. The most terrifying thing was that this beauty turned out to be a fiery hell demon ape. Thinking of the hairy body of the fiery hell demon ape, Ye Bufan felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had no prejudice against other races, but if he was asked to find a hairy fiery hell demon ape as his partner, he would rather die. However, Ye Bufan also knew that there was no point in thinking about these things now. What's more, things will work out when the time comes. The worst that could happen is that he would just refuse. Ye Bufan didn't believe that Tu Huo would force him. Time passes by every second. Tu Huo and Ye Bufan chatted idly, mostly Tu Huo asked questions and Ye Bufan answered. Moreover, Tu Huo asked questions like what Ye Bufan liked and what he needed. It is obvious that Tu Huo intends to please Ye Bufan and use this to win over Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan naturally knew Tu Huo's good intentions, so how could he bear to refuse? 10 minutes later, the maid from the city lord's mansion came up with plates of delicious dishes and placed them on the table in front of Ye Bufan. Tu Huo pointed at the dozens of delicious dishes on the table, looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, Xiao Fan, come and try these dishes to see if they suit your taste. If you don't like them, I'll ask them to redo them. Ye Bufan nodded, then reached out and grabbed the food on one of the plates in front of him, not caring what it was, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Seeing this scene, Tu Huo couldn't help but be stunned. He felt confused and shocked. Aren't humans the ones who pay the most attention to etiquette and hygiene? What is the situation now? How come this guy doesn't even use chopsticks now and just grabs things with his hands? Could this be a fake human? But soon, Tu Huo understood that Ye Bufan must be too hungry. He was really starving, which was why he looked like this. Thinking of this, Tu Huo smiled and said, Xiao Fan, eat slowly, these are all yours, no one will snatch them from you, if it's not enough, I'll ask someone to make more for you. Ye Bufan responded a few times, but his hands and mouth never stopped moving. This scene made Tu Huo speechless. Ye Bufan looked like a starving ghost. So Tu Huo instinctively asked, Xiao Fan, how long have you not eaten? Ye Bufan did not answer Tu Huo, but just stretched out 3 fingers with his left hand. His right hand was still grabbing food and stuffing it into his mouth, and he even quickly took his left hand back. 3 days. Tu Huo was stunned when he saw Ye Bufan extending 3 fingers. Woo. Ye Bufan, his mouth full of food, shook his head. Is it 30 days? Tu Huo was stunned again and said with a little surprise. Woo. Ye Bufan still shook his head. It won't be 3 months, will it? Tu Huo looked shocked and somewhat unbelievable. No, it's not. Ye Bufan swallowed the food in his mouth, then glanced at Tu Huo and said, Brother, it's 3 years. I haven't eaten for 3 years. After saying this, Ye Bufan started to wolf down his food again. 3 years. Tu Huo was completely stunned. Although the warriors in the divine realm can rely on their own training and will not starve to death even if they do not eat, the feeling of hunger will be extremely uncomfortable over time. If Ye Bufan had only gone without food for 3 days, 30 days, or even 3 months, Tu Huo could still accept it, but 3 years wouldn't that be too long? Thinking about this, Tu Huo couldn't help but ask, Xiao Fan, was your last master so stingy that he didn't even give you a meal? He has no money. Ye Bufan said this suddenly. He has no money. Tu Huo couldn't help but be stunned, and then his heart was in a mess as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through it. How much is a meal worth? Even if you can't afford good food, it's okay to eat something worse, right? Besides, with the strength of a warrior in the divine realm, even if he really has no money, it should be no problem to hunt some creatures below the divine realm, such as demigods and fused souls, right? Can't afford to eat. Tu Huo had never heard of any living being in the 72 realms who couldn't afford to eat. However, seeing Ye Bufan looking like a reincarnated starving ghost, Tu Huo could not doubt the truthfulness of his words at all. If he hadn't gone without food for 3 years, how could he have become like this? Of course Ye Bufan would not tell Tu Huo. I did this just to prepare you mentally. It's a pity that Tu Huo didn't know. Thinking of Ye Bufan's tragic experience, in the past 3 years, Tu Huo felt sympathy and even more happy. After all, this is an opportunity for him to win over Ye Bufan. Immediately, he patted his chest and assured Ye Bufan, Xiao Fan, don't worry, follow me in the future. I can't guarantee anything else, but in terms of food, I will definitely make sure you eat well and are full. Hee hee. Ye Bufan laughed secretly in his heart. This is what I want you to say. Of course, I will never tell you that I have never had a full meal since I practiced the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. Thank you, brother. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan said with a grateful look on his face, and added at the end, brother, you are so kind. Hee hee. Tu Huo smiled slightly. In his opinion, it was not difficult to win over Ye Bufan. Of course, he also understood that this alone was far from enough. After all, if it was just about making sure Ye Bufan was full, he could do it, and it would not be a difficult task for the other 6 team leaders either, so he had to think of other countermeasures early. Brother, I'm done eating. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly spoke. Have you finished eating? Tu Huo glanced at the dozen or so clean plates on the table, then looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, are you full? If not, ask them to make more. May I? Ye Bufan said a little embarrassedly. Why are you being polite to big brother? Tu Huo said, tell me, what do you want to eat? I'll ask them to cook it for you now. Brother, I want to eat star beasts, is that okay? Ye Bufan said after thinking for a while. Sure. Tu Huo smiled and said, brother, let them do it for you now. After saying that, Tu Huo shouted again, someone come here. Captain. In an instant, a guard ran in hurriedly. Tu Huo said, my brother wants to eat star beasts. Please ask the kitchen to prepare some and send 2 plates up. Brother, can you have one first? Ye Bufan asked suddenly after Tu Huo finished speaking. What the hell? Want one first? Whether it was Tu Huo or the guard, they were both stunned, and they all looked at Ye Bufan with strange eyes. What is a star beast? It is a tonic creature that takes the starry sky as its home and feeds on elements. Even the lowest level god-serving star beast contains enormous energy. How can a scum like you who is only at the 3rd level of the god-servant eat a whole star beast? Are you kidding me? Aren't you afraid of eating yourself to death? It was just a star beast at the level of god-serving, not worth much money. Tu Huo didn't take it seriously at all. If he couldn't finish it, it would be wasted. Compared to pleasing Ye Bufan, a mere star beast at the level of god-serving was nothing. Okay, let's have one first. Tu Huo said something while thinking about it, and then looked at the guard and said, tell the kitchen to prepare it now. Remember, tell them to be quick, my brother is still hungry. The guard couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Captain, this human has gone crazy, are you going crazy with him? Can he finish eating a whole star beast? Isn't this just a waste? However, Tu Huo was the leader of a regiment after all, so the guards naturally did not dare to disobey his wishes. Yes, Captain. The guard responded and then turned and left. Xiao Fan, please wait a little longer. Tu Huo looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile. Ye Bufan nodded. Bang bang bang. But at this moment, outside the hall, a dull and heavy sound came, and Ye Bufan clearly felt that at this moment, even the earth was shaking slightly. What's going on? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Before he could think about it, a rough voice came from outside the hall. Dad, are you looking for me? Chapter 1486 Let's get married today. Daddy, are you looking for me? Rough voice, heavy footsteps. In just a moment, a fiery hell demon ape wearing a red dress rushed into the hall. Ye Bufan took a look. A 2-meter tall monster, wearing a fiery red dress ran to Tu Huo in a few steps. If Ye Bufan had to describe the other party, it would be burly, very burly. Gurgle. Looking at her, Ye Bufan couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his whole body trembled slightly. Is this Tu Huo's daughter? As expected, like father, like daughter. After just one look, Ye Bufan didn't dare to look at her a second time. In order to calm his traumatized mind, Ye Bufan instinctively poured himself a glass of wine, as if he was going to use alcohol to numb himself. At this time, the other party naturally discovered Ye Bufan, and looked at Ye Bufan and asked Tu Huo, Daddy, who is he? Why is he so ugly? Puff. As soon as the fiery hell demon ape finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but spit out the wine he had just taken a sip. Am I ugly? Damn it, who is uglier between us? Ahem. Seeing Ye Bufan spitting out wine, Tu Huo coughed lightly, then glared at his daughter and scolded her, how can you talk like that? Apologize to Xiaofan right now. Why should I apologize? He's ugly anyway. The fiery hell demon ape curled his lips and said with some dissatisfaction. You. Tu Huo suddenly became furious. Seeing this, Ye Bufan immediately waved his hand and said, brother, I drank too quickly. It has nothing to do with her. Please stop making things difficult for her. Hearing this, Tu Huo glared at his daughter and said, if Xiaofan hadn't pleaded for you, you would have cut me. Then he looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, come, Xiaofan, let me introduce you. This is my precious daughter Tu Tianfeng. How about her? Pretty, right? Our Tianfeng is not only beautiful, but also talented. She is only 46 years old this year, but she is already at the 6th level of the Earth God. 46 years old. The 6th heaven of Earth God. Is this considered good talent? The most terrifying thing is that you actually told me that your daughter is beautiful even though she looks like this. Damn, do you think I'm stupid? Well, maybe from the perspective of your fiery hell demon ape clan, your daughter is indeed very beautiful. But I am a human, do you understand? Our aesthetic perspectives are completely different. You want me to marry her. You might as well just kill me. Ye Bufan was speechless, confused, mad and angry. At this time, Tu Huo looked at Tu Tianfeng again and said, Tianfeng, this is my brother Ye Bufan. However, we are friends on our own, so you don't need to worry about seniority. Also Xiaofan is new here, so take him out for a walk after dinner and get familiar with our holy fire city. Of course, the most important thing is to cultivate your relationship. When we find a date, Daddy will help you get married. What the hell? As soon as Tu Huo said this, Ye Bufan's eyes widened immediately, and he looked at Tu Huo with a look of horror. Let's find a date to get married. What do you mean? Are you planning to marry me to your daughter? No, are you planning to let me marry your daughter? Are you kidding me? Did I promise you? Ye Bufan was mad and dissatisfied, and so was Tu Tianfeng. What? She exclaimed, staring at Tu Huo with wide eyes, then pointed at Ye Bufan and said angrily, you want me to marry this ugly bastard? No, I don't agree. Yes, sister, I cannot agree to this. I absolutely cannot agree to this. I am so ugly, how can I be worthy of a beauty like you? Ye Bufan thought about it repeatedly in his mind. But Tu Huo obviously would not let Ye Bufan get his wish. After glaring at Tu Tianfeng, Tu Huo said angrily, it's the parents' order and the matchmaker's words. If I tell you to marry, you have to marry. This matter I have the final say. You. Tu Tianfeng was furious. Snort. Then she snorted coldly, looked at Ye Bufan again, and said viciously, do you think you can marry me just by using sweet words to deceive my father? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. I will never marry an ugly freak and a weak chicken like you. Also, I advise you to get out of here quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude, you scumbag in the servant god realm. Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Did I deceive your father with sweet words? Damn my sweet talk, do you think I am willing to marry you? Bang! Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think about it, Tu Huo slapped Tu Tianfeng directly on the face. You actually hit me. Tu Tianfeng covered his face and stared at Tu Huo with a look of surprise and anger. I'm hitting you. Tu Huo shouted angrily, do you think you are amazing just because you have cultivated to the earth god realm at the age of 46? Let me tell you, compared to Xiaofan, you are nothing. What do you mean? Tu Tianfeng was stunned and asked in confusion. What's the meaning? Tu Huo said coldly, do you know that Xiaofan was bought from Tianhe Chamber of Commerce by me and 6 other leaders at a cost of 350 billion. In terms of martial arts talent, he can definitely be ranked in the top 5 in the 72 regions, and it is not impossible for him to be ranked first. Just based on this point, I asked you to marry him. Do you still feel wronged? I tell you, just be happy. Impossible. If he really has such a talent, then why is he now at the 3rd level of God's servant? Tu Tianfeng glanced at Ye Bufan and said in disbelief. Why? Tu Huo sneered, in the path of martial arts, do you think talent alone is enough? Without resources, what's the point of having great talent? Let's not talk about others, let's just talk about you. If I didn't provide you with the resources, do you think you could have reached the Earth God realm at your current age? You can't. After a pause, Tu Huo continued, speaking of Xiao Fan, he hasn't eaten for 3 years. You say, he can't even afford to eat, how can he get the money to buy resources? Without resources, what's the use of his strong talent? Are you telling the truth? Are you lying to me? Tu Tianfeng still had some disbelief. My daughter, I am your father, your real father. Do you think I will lie to you? Will I hurt you? Tu Huo said this earnestly, and then added, think about it, with Xiao Fan's talent, if you marry him, in the future, when you have a child, is it possible that your child will also inherit his martial arts talent? A mother's status depends on her son. Don't you understand this principle? If your child is strong enough, are we still worried that we won't be able to return to our ancestral land of Liu? Fuck. When Tu Huo said this, Ye Bufan was shocked and even more confused. Our children. Damn. Originally, Ye Bufan thought that Tu Huo wanted to use the beauty trap to win him over, but now it seems that he obviously underestimated Tu Huo. This guy actually wanted him to marry his daughter and have children so that his future children would inherit his talents. Holy shit, what do you think I am? Tu Tianfeng's eyes lit up, and there was a hint of passion in his eyes when he looked at Ye Bufan. That look was like a male creature that had been restrained and lusted for hundreds of thousands of years, and suddenly saw a naked female creature. Ye Bufan felt creepy and shuddered. The next second, Tu Tianfeng had already made up his mind, and said, okay, I'll marry you. Damn, Ye Bufan was on the verge of collapse. Girl, what do you mean? Why are you so unsteady? You are so beautiful, how can you marry an ugly and weak guy like me? Ye Bufan was on the verge of collapse, but Tu Huo smiled and said, is that right? Then he added, well, Daddy will help you get married today. Everything is up to Daddy. Tu Tianfeng looked at Ye Bufan with fiery and obsessed eyes. Oh shit. Ye Bufan was directly frightened. Getting married today. I'm done for you, uncle. I don't agree. But what if you don't agree? Tu Tianfeng is the god of earth, and Tu Huo is the king of gods. He has no ability to resist at all. However, not being able to resist does not mean that you should not resist. Helpless, Ye Bufan could only bite the bullet and say, brother, I don't agree. You don't agree. When Ye Bufan said this, Tu Huo was stunned, and then he said in surprise, my Tianfeng is so beautiful and has good talent, why don't you agree? Tu Tianfeng was also stunned. Looking at the strange expressions of the father and daughter, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched and he was completely stunned. Now he finally saw clearly and understood that this couple of parents were not trying to force him, but they didn't even think that he would refuse. Damn, what kind of people are these? Don't you think too highly of yourselves? Still beautiful. I'm beautiful, sir. Chapter 1487 Brother, don't you want to eat something? I. Facing Tu Huo's question, Ye Bufan secretly glanced at Tu Tianfeng, then lowered his head, hesitating, looking like he didn't know what to say. Even so, Ye Bufan said nothing, but Tu Huo was so smart that he immediately understood that Ye Bufan clearly looked down on his own daughter. But why is this? Isn't my daughter beautiful? Isn't my daughter good enough? Obviously not. Tu Huo is absolutely confident in his daughter's appearance and talents. But Ye Bufan still refused. Tu Huo really couldn't understand the reason behind this. If it were someone else, Tu Huo would definitely tie that person up and force them into the bridal chamber. But Ye Bufan is different. This is Tu Huo's treasure, and also the treasure of the other 6 captains. He can't even try to please him, so how can he force the other party? Moreover, even if Tu Huo wanted to do so, the other 6 captains would never agree. What's more, there is a long way to go and there is plenty of time in the future, so there is no need to rush. Ha ha. Thinking in his heart, Tu Huo smiled and said, since brother Xiaofan disagrees, let's not talk about this matter for now, and talk about it later. Just let it go like that. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. He never expected that Tu Huo would give up so easily, but he soon figured out the reason. It was obvious that Tu Huo didn't want to force himself, but he didn't give up his previous idea. In other words, he would find a way to match himself and his daughter in the future. Call. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, he was safe. As for the future, we'll take it one step at a time and talk about the future later. But Tu Tianfeng refused to do it. The fiery hell demon ape clan has always admired the strong. Although Ye Bufan is a little ugly and thin, he has strong enough talent. Just like Tu Huo said before, strong talent is enough to make up for all the shortcomings. This human race is definitely the best match for him. In that case, how could Tu Tianfeng let him slip away from his hands? Daddy, how could you do this? The next second, Tu Tianfeng glared at Tu Huo and said something coquettishly, then said with some dissatisfaction, since you have already betrothed me to him, how can you go back on your word? Anyway, I won't agree. Today, I must marry him. Girl, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to blame me? Looking at Tu Tianfeng, Ye Bufan felt confused. Tu Huo was also a little embarrassed. However, no matter how embarrassing it was, Tu Huo would not allow Tu Tianfeng to do anything wrong. He immediately looked at Tu Tianfeng and sternly scolded her, "Shut up. How can a girl behave like this? Can you be more reserved? I have the final say on this matter. Don't mention it again." Bang! Unexpectedly, as soon as Tu Huo finished speaking, Tu Tianfeng slammed her palm on the table. Then she stood up suddenly, glared at Tu Huo and said, "Why do you have the final say? I don't agree." The sudden scene scared Ye Bufan. Tu Huo was also stunned for a moment. Then he stood up as well, pointed at Tu Tianfeng and angrily said, "You're rebelling, aren't you?" While scolding, Tu Huo did not forget to send a message to Tu Tianfeng. "My daughter, why are you so anxious? Don't you know that you can't eat hot tofu if you are impatient? This guy has no good feelings towards you now. If we force him, it will only backfire." After a pause, Tu Huo continued, "Don't worry, he can't run away. Daddy will definitely find a way to make him marry you willingly, but you have to cooperate with Daddy." "Really?" Tu Tianfeng looked delighted and spoke to Tu Huo. "Can Dad lie to you?" Tu Huo asked back, and continued to transmit his voice. "So, from now on, you have to fully cooperate with Daddy. You have to do whatever Daddy tells you to do. Do you understand?" Tu Tianfeng nodded. Fenger understands. After getting Tu Tianfeng's tacit consent, Tu Huo stopped transmitting his voice and instead glared at Tu Tianfeng and angrily said, "Now, sit down and eat quietly. After dinner, go out with Xiaofan. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." "You." Tu Tianfeng gritted his teeth, looking extremely angry. Snort. Then she snorted coldly and sat down directly, but tilted her head and stopped talking. Tu Huo ignored her and looked at Ye Bufan, saying awkwardly, "Xiaofan, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I have to say that the acting skills of this couple are at the level of movie emperors." "It's okay. It's okay." Ye Bufan smiled awkwardly, but cursed in his heart, "I'm making a fool of you." Not only that, Ye Bufan also felt uneasy in his heart and his hands and feet were cold. He saw the scene just now clearly and understood it clearly. Why did Tu Huo suddenly stop talking? And why did Tu Tianfeng suddenly stop talking? Although the time was short, Ye Bufan knew that the father and daughter were communicating through telepathy. Why did they need to communicate through voice? It was obvious that they didn't want to know what they were talking about. As for the reason, there is no doubt that they must be secretly discussing how to plot against me. Since they were planning how to plot against me, how could they possibly let me know? Damn it! This father and daughter are so insidious. At this moment, Ye Bufan felt like he had entered a wolf's den and was in danger. He believed that whether it was Tu Tianfeng or Tu Huo, they would never let him go easily. Let me marry Tu Tianfeng, the fiery hell demon ape. If it really comes to this, Ye Bufan would rather die. What should I do? What should I do? Ye Bufan was thinking secretly in his heart. But at this moment, the maids from the city lord's mansion came to the hall again. After seeing these maids, or rather, seeing the plates in the hands of these maids and the delicacies made from star beasts on the plates, Ye Bufan's eyes lit up. According to the 7 group leaders, each of them will take turns to be in charge of himself for 1 month, which means that he only needs to stay in Tu Huo for 1 month. Didn't Tu Huo want me to marry his daughter? In other words, didn't Tu Huo intend to develop a relationship between himself and his daughter first? Well, let's talk about it after I'm full. As for how long it will take to be full, I'm sorry, but I feel it will take at least a month. Don't agree. If you are not willing to feed me, then why should I have a good impression of you? Ye Bufan believed that based on the premise of fair competition among the 7-star pirate groups, Tu Huo would never reject him but would try his best to satisfy him. That's it. Ye Bufan had made up his mind, but Tu Tianfeng was stunned by the scene before him. 1 plate, 2 plates, 3 plates. There were 23 plates of Star Beast delicacies neatly placed on the table. Even if a plate only weighs 10 kilograms, that would be a full 230 kilograms. A 230 kilogram Star Beast. Dad, what are you doing? Tu Tianfeng looked at Tu Huo with astonishment and couldn't help but ask. This. Tu Huo looked embarrassed. Could he say that this was what Ye Bufan specifically requested? If you say that a servant god wants to eat a Star Beast, who would believe it? Who can believe it? Ye Bufan didn't care about that. Seeing that the table was already filled with Star Beast delicacies, he no longer hesitated, reached out and grabbed some and stuffed them into his mouth. No matter what level of Star Beast this is, and no matter whether it tastes good or not, just eat as much as you can. After all, everything is illusory. Only by transforming these Star Beasts into part of your own strength can they be real, and the most important thing. In the blink of an eye, Ye Bufan had eliminated the first batch of Star Beasts in front of him. There were not many, only 10 kilograms. However, this scene made Tu Huo and Tu Tianfeng dumbfounded. They looked at each other, and they saw full of astonishment in each other's eyes. A 10-jin Star Beast was nothing. Ye Bufan could eat it with his cultivation level of the 3rd level of God Servant. But, isn't your speed too fast? You killed a 10-jin Star Beast in less than a minute. With your speed, you are comparable to those of the strong ones in the God King realm. No shit, you've already finished the 2nd plate. Damn. At this moment, both Tu Huo and Tu Tianfeng were completely confused. But what about Ye Bufan? It's just 20 kilograms of Star Beast, what's that? Don't you know that I can eat it forever? Ignoring the strange expressions of Tu Huo and Tu Tianfeng, Ye Bufan continued eating as usual. The 3rd set, the 4th set, the 5th set. When Ye Bufan ate the 10th plate of Star Beasts, Tu Huo finally came to his senses. He could no longer hold back and immediately stopped him, saying, Xiaofan, that's enough, stop. What's wrong, brother? Ye Bufan glanced at Tu Huo and asked in confusion. What's wrong? Tu Huo's mouth twitched. What's wrong? You are just a scumbag in the 3rd level of the God Servant. After eating so many Star Beasts, aren't you afraid of bursting yourself? 100 kilograms, this is a Star Beast weighing a full 100 kilograms. Without paying any attention to Ye Bufan, Tu Huo came directly to his side, grabbed Ye Bufan's hand, and began to check Ye Bufan's physical condition. If Ye Bufan was blown up, not only would he lose 50 billion in vain, but he would also have to endure the wrath of the other 6 group leaders. Just think about it, how can he, alone, fight against the other 6 star pirate groups at the same time? The more he thought about it, the more scared Tu Huo became. The more Tu Huo thought about it, the more he regretted it. Why should I listen to Ye Bufan? He said he wanted to eat a Star Beast, so I should eat a Star Beast. Now, if anything happens to Ye Bufan, Tu Huo will not have an easy life either. But when Tu Huo examined Ye Bufan's body, he found that Ye Bufan did not feel any discomfort, and there was no violent energy brought by the 100 kilograms Star Beast in his body. What's going on? Tu Huo looked at Ye Bufan in surprise, but found that Ye Bufan was still eating. Damn. Seeing this scene, Tu Huo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and his heart felt like thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through it. But at this moment, Ye Bufan looked at Tu Huo and suddenly said, Brother, don't you want to eat something? Chapter 1488 I will break through right now to show you. Brother, don't you want to eat something? I eat your uncle. Looking at Ye Bufan, Tu Huo had an urge to curse. I've seen edible things, but I've never seen anything edible like this. How long has it been? It has only been a few minutes from the beginning to now, but this guy has already eaten more than 10 plates of delicious Star Beasts, which means that he has eaten more than 10 kilograms of Star Beasts. A Star Beast of the God Servant level weighing more than 10 kilograms. He is only at the 3rd level of the God of Servants, how could he eat it? Etc. Suddenly, Tu Huo seemed to have thought of something, and he was stunned when he looked at Ye Bufan. There is no doubt about the energy contained in the Star Beasts. Although a Star Beast weighing more than 10 kilograms is not enough for Ye Bufan, who is at the 3rd level of the God Servant, to break through, if the energy contained in this Star Beast is not absorbed and refined in time, it may be enough to burst Ye Bufan. But Ye Bufan was not blown up. If that's the case, then where did the energy contained in these Star Beasts go? After taking a look at Ye Bufan and then at the rapidly decreasing number of star beasts on the table, Tu Huo frowned and a huge doubt arose in his heart. Could this be fake star beast meat? Or maybe his men had replaced the star beasts with other meats. When he thought of this, Tu Huo felt a little angry in his heart, and he grabbed a piece of star beast meat and stuffed it into his mouth. After entering his mouth, the piece of star beast meat immediately turned into a pure energy and merged into his own flesh and blood. Tu Huo was stunned again. This is a real star beast. The subordinates did not fake it, nor did they replace it. If that's the case, then why didn't Ye Bufan react at all? Without waiting for Tu Huo to think more, Ye Bufan looked at him, who was somewhat absent-minded, and suddenly asked, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" "No, nothing." Tu Huo came back to his senses and said, "You continue eating." "Oh." Ye Bufan responded and continued to taste these delicious star beasts. The next second, Tu Huo grabbed Ye Bufan's left wrist, and a ray of divine power penetrated into Ye Bufan's body, using his own divine power to detect Ye Bufan's situation. At this moment, Tu Huo could clearly feel that as Ye Bufan continued to devour star beasts, his own cultivation had also improved to a certain extent. Although this improvement was very small, even negligible, it was real. In other words, after Ye Bufan swallowed the star beasts, he didn't need to rely on himself to absorb and refine them. These star beasts would integrate into his body and improve his cultivation. This fact shocked Tu Huo and even horrified him. As we all know, the practice of a warrior is a gradual process. No matter whether it is the elements of heaven and earth, other elixirs, or the star beasts in front of them, although they can serve as aids to speed up the practice of a warrior, there is still a process. To put it bluntly, the warrior needs to absorb and refine them, and then transform them into part of the body. But what about Ye Bufan? Eat the star beast and directly improve your cultivation. Nima. Doesn't this mean that he doesn't need to practice at all, nor does he need to refine or absorb anything, and can improve his cultivation and strength just by constantly eating? When he thought of this, Tu Huo's breathing stopped. Although the growth of the star beast swallowed by Ye Bufan was disproportionate to his own cultivation, and even Tu Huo felt that a large part of the energy of these star beasts disappeared out of thin air, and was wasted, by Ye Bufan, compared with Ye Bufan's ability, this loss is not worth mentioning at all. In order to verify this conjecture in his mind, Tu Huo released Ye Bufan's wrist and then asked, "Xiao Fan, what kind of martial arts are you practicing?" "Kung Fu." Ye Bufan stuffed a few pieces of star beast into his mouth, chewed them for a few times, and after swallowing them, he looked at Tu Huo and said, "I don't have any skills." "You don't have any skills?" Tu Huo couldn't help but be stunned, and so was Tu Tianfeng beside him. "Yes." Ye Bufan responded. Tu Huo was slightly distracted and said, "You don't have any skills, so how do you practice?" "What is cultivation? What is cultivation?" The corner of Tu Huo's mouth twitched, and Tu Tianfeng's eyes widened, he was completely stunned. "What is cultivation? Damn, this weirdo actually asked such an idiotic and stupid question." After a while, Tu Huo calmed down, but still a little confused. "Xiao Fan, since you haven't practiced, how did you get your current cultivation level?" Cultivation. Ye Bufan stuffed a few pieces of star beast into his mouth, thought for a while, and said, "I don't know either. Anyway, every time I eat, I break through while eating." "Really?" As Ye Bufan spoke, Tu Huo murmured in his heart. He was shocked and even more excited. But at this moment, Tu Tianfeng curled his lips and said, "Eating can also improve your cultivation." "Who are you kidding?" "Tianfeng." Tu Huo glared at her immediately. Snort. Tu Tianfeng snorted coldly, but didn't say much. "Bring it here." The next second, Tu Huo stretched out his right hand towards Tu Tianfeng. "What?" Tu Tianfeng was a little confused. Tu Huo said, "Diwan Dan." "Earth Yuan Dan." Tu Tianfeng groaned and asked in confusion, "As a god king, what do you want the Earth Yuan pill for? Why are you asking so many questions? Give it to me." Tu Huo said sternly. Snort. Tu Tianfeng snorted. Although he was puzzled, he still took out a small porcelain bottle from his body and placed it on the table. He said reluctantly, "I only have 3 left." Tu Huo ignored Tu Tianfeng and picked up the small porcelain bottle on the table. He poured a green pill into his palm and handed it to Ye Bufan, saying with a smile, "Come on, Xiaofan, try this." "What the hell?" Seeing this, Tu Tianfeng jumped up immediately. She glared at Tu Huo and said angrily, "Are you crazy? This is the Earth Yuan Dan used by Earth God Realm warriors to improve their cultivation. He is a scumbag of the third level of God Servant Realm. Aren't you afraid of bursting him? You, a god on earth, know everything. Do I, your father, a god king, need you to remind me? Tu Huo rolled his eyes. Then you still. Tu Tianfeng wanted to say something, but found that the Diwan pill in Tu Huo's hand had been broken into 10 equal-sized pieces. Seeing this scene, Tu Tianfeng was slightly dazed. Tu Huo ignored her and looked at Ye Bufan again, saying, "Come on, Xiaofan, take one and try it." "Oh." Ye Bufan responded, then took out 1/10 of the Diwan pill and threw it into his mouth. "How about it?" Seeing this scene, Tu Huo immediately looked at Ye Bufan with anticipation. "It has no taste and is not delicious." Ye Bufan thought for a moment and said this, but in fact he was already beaming with joy in his heart. The Diwan pill is worthy of being the pill used by Earth God Realm warriors to improve their cultivation. Just the medicinal power of that 10th of a pill just now has significantly improved Ye Bufan's physical body. Ye Bufan felt that with at most 3, his physical body would be able to break through again and reach the 7th level of the mysterious god. In comparison, relying on eating star beasts to increase one's speed is too slow. Of course, Ye Bufan did not express his thoughts, and even disliked the Diwan pill very much. It was precisely because of this that Tu Huo's mouth twitched and he was almost furious. "No taste, not delicious. Damn it. Are you a pig? All you know is eating. I am asking about the effect of Diwan Dan, not whether it tastes good to you." Although he was angry, Tu Huo still suppressed his anger and said with a smile, "Xiaofan, I want to ask you if you felt anything after taking the Yuan Dan." "Feeling? What feeling?" That's right, has your cultivation level improved?" "Cultivation?" Ye Bufan thought for a moment and said, "I didn't notice." Tu Huo's mouth twitched. You are indeed a real foodie. However, he still asked, "Do you feel uncomfortable, or uncomfortable?" "No." "Call." Tu Huo breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "Then try another one." "But brother, this doesn't taste good at all." Ye Bufan said with embarrassment. "Fuck you." Tu Huo was furious, but he still said softly, "Eat one more, just one." "All right." Ye Bufan looked embarrassed but sneered in his heart. "Don't you just want to verify my devouring ability? In that case, I will grant your wish and show you my breakthrough right now." Thinking in his mind, Ye Bufan directly grabbed all the remaining 9 portions of Diwan pills in Tu Huo's hands. Seeing this scene, Tu Huo was shocked. "Xiaofan, one portion is enough." Unfortunately, Ye Bufan simply ignored him and threw 9 portions of Diwan pills into his mouth. Finished. The sudden change made Tu Huo's heart tremble, and a look of fear appeared on his face. Yuan Dan is an exclusive elixir for the Earth God Realm, but Ye Bufan is only at the 3rd level of the Servant God Realm. In his opinion, 9/10 of Yuan Dan are enough to burst Ye Bufan directly. Tu Huo thought so, and Tu Tianfeng was no exception. She even shouted loudly, "It's all your fault, old man. What are you waiting for? Help him dispel the drug effect. If he dies, I will sever the father-daughter relationship with you." Hearing this, Tu Huo came back to his senses instantly. Yes, he should help him dispel the medicinal power of the Diwan pill first. Boom. But at this moment, Ye Bufan's aura suddenly changed. His original cultivation level of the 3rd level of the God Servant directly broke through to the 4th level of the God Servant. Chapter 1489 Want to monopolize Ye Bufan's slaughter fire. Breakthrough. Looking at Ye Bufan, Tu Huo was stunned, and Tu Tianfeng was also dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that Ye Bufan would definitely be blown up by the huge medicinal power of the Diwan pill, but who would have thought that not only was Ye Bufan not blown up, but he actually broke through the 4th level of serving the gods. All this was so unexpected and so sudden. The most terrifying thing was that this guy was still eating. Damn, is this still a human being? Tu Huo and Tu Tianfeng looked at each other, and they saw deep shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. At the same time, there is one thing they can be sure of, that is, any food, at least the vast majority of food, as long as it enters Ye Bufan's body, will be instantly absorbed and instantly transformed into a part of his own cultivation. What does that mean? This means Ye Bufan doesn't need to practice at all. If he wants to improve his strength, he only needs to do one thing, and that is eat. As long as you can eat, you can improve your cultivation. The more you eat, the more you improve. The faster you eat, the faster you improve. What kind of talent is this? It's something I've never heard of or seen before. It's really horrible. After a moment, Tu Tianfeng looked at Tu Huo and said in disbelief, Dad, where did you get this monster from? With his talent, I'm afraid he can challenge the entire 72 realms, or even the eternal divine realm, right? How can you say his talent is only in the top 10? Tu Huo's mouth twitched. Why do I say that his talent can only rank among the top 10 in the 72 domains? Fuck you. I'm talking about his talent for compatibility with the 9 elements, not the terrifying devouring ability in front of me. Besides, the Tianj Chamber of Commerce never told us about his devouring ability, so how would I, your father, know about it? Tu Huo felt confused, yet extremely surprised. 350 billion to buy a human race with perfect compatibility of 9 elements, and also give away a terrifying devouring ability. The 350 billion yuan spent is absolutely worth it. Not only is it worth it, but it is also a huge profit. This is simply pie in the sky, it's like finding a treasure. Etc. Suddenly, Tu Huo seemed to realize something. He was stunned and looked at Ye Bufan again. This is indeed a blessing from heaven, but why would it be the turn of the 7 captains? Because of the 50 billion in kickbacks. If Ye Bufan only had the talent of being fully compatible with all 9 elements, Tu Huo might still believe that Tianu, the branch president of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, sold Ye Bufan to his group of 7 for personal gain. But now with Ye Bufan's terrifying devouring ability, it is different. The compatibility of all 9 elements is perfect, plus this terrifying devouring ability, but it's only sold for 300 billion. This is no longer cheap, it's almost free. Is there such a good thing in the world? Or is there such a creature? Besides, even if there really is such a person, but isn't the bribe that Tianu asked for a little too little? If he asked for 100 billion, 200 billion, or even 300 billion, would the 7 of us refuse to give it to him? The 7 of us will definitely give it because Ye Bufan is worth the price. But Tianu only asked for 50 billion, which seems like a lot, but is actually very unreasonable. Is there something else that he doesn't know? Or does the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce have other plans? As he thought about this, a trace of solemnity immediately appeared on Tu Huo's face. Then he looked at Ye Bufan again. When he saw Ye Bufan eating like a starving ghost, he instantly understood. Why would the seller only sell Ye Bufan for 300 billion when he has such a talent? And why did Tianu only ask for 50 billion in kickbacks? Because they only knew one side of the story. They knew that Ye Bufan had the talent to fully integrate the 9 elements, but they didn't know that he also had an even more terrifying devouring ability. Why don't they know? It's very simple. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce acts as a middleman. If the seller didn't tell them, they naturally wouldn't know about Ye Bufan's devouring ability. As for the seller, Ye Bufan hasn't eaten for 3 years, which means that it is very likely that the seller hasn't fed him since he caught him. Since the other party has never fed Ye Bufan, how could he possibly know about Ye Bufan's devouring ability? Not to mention that the seller doesn't know, I'm afraid Ye Bufan himself doesn't know either. Thinking of this, Tu Huo felt that everything made sense. It's not that the other party has other intentions, but that the 7 group leaders ourselves have picked up a big bargain. When he thought of this, Tu Huo touched his chin and his mind began to become active. Now, only he and his daughter know about Ye Bufan's devouring ability. So can he find a way to buy Ye Bufan from the other 6 leaders and then control Ye Bufan by himself? Although the possibility of success is very small, Tu Huo does not think that this matter is completely hopeless. This is because, although Ye Bufan has the talent of becoming a Hongmeng with full compatibility of 9 elements, it will take a long time to train him into a Hongmeng emperor, and the 16 leaders may not be able to wait for such a long time. Therefore, as long as you can pay enough to impress them, they may not refuse to sell. Of course, if he could buy Ye Bufan, he would have to give up everything in the 7-star Jedi and leave the 7-star Jedi, because Tu Huo firmly believed that the 6 leaders would never allow a potential threat to stay in the 7-star Jedi. But that's not a problem. Compared to having Ye Bufan all to himself, leaving the 7-star Jedi was nothing. The more he thought about it, the stronger Tu Huo's desire to possess Ye Bufan alone became. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly looked at Tu Huo and said, "Brother, I'm done eating." Tu Huo suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at Ye Bufan, then at the clean plates on the table, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Even though he already knew Ye Bufan's devouring ability, he still found it difficult to accept the scene before him. It was really because Ye Bufan ate too fast and too fiercely. How long has it been? A few minutes. In just a few minutes, a scumbag in the servant god realm destroyed a star beast weighing dozens of kilograms. If Tu Huo hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. But that's a good thing. The more Ye Bufan can eat, the faster his cultivation will improve. Now he is just a servant of God and is of no use to himself, but what if he grows up to be the God Emperor, the God Lord, or even the God Emperor, or even the Hongmeng Emperor? Tu Huo believed that by that time, Ye Bufan would become a trump card in his hand, and with his devouring ability, Tu Huo believed that this day would not be too far away. At least it would not take too long to train him into a powerful divine emperor. What he has to do now is to snatch Ye Bufan from the other 6 leaders. Of course, it is also necessary to appease Ye Bufan. So, Tu Huo handed the other 2 earth cloud pills in his hand to Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "Come on, Xiaofan, since the star beast has eaten it, eat these 2 earth yuan pills as well. Eat this." Ye Bufan looked at the 2 Diwan pills in Tu Huo's hand and looked embarrassed. Tu Huo smiled bitterly and said, "Xiaofan, this is a Di-Yuan Dan, one is worth 800,000 divine crystals, and it can help you much more than a star beast. But it's not delicious, and it doesn't fill me up." Ye Bufan curled his lips and said, "Brother, can you sell this and exchange it for a star beast?" "I'll sell you, uncle. I'll replace you, sir." Tu Huo cursed in his heart, but smiled and said, "Xiaofan, it's just a few tens of millions of divine crystals. It's nothing to me. How about this, you eat these 2 earth element pills, and I will let them prepare star beast delicacies for you now." "Good." Ye Bufan said this, and then he immediately took the Diwan pill from Tu Huo's hand and threw it into his mouth. Although he looked reluctant, he was actually very happy in his heart. Is there any difference between star beasts and elixirs? No. For Ye Bufan, as long as he can eat it, he can absorb and refine it. So whether it's a star beast or not, whether it's a low-level or a high-level one, they are all the same. But there is one difference, which is the issue of quantity and speed. Take elixirs and star beasts for example. The energy contained in a D1 pill is equivalent to the total energy of a god-serving star beast. In other words, eating a god-serving star beast and eating an earth yuan pill will bring the same improvement to Ye Bufan. But how long does it take to eat a D yuan dan? How long does it take to eat a god-serving star beast? There is simply no comparison between the two. Perhaps the time Ye Bufan spent eating the star beast was enough for him to consume hundreds of thousands or even millions of D1 pills. In this case, Ye Bufan naturally hopes to swallow the pill himself instead of tearing the star beast apart. After all, the improvement brought by swallowing pills is much faster than swallowing star beasts. But Ye Bufan didn't want Tu Huo to know his thoughts and ideas, and he didn't even want him to see the slightest flaw, because Ye Bufan knew that he was too weak now and couldn't compete with the God King at all, so he could only be careful and careful. Doing this now was just a retreat to advance. Ye Bufan firmly believed that Tu Huo would never let him swallow the star beasts blindly, he would definitely let him choose the elixir. Chapter 1490. Are you courting death? Although he had been mentally prepared, Tu Huo still couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw Ye Bufan swallow 2 D1 pills directly into his stomach. A scumbag in the servant of God's realm dared to swallow 2 earth yuan pills and nothing happened to him. In the past, Tu Huo would not even dare to think about such a thing, but this is the fact. With such talent and ability, Tu Huo was already beginning to envy and hate him. Why don't I have such talent? Why don't I have this ability? Heaven is unfair. Fortunately, Ye Bufan is now in his hands. As long as he buys him from the other 6 captains, he will belong to him completely. At that time, all abilities and talents will belong to him. Controlling Ye Bufan's life and death is equivalent to controlling everything. Soon, dozens of plates of star beast delicacies were brought up. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of star beasts were once again eaten up by Ye Bufan. "Brother, I want more." Looking at Tu Huo, Ye Bufan said with a look of longing and reluctance. Tu Tianfeng's mouth twitched. Tu Huo was even more chaotic and crazy. With this speed, this appetite, and this amount of food, isn't he just too hungry? How much do you have to eat to feel full? Although Tu Huo didn't care about this little money, he still said softly, "Xiaofan, you haven't eaten for a long time. It's not good to eat too much at once, so let's stop here today, okay?" After a pause, Tu Huo continued, of course, Big Brother still says the same thing. You can eat as much as you want here, and Big Brother will definitely satisfy you. But everything has a process, right? If you eat too much and damage your health, Big Brother will be distressed. When Tu Huo said this, Ye Bufan was stunned. But soon, he understood Tu Huo's intention of saying and doing this. The reason why Tu Huo didn't allow himself to eat was because he was afraid that he would improve too quickly, and he wanted to keep himself to himself. Once the other 6 captains knew about his devouring ability, would Tu Huo still have a chance to keep himself to himself? Even if he could, he would have to pay a greater price by then. So Tu Huo did this just as a temporary measure. He didn't want the other 6 leaders to know about his ability. At least before he bought himself from the other 6 leaders, he didn't want them to know about his ability. Tu Huo thought so, and so did Ye Bufan. After all, Ye Bufan needs to accumulate strength secretly, so he cannot improve his cultivation too quickly. Even if he wants to improve, he can only improve his physical cultivation. In this case, the resources consumed by Ye Bufan and the improvement in his cultivation must be disproportionate. When Tu Huo and the other 7 captains know this fact, will they still meet Ye Bufan's needs? Definitely not. So according to Ye Bufan's original plan, he was going to cheat this one and then that one. After cheating all 7-star pirate groups, he believed that he had the ability to protect himself. Even now, Ye Bufan still thinks so. However, Tu Huo's desire to monopolize himself and hide his talent was a big obstacle, even a fatal obstacle, for Ye Bufan. After all, Ye Bufan sold himself to the 7-starry sky pirates through Ji Chongshuan, and his fundamental purpose was to use the 7-starry sky pirates to improve himself. If he can't eat and can't improve his strength, then why would he sell himself to the 7-star pirates? Of course, once Tu Huo has himself all to himself, he will definitely work hard to cultivate himself. But how long will that take? 1 day, 2 days? Or 1 month, 2 months? What's more, extinguishing the fire may not be possible as desired. If he couldn't have me all to himself in the end, would I have wasted a month of my time? Ye Bufan doesn't want this kind of result to happen, and waiting like this is too passive. He must take the initiative and quickly improve his strength. But now Tu Huo has obviously made up his mind. If I force it, it may only backfire. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan secretly glanced at Tu Tianfeng beside him. At this moment, Tu Tianfeng looked at him with a look of obsession and intoxication. That look made Ye Bufan feel uneasy and trembling in his heart. However, for Ye Bufan, Tu Tianfeng is a good breakthrough point in the current situation. For the sake of strength, it's okay to sacrifice yourself temporarily. Oh. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan responded weakly, with a hint of loneliness flashing across his face. Tu Huo saw all of this, and although he didn't want to, he had no choice. So, he patted Ye Bufan on the shoulder and said with a smile, Xiao Fan, I am doing this for your own good. But don't worry, when your body is almost recovered, I will prepare whatever you want to eat and as much as you want to eat. How about it? Ye Bufan nodded, thank you, brother. I will listen to you. Tu Huo smiled slightly. This human race is so easy to deceive. Then he spoke again. Well, let Fenger take you outside now. If you see anything you like, just buy it. Anyway, Big Brother is not short of money. Is this okay? Ye Bufan glanced at Tu Huo and asked softly. Why not? Tu Huo smiled slightly and said, just go there with confidence and buy whatever you like. When you get the things, just ask them to come to the city lord's mansion to settle the bill. Damn, are you trying to kill yourself? When Tu Huo said this, Ye Bufan was overjoyed. Originally, he was still thinking about how to maximize his benefits, but he didn't expect Tu Huo to say this. Just take whatever you like, and then ask the sellers to come to the city lord's mansion to settle the bill. Hey, since you are so generous, don't blame me for being rude. Since I'm going to kill you anyway, I'll take this opportunity to kill you and eat you up. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan said gratefully, thank you, brother. What are you thanking me for? You're welcome, big brother. Tu Huo said with a smile, then looked at Tu Tianfeng and warned, Fenger, treat Xiaofan well later, okay? If Xiaofan is unhappy, I will beat you up. Nu. Tu Tianfeng said this, and then came to Ye Bufan's side in a flash, and put his arm around Ye Bufan's shoulders, and said with an obsessed look on his face, Brother Xiaofan, let's go. Hiss. The sudden scene made Ye Bufan shiver all over and even got goosebumps all over the floor. This figure, this appearance, and all that fur, damn, it's simply fatal. Also, how old are you? How old am I? According to the human race's age, you can be my aunt. Is that brother Xiaofan? My brother is your uncle. However, for the sake of strength, I endured it. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan gritted his teeth and said, Sister Tianfeng, thank you. Puff. After hearing this, Ye Bufan felt like he was about to vomit. But there's nothing I can do. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head, especially if you have other intentions. Watching Ye Bufan and Tu Tianfeng walk out of the hall, Tu Huo smiled slightly, looking very satisfied. Although Ye Bufan did not agree to this marriage, at least it was a good start, wasn't it? What's more, when he takes back the soul circles from the other 6 captains, then the life and death of the human race will be completely in his hands. Without the competition among the 7 families, do I still need to try so hard to please this human? No need at all. When the time comes, you will have to obey whether you like or not. As soon as he thought of this, the smile on Tu Huo's face disappeared, and there was only a cold light in his eyes. As one of the leaders of the 7-star pirate groups, Tu Huo has never been a good man. Someone come. Suddenly, Tu Huo shouted loudly. Captain. A guard outside the hall immediately ran in. Tu Huo looked at him and said coldly, take a team to follow the young lady and the human. Remember, I don't want to see the human get hurt in the slightest. If he loses a hair, I will kill you. Do you understand? The guard trembled. Although he didn't know why Tu Huo attached so much importance to that human, he still responded, yes, Captain. Go ahead. Tu Huo shook his hands and added, by the way, let the 2 deputy captains come to see me. Yes. The guard responded and immediately left the hall. Tu Huo walked to the captain's throne deep in the hall and sat down. He held his chin with his left hand and tapped the armrest with his right fingers, with a thoughtful look on his face. With all 9 elements and the ability to devour infinitely, this human, I must take it for myself. Chapter 1491 Sin. Sin. The moon in the golden building, let alone the heaven and earth. These 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman, are the other 2 god kings in the Holy Mars Sky Pirates besides Tu Huo, and are also the 2 deputy leaders of the Holy Mars Sky Pirates. Jin Luyu belongs to the Golden Armor clan. His strength is slightly weaker, and he is only at the 1st level of the Divine King. Kuang Tiandi's original form is from the White Bone clan. His cultivation is second only to Tu Huo, and he is the 2nd strongest person in the 3rd level of the God King realm within the Holy Mars Sky Pirates. After receiving the summons, the 2 of them came to the hall. Captain. Looking at Tu Huo, both of them had expressions of curiosity and inquiry. Tu Huo did not hide anything and directly told them everything about Ye Bufan. He also asked them to work with him to find a way to snatch Ye Bufan from the other 6-star pirate groups. As for the matter of leaking secrets, Tu Huo was not worried at all, because both Jin Luyu and Kuang Tiandi had the soul-controlling circles he had planted on them. Unless they wanted to die, they would never betray him, let alone leak anything related to Ye Bufan. As for the soul-protecting circles on the 2 men, they were not forcibly inserted into their bodies by Tu Huo, but were planted for them by Jin Luyu and Kuang Tiandi at their own initiative when the Holy Mars Sky Pirates were first established. It can be said that this was their pledge of allegiance, to join the Holy Mars Sky Pirates. It is also because of the Soul Circle that they have been able to become Tu Huo's confidants over the years, and have even advanced from the original gods to the current god kings. Over the years, Tu Huo had also mentioned taking the soul-controlling circles from the 2 of them, but they both refused because they both knew very well that in addition to controlling life and death, the soul-controlling circles could also measure a person's loyalty. For example, if loyalty is compared to a value from 0 feet to 100 feet, then below 50 is equivalent to being strangers, 60 to 80 is equivalent to having a good impression, and 80 to 90 is the stage of loyalty, and above 90 is the stage of die-hard loyalty. Of course, loyalty cannot be tested or faked, but as long as the loyalty of the person who is trapped in the soul circle to the person who planted the soul circle reaches 90 or above, that is, the die-hard level, then the soul circle will automatically dissipate and cease to exist. The soul circles of Jin Luyu and Kuang Tiandi have not dissipated yet, which means that their loyalty to Tu Huo has not reached above 90, which means they have not reached the level of die-hard fans. In this case, they naturally would not let Tu Huo take their soul-controlling circles. After all, doing so would most likely make Tu Huo suspicious of them in the future. They don't want this to happen. Besides, if they had not betrayed Tu Huo, how could Tu Huo use the Soul Circle to kill them? Therefore, it does not make much difference to them whether the Soul Circle is there or not. In fact, the existence of the Soul Circle can even become a bridge of trust between them. This is also the main reason why Tu Huo revealed everything about Ye Bufan. Captain, are you saying that the human you brought back just now not only has full compatibility with all 9 elements, but also has a very terrifying devouring ability? This devouring ability allows this human to instantly absorb food and elixirs and transform them into its own cultivation. After listening to Tu Huo's story, Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi were both shocked and incredulous. Tu Huo nodded and said, however, the other 6-star pirate groups are currently unaware of his devouring ability. They only know that his compatibility with all 9 elements is full. Hiss. After Tu Huo finished speaking, Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi couldn't help but gasp. The compatibility of all 9 elements is full, plus the terrifying ability of infinite devouring. This human is simply going against the will of heaven. If they had enough resources, they could even push this human's cultivation to the Hongmeng level within a day. The Emperor Hongmeng. Creating Hongmeng in one day is terrifying just to think about. For a brief moment, Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi looked at each other, and then looked at Tu Huo. Jin Luyu said, Captain, do you mean that we should monopolize this human race and then leave the 7-star Jedi? Yes, Tu Huo responded. Quang Tiandi frowned and said, Captain, this is very difficult. Yes, Jin Luyu responded and said, although they don't know that this human has such a terrifying ability, but just based on the perfect combination of the 9 elements, they will surely not give up easily. Tu Huo said with a distressed look, that's why I called you here to discuss countermeasures together. Upon hearing this, Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi fell into silence instantly, with a look of deep thought on their faces. The compatibility of the 9 elements is full, plus there is a devouring ability that is not extreme. It can be said that if this human can be owned and monopolized, then it will definitely be an unprecedented opportunity for the entire Holy Mars Sky Pirates. But how can we seize control of this human from the other 6-star pirate groups and have him all to ourselves from now on? I have to say that this is a very difficult problem, and even there is no solution at all. In the Holy Mars Sky Pirates, Tu Huo, Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi, the 2 deputy captains at the God King level, were discussing how to take back control of Ye Bufan from the other 6 families, while Ye Bufan left the City Lord's mansion under the leadership of Tu Tianfeng. As soon as he left the City Lord's mansion, Ye Bufan looked as if he had done something wrong, and looked at Tu Tianfeng, saying weakly, Sister Tianfeng, tell me is brother Tu Huo angry? Ah. When Ye Bufan said this, Tu Tianfeng was stunned, then looked at Ye Bufan, puzzled. No. Why would brother Xiaofan say that? Tu Tianfeng's call of brother Xiaofan, and the ambiguous look in his eyes gave Ye Bufan goosebumps all over the floor. However, in order to improve his own strength, he still gritted his teeth and said lightly, if big brother is not angry, then, why doesn't he give me food? This. Tu Tianfeng was stunned and speechless. She didn't know that Tu Huo did this to hide Ye Bufan's devouring ability, so when Ye Bufan said this, she also felt very strange. But at this moment, Ye Bufan's stomach made a rumbling sound. Brother Xiaofan, you're not hungry, are you? Hearing the protest from Ye Bufan's stomach, Tu Tianfeng looked at him with a look of horror. Ye Bufan scratched his head and said awkwardly, it seems a little bit. Damn. Tu Tianfeng's mouth twitched. You've eaten nearly 100 kilograms of star beasts, and you're still hungry. Are you still human? However, Tu still looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, since brother Xiaofan is hungry, Fenger will take brother Xiaofan to eat something delicious. Let's go. After saying that, Tu Tianfeng immediately pulled Ye Bufan towards a street. Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment and said, Sister Tianfeng, this is not good. Big brother will be angry. Fine. Tu Tianfeng patted his chest and assured, with me here, the old man won't dare to do anything to you. Besides, if we eat first and he pays later, that's called acting first and asking for permission later. By then you've already eaten and spent the money, will he ask you to spit it out? Let's go, it's okay, I'll protect you, don't be afraid of this good guy Tu Huo. Ye Bufan was delighted. Sister, you are so domineering. This is exactly what I want you to say. Execute first and report later, right? What I want is to kill first and report later, and I want to kill them all before your father can even react. But if you want to kill them all, you have to be strategic. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan said calmly, Sister Tianfeng, how about we go buy some pills first? The speed of eating meat is not as fast as that of eating pills. What Ye Bufan wants now is speed, the faster the better. There is no fastest, only the fastest. Medicine. Tu Tianfeng was stunned and said, but didn't Brother Xiaofan say that the pills are not tasty? The pills are not tasty, but Ye Bufan thought for a moment and said, the pills can quickly improve my strength. From what I saw from my elder brother just now, he seemed to really want me to improve my strength quickly. If I take some pills first and improve my strength before eating, maybe my elder brother won't be angry. I see. Tu Tianfeng hesitated for a moment and said, then let's go buy some pills first, and then go eat. The biggest reason why Tu Tianfeng said this was that she was very curious about Ye Bufan's devouring ability. She wanted to see the shocking scenes brought about by Ye Bufan's continuous breakthroughs. Seeing that Tu Tianfeng agreed to his request very readily, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ponder a few times in his heart. Sin. Although Tu Tianfeng is already in her 40s, the life courses of different races are completely different. If calculated according to the life course of the human race, there is actually no difference between Tu Tianfeng who is in her 40s and a 17 or 18-year-old girl of the human race. Ye Bufan felt like he was kidnapping an underage girl at this moment. It's really despicable. However, in order to improve my strength as quickly as possible, this is the only way for now. What's more, whether it was Tu Huo or Tu Tianfeng, they had no good intentions towards him. What goes around comes around. Just consider it as teaching them a lesson. Chapter 1492 Sister, you are so domineering. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. In order to quickly improve his strength, Ye Bufan has already sacrificed his looks, so why would he care about anything else? Under the guidance of Tu Tianfeng, Ye Bufan and his companions soon arrived at a store called Baoyuexuan. This is a store that specializes in selling all kinds of elixirs, and it also purchases various levels of magical medicines from outside. According to Tu Tianfeng, there are as many as 100 or 200 shops like Baoyuzan that specialize in purchasing magical medicines and selling elixirs in the entire Holy Fire City. But even so, the business of these shops is still very hot. After all, there are many creatures of various races traveling to and from the 7-star Jedi every day, and most of these creatures are star pirates. What are star pirates? The star pirates are a group of desperate criminals who roam the starry sky, specializing in burning, killing and looting. Since there is burning, killing and looting, there will inevitably be fighting and slaughter. Since there is fighting and killing, there will inevitably be casualties. Since there are casualties, they will definitely need treatment. Therefore, whether it is the entire 7-star Jedi or the Holy Fire City, one of the 7 cities, the star pirates have a huge demand for various types of elixirs, and the most scarce among them are various healing elixirs. In addition to healing elixirs, other elixirs are naturally indispensable. After all, the star pirates also need to practice and improve their strength, otherwise why would they burn, kill and loot everywhere? Of course, stores like Baoyuexuan are just the most ordinary ones, and the quality of the pills they provide will not be very high. If you want a more advanced chamber of commerce, you can only look for a chamber of commerce, such as the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce that Ye Bufan had visited before. The Chamber of Commerce not only provides high-level elixirs, but also sells more than just elixirs. It can be said that the goods in the Chamber of Commerce are very comprehensive. Of course, compared to these shops, the prices of the Chamber of Commerce are still slightly higher. After Ye Bufan and Tu Tianfeng walked into Baoyuexuan, the shopkeeper at the counter was stunned at first, then immediately walked out of the counter and came to greet them. Looking at Tu Tianfeng, he nodded and said, "So it's the young lady. It really makes our shop shine that the young lady can come to our shop." Changing the subject, the shopkeeper continued, "I wonder if there is anything I can do for you, miss." Tu Tianfeng is Tu Huo's only daughter. It can be said that most of the aliens in the entire Holy Fire City know her, especially those aliens who live in the Holy Fire City like the shopkeeper in front of him. They are even more aware of Tu Tianfeng's identity. Looking at the shopkeeper who was bowing and nodding in front of him, Tu Huo glared at him and said with some contempt, "I came here to buy elixirs, otherwise what else can I come for?" Yes, that's what the young lady said. The shopkeeper responded immediately, and then asked, I wonder what kind of medicine the young lady wants to buy. It can improve your cultivation. But at this moment, Ye Bufan on the side immediately spoke. Well, the shopkeeper was stunned, then looked at Ye Bufan again. At this time, Tu Tianfeng said, This is my brother Xiaofan, whatever he says is what it is. Brother Xiaofan. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. He was so smart that he immediately realized that Ye Bufan was the real boss, so he immediately said, Yes, sir, please follow me. Then the shopkeeper welcomed Ye Bufan to the counter, and he himself walked into the counter. The next second, the shopkeeper took out 2 bottles of pills from the counter and placed them in front of Ye Bufan, saying with a smile, Young master, these are the Yuanling pill and Rongling pill of the servant god level. The Yuanling pill can improve the cultivation of the servant god level warriors, while the Rongling pill can accelerate the absorption of the Yuanling pill. These 2 kinds of pills are just right for you. After a pause, the shopkeeper continued, We meet for the first time today. These 2 bottles of elixirs are my gift to you. Please accept them. Oh, Ye Bufan responded, and then immediately put away the 2 bottles of pills. They were given to him for free anyway, so he might as well take them. The shopkeeper was stunned. Oh, I gave you 2 bottles of pills and in return you just said oh. Do you have to be so cool? Although the shopkeeper was unhappy, he did not show it. After all, he knew very well who he could and could not offend. At least Ye Bufan was not someone he could offend, because he had the support of the city lord's mansion. Before the shopkeeper could think about it, Ye Bufan asked again, Do you have Yuan Dan? Earth Yuan Dan. The shopkeeper was stunned. Bang! Without waiting for him to think, Tu Tianfeng slammed the counter with her palm and shouted, Why are you talking so much nonsense? I'm asking if you have it. If you do, take it out quickly. It's just a Yuan Dan. Are you afraid that I can't afford it? Yes. The shopkeeper came back to his senses, responded repeatedly, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, immediately took out a bottle of pills from the counter, put it on the counter, and said, Sir, miss, this is Yuan pill, 10 pills in a bottle. Ye Bufan didn't waste any words and directly took the bottle of Yuan Dan on the counter. He looked at the shopkeeper and asked, Anything else? The shopkeeper's mouth twitched. Is there anything else? Brother, what do you mean? The market price of 1 Yuan pill is 800,000, and a bottle of 10 pills is 8 million. This is 8 million divine crystals. You haven't paid yet, but you've already put the pills away. The scariest thing is, you actually asked me if I have any more. What do you want to do? You're not here to rob, are you? Bang! The shopkeeper was panicking, but Tu Tianfeng slammed his palm on the counter again. Brother Xiaofan is asking you a question, why are you standing there? Do you have any more Yuan pills? The shopkeeper had a bitter look on his face. There must be more Yuan pills, but I'm afraid you won't pay for them. Moreover, there is no evidence to support this, so I won't have anywhere to appeal even if I want to. Ye Bufan knew what the shopkeeper was thinking, so he immediately said, Boss, don't worry, these pills are priced the same as they should be, and you won't be left out. After a pause, Ye Bufan added, Brother Tu Huo said that we should just record whatever we buy, and then you can just take the bill to the city lord's mansion to get the money. 2. Brother Tu Huo. Ye Bufan's words made the shopkeeper's heart tremble. Who is Tu Huo? He is the lord of Holy Fire City and the leader of the Holy Fire Sky Pirates, a powerful god king level being. This kid actually calls himself Brother Tu Huo. Wait, didn't Tu Tianfeng call him Brother Xiaofan? How come he became Brother Tu Huo? This relationship made the shopkeeper confused, but he understood. According to Ye Bufan, they would record the purchases and then take the bills to the city lord's mansion to get the money. If this is true, then the shopkeeper is not afraid. After all, with the bill, the city lord's mansion has no way to deny the payment. If it denies the payment, then the impact on the city lord's mansion will be significant. After all, if the city lord's mansion does this, who will dare to do business in Holy Fire City in the future? The shopkeeper believed that Tu Huo would not be so stupid as to destroy the Holy Fire City for such a small amount of money. Yes. Immediately, the shopkeeper responded repeatedly, then took out 2 bottles of Yuan Dan and said, Sir, our shop only has these 3 bottles of Yuan Dan. Oh. Ye Bufan put away the 2 bottles of Yuan Dan, and then asked, Is there any elixir that can improve the cultivation of the gods? God. The shopkeeper was stunned again. You are a scum in the servant god realm. It's okay for you to ask for the Diyuan Dan, but you also want the Tianyuan Dan. What do you want Tianyuan Dan for? Play or watch? Even if you have money, you don't have to squander it like this, right? Tu Tianfeng was also stunned by the shopkeeper's words, but she soon felt relieved. Brother Xiaofan can directly refine the Diwan pill, so why can't he directly refine the Tianyuan pill? Just thinking about it, Tu Tianfeng felt envious. Tianyuan pill. If she could also swallow the Tianyuan pill directly like Ye Bufan, then would her advancement to becoming a celestial god be far away. However, talent is something that cannot be envied, not to mention that Ye Bufan is her designated husband. Isn't Ye Bufan's strength the same as her, Tu Tianfeng's strength? As soon as he thought of this, Tu Tianfeng immediately glared at the shopkeeper and said, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take out the Tianyuan pill. Oh, do you have the Shenhuang pill? If you do, forget it, take out all the pills from your house. My brother Xiaofan will take them all." Girl, you are so domineering. When Tu Tianfeng said this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel excited and thrilled. Apart from the elixirs that can directly improve one's cultivation, are other elixirs useful to Ye Bufan? Of course it is useful. It can be said that with the heaven-swallowing seal of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, all elixirs are the same to Ye Bufan. The medicinal power of the elixir is the level of cultivation. It's just that Ye Bufan didn't want to arouse the vigilance and suspicion of others, especially Tu Huo, so he only chose those elixirs that could improve his cultivation. Unexpectedly, Tu Tianfeng actually asked the shopkeeper to pack up all the pills. This is simply divine help, and it is exactly what Ye Bufan wants. Ye Bufan said this, and the shopkeeper was confused. God King pill. And pack up all the pills in my store. Damn, are you sure you're not robbing me? Or are you kidding me? Chapter 1493. Bye. Miss, are you joking? After a moment, the shopkeeper wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at Tu Tianfeng with a nervous expression. Although his shop is not very big and does not have any expensive elixirs, the advantage is that there are a lot of elixirs. The total value of all the elixirs added up is definitely hundreds of millions. You packed up and took away all the elixirs worth hundreds of millions of divine crystals. The most important thing is that most of these pills are healing pills. What does the city lord's mansion need so many healing pills for? Even if you have money, you don't have to squander it like this, right? Who's kidding you? The shopkeeper was thinking in his heart, but Tu Tianfeng scolded him, "Hurry up and pack up all the pills in your store for me. If you keep whining, I'll beat you up." A dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse's son is born to dig holes. Tu Tianfeng is worthy of being Tu Huo's daughter. Look at her posture, her expression, and listen to the tone of her voice. This is a real star pirate. Ye Bufan was overjoyed. The shopkeeper, however, had cold sweat on his forehead. Who is Tu Tianfeng? She was the only daughter of Tu Huo, the lord of Holy Fire City, someone he absolutely dared not provoke. Now Tu Tianfeng wants all the pills in his shop, what can he do? If he didn't give it to him, Tu Tianfeng would most likely demolish the store and even take his life. But if he gave it to him, this was a pill worth hundreds of millions, which was his half-life savings. How could he bear to give it up? It's not right to give, and it's not right not to give. The shopkeeper was extremely conflicted. However, the shopkeeper's contradictory mentality only lasted for a moment. What is money? Money is a bastard. You can earn it again if you lose it. But if you lose your life for these mere material possessions, it would be totally not worth it. Yes, miss, I will pack them for you now. The shopkeeper wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then took out bottles of pills from the counter, feeling extremely regretful. Who said that the 7-star pirates have turned over a new leaf? Damn it, you're just a fart. It is easy to change the country, but difficult to change one's nature. A star pirate is a star pirate, and they can never change their nature as a star pirate throughout their lifetime. Thinking back over the years, he had indeed made a lot of money in the 7 Stars Jedi, but what about now? All those years of hard work had gone to waste. Not only had he been beaten back to his original form in one move, but he had also lost all his original capital. Damn it. In the shopkeeper's opinion, Tu Tianfeng's behavior at this moment was simply instigated by Tu Huo. Over the years, Tu Huo had raised them like pigs, and now the pigs were fat, so he had to start slaughtering them. This is fucking real. This is fucking real. The shopkeeper secretly swore in his heart that after getting rid of Tu Tianfeng, he would leave the 7-star Jedi immediately. Anyway, he didn't want to stay in this damn place for even a second longer. How much? After the shopkeeper took out all the pills, Tu Tianfeng looked at him and asked. Ah, the shopkeeper was stunned. What? I want to ask you how much these pills cost. Tu Tianfeng glared at the shopkeeper and said angrily. This. The shopkeeper was stunned again, feeling even more confused and uncertain. How much? Aren't you going to rob? Or am I wrong and have misunderstood you? But no matter what, since Tu Tianfeng asked this, the shopkeeper would naturally answer her. After all, this was a pill worth hundreds of millions, and it would be best if it could not be stolen. Thinking of this, the shopkeeper said tremblingly, reporting to the young lady, these pills are worth a total of 737,630,000. I will give you the small change. I will take 700 million, 730 million. 730 million. Tu Tianfeng groaned for a moment and said, okay, bring me paper and pen. Ah, the shopkeeper was stunned again. Ah, what? Didn't I tell you a long time ago that I have written a receipt and you can just go to the city lord's mansion to collect the money? Tu Tianfeng rolled her eyes and said impatiently. I really give you money. Looking at Tu Tianfeng, the shopkeeper felt like he was dreaming. He originally thought that Tu Tianfeng was robbing, but he didn't expect this guy really came to buy pills, and bought all the pills in his store at once. In this way, wouldn't I not lose all my money, but also make a lot of money? 730 million. Excluding the capital, I can at least earn 70 or 80 million, right? Bang. Thinking in his heart, the shopkeeper couldn't help but slap himself. Hey, why are you still hitting yourself? Seeing this scene, Tu Tianfeng said with a look of surprise and confusion. Ye Bufan was overjoyed. Do you have the nerve to ask the shop owner why he slapped himself in the face? It's all because of you. With the way you behaved just now, people thought you were here to rob them, but now you suddenly say you want to give them money, so they thought they were dreaming, so they slapped themselves in the face. Ah. After the slap, he felt a burning pain. He came back to his senses instantly. He instinctively made a sound of surprise, then looked at Tu Tianfeng and said repeatedly, no, nothing. Why don't you bring me some paper and pen? Yes, yes, yes. The shopkeeper responded a few times and then helped Tu Tianfeng get paper and pen. Swish, swish, swish. Tu Tianfeng directly wrote down a receipt for 730 million. Then she pushed the receipt in front of the shopkeeper and said calmly, take it, go to the city lord's mansion to collect the money yourself. This is true. This is not a dream. Looking at the receipt in front of him, the shopkeeper was overjoyed and relieved at the same time. He put away the receipt and looked at Tu Tianfeng and said repeatedly, thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. Tu Tianfeng ignored the shopkeeper and turned to look at Ye Bufan beside him. She took his arm and said with a smile, Brother Xiaofan, let's go to the next store and continue. Well, hearing this, the shopkeeper was stunned. Ye Bufan was confused. Go to the next one and continue. This was naturally what Ye Bufan expected. He had even been thinking about what reason and excuse he could use to get Tu Tianfeng to continue taking him to collect medicinal pills after leaving Baoyuexuan. Unexpectedly, Tu Tianfeng actually brought it up himself. This script is wrong. Girl, you haven't seen through me, have you? Brother Xiaofan, what's wrong with you? Seeing Ye Bufan's stunned expression, Tu Tianfeng couldn't help but ask. Ah. Ye Bufan came back to his senses and responded, no, nothing. Then let's go. Tu Tianfeng said happily, I just realized that spending money is so much fun. I have decided that I must go on a shopping spree today. I want to buy everything in Holy Fire City. When Tu Tianfeng said this, the shopkeeper was dumbfounded and Ye Bufan was confused. Do you want to buy all the items from all the shops in Holy Fire City? Girl, please don't be scary, okay? Do you know how many shops there are in Holy Fire City? Do you know how many items are in these shops? Most importantly, do you know how much all these items are worth in total? Buy them all. Does your father, the city lord, have so much money? However, Ye Bufan figured out that the reason why Tu Tianfeng wanted to go to the next store was not because she saw through his inner thoughts, but because of her own nature, a woman's obsession and madness with shopping. Of course, this is a good thing. Since Tu Tianfeng wanted to buy it, Ye Bufan naturally wouldn't refuse. He didn't have to spend any money himself anyway. The most important thing was with Tu Tianfeng taking the lead, Ye Bufan not only wouldn't have to worry about arousing Tu Huo's suspicion, but he could also easily achieve his goal. It was definitely killing two birds with one stone. As for how much money it would cost and whether Tu Huo could afford it, Ye Bufan didn't need to worry about it. Of course, Ye Bufan also needs to guide Tu Tianfeng to only target the medicine shops in Holy Fire City. This is not to help Tu Huo save money, but to buy himself more time. After all, Tu Tianfeng is so crazy about shopping, Tu Huo will definitely stop it after knowing it. Therefore, Ye Bufan must collect as many pills as possible before Tu Huo finds out, that is, before these shopkeepers take the receipts to the city lord's mansion to collect the money and attract Tu Huo's attention. Not only that, these pills must be swallowed immediately. Otherwise, if Tu Huo takes these pills back, he will have no place to cry. Only by transforming these pills into one's own cultivation can one truly reap the rewards. As for how to guide Tu Tianfeng, that is even simpler. Explain with reason and move with emotion. Tu Tianfeng wanted to take over these shops just on a whim, which means she had no need for them at all. In that case, I believe Tu Huo would not say anything if I guided her to buy the elixirs. After all, the pills can still be taken. As for other things, such as armor, for warriors, although armor is useful, one person can only wear one set. If Tu Tianfeng buys a lot of armor, can't he only use it for viewing? This is true for armor, and most other items are similar. Of course, Tu Huo couldn't take back any of the pills he had obtained, because Ye Bufan would eat them all and transform them into his own physical cultivation. Next, after Ye Bufan and Tu Tianfeng left Baoyuexuan, under the leadership of Ye Bufan, no, it should be said that under the leadership of Tu Tianfeng, the two began to sweep all the shops selling elixirs in Shengwo City. Yuehuaxuan, elixirs worth 830 million, all packed up and taken away. Zion Pavilion, elixirs worth 670 million, all packed up and taken away. Tenglongshuan, elixirs worth 960 million, all packed up and taken away. In Baiyun Mansion, all the pills worth 560 million were packed up and taken away. After leaving the first, Baoyuexuan, Tu Tianfeng swept through more than a dozen nearby shops specializing in selling elixirs. Wherever he passed, there were only 3 words: buy, buy, buy. Ye Bufan followed Tu Tianfeng and was extremely happy. Tu Tianfeng was responsible for shopping, while he was responsible for eating. Moreover, Ye Bufan did not eat them one by one, but poured them into his mouth bottle by bottle. The way he did it was no different from drinking water. After a large amount of pills entered his stomach, they were directly refined by the heaven swallowing seal and transformed into Ye Bufan's own cultivation. Not only that, while the heaven swallowing seal was activated, the Hongmeng seal was also transforming madly. Because of this, although Ye Bufan's martial arts cultivation was still at the 4th level of the God Servant, his physical cultivation had entered a crazy breakthrough with unstoppable force. The 8th level of Xuanshan. The 9th level of the mysterious god. By the time Ye Bufan and Tu Tianfeng walked into the 7th store, Ye Bufan's physical cultivation had already broken through the Xuanshan realm and was about to enter the Dishan realm. How long did it take? But it only took a few minutes. Ye Bufan's breakthrough has definitely reached a crazy level. Compared to swallowing star beasts, the improvement brought by swallowing the elixir is really too fast. There is no comparison between the two at all. There are 2 worlds, earth and gods. The 3 heavens of earthly gods. After Ye Bufan's physical cultivation reached the 4th level of earth god, his unstoppable breakthrough speed finally slowed down. It was really the level of the elixirs sold in these shops was not very high. Take the first one, Baoyuexuan. For example, there was only one kind of earth god level elixir, the Diwan pill, and there were only 20 of them. As for the heavenly god level elixir, there was only one, Tianyuan pill. Baoyuexuan was like this, and other shops were similar. In these shops, servant god and mysterious god level elixirs were sold in large quantities, earth god level elixirs were already very rare, and heaven god level elixirs were already considered the treasures of the shops. As for God King level elixirs, after Tu Tianfeng had swept more than a dozen shops, Ye Bufan had not encountered a single God King level elixir. He only had elixirs of the Servant of God and Mysterious God levels, plus a small amount of Earth God level elixirs. Faced with the surging demand after Ye Bufan's breakthrough, his breakthrough speed naturally slowed down. Ye Bufan was very dissatisfied with this, extremely dissatisfied. Could it be that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity can only stop at the Earth God realm? No, never. However, the elixirs of the Servant God realm and the Mysterious God realm no longer have much effect on Ye Bufan's physical body, and can only be compensated by quantity, but where can there be so many Servant God realm and Mysterious God realm elixirs for Ye Bufan to swallow, not to mention Ye Bufan doesn't have so much time. After all, more than 10 minutes have passed since they left the first shop. As the owners of these shops go to the city lord's mansion one after another, Ye Bufan believes that it won't be long before Tu Huo will come to stop Tu Tianfeng. Therefore, Ye Bufan simply ignored the elixirs of the Servant of God realm and the Mysterious God realm. After his physical body advanced to the 4th level of Earth God, he had no intention of continuing to swallow these 2 levels of elixirs. However, it happened that most of the elixirs in these shops were of the Servant of God and Mysterious God levels, while Earth God level elixirs were pitifully rare, and Heavenly God level elixirs were even rarer. What to do? Just let it go like that? No. Anyway, it has come to this, so let's be more ruthless. When Ye Bufan and Tu Tianfeng walked out of the 21st shop, Ye Bufan couldn't help but suggest, Sister Tianfeng, shall we go to Tianhe Chamber of Commerce? Chapter 1494, Captain, something happened. Sister Tianfeng, let's go to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that the Servant of Gods and Mystic God realm elixirs in these shops could no longer meet his needs, Ye Bufan turned his attention directly to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. As the top chamber of commerce in the Purple Emperor Star Domain, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in the Holy Fire City is only a branch of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. However, Ye Bufan believes that even as a branch of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, it definitely has a large number of Earth God and Sky God elixirs, and may even have God King elixirs. If he could get another God Emperor level elixir, he would really be rich. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Tu Tianfeng was stunned by Ye Bufan's proposal. Tu Tianfeng naturally understood what the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce was like, and he was not unfamiliar with it. In fact, most of the resources of the city lord's mansion were directly supplied by the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. That was why Tu Tianfeng agreed without even thinking about it. Okay, let's go to Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Ye Bufan chuckled in his heart. Next, under the leadership of Tu Tianfeng, the two went straight to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Of course, even though she was heading straight for the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Tu Tianfeng still did not let go of other medicine shops along the way. It can be said that she swept through them all the way. By the time she and Ye Bufan arrived at the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, they had already swept through 7 shops again. Up to this point, the number of shops swept by Tu Tianfeng had exceeded 30. Naturally, all the pills in these more than 30 shops went into Ye Bufan's stomach. Of course, in the following shops, apart from the elixirs of the Earth God and Heaven God levels, Ye Bufan did not swallow the other elixirs of the Servant God and Mysterious God levels, but simply put them away. The reason for doing this was not because Ye Bufan felt sorry for Tu Huo's money, but because with his current physical cultivation, the help of Servant God and Mysterious God level elixirs to him was minimal, or in other words, with Ye Bufan's current physical cultivation, if he wanted to rely on these 2 levels of elixirs to break through, then he would need to swallow a large amount of these 2 levels of elixirs. Ye Bufan was too lazy to eat, and he didn't have enough time or pills to eat. Now, Ye Bufan's target is the Earth Gods, Sky Gods, and even God King level elixirs in the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Even so, before Ye Bufan entered the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, his physical body had already reached the 6th level of the Earth God. When Ye Bufan and Tu Tianfeng entered the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Tu Tianfeng's crazy behavior of collecting elixirs had already spread throughout the area they passed by. In less than half an hour, more than 30 stores spent more than 20 billion yuan. Tu Tianfeng's almost crazy behavior scared most of the alien races nearby. Of course, what they feel more is curiosity, envy, jealousy and hatred. More than 20 billion worth of pills were bought without any delay. The city lord's mansion is indeed very wealthy. Yeah, just thinking about it makes me envious. This is more than 20 billion. I don't even dare to think about it in my lifetime. Damn, reincarnation is indeed a great subject. Haha, do you want to be Tu Huo's son? If you can, why not? Don't you want to? Ha ha ha. By the way, why do you think the city lord's mansion bought so many pills? Could it be that the Holy Mars Sky Pirates are about to make some big move? This now that you mention it, it might really be possible. No way. Hasn't the Holy Fire Sky Pirates gone out to rob for many years? Besides, with the income from Holy Fire City, do they still need to go out to rob? If not, then why did they buy so many pills? What do you think 2Huo wants to do? Who knows? Why bother so much? Anyway, I know that the shop owners patronized by Miss 2 must have made a fortune this time. If I had known earlier, I would have opened a shop for fun. This time, the profit would be tens of millions. Do you have the capital to open a store just for fun? No. That's it. Fuck, look, Miss 2 and that human sister have entered the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Is she planning to sweep the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce as well? Seeing Tu Tianfeng and Ye Bufan enter the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, the aliens who were watching were all in chaos. City Lord's Mansion, Accounting Office. At this moment, the chief steward of the City Lord's Mansion who was in charge of the daily expenses of the City Lord's Mansion had just sent off the boss of Baoyuexuan. Looking at the receipt written by Tu Tianfeng and the list of nearly 100 kinds of elixirs in Baoyuexuan on the table in front of him, the chief steward of the City Lord's Mansion looked confused and mad. My lady, what are you doing? All the nearly 100 kinds of elixirs from Baoyuexuan are packed together. This is a full 730 million. Most importantly, what's the point of buying these random elixirs? Boom boom boom. Before the chief steward of the City Lord's Mansion could think about it, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Who is it? The chief steward of the City Lord's Mansion asked. Manager Qin, the owner of Yuehuaxuan, is here. He said that the eldest lady bought some pills from him and asked him to give you the change. The person outside the house spoke immediately. What the hell? The chief steward of the City Lord's Mansion cried out in surprise and jumped up instinctively. Baoyuexuan just left and now Yuehuaxuan comes. Bang! The next second, the chief steward of the City Lord's Mansion did not hesitate at all. His 7th level heavenly god cultivation instantly burst out. He flashed to the door, opened it, and asked, where is the person? Butler Qin, here I am. The shopkeeper of Yuehuaxuan came forward immediately and bowed to the chief steward of the City Lord's Mansion in front of him. Did the eldest lady also buy pills from you? Chief Steward Qin glanced at the other party and asked. Yes, it is. The shopkeeper of Yuehuaxuan responded, then took out the receipt and list, handed them to Chief Steward Qin, and said, Chief Steward Qin, this is the receipt written by the eldest lady and the list of pills she purchased. Manager Qin immediately took the receipt and list handed over by the shopkeeper. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. After he did, Manager Qin was completely dumbfounded. A list of nearly 100 kinds of elixirs. Receipts worth 830 million. Damn it, my eldest lady, my little ancestor, what on earth do you want to do? One Baoyuexuan is fine, but now you give me another Yuehuaxuan. Even though our family's money was robbed, it can't withstand your torment. Da. But at this moment, the sound of 2 people's footsteps suddenly came from the distance. Chief Steward Qin took a look instinctively. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. But when he did, Chief Steward Qin was dumbfounded again. Who is coming? A guard from the City Lord's Mansion and the owner of Zion Pavilion. What is the shopkeeper of Zion Pavilion doing here at this time? Looking at the receipt and the list of medicine in his hand, Chief Steward Qin knew what the other party was here for just by thinking with his toes. Damn, it must be that the eldest lady bought all the medicines from Zion Pavilion. There is Baoyu Pavilion, there is Yuehua Pavilion, and now there is Zion Pavilion. Chief Steward Qin felt like he was about to collapse. Miss 2, this is not shopping, at all, it's simply wasting money. But everything had just begun. Next, one by one, the shopkeepers, holding the receipts written by Tu Tianfeng in a list of nearly 100 kinds of elixirs, came to the Grand Steward Qin one after another, led by the guards of the City Lord's Mansion. More than 30 shops, more than 30 shopkeepers, more than 30 lists and receipts. Adding all this up, Chief Steward Qin discovered that the City Lord's daughter had spent more than 20 billion in less than half an hour. More than 20 billion. Even for the entire City Lord's Mansion, this is not a small number. Most importantly, it would be fine if it was worth the money, but Tu Tianfeng bought these. Blood-dissolving pills, bone-cleansing pills, red blood pills. Most of these pills are used to heal wounds. Tu Tianfeng was injured. Obviously not. Besides, even if you are injured, there is no need to buy so many pills, right? Well, Even if Tu Tianfeng doesn't need them, these are commonly used elixirs after all. It's okay to buy some for backup. After all, it's normal for warriors to get injured. But fuck, what's the meaning of this abortion pill? And they buy hundreds of them at a time. Is the young lady pregnant? Also, what the hell are these girls' love pill and heavenly love pill? Manager Chin was shocked, horrified, confused, and mad. He swore that his eldest daughter was absolutely crazy. This was a complete spendthrift. The most terrifying thing is, according to what these shop owners said, their young lady is still collecting medicinal pills. Nima. She spent more than 20 billion in less than half an hour. If this continues, won't the entire city lord's mansion be squandered by her? Call out. In the dead silent atmosphere, without waiting for the shopkeepers present to think too much, Chief Steward Chin flashed and disappeared from their sight. The shopkeepers were stunned. The next second, a panicked cry came from the direction of the main hall of the city lord's mansion, and instantly echoed throughout the entire city lord's mansion. Captain, something happened. Chapter 1495, Gather 50 billion for her. Captain, something happened. Bang. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Tu Huo was discussing with the two deputy captains, Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi, about how to buy Ye Bufan from the other 7-star pirate groups. Bang. But at this moment, Chief Steward Chin pushed the door open and rushed in. He was so nervous and in a hurry that he fell headfirst to the ground when he came in. Seeing this scene, Tu Huo and the other two were stunned. Then, the deputy head looked at the Chief Steward Chin who was lying on the ground and shouted, "Old Chin, why are you so flustered?" I. Chin Dazongguan climbed up from the ground. Although he knew that he had lost his composure, he still hurriedly said, "Captain, something has happened. It's a big deal. Tell me slowly, what happened?" Tu Huo frowned. Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi also looked curious and surprised. Holy Fire City is the territory of their Holy Fire Sky Pirates, and the entire 7-star Jedi is under the control of their 7 major star pirate groups. What big thing could happen here? Could it be that other star pirate groups are attacking? Even if that's true, then it shouldn't be Lao Chin, the chief steward of the city lord's mansion, who should report, right? Captain, you should take a look at this first. Chief Steward Chin walked forward without any hesitation and handed a pile of receipts and lists in his hand to Tu Huo. Tu Huo frowned. Although he was puzzled, he still took the receipt and list from Chief Steward Chin and started to look through them. Brush. The next second, just one glance and Tu Huo's face changed drastically. Brother, what's wrong? Seeing Tu Huo's expression change drastically, Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi were both stunned. Then they all stood up and came to Tu Huo, and looked through the receipts and lists in Tu Huo's hand. With just one glance, both of their expressions changed drastically. Especially those receipts, every time they looked at one, their hearts trembled uncontrollably. Yuehuaxuan, pack up all the pills, 830 million, Tu Tianfeng. Zion Pavilion, pack up all the elixirs, 670 million, Tu Tianfeng. Tenglongshuan, pack up all the elixirs, 960 million, Tu Tianfeng. What the hell, what does it mean to pack all the pills? Does it mean to buy all the pills? Why did Tianfeng buy so many pills? Also, how many shops had she raided? How much money did she owe? The moon in the golden building is messy. Quang Tiandi went crazy. Brother. They both looked at Tu Huo with strange eyes. At this moment, Tu Huo was almost furious. Tu Tianfeng was simply wasting money. Although he was angry, Tu Huo still held back and just asked, "What's going on?" Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi both looked at Chief Steward Chin instantly. Chief Steward Chin trembled and said tremblingly, "Captain, according to the shopkeepers, as soon as the young lady entered the store, she told them that she wanted to pack up all the pills in their store. Because of her status, they naturally did not dare to say anything, so the young lady took the pills and left these receipts, telling them to come to the city lord's mansion to get the money. The total value of the more than 30 shops here has exceeded 20 billion. I don't dare to make the decision, so I can only come to the team leader. And from what they said, the young lady doesn't want to give up yet, even. As he spoke, Chief Steward Chin couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He was really scared, but not because of Tu Huo's anger, but because of where Tu Tianfeng was going. Even what? Seeing that Chief Steward Chin seemed to be hesitant to speak, Tu Huo shouted directly. I even heard from them that the eldest lady seemed to have gone to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Boom. When Chief Steward Qin said this, Tu Huo, Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi, the three of them couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. What kind of place is the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in Holy Fire City? That is a branch of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, the top chamber of commerce in the Zhuang Star domain. The quantity and quality of the pills there are not comparable to those in other shops. If Tu Tianfeng bought up all the elixirs in the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce as he did with other shops, the city lord's mansion would probably not be able to afford it. What to do then? Defaulting on debt. Don't be funny, although the Holy Fire City is just a branch of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, it belongs to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce after all. If Tu Huo dares to default on his debt, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will definitely make sure he is skinned alive. After all, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is one of the top chambers of commerce in the Purple Emperor Star domain, and there must be a powerful god-level warrior in charge. Although the formation in the 7-star Jedi can contend against the strong men in the god-level realm, but it requires the 7 captains to control it at the same time. Would the other 6 leaders offend the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce because of him? Or even become enemies with the Tianj Chamber of Commerce? Not at all. What's more, I owed them money and didn't pay it back, so they had even less reason to help me. So, if it really comes to that, Tu Huo will have no choice but to pay back the money. Tu Tianfeng is going to bankrupt the Holy Mars Sky Pirates. When they thought of this, Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi looked at Tu Huo with serious eyes. Brother. Just as Jin Luyu was about to speak, Tu Huo had disappeared. There is no doubt that Tu Huo must have gone to find Tu Tianfeng. If he is not stopped, something serious will happen. After all, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is not like other shops. According to their rules, once goods are sold, they cannot be returned or exchanged unless there is a problem with the goods themselves. Damn, just thinking about Tu Tianfeng's generosity makes people feel scared. After Tu Huo left, Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi looked at each other, and then followed him. Bang! Chief Steward Qin fell to the ground with one plop. He was really frightened. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, first floor lobby. Bang! In front of one of the counters, Tu Tianfeng slapped the counter with her palm, looked at the teller inside, and said in a conscientious manner, "Take out the pills from your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. I want them all." Girl, you are so domineering. Looking at Tu Tianfeng, Ye Bufan silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart. However, the teller at the counter and other aliens in the lobby on the first floor were confused and frightened. They all looked at Tu Tianfeng with strange eyes. Do you want all the elixirs from Tianhe Chamber of Commerce? Although they knew Tu Tianfeng's identity, they still looked confused and crazy. Miss, do you know how much all the pills in Tianhe Chamber of Commerce are worth in total? Can you afford it? Miss Tu, you are kidding, right? The teller at the counter hesitated for a moment, then looked at Tu Tianfeng and said weakly. Joke. Tu Tianfeng scolded him harshly, do you think I look like I'm joking with you? This. The teller was speechless. Tu Tianfeng shouted, what are you talking about? Hurry up and take out all the pills from your house. Are you afraid that I won't pay for them, or are you afraid that I can't afford them? Miss Tu, you really can't afford it. The teller thought to herself, but she didn't dare to say this to Tu Tianfeng, so she smiled and said, Miss, your business is really too big, I can't make the decision, I can only ask our shopkeeper, what do you think? Cut. Tu Tianfeng said with disdain, then waved her hand and said, go ahead, hurry up, after buying yours, I still have to go to the next one. The teller was just about to run up to the second floor when she heard Tu Tianfeng's words. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. After buying ours, are you planning to go to the next one? Miss Tu, you are awesome. Thinking this in his mind, the teller ran straight up to the second floor. The deepest room on the second floor. The teller recounted the whole story to Tianu and said, Boss, this is what happened. Should I sell it to her? Okay, you go down first, I will handle this matter myself. Tianu waved his hand and said. Yes. The teller responded and left the room immediately. Tianu looked at Ji Qianya in front of him and said, Miss, I will reject her. Need not. Ji Qianya smiled calmly. Need not. Tian Nu was stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion, Miss, are we really going to give her all our elixirs? If that's the case, I'm afraid Tu Huo won't be able to come up with so much money. We are open for business, how can we refuse her? Ji Qianya smiled and said, but we can't sell all the pills to her like those more than 30 shops. After all, those low-level pills are not very useful to Tu Huo and his Holy Fire group. So you go and get that scumbag 50 billion Heavenly God and God King level pills. These pills don't sell well in the 7-star Jedi. Just think of it as Tu Huo helping us clear the stock. Besides, he and his Holy Fire group can also use pills of this level. The most important thing is Tu Huo should be able to come up with 50 billion God crystals. Remember, hurry up. If you are late, the deal will not be done. Chapter 1496, One Step Late. Ji Qianya knew very well that faced with Tu Tianfeng's almost crazy behavior, Tu Huo would definitely take action to stop it, and as the owners of major shops went to the city lord's mansion one after another to collect debts, she believed that it would not be long before Tu Huo took action. So she had to act quickly and finalize the deal as soon as possible without giving Tu Huo a chance to stop it. After all, Ji Qianya is always a businessman. Although she will not take advantage of others' misfortune, she will still try her best to fight for her own interests. Yes, ma'am. Tianu responded and left the room directly and went to the trading hall on the first floor. Inside the room, Ji Qianya smiled slightly, sweeping the shops and collecting elixirs. This Miss Tu is really interesting. However, the most interesting thing is the human. Does Miss Tu's abnormal behavior have anything to do with you? Haha, this is getting more and more interesting. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. About 3 minutes later, Tianu left the room where Ji Qianya was and entered the trading hall on the first floor. Swish, swish, swish. From the direction of the city lord's mansion, 3 figures rushed over and arrived in front of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in just a breath. These 3 people were none other than Tu Huo, Jin Luyu, and Kuang Tiandi, who had arrived quickly. After the 3 of them arrived, they didn't stop for a moment and rushed directly into the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Seeing this scene, the foreigners watching outside the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce were stunned. Those are the 3 God Kings from the city lord's mansion who just walked in. Who else could it be but them? Fuck, it's really them. I thought I was seeing things. I didn't expect all 3 God Kings to be here. Tisk tisk, this is the first time I've seen the 3 God Kings appear together in the city lord's mansion. What's the big deal? They won't come. 2. Tisk tisk, I wonder what's wrong with Miss Tu today. Including the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, she has already raided 34 shops, right? Adding up all the elixirs in so many shops, damn, I'm scared just thinking about it. I just want to know what kind of mood Tu Huo is in right now. What other mood could he be in? He must be pissed off to death for having such a loser daughter. Hush, be careful what you say. I understand, but why did Tu Huo enter the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce? Didn't Miss Tu leave? The aliens were talking about it. Inside Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Bang! As soon as Tu Huo rushed into the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, he collided with a figure. Who is it? Tu Huo, who was in a hurry, instinctively shouted angrily. Well, after seeing the person he bumped into, Tu Huo was stunned again. President Tianu. Captain Tu, you've arrived at the right time. I was just about to look for you. Looking at Tu Huo, Tianu said with a smile. Looking for me? Tu Huo was stunned again, but said, President Tianu, don't worry, we will talk about our business later. Where is my daughter? Captain Tu, are you talking about Miss Tu? Yes, that's her. Well, Miss Tu just left. Just left. Tu Huo was stunned at first, then the corner of his mouth twitched. Yes. Tianu responded, before Captain Tu came in, Miss Tu had just left for less than a minute. Before I came here, that prodigal girl had just left for less than a minute. Nima. So, that prodigal girl has already visited your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. How many pills did she buy? How much did she spend? You wouldn't really let her pack up all the pills in your Chamber of Commerce and take them away, right? Tu Huo's heart tightened. The same is true for Jinliu and Kuang Tiandi. They had rushed here as fast as they could, but they didn't expect that they would still be a step late in the end. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. If Miss Tu really packed up all their medicine pills and took away, then even if the city lord's mansion sold all its property and everything it had, it would not be able to come up with so many divine crystals to repay them. The most terrifying thing is that the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is very powerful and they can't afford to provoke it. Before Tu Huo and the 2 vice captains of the Holy Fire group could think about it, Tian Nu spoke again and said calmly, Hey, Captain Tu, Miss Tu bought some pills from us and hasn't paid for them yet. Do you think have you settled the bill? Here it comes, here it comes. Tu Huo and the other two were extremely nervous. Although he knew it would be like this, Tu Huo couldn't help but ask, how much? 50 billion. Tianyu smiled and said, how much? 50 billion. Tu Huo exclaimed, and then said absent-mindedly, only 50 billion. Originally, he had been prepared to spend all his fortune, but he didn't expect that Tu Tianfeng only spent 50 billion. Although 50 billion is a lot, at least Tu Huo can afford it, and it won't cost him everything. For this reason, Tu Huo instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Luyu and Kuang Tiandi looked at each other and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the situation has not yet developed to the point where they cannot control it, which is definitely a blessing in disguise. Seeing the reactions of Tu Huo and the other two, Tian Nu smiled slightly. He naturally knew what Tu Huo and the other two were thinking, but it had nothing to do with him. He just took out the receipt written by Tu Tianfeng and the list of the pills she bought, handed them to Tu Huo, and said, yes, 50 billion. This is the receipt written by the eldest lady and the list of pills she bought. Captain Tu can take a look. Tu Huo took the receipt and list, and after taking a look at it, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The 4th grade Heavenly God pills cost 6.7 million each, 300 in total, with a total price of 2.1 billion. 4th grade Rongyuan pills, each pill cost 6.5 million, a total of 400 pills, with a total price of 2.6 billion. The 5th grade Divine King pills cost 1 billion each, 16 in total, with a total price of 16 billion. There were rows of shocking numbers, and the price of each kind of elixir was at least 1/3 higher than usual. In other words, Tu Tianfeng spent more than 10 billion more than usual on the 50 billion pills he bought. Damn, this is more than 10 billion, not more than 1 million. Tu Huo felt like his heart was bleeding. But what can he say and what can he do? The Tianhe Chamber of Commerce has clearly marked the price, so if anyone is to blame, it can only be that spendthrift daughter in my family. At this moment, Tu Huo even wanted to kill Tu Tianfeng. Tu Tianfeng, you bastard, even if I have money, you can't squander it like this. Seeing Tu Huo's messy and frantic face, Tian Nu sighed and said slowly, Captain Tu, you really need to take good care of your daughter. As soon as she came in, she wanted to pack up and take away all the pills of our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. I was shocked. Fortunately, after my persuasion, she finally took away only these 4th grade Heavenly God level and 5th grade God King level pills. Otherwise, I really don't know how to end it. Damn it. When Tianyu said this, Tu Huo couldn't help but curse in his heart. What do you mean? You cheated me out of more than 10 billion, and you still want me to thank you? Well, I should indeed thank you. After all, without you, this matter would have been difficult to resolve. Compared with losing all his property, what is the comparison of losing more than 10 billion? Thinking in his heart, Tu Huo said, thank you very much. Then he said, also, I will personally deliver the 50 billion yuan that my daughter needs to buy elixirs later. Although his face was calm, Tu Huo's heart was like thousands of alpaca horses galloping through it. After being cheated, I still have to thank the other party. This is fucked up. Captain Tu, you're too polite. Tian Nu said, and then added, oh, by the way, when the eldest lady left just now, I heard her say that she was going to the Judean Chamber of Commerce. Captain Tu should go over and take a look. Holy shit. Judean Chamber of Commerce. As soon as Tianyu said this, Tu Huo, Jin Luyu and Kuang Tiandi's eyes widened instantly. They were shocked, horrified, angry, and even more worried and uneasy. Where is Judean Chamber of Commerce? In terms of strength, the Judean Chamber of Commerce certainly cannot be compared with the behemoth Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, but the Judean Chamber of Commerce is also strong, and their branch in the Holy Fire City ranks second only to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in the Holy Fire City. That prodigal girl just bought 50 billion worth of pills at Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, and now she wants to go to Judean Chamber of Commerce. Nima. Tu Tianfeng, you prodigal daughter, are you going to kill me before you'll ever stop? Thank you very much. Goodbye. Immediately, Tu Huo said something and then rushed out of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Jin Luyu and Kuang Tiandi also did not stay any longer. More than 30 shops spent more than 20 billion yuan, and the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce spent another 50 billion yuan. Adding them together, Tu Tianfeng had spent more than 70 billion yuan in less than half an hour. More than 70 billion. Be it Tu Huo, Jin Luyu or Quang Tiandi, their hearts could not help but bleed at this moment. The most terrifying thing is that Tu Tianfeng was not ready to give up, she actually went to Judean Chamber of Commerce again. Auntie, what the hell is wrong with you? Do you want to kill us? Stop it, must stop it. Chapter 1497 I'll tear you down first. Turn left after exiting the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, and about 1,300 meters away is the Judean Chamber of Commerce, which ranks second in Holy Fire City. At this moment, in the Judean Chamber of Commerce, Tu Tianfeng put his left hand on his waist, pointed his right finger at the president of the Judean Chamber of Commerce in front of him and shouted angrily, "Not selling. Your Judean Chamber of Commerce is open for business, why don't you sell it? Are you afraid that I won't pay? Or are you afraid that I can't afford it? I'm telling you, you have to sell it today whether you want or not. Otherwise, do you believe that I will bring people to tear down this shabby store of yours right now?" Looking at Tu Tianfeng and listening to her shouting, the corners of Sikong Jian's mouth twitched again and again. In the 7-star Jedi, even the captains of the 7-star pirate groups had to be polite when meeting him. After all, he was a powerful god king himself and had the support of the Judean Chamber of Commerce. But what about now? Tu Tianfeng, a mere earth god, actually dared to point at his nose, provoke him, and threaten him. If it were someone else, Sikong Jian would not waste time talking to her and would just slap her to death. But Tu Tianfeng is different. After all, she is the only daughter of Tu Huo, the Lord of Holy Fire City. Although Sikong Jian is not afraid of Tu Huo, he does not want to offend Tu Huo, and even more so does not want to be his enemy. Besides, Tu Tianfeng was just a junior, so he shouldn't be too picky with Tu Tianfeng. Helpless, Sikong Jian could only say calmly, "Miss Tu, I still say the same thing. If you want to buy the elixir, you can. I will pay for it and then I will pay for it. As for what you said about selling the elixir to you and then going to the city lord's mansion to collect the money, I'm sorry, my Judean Chamber of Commerce does not have such a rule. If you want to buy on credit, you can ask Tu Huo to come to me in person." If it were any other time, Sikong Jian would naturally accept Tu Tianfeng's way of doing business. After all, Tu Huo's huge fortune was in Shengwo City, and he didn't believe that Tu Huo would run away because of this. But times have changed. Now, no one knows what's wrong with this Miss Tu. She has already spent more than 70 billion yuan, and she even wants to pack up all the elixirs in her Judean Chamber of Commerce. Sikong Jian is not a fool, so how could he agree to Tu Tianfeng's unreasonable request? Although he could also sell some pills to Tu Tianfeng like the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce and take the opportunity to make a fortune, but Tu Tianfeng has already spent more than 70 billion now. With the financial resources of the city lord's mansion, can Tu Huo still come up with more money? Sikong Jian didn't know, but he knew clearly that even if the city lord's mansion still had some surplus, there would not be many divine crystals left. In this case, if Tu Tianfeng took the elixir and Tu Huo was unable to come up with enough divine crystals to pay for it, what would he do? Return the pills. If that's the case, why would he go to the trouble of selling the pills to Tu Tianfeng? It would be better to do Tu Huo a favor now and not sell the elixir to Tu Tianfeng directly. He believed that it would not be long before Tu Huo arrived to stop Tu Tianfeng. Facing Sikong Jian's rejection, Tu Tianfeng was furious. "Aren't you afraid that I will tear down your shabby shop?" He. Sikong Jian smiled indifferently. To be honest, he was not afraid at all, or he did not care about Tu Tianfeng's threat at all, because with Tu Tianfeng's strength, if she wanted to dismantle the Judean Chamber of Commerce, she could only rely on the power of the city lord's mansion. But will Tu Huo agree? Tu Huo obviously wouldn't agree. Tu Tianfeng's current behavior is simply unreasonable. Tu Tianfeng and Sikong Jian were fighting against each other, but Ye Bufan was hiding, among the aliens who were watching on the side, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. At the same time, Ye Bufan did not forget to take the opportunity to secretly destroy the pills in his hand. During the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce visit, Tu Tianfeng bought a total of 50 billion worth of elixirs. Ye Bufan didn't know exactly how many elixirs there were out of the 50 billion. He only knew that at this moment his physical cultivation was rapidly improving at an almost crazy speed. The 7th heaven of earthly gods. The 8th heaven of earthly gods. The 9 heavens of earthly god. God the 1st heaven. The huge medicinal power of 16 5th-grade Divine King level pills directly pushed Ye Bufan's physical cultivation to the level of a divine god. That's right, it's the Divine King pill. In order to prevent himself from not swallowing all the pills before Tu Huo arrived, Ye Bufan chose to swallow the Divine King pill directly after leaving Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. But even so, more than 2 minutes had passed since Ye Bufan left the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, and he had only just swallowed the 16th and final Divine King pill. It took him more than 2 minutes to swallow 16 pills, which means it took an average of 6 to 8 seconds to swallow one Divine King pill. Compared to before, the current speed is extremely slow. Of course, Ye Bufan wanted to eat faster, but it was impossible, and he didn't dare to eat too fast. Because when Ye Bufan swallowed the first Divine King pill, he had already discovered that the medicinal power of the Divine King pill was too terrifying. With his current level of cultivation, even if the Heaven Swallowing Seal was operating at its maximum, it would still take about 6 seconds to refine a Divine King pill. Once he takes 2 or more Divine King pills at the same time, there is only one result waiting for him, and that is to be exploded by the medicinal power of the Divine King pills. Under such circumstances, Ye Bufan no longer dared to swallow the pills as recklessly as before. However, even though the number of pills swallowed decreased, Ye Bufan's improvement speed did not slow down. On the contrary, his current improvement speed was much faster than before. After all, both the Heaven Swallowing Seal and the Hongmeng Seal had been operated to the extreme. This meant that this was the fastest and most powerful improvement Ye Bufan could currently withstand. In 2 minutes, with 16 God King pills, his physical body was elevated from the 6th level of earthly god to the 1st level of heavenly god. This speed of breakthrough was absolutely unprecedented. However, faced with this extreme speed increase, Ye Bufan was worried instead of happy. Why? It was very simple. From the 6th level of Earth God to the 7th level of Earth God, Ye Bufan had successfully advanced by only swallowing one God King pill. Next, from the 7th level of Earth God to the 8th level of Earth God, it took 2 God King pills, and from the 8th level of Earth God to the 9th level of Earth God, it took 3 God King pills. It can be said that in the Earth God realm, for each improvement in cultivation, 1 God King pill would be consumed accordingly. However, from the 9th level of Earth God to the 1st level of Heavenly God, the number of God King pills consumed actually increased by 2 times, reaching 9 God King pills for one breakthrough. This is only the Heavenly God realm. What if it is the God King realm, or even the God Emperor realm? Although Ye Bufan had long known that the energy required to practice the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra was so huge that it was unimaginable, when he really had to face it, Ye Bufan still found it difficult to accept it. This is simply a bottomless pit. What to do? Serve cold. Why bother with so much? Just eat as much as you can. After finishing the Divine King pill, Ye Bufan began to swallow the 4th grade Heavenly God level pills. Unlike the God King pill, a Heavenly God level pill was not enough for Ye Bufan to reach his peak, so he increased the number of pills he swallowed, but his cultivation level did not improve but instead slowed down. Of course, this is relative to Ye Bufan's own cultivation in the Heavenly God realm. If it were other warriors who could improve as fast as Ye Bufan, they would probably be so happy even in their sleep. 2 Tianfeng. After Ye Bufan swallowed the 7th God level pill, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded outside the Judean Chamber of Commerce, and then 3 figures rushed directly into the Judean Chamber of Commerce. They were Tu Huo, Jin Luyu, and Quang Tiandi. Seeing Tu Huo and the other 2, the aliens present were stunned, but Ye Bufan had a bitter look on his face. What is coming will eventually come. He really hoped that Tu Huo could come a little later, at least until he had refined all the divine level elixirs. However, since Tu Huo has arrived, it has become impossible for him to swallow all the god level elixirs. However, even so, Ye Bufan did not stop. Ye Bufan's idea was very simple, that is, while everyone's attention was on Tu Tianfeng, he would make a final sprint and eat as much as he could. Well, by the way, I made another breakthrough and raised my cultivation from the 4th level of Servant of God to the 5th level of Servant of God. Billions of pills worth of medicine raised the level of the Servant God realm to a small realm, which was considered an explanation to Tu Huo. Daddy. Seeing Tu Huo suddenly coming, Tu Tianfeng was overjoyed. She had no idea how much trouble she had caused, and she was even less aware of Tu Huo's rage. She just ran to Tu Huo, then turned around and pointed at Si Kong Jian, saying viciously, "Daddy, you're here just in time." Hurry up and help me vent my anger by tearing down this shabby store. Bang! As soon as Tu Tianfeng finished speaking, Tu Huo slapped her hard and cursed, "Tear it down, I'll tear your sister down, I'll tear you down first." Chapter 1498, angry to the point of vomiting blood. "How dare you hit me?" Tu Tianfeng covered his left cheek and looked at Tu Huo with disbelief. "I'm going to hit you," Tu Huo said angrily. "Do you know how much money you have cost me in just a few moments? 70 billion, that's a full 70 billion. Even if I am rich, I can't afford your squandering. It's just 70 billion, what's the big deal? At worst I can pay it back to you later." Tu Tianfeng said angrily that she, Miss Tu, always spent money and others paid the bill when she went out, so she had no idea what 70 billion meant. "You." When Tu Tianfeng said this, Tu Huo was furious. "Isn't it just 70 billion? Will you give it back to me later? Miss Tu, you are really rich and powerful. If you have the ability, why don't you give me 70 billion and try?" Tu Huo was furious, and the foreigners who were watching around were also secretly shocked. "Isn't it just 70 billion? Miss Tu is Miss Tu, as expected, rich and willful. Come back with me." The next second, Tu Huo said sternly. "I don't." Tu Tianfeng pointed at Situ Jian and said, "Unless you tear down his shabby shop, I will never go back." Situ Jian smiled bitterly. Miss Tu really keeps her word. Tu Huo's mouth twitched, and then he looked at Situ Jian and said with embarrassment, "Brother Situ, I'm sorry to make you laugh, please don't take it to heart." "No problem." Situ Jian smiled slightly. "In that case, I'll take my leave." As he spoke, Tu Huo grabbed Tu Tianfeng and lifted her up like a chicken. He glared at her and said angrily, "Come back with me." Tu Tianfeng naturally disagreed, so she struggled and yelled, "Tu Huo, you bastard, let go, let me go." It's a pity that Tu Tianfeng is just a mere earth god. How can he possibly break free from the shackles of Tu Huo, the god king? Not only that, her angry curse made the foreigners around her feel ashamed. Tu Huo is a bastard, then what are you? Tu Huo's mouth twitched as well. Today, his old face was completely lost to Tu Tianfeng. That was why he stopped talking nonsense and just carried Tu Tianfeng out. Suddenly, Tu Huo seemed to have thought of something. He paused, turned around and scanned the crowd and asked, "Xiao Fan. Brother, I'm here, I'm here." Ye Bufan immediately walked out of the crowd. "Come back with me." "Oh." Tu Huo said this, Ye Bufan responded, and then the group left the Judean Chamber of Commerce directly. City Lord's Mansion, Main Hall. Tu Tianfeng stood in the middle of the hall, her head lowered, looking flustered and completely at a loss. After Jin Luyu's explanation, Tu Tianfeng had understood what 70 billion meant. It was also because of this that she finally realized that she had caused a big disaster. Deep in the hall, on the city lord's throne, Tu Huo was too lazy to say anything. After all, things had come to this point, what else could he say? "Where's the pill?" Looking at Tu Tianfeng, he asked directly. "Ah!" Tu Tianfeng screamed, she seemed to be a little unresponsive. "I'm asking you, where are the pills you bought?" Tu Huo shouted, "You spent 70 billion of my money, are you planning to embezzle these pills?" I don't know." Tu Tianfeng lowered her head and said weakly that she was only concerned with shopping at the time and had no idea where the pills had gone. Puff. Hearing this, Tu Huo was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Jin Luyu and Kuang Tiandi looked at Tu Tianfeng with confused expressions. "You spent more than 70 billion to buy elixirs, but you don't know where these elixirs are. Miss, my dear, you are too careless. Here, big brother, the pills are all here with me." At this time, Ye Bufan on the side suddenly raised his hand and spoke. Tu Huo and the other two immediately looked at him, even Tu Tianfeng was no exception. Ye Bufan explained, "Sister Tianfeng bought it and left just now, so I put the pill away." Call. After hearing this, Tu Huo and the other two couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is a pill worth 70 billion. If the money was spent but the elixir was missing, Tu Huo was really afraid that he would kill Tu Tianfeng directly. Immediately, Tu Huo glared at Tu Tianfeng, then looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "Xiao Fan is still reliable. By the way, Xiao Fan, where are the pills?" "Here it is." As Ye Bufan spoke, he immediately took out the bottles of pills on his body and placed them on the table in front of him. Seeing the pills Ye Bufan took out, Tu Huo and the other two didn't know what to say. 70 billion. With so many pills, even if they were distributed to all members of the Holy Mars Sky Pirates, it would probably take a long time to consume them, right? The most terrifying thing is that among these pills there are pregnancy-inducing pills, girls' aphrodisiac pills and other pills that are completely meaningless to the Holy Mars Sky Pirates. Just thinking about it makes me feel heartbroken. But now that things have come to this, what else can they say? Just think of it as a lesson learned. In the future, they must never let Tu Tianfeng act recklessly like he did today. After a while, Ye Bufan took out hundreds of bottles of pills and then stopped. Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Seeing this scene, Tu Huo couldn't help but ask. Jin Luyu and Kuang Tiandi also looked stunned and bewildered. Brother, what's wrong? Ye Bufan pretended to be confused. Where's the pill? Tu Huo's mouth twitched slightly. Medicine. Ye Bufan was stunned and said, they are all here. How is that possible? Tu Huo stood up suddenly, glanced at the pills in front of Ye Bufan, and said, didn't you raid more than 30 shops? How come there are only so few pills? These are all that's left. I ate the rest, Ye Bufan said calmly. You ate all of it. Tu Huo's eyes widened, his heart trembled, he felt his heart could not bear it anymore. Jin Luyu and Kuang Tiandi looked at each other, then they took a step forward, came in front of Ye Bufan, and began to check the pills in front of Ye Bufan. Servant God level. Servant God level. Mysterious God level. Servant God level. God level. Servant God level. After Jin Luyu and Kuang Tiandi investigated, they found that most of the pills Ye Bufan took out were God Servant and Mysterious God level pills, and only a small number were God level pills bought from Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. This result made the two of them tremble in their hearts. Afterwards, they looked at Ye Bufan, and then Jin Luyu looked directly at Tu Huo and said, Brother, 16 God King pills are missing, and most of the Earth God and Heaven God level pills are also missing. Now more than 2/3 of the pills here are only of the Servant God and Mysterious God level. Brush. As soon as Jin Luyu said this, Tu Huo's face changed drastically. He flashed and came directly in front of these pills and began to check them. As for the result, it was naturally exactly the same as what Jin Luyu said. The Earth God level elixir is gone. Most of the God level elixirs are missing. 16 Divine King pills are missing. Tu Huo's face turned pale. He looked at Ye Bufan and said in a trembling voice, Xiaofan, did you really eat all these pills? Yes. Ye Bufan responded, and said excitedly, Brother, after taking these pills, I broke through again. Now I am already at the 5th level of the God Servant. Did you break through? Tu Huo was stunned at first, then immediately checked Ye Bufan's cultivation level. Sure enough, Ye Bufan's cultivation had indeed broken through, and he was now at the 5th level of God Servant. But, there are 70 billion worth of pills, and now the remaining pills are only worth 20 to 30 billion at most. In other words, you consumed nearly 50 billion pills, including the 16 Divine King pills. Nearly 50 billion pills allowed you to advance from the 4th level of Servant of the Gods to the 5th level of Servant of the Gods. Are you kidding me or scaring me? Tu Tianfeng, the prodigal daughter, is already very unreliable, but I didn't expect that you are even more unreliable. 50 billion. The 5th level of serving the gods. You are so. Puff. Tu Huo was so angry and frustrated that he finally couldn't hold it in anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1499. Money losing goods. Daddy. Brother. Seeing Tu Huo spitting out a mouthful of blood and staggering, Tu Tianfeng, Jin Luyu and Kuang Tiandi exclaimed instantly. Tu Tianfeng and Jin Luyu even took a few steps forward, wanting to support Tu Huo, but unfortunately Tu Huo stopped them. Xiao Fan, tell me the truth, did you really eat all those missing pills? Looking at Ye Bufan, Tu Huo asked in a deep voice, not caring about the blood at the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Tu Tianfeng, Jin Luyu, and Kuang Tiandi all looked at Ye Bufan. Yes, Ye Bufan responded. Yes, I am your uncle. Tu Huo's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart, and then he said, really? You didn't lie to me. No. What about your storage ring? Storage ring. Yes, take it out and let me see it. It would have been fine if he had consumed pills worth tens of billions in less than half an hour, but these pills worth tens of billions only allowed Ye Bufan's cultivation to rise from the 4th level of Servant of the Gods to the 5th level of Servant of the Gods. Tu Huo could not accept this no matter what, or rather, he simply did not believe it. In Tu Huo's opinion, it was very likely that Ye Bufan had hidden these pills away for himself. Ye Bufan shook his head and said, "Brother, I don't have a storage ring." "No storage ring? Are you kidding me? If I believed you, I would be a fool." Tu Huo's expression changed, and then he looked at Quang Tiandi. Quang Tiandi understood what he meant, stepped forward, and directly searched Ye Bufan. Consuming pills worth billions of dollars in half an hour was something that not only Tu Huo did not believe, but Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi also did not believe it. If that's the case, then where did these pills go? It was obvious that they were hidden away by the human in front of him. But after searching Ye Bufan, Quang Tiandi discovered that Ye Bufan had no storage equipment on him, not even a pill or a divine crystal. It can be said that Ye Bufan had nothing on his body except the clothes he was wearing. This fact made Tu Huo and the others a little confused and extremely crazy. Is everything he said true? Could it be that the elixir worth tens of billions was really eaten by him? But damn, there are pills worth tens of billions, including 16 Divine King pills. How could so many pills be enough to just allow a warrior to advance from the 3rd level of Servant of God to the 5th level of Servant of God? This doesn't make sense at all. Xiao Fan, tell me the truth, did you really eat these pills? Didn't you hide them? Unable to accept this fact, Tu Huo couldn't help but ask again. Yes, I ate them all. Ye Bufan said this as a matter of course, without any sense of having made a mistake or feeling guilty. You are so. Tu Huo's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. He even had the urge to kill Ye Bufan. In that case, then you should eat all these pills. Anyway, they have already lost nearly 50 billion, and Tu Huo doesn't care about losing another 10 or 20 billion, but he must verify whether what Ye Bufan said is true or false. Tu Huo simply couldn't believe that a pill worth tens of billions could only be upgraded from the 4th level of the Servant of God to the 5th level of the Servant of God. Ah! When Tu Huo said this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Quang Tiandi and Jin Luyu were the same, but they soon understood Tu Huo's intention. It was simply that Tu Huo did not believe Ye Bufan's words, so he wanted to use this method to verify whether Ye Bufan's words were true or false. What are you still standing there for? Eat. Seeing that Ye Bufan didn't say anything, Tu Huo said something in a stern voice. Oh. Ye Bufan responded weakly, then grabbed a bottle of pills and poured them directly into his mouth. He looked extremely aggrieved on his face, but he was actually very happy in his heart. Ye Bufan naturally knew that Tu Huo was testing him, but he was not afraid of the test at all. After all, what he said was true. In fact, Ye Bufan even hoped that Tu Huo would test him. If he had known this would happen, Ye Bufan wouldn't have had to eat the pills so desperately. Now it's much better, he can just eat whatever he wants and take his time. Gurgle gurgle. Ye Bufan poured bottle after bottle of pills into his mouth as if he was drinking water. Tu Huo and the others also stared at Ye Bufan. Time passes quietly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As time went by, Ye Bufan swallowed more and more pills, but his cultivation level never made any breakthrough. But even so, Tu Huo still didn't believe it. He directly picked up a bottle of God-level elixir, handed it to Ye Bufan, and said, "Eat this." Oh. Ye Bufan responded, took the pill from Tu Huo's hand, and poured it directly into his mouth. The result is obvious. Ye Bufan's cultivation level of the 5th level of God's servant has still not broken through. Continue. The 2nd bottle, the 3rd bottle, the 4th bottle. Ye Bufan swallowed more than 10 bottles, totaling more than 100 pills of divine level elixirs, but his cultivation level was still at the 5th level of the God-serving realm. This fact shocked Tu Huo and the others, but they no longer doubted Ye Bufan's previous statement. But, nearly 50 billion pills only improved the cultivation level of the Servant God realm by 1 level. What does this mean? The slaughter was in chaos. Jin Luyu was confused. Quang Tiandi's mouth twitched again and again. Tu Tianfeng's mouth had already grown into an O shape. Is this person still human? This is simply a monster. Not only that, the most terrifying thing is that this thing was actually bought by their 7 group leaders at a cost of 350 billion. A peerless evildoer. Bullshit. What are the 9 elements that have full compatibility? What a miraculous devouring ability. This is all bullshit. The fact that 50 billion pills only improved one's cultivation level to the 1st level of the Servant of God's realm was enough to show that the so-called human monster before him was nothing more than a scumbag. 50 billion is enough to raise one's cultivation level in the Servant God realm to the 1st level. Who the hell can afford to support such a monster? Do you still expect him to achieve Hongmeng? Don't be funny, this piece of trash. It would be good enough if he could become a celestial god in his lifetime. No, it would be good enough if he could become an earthly god. This is a money-losing product. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. In a rage, Tu Huo shouted, "Fuck you, I'm going to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Huo was about to take action to kill Ye Bufan. But at this moment, Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi both took action instantly. Jin Luyu grabbed Ye Bufan and retreated to the side, while Quang Tiandi directly blocked the slaughter fire. What are you doing? Do you want to rebel? Seeing this scene, Tu Huo became even angrier, and he let out an angry roar. Quang Tiandi immediately spoke to comfort him. "Brother, calm down, you must calm down." "I'm not calm. I bought such a money-losing product and lost more than 100 billion. How can I still remain calm?" "Brother, I know you are furious, but this human race was bought by you at a cost of 50 billion. Together with the elixirs, we have already spent more than 100 billion on him. If we kill him, wouldn't all the 100 billion be wasted?" Quang Tiandi tried to comfort him. "Besides, if you kill him, how are we going to explain to the other 6 leaders? Will they let it go?" Tu Huo was stunned for a moment, then calmed down instantly. "Yes, if we kill this human, how will we explain to the other 6 leaders? If he couldn't give them a satisfactory answer, they might join hands to destroy his holy Mars Sky Pirates. The most important thing is, can you recover your losses by killing this human boy?" Obviously not. More than 100 billion. Tu Huo felt heartbroken just thinking about it. Although the holy Mars Sky Pirates were rich, but losing more than 100 billion in vain was a little hard for him to bear. Not only that, after calming down, Tu Huo also figured out many problems that he couldn't understand before. Why is such a super talented, and even monstrous human being so cheap? And why would Tianu, the president of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in Holy Fire City, dare to take such a huge risk and trade privately with his group? Damn, this is clearly a trap. Tianu must have known the shortcomings of this human for a long time, so he did this. He is treating himself and the other 6 team leaders as scapegoats. Also, why didn't the previous owner of this human give him any food for 3 years? It's easy to tell with your toes that the other party doesn't want to feed him, but simply can't afford to feed him. Even if you have mountains of gold and silver, even if you have enormous wealth, sooner or later this human will eat you up and destroy everything. It is definitely for this reason that the other party chose to sell this human at a low price. In the end, he and the other 6 team leaders became the scapegoats. Damn it. Kill, you can't kill. I can't afford to support you. Tu Huo discovered that this was a fucking pit. This human race, it was a pity to abandon them, but it was useless to keep them. The next second, Tu Huo said angrily, "I will go find the other 6 leaders right now. This matter the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce must give us an explanation. I will never be a scapegoat, let alone a sucker." Chapter 1500 Hongmeng Yuanyi. I'm going to find the other 6 group leaders right now. Regarding this matter the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce must give us an explanation. I will never be a scapegoat, let alone a sucker. Brother, no. Seeing Tu Huo walking out, Quang Tiandi immediately stopped him. Heaven and earth, what do you mean? Glancing at Quang Tiandi, Tu Huo said with some dissatisfaction, "You won't let me go, are you just going to let it go? This is more than 100 billion. The money of our Saint Mars Sky Pirates is not blown by the wind." After a pause, Tu Huo continued, "Although the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is powerful, this is the 7-star Jedi after all. We are not easy to mess with. What's more, we are right this time." Brother, that's not what I meant. What do you mean? Brother, let me ask you this. Even if you find the other 6 leaders and join them to find the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, what can you do? So what? Tu Huo was stunned. Of course we should ask that bastard Tian Nu to return our money. What happens after the money is returned? Well. Tu Huo was stunned again, and asked in confusion, "TND, what do you mean?" Quang Tiandi said slowly, "Brother, isn't my meaning clear enough? Even if Tianhe Chamber of Commerce returns the 50 billion we spent on buying this human, what about the money we spent on buying the elixir? That's hundreds of billions, more than what we spent on buying this human." After a pause, Tu Huo continued, "The most important thing is why did we spend money while the other families didn't? Do we deserve to be unlucky? When Kwang Tiandi said this, Ye Bufan was delighted and said, "Deputy Captain Kwang, I give you a thumbs up." To be honest, Ye Bufan was really afraid that Tu Huo would go directly to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. If that were the case, how could he cheat the other companies and use them to improve himself? So even without Kwang Tiandi's reminder, Ye Bufan would find a way to stop Tu Huo. Of course, there are risks in doing this. But now, with Kwang Tiandi's reminder, Ye Bufan has nothing to worry about. He just needs to make a fortune quietly. Facing Kwang Tiandi's reminder, Tu Huo hesitated for a moment and said, "But what else can we do? The other companies are not fools. Can we still earn back the hundreds of billions from them?" "Brother, I think you are really confused by anger." Kwang Tiandi said, "The other families are not stupid, but they don't know the disadvantages of this human race yet. If that's the case, why don't we make some efforts on this point? Even if we can't recover our losses, we should at least make them lose tens of billions, right? Talent." As soon as Kwang Tiandi said this, Ye Bufan's heart instantly burst into joy. Yes, why did you lose tens of billions while the other companies suffered no losses at all? If we die together, if we suffer together. Since you have been cheated anyway, why not cheat the others as well? Hey, I just like this kind of vicious competition. You guys scheme against each other so that I can reap the benefits. If Tu Huo and others knew what Ye Bufan was thinking, they would definitely kill Ye Bufan directly. It's a pity that they don't know. The next second, Tu Huo directly agreed with Kwang Tiandi's statement. "That's right, Tiandi, you are right. Why did we lose hundreds of billions, but those guys didn't lose anything? If we have to lose, we should lose together." Kwang Tiandi chuckled. "However, we can't rush this matter. We still have to think about it in the long run." Of course Tu Huo responded, "But now." As he spoke, he looked directly at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan used to be a treasure, so Tu Huo naturally liked him more and more the more he looked at him. But now facing Ye Bufan, this money loser, Tu Huo became more and more annoyed and displeased the more he looked at him. "The first month belongs to you. Damn it, I didn't get any advantage at all from this. This is clearly bad luck for the rest of my life. More than 100 billion. Thinking of the loss he had caused to Ye Bufan, the murderous intent in Tu Huo's heart was revealed uncontrollably. However, Tu Huo knew that Ye Bufan could not be killed. "Someone come." Thinking in his heart, Tu Huo shouted angrily. "Captain!" A guard immediately ran in from outside the hall. Tu Huo pointed at Ye Bufan and shouted coldly, "Take this human away and beat him to death, but remember, don't kill him." "Damn it, Tu Huo, what do you mean?" Ye Bufan was shocked. The guards coming in from outside the hall were also stunned. What's going on? Although he couldn't figure it out, Tu Huo was the head of the group after all. As a subordinate, he naturally didn't dare to ask more questions about Tu Huo's orders, let alone refuse them. Yes, head of the group. Wait, but at this moment, Kwang Tiandi on the side suddenly said, "You just need to take him away and keep a close watch on him. You don't need to do anything else." The guard was stunned and looked at Tu Huo in front of him with an embarrassed look. There is a group leader and a deputy group leader, who should he listen to? Just do as heaven and earth say. At this time, Tu Huo shook his hands and said, "Yes." The guard responded and took Ye Bufan out of the hall. "Heaven and earth, why don't you let me touch him?" After the guards and Ye Bufan left, Tu Huo looked at Kwang Tiandi and asked. "Kwang Tiandi, brother, he is just a human in the God-servant realm, why should we bother with him? What's more, maybe we want to trick the other families and need his cooperation. If we beat him half to death, how can we get him to cooperate with us? Besides, it will be difficult to explain to the other families, right?" Tu Huo responded and said, "So, the heaven and earth have already come up with an idea. City Lord's mansion, prison." The guard who had taken Ye Bufan out of the hall threw him directly into the prison of the City Lord's mansion. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. After all, he knew very well that Tu Huo would never be able to kill him. At most in a month, he would have to hand himself over to another leader. To be honest, if Tu Huo wanted to trick the other captains, Ye Bufan could still help him with advice. However, in order to avoid arousing suspicion from Tu Huo and others, Ye Bufan chose to remain silent. Keeping a low profile and making money quietly is the right way to go. Some things cannot be rushed. After taking a look at the prison where he was, Ye Bufan sat down cross-legged. "Now that you are here, make the most of it. Anyway, He has no way to resist with his current strength, so he might as well just go with the flow. After sitting down cross-legged, Ye Bufan began to check his gains this time. I have to say that selling yourself to the 7-star pirates is definitely a very wise choice. The first divine soul, the 5th level of servant god. The second divine soul, the 9th level of the mysterious god. When Ye Bufan swallowed the pill just now, the first thing he improved was the cultivation of his second soul. After all, no matter how strong his physical body is, he cannot control the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. If he wants to control the Emperor scripture, he must rely on his own martial arts cultivation. In terms of physical cultivation, he has reached the 1st level of the gods, and is not far from the 2nd level of the gods. This was just one of the 7 captains that had been tricked. If all 7 captains were tricked, Ye Bufan firmly believed that his body would definitely be able to break through the Divine King realm. Once his physical body enters the state of a Divine King, Ye Bufan will no longer need to hide himself. Of course, that's a story for later. After all, although Ye Bufan's physical body has reached the level of a celestial god, it is still a long way from the realm of God King, because the resources required to go from the 1st level of celestial god to the realm of God King will be several times the resources consumed by Ye Bufan from the 1st level of servant god to the 1st level of celestial god. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan's scalp went numb and he felt that his future was bleak. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned when he looked at the Hongmeng Emperor scripture in his sea of consciousness. What is this? At this moment, within Ye Bufan's sea of consciousness, between the 2 divine souls, drops of purple water actually appeared on the golden Hongmeng Emperor scripture that was filled with holy aura. Ye Bufan could be sure that there were no such water droplets on the previous Hongmeng Emperor scripture. In other words, these water droplets appeared later, that is, they were produced during the period from when Ye Bufan left the holy prison of the little fairy to now. What on earth is this? Driven by curiosity, Ye Bufan's mind fell directly on one of the drops of water. Boom! The next second, Ye Bufan's sea of consciousness shook, and a strange memory suddenly flooded in. This is the information feedback from the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. 3 seconds later, Ye Bufan's eyes widened, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Hongmeng Yuanyi. Fuck, this is going against the will of heaven. Chapter 1501, The Emperor's Scripture Evolves into Divine Powers. The treasure of the world, the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture. As one of the 3 great treasures of the world, although the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture has been recognized by Ye Bufan, in fact, Ye Bufan does not know much about the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture, or even knows nothing about it. At this moment, with the feedback from the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, Ye Bufan knew that the purple water droplets on the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra were called Hongmeng Yuanyi, which was formed by the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra absorbing all things in the heaven and earth. Of course, this was when the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture was ownerless. Now that the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture has recognized Ye Bufan as its master, it is naturally impossible for it to continue to absorb all things in the world at will. Nowadays, if the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra wants to breed the Hongmeng Yuanyi, it must rely on Ye Bufan. To put it simply, most of the things in the world that Ye Bufan devoured will be transformed into martial arts skills, or used to improve his physical body, and a very small part of them will be absorbed by the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra and turned into Hongmeng Yuanyi. What is the use of Hongmeng Yuanyi? According to the information fed back from the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, Ye Bufan already knew that the Hongmeng Yuanyi could cleanse the body, temper the soul, and then improve martial arts talent. What is martial arts talent? That is the degree of elemental compatibility, and it is also the foundation of martial arts that determines how far every warrior can go in the path of martial arts. For example, if a warrior's highest elemental compatibility is 50, then due to the limitation of this talent, he may only reach the Divine King realm in his entire life. In other words, after becoming a God King, if this warrior does not obtain a great opportunity or good fortune, then he will no longer be able to continue to improve his cultivation. As for breaking through the God King and advancing to the God Emperor, that is absolutely impossible. It can be said that the elemental compatibility is the martial arts shackles of every warrior. It limits the growth of every warrior, and the elemental compatibility is innate and cannot be changed. Of course, nothing in the world is absolute, and there are exceptions to everything, and the same is true for the compatibility of elements. If you can get a great opportunity and good fortune, then it is not impossible to improve the compatibility of elements. This is what warriors often say to change your destiny against the will of heaven. But how many people in this world can truly change their fate? Even if there are only a few. Not only that, the degree of elemental compatibility not only determines the fate of a warrior, but the higher the degree of elemental compatibility, the faster the cultivation speed, and vice versa, the slower the cultivation speed. In other words, the fate of most warriors is determined the moment they are born. But now this Hongmeng Yuanyi can actually cleanse the body, temper the soul, and improve the compatibility of elements. How can Ye Bufan not be shocked and stunned? This Hongmeng Yuanyi is absolutely something that goes against the will of heaven. Even if he is a waste whose elemental compatibility is less than 10, if he can swallow enough Hongmeng Yuanyi, then one day, he will definitely be able to raise his elemental compatibility to the extreme of 99. Bang bang bang. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan's pupils contracted and his heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. He already knew that the Hongmeng Emperor scripture was not simple, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. With the Hongmeng Emperor scripture and Hongmeng Yuanyi, what can Ye Bufan do? He can create gods and mass-produce Hongmeng Emperors. Of course, Ye Bufan cannot directly create the Hongmeng Emperor, but he can create a martial arts talent that has the ability to advance to the level of the Hongmeng Emperor. Gurgle. Just thinking about it, Ye Bufan couldn't help swallowing. Hongmeng Yuanyi. Once this heaven-defying item gets out, it will definitely attract the covetousness of Emperor Hongmeng. After all, even if they can't use it, they can leave it to their descendants. What's more, who said that Hongmeng Yuanyi is useless to Hongmeng Emperor? You know, in the way of martial arts, Hongmeng Emperor is not the limit. Above Hongmeng Emperor, there is a supreme Tao ancestor. If one can improve his talent, does it mean that Hongmeng Emperor may have the opportunity to go one step further and become the supreme god? Calm down, calm down. Ye Bufan patted his chest, trying to calm his fluctuating emotions. But no matter what, he could not remain calm, at least not in a short period of time. After all, this Hongmeng Yuanyi was too terrifying and too shocking. After a moment, Ye Bufan whispered softly, "It seems that I have to learn more about this Hongmeng Emperor Sutra." After all, who can guarantee that in addition to this Hongmeng Yuanyi, the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra has other functions? But how can I explore the other functions of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture? Looking at the Hongmeng Emperor scripture in his sea of consciousness, Ye Bufan felt a little worried. Both are world treasures. There is a fairy spirit in the holy prison, but the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra obviously has no spirit. In other words, if Ye Bufan wants to understand the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, he can only rely on himself to explore and explore. Just like the Hongmeng Yuanyi, only when Ye Bufan touches it, the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra will feed back relevant information to him. Otherwise the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra will not pay attention to Ye Bufan, as if it does not exist. Damn it, this is such a bummer. Faced with the coldness of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, Ye Bufan couldn't help but complain. Emperor Scripture, besides Hongmeng Yuanyi, what other functions do you have? Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan seemed to have thought of something, and was stunned for a moment, saying, Hongmeng Emperor Scripture, the origin of martial arts. When I first accepted the Emperor Scripture as my master, according to the information fed back by the Emperor Scripture, it seems that all the martial arts, magical powers, and secret techniques in the world, I can learn them instantly with the help of the Emperor Scripture. But how can I use the Emperor's Scripture to practice martial arts, magical powers, or even secret arts? Besides, there are no martial arts, magical powers, or secret techniques for me to practice right now. Damn it, since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well use the half-step magical powers I have mastered to see if the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture will react. But which one should I use? A sword that kills the sky? No, I don't have a sword to use right now. 9 steps of the soaring dragon. No, the space here is too small, I can't use it at all. Hunyuan sword and spear. I still need a sword, but that won't work either. Storm of arrows, no bow. Lingshu battle armor, this is okay. Madness, this one will work too. Forget it, it's you, Tianyan Qian. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan directly used the 9 rhymes of heavenly face that could change his own appearance. At the same time, he was also paying close attention to the changes in the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. No response. Looking at the extremely well-behaved Hongmeng Emperor scripture, Ye Bufan felt a little disappointed. Could it be that the magical power I have mastered is not good enough? Or is it that the method I am using is wrong? Buzz. But at this moment, a message suddenly rushed into Ye Bufan's mind. If you want to display supernatural powers, control them with your spirit. What the hell? This sudden change shocked Ye Bufan. Really, is it really possible? But what does this mean when you want to perform magical powers and control them with your soul? Does it mean that you have to use your soul to perform magical powers? Try it. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan sat down cross-legged, then cast aside all distracting thoughts in his mind. In his sea of consciousness, he relied on his first divine soul to perform the 7 rhythms of the heavenly eye once again. Boom! The next second, a purple light burst out from the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, instantly covering the entire sea of consciousness. It's really possible. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was overjoyed, and he continued to practice the 7 rhythms of heavenly face. It was also at this time that in his sea of consciousness, as the purple light flashed, runes that Ye Bufan could not understand at all continued to appear. At the same time, these runes continued to merge into the first soul. As the runes entered the body, Ye Bufan discovered that the path he used to operate the 7 rhythms of heavenly face was also beginning to change. This is a half-step magical power evolving into a magical power. The change in the operation path of Tianyan Qian made Ye Bufan stunned and even shocked. Boom! But at this moment, Ye Bufan's mind suddenly shook violently, and his body trembled involuntarily. The next second, the purple light released by the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra dissipated instantly, and Tianyan Qian's originally changed path also returned to normal instantly. What's going on? Failed. The sudden change made Ye Bufan stunned, but soon he found that it was not that the evolution of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra failed, but his own divine power had been exhausted. This fact made Ye Bufan a little confused and a little crazy. Although he knew that he would need to consume his own divine power to activate the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, but this speed was too fast, right? In about a second, his divine power of the 5th level of the God Servant was completely consumed. Damn, it's a trap. Huge trap. Chapter 1502, Magical Power, Chenianwan. The cultivation level of the 5th level of the God Servant could only activate the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, for about 1 second. This fact made Ye Bufan very helpless and even a little desperate. The Hongmeng Emperor scripture is worthy of being one of the 3 great treasures of the world. It is indeed not something that can be used casually. However, Ye Bufan was not discouraged by this. If the first soul doesn't work, what about the second soul? You know, although the first soul has only the cultivation level of the 5th level of Servant God, the second soul has already reached the 9th level of Mysterious God. Just because the 5th level of the Servant God is not possible doesn't mean the 9th level of the Mysterious God is not possible either. Do it when you think of it. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all and immediately drove the second soul to replace the first soul to control his body. At this time, the powerful body finally showed its value. The first divine soul is the 5th level of the divine servant. The second divine soul is the 9th level of the mysterious God. Logically speaking, since the second soul's cultivation level is several times higher than that of the first soul, it is impossible for it to replace the first soul and control its body. It's like, originally there is a bottle of water in a bottle, and for the bottle, this amount of water is just right. Neither more nor less, but now, you have to take out this portion of water and put in 5 or 6 portions of this water. In this case, can the bottle still withstand it? There is no doubt that the bottle will burst. This is the relationship between the first soul, the second soul, and the physical body. It can be said that the second soul, with the cultivation level of the 9th level of the mysterious God, replaced the first soul, with the cultivation level of the 5th level of the servant God, and controlled the physical body of the first soul. The physical body of the first soul simply could not accommodate the second soul. Of course, this is for ordinary warriors. Because ordinary warriors practice step by step, their spirit and body are naturally matched. But Ye Bufan is different. Ye Bufan's physical body had already reached the level of a god, far surpassing the first and second divine souls. Since the container is large enough, why not replace the loaded in it? Therefore, for Ye Bufan, there is nothing wrong with using the second soul to replace the first soul to control the body. After a moment, the priorities were reversed, and the second soul successfully took control of the body. But that's not enough. Now Ye Bufan is still unable to continue to activate the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. After all, the previous experiment has consumed all of Ye Bufan's own divine power, so what Ye Bufan has to do now is to restore his own divine power. This is not a difficult task for Ye Bufan, who possesses the heaven-swallowing seal. 20 minutes later, Ye Bufan had recovered the divine power that had been depleted before, and went one step further, allowing his divine power to reach the 9th level of the mysterious god. This was also the reason why Ye Bufan was able to restrain himself in order to avoid causing too much noise. Otherwise, with the power of the heaven-swallowing seal, it would take less than 5 minutes for Ye Bufan to recover his power to the 9th level of the mysterious god. Of course, none of this matters anymore. Now that his divine power has been restored, Ye Bufan is ready to continue the experiment. If it still doesn't work, he can only wait until his cultivation level breaks through again in the future, or rely on elixirs that can restore his own divine power to support the consumption of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. As for now, the second soul directly performed the 9 rhymes of heaven's face. Boom! In the sea of consciousness, the Hongmeng Emperor scripture shone with purple light again. Purple light appears and magical powers change. As the Hongmeng Emperor scripture undergoes sudden changes, the operation path of the Tianyan Juyun is also constantly changing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ye Bufan's divine power was being consumed at a terrifying rate. 5 seconds later, Ye Bufan's 9th level Xuanshan divine power had been almost consumed. This kind of consumption shocked Ye Bufan. This kind of consumption made Ye Bufan tremble. This kind of consumption almost made Ye Bufan collapse. But he couldn't change it. Divine power drives the Emperor Scripture, and the Emperor Scripture evolves into magical powers. All of this was done independently by the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture. Of course, Ye Bufan can put an end to all this. Once it ends, the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture will no longer consume divine power, but in that case, the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture will not continue to evolve the Tianyan Juyun and upgrade him from a half-step magical power to a martial arts magical power. In this situation, how could Ye Bufan give up? Isn't it divine power? Divine power is a bastard. If it's gone, just take a couple of breaths and you can restore it. Divine power depletion. The evolution of the imperial scripture. In the 6th second, the operation path of Tianyan Juyun has undergone tremendous changes. In the 7th second, the operation path of Tianyan Juyun has completely changed. This is no longer Tianyan Juyun, but a new kind of magical power. However, it still belongs to the level of half-step magical power. In the 8th second, the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture continued to improve the upgraded version of the Tianyan Juyun. In the 9th second, the new 9 rhythms of heaven took shape. This was no longer a simple half-step magical power, but a true martial arts magical power. Although it was only of the 3rd grade, it was still ranked among the magical power levels. There are 4 levels of supernatural powers: 3rd level, 2nd level, 1st level, and top level. The 3rd grade is the worst, the top grade is the strongest. Not only that, according to Feng Hen, there is Taoism above the supernatural powers. However, Feng Hen was only a martial arts god after all. He did not master the Taoism and had never even seen it. Therefore, Feng Hen only knew that there was Taoism above the magical powers, but he knew nothing about Taoism. Originally, Ye Bufan thought that the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture would stop immediately after evolving the Tianyan Juyun into a martial arts magical power, but he did not expect that after the Tianyan Juyun advanced to a magical power, the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture would still continue. There is no doubt that the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture is intended to evolve into a 2nd grade magical power. This discovery shocked Ye Bufan. Half-step magical power evolves into 3rd grade magical power. The 3rd grade magical power evolves into the 2nd grade magical power. By analogy, if one has enough divine power to support the consumption of the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture, then, will the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture directly push the Tianyan Juyun, which was originally only at the half-step divine power level, to the Taoism level? If this is true, then it is more than just horror. Of course, Ye Bufan didn't know whether the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra could evolve into the supreme Taoism, but he clearly felt the speed at which the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra consumed divine power to evolve the 2nd grade magical power, which was really scary. According to Ye Bufan's calculations, after Tianyan Juyun advanced to the 3rd grade magical power, his remaining divine power could at least support the consumption of Hongmeng Emperor Scripture for 2 to 3 seconds. But what is the result? As soon as the Hongmeng Emperor scripture began to evolve into the second-grade magical power, the remaining divine power in his body was instantly consumed. The whole process took less than 1 second, not even 1/10 of a second. In this situation, you still want to evolve the second-grade magical power. Don't be funny. With the power of the 9th level of Xuantian, it is probably only possible to support the consumption of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture for 1 second. Even with the help of elixirs, it is impossible to support the evolution of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture into a second-grade magical power. Fortunately, Ye Bufan did not insist on using the Hongmeng Emperor scripture to evolve a second-grade magical power. For him, this was just an experiment, and being able to evolve a third-grade magical power was enough. As for the second grade, first grade, or even top-level magical powers, we will talk about it later. Anyway, the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra has already recognized itself as the master, and it cannot and will not run away. Stopping thinking about these things, Ye Bufan began to study the magical level of 9 Rhymes of Heaven. The more he understood, the more frightened Ye Bufan became. He still clearly remembered that when he first obtained the martial art of 9 Rhymes of Heavenly Face from Qian Duoduo, he heard some relevant introductions about this martial art. The specific contents were as follows. Tianyan Juyun divine level. The entry level can change one's appearance, the minor level can change one's body, the major level can change one's voice, the perfect level can change one's gender, and the artistic conception can transform one into any living being. But is this really the case? No. Since Ye Bufan was able to evolve 9 Rhymes of Heaven into a half-step magical power, it means that he had already cultivated this martial art to the artistic realm level. It was for this reason that Ye Bufan knew that the introduction of 9 Rhymes of Heaven by later generations was a bit exaggerated. First, Tianyan Juyun can indeed change gender, but these changes are limited to all physical characteristics and cannot completely transform a man into a woman, nor can they completely transform a woman into a man. Secondly, the idea that the artistic conception can transform into any living being is completely untrue. Ye Bufan had tried it before, but the 9 Rhymes of Heaven's face, at the artistic conception level, could not allow him to transform into demons and wild beasts. But what about now? Ye Bufan, according to his memory of the understanding of the heavenly demon, activated this new, magical level, 9 Rhymes of Heavenly Face. Soon, he found that he had actually turned into a heavenly demon. In other words, the magical level of Tianyan Juyun can really allow him to transform into a member of another race. This fact shocked Ye Bufan and made him even more delighted. Possessing such a magical power would definitely be a great help to him. However, Ye Bufan soon discovered 2 major flaws in this magical power. First, the third-grade magical power 9 Rhymes of Heaven's Face can only allow Ye Bufan to transform into a member of 10 other races besides the human race. When Ye Bufan wanted to transform into the 11th race, 9 Rhymes of Heaven's Face had become ineffective. This discovery made Ye Bufan somewhat disappointed and even regretful. If he had known that the third-grade magical power of Tianyan Juyun could only transform into 10 races, he would never have made such an attempt. After all, there were only 10 places for the time being, so he naturally had to use them where they were useful. Now, 10 places have been decided. Although Ye Bufan can still transform at will among the 10 determined races, if he wants to transform into other races, he can only use the 9 Rhymes of Heaven to at least make it reach the second grade. However, given Ye Bufan's current situation, he is simply unable to advance to the third grade level of Tianyan Juyun. Second, time. It is natural to consume divine power to display magical powers. With Ye Bufan's current strength, the 5th level of Servant God can support Tianyan Juyun for 10 minutes, while the 9th level of Mysterious God can only support Tianyan Juyun for about an hour. It can be said that the time limit greatly weakened the power of this magical power. But it's better than nothing. At least after possessing this magical power level of 9 Rhymes of Heaven, it can still bring a lot of convenience to Ye Bufan. In addition, Tianyan Juyun has already advanced to a magical power, so the name Tianyan Juyun is naturally no longer useful. Immediately, Ye Bufan directly changed the name Tianyan Juyun. Since I can use you to transform all the living beings in the world, from now on, I will call you Qianyan Huan. At this time, outside the cell, Tu Tianfeng's angry voice suddenly came. You dog slave, get out of my way. I'm going to teach that human a lesson, otherwise I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Chapter 1503 The terrifying aura coming from the depths of the cell. Get out of my way, you little dog slave. I'm going to teach that human a lesson, otherwise I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Tu Tianfeng's sudden words brought Ye Bufan back to his senses instantly. From the tone and words, it was clear that Tu Tianfeng came here to take revenge on him. Come to think of it, even if it were him, he would never let it go. Originally Ye Bufan felt a little guilty towards Tu Tianfeng. After all, he was the one who plotted against her. But now, the only trace of guilt in Ye Bufan's heart disappeared without a trace with the arrival of Tu Tianfeng. First, he and Tu Tianfeng were not familiar with each other. Second, the reason why Tu Tianfeng treats himself well is entirely because of his talent. He and Tu Tianfeng each had their own calculations. In this case, whether it is a trap or an exploit, why bother too much about it? However, Ye Bufan knew that now was not the time to think about these things. What he had to consider now was how to deal with Tu Tianfeng. Tu Tianfeng was just a mere earthly god. With Ye Bufan's current physical body at the heavenly god level, he was not afraid of her at all. Ye Bufan was even confident that he could kill Tu Tianfeng in an instant. But what to do after killing Tu Tianfeng? Not only would his own strength be exposed, but as a prisoner he would not even be qualified to escape, and he might even lose his life. But if I don't resist, will I just let Tu Tianfeng take revenge on me? Given Tu Tianfeng's personality, she would definitely not hold back when she attacked. Who knows, she might beat me to death. You can't resist, and you can't not resist either. For a moment, Ye Bufan was in a dilemma. Will you let me? At the cell door, Tu Tianfeng glared at the two heavenly god realm guards and said viciously. The two guards in the heavenly god realm had bitter expressions on their faces. The same was true for the other jailers around. After a moment, one of the heavenly god realm guards said slowly, "Miss, please don't embarrass us. The team leader has previously instructed that you must not be allowed into the cell under any circumstances, and you are not allowed to see that human. So you won't let me?" Tu Tianfeng's expression turned cold and he spoke sternly. Although the two heavenly god realm guards did not say anything, their actions of intercepting Tu Tianfeng said it all. Unless there was an order from Tu Huo, they would not let Tu Tianfeng enter the cell no matter what. Hiss. But at this moment, Tu Tianfeng tore off her left sleeve, revealing her white no, it was her thick and hairy arm. Seeing this scene, the two heavenly god realm guards and the other jailers were all stunned. They were a little confused. They were even more curious about what Tu Tianfeng was trying to do. The next second, before they could think about it, Tu Tianfeng spoke again, somewhat teasingly, "If you don't let me in, I will tell Daddy that you guys teamed up to molest me." What the hell? When Tu Tianfeng said this, all the aliens present widened their eyes in shock. We teamed up to molest you. Miss, are you still being unreasonable? When did we molest you? Do we dare to molest you? Also, didn't you tear these clothes yourself? Are you trying to frame us? It's broad daylight, in a clear and bright world, is it really okay for you to do this? The aliens are messy. Tu Tianfeng stepped out and walked slowly forward. Seeing this, the two heavenly god realm guards instinctively wanted to stop Tu Tianfeng, but they didn't expect that Tu Tianfeng would tear off a piece of cloth from his left arm again and yell, "Help! This is indecent assault." The two heavenly god realm guards twitched their lips. Seeing Tu Tianfeng's attitude, how could they dare to continue to intercept her? Hee hee. Seeing the two heavenly god realm guards retreat to the side, Tu Tianfeng chuckled, then walked into the cell with a smug look on his face. The two heavenly god realm guards looked at each other. They are bitter and helpless. Then one of them caught up with Tu Tianfeng, and the other ran out of the cell. Ye Bufan in front of the prison gate. Tu Tianfeng came slowly with a group of heavenly god level guards and a group of jailers. Open the door. Looking at the locked prison door in front of him, Tu Tianfeng shouted loudly. The guard of the heavenly god realm looked troubled. Bang! Upon seeing this, Tu Tianfeng immediately kicked the heavenly god realm guard and said viciously, "What are you still standing there for? I asked you to open the door, didn't you hear me? Or do you still want to molest me? I molested your uncle." The guard at the god realm was almost cursing in his heart. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. When did I molest you? Do I dare to molest you? Will I molest you? Damn you. Although dissatisfied, the guards of the heavenly god realm did not dare to reveal their intentions. The next second, the god realm guard said with a bitter and helpless look on his face, "Miss, it's not that I don't want to open the door for you, but I don't have the key." The idea of the guard in the heavenly god realm is very simple, that is now another heavenly god has already notified Tu Huo, so he only needs to delay time, and when Tu Huo arrives, all problems will be solved. You don't have a key. Tu Tianfeng looked at the heavenly god realm guard with disbelief, and then said angrily, "You are a prison guard, you don't have the key, then who has the key? Quickly open the door, or don't blame me for being rude to you." Just as the heavenly god realm guard was about to say something, Ye Bufan suddenly shouted from inside the cell, "If you dare to open the door for him, I will die in front of you. Your captain spent 300 billion to buy me. If I die, let's see how your captain will deal with you." Buzz. When Ye Bufan said this, the guards at the heavenly god realm and other jailers were trembling in their hearts and were all shocked. The leader spent 300 billion to buy this human. Is this true or false? Is the captain crazy or stupid? He actually spent 300 billion to buy a human in the realm of serving the gods. Damn human, shut up. But at this moment, Tu Tianfeng glared at Ye Bufan in the cell and shouted, "If it weren't for you, would daddy have spent so much money in vain? If it weren't for you, would daddy have beaten me? Just wait, I will skin you alive today." As he spoke, Tu Tianfeng looked directly at the heavenly god realm guard beside him and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Open the door. Open the door. I'll drive you crazy." The guards at the heavenly god realm were confused and even mad. "If I opened the prison door for you today and caused an accident to happen to this human race, my life would be really over. 300 billion. That's a full 300 billion. No wonder the captain ordered that the young lady should not be allowed to enter the cell. No wonder the team leader had instructed that no accident must happen to this human." Originally, the heavenly god realm guard thought that Ye Bufan was trying to fool him and scare him, but Tu Tianfeng's words just now explained everything. This human did not lie, and their leader did spend a lot of money on him. If that's the case, why let Tu Tianfeng go to jail? Just based on Tu Tianfeng's current angry look, he must not be put into the cell. But he couldn't offend Tu Tianfeng too much. Thinking of this, the heavenly god realm guard said with embarrassment, "Miss, what I said is true. I really don't have the key. Otherwise let's wait for the captain to come." Waiting for the leader. "I'll wait for you, uncle. When daddy comes, will I still have a chance to teach this human a lesson? No key, right. If you don't have the key, break the cell door open for me. Now, immediately, smash it." Tu Tianfeng said angrily, looking like there was no room for negotiation. The guards in the heavenly god realm remained silent, without saying anything, with only one word, delay. Seeing this scene, Tu Tianfeng was so angry that he gritted his teeth. How could she not know what the heavenly god realm guards were thinking? However, the guards from the heavenly god realm can afford to waste time, but she can't. "You're not going to smash it, are you? If you don't smash it, I will smash it myself." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Tianfeng kicked directly on the cell door. Under the strong impact, the cell where Ye Bufan was located shook violently. Then a piercing loud noise was heard, which instantly reverberated throughout the cell. "What are you arguing about? Are you going to let me sleep?" The next second, a slightly dissatisfied voice suddenly sounded from deep within the cell, accompanied by a sharp pressure that swept across the entire underground cell in an instant like an autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Brush. In just a moment, the face of the guard from the heavenly god realm turned pale. The jailers were also trembling all over, with terrified expressions. Tu Tianfeng was stunned for a moment. In the cells, Ye Bufan opened his eyes wide, with a look of shock and horror. This breath. Ye Bufan could be sure that this must be the aura emitted by a powerful being who had surpassed the realm of God King. As for whether the other party was a god emperor or a god lord, Ye Bufan was not sure at all, and he did not care about these. What he cared about was how could such a super strong man appear in the cell of the Holy Mars Sky Pirates. You know, the leader of the Holy Mars Sky Pirates and the strongest man of the Holy Mars Sky Pirates, Tu Huo, was only at the God King level. Let me ask, on what basis and what use does the Holy Mars Sky Pirates have to imprison a divine emperor, or even a super powerful being at the level of a divine lord? Ye Bufan was puzzled. Tu Tianfeng didn't think too much about it. She was already angry and now she was even more furious. She looked directly into the depths of the cell and shouted angrily, "What are you yelling about? How dare a prisoner be so presumptuous? Believe. Brush." Tu Tianfeng had just said half of his words when his mouth was covered by the heavenly god realm guard. Woo woo woo. Tu Tianfeng was furious and struggled, but the heavenly god realm guard ignored her. He just covered Tu Tianfeng's mouth, looked at her, and said with fear, "Miss, I call you little ancestor, please stop making trouble. If you irritate that person, no one can save you. Not only you, but also the captain and our entire star pirates will be killed by you. Do you understand?" Buzz. After hearing this, Tu Tianfeng was stunned. No one can save himself. Will the entire star pirates group be killed by myself? The heavenly god realm guards ignored Tu Tianfeng and looked towards the cell, saying tremblingly, "Senior, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, please continue to rest, we won't disturb you." Chapter 1504 Go and earn back 120 billion. "Senior, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, please continue to rest, we won't disturb you." At this moment, the guards in the heavenly god realm were really frightened. It was a fear that came from instinct and also a fear that came from the depths of their souls. In the entire Holy Mars Sky Pirates, and even in the entire 7-star Jedi, only the jailers and the 3 captains of the Holy Mars Sky Pirates knew about the existence of this person deep in the prison. Of course, all the prisoners in the jail knew of his existence. As to where the other party came from and when he came, it remains a mystery to this day. All they knew was that one day more than 10 years ago, when they were patrolling the cells, they found this person in a cell in the deepest part of the prison. As for the prisoners originally held in this cell, their whereabouts are unknown and they don't even know whether they are alive or dead. Although they were curious at the time, they naturally did not dare to act rashly in the face of such a mysterious person who could enter the prison silently and unnoticed. In the end, they reported the matter directly to their leader, Tu Huo himself. Fortunately, they did not act rashly. The guard at the heavenly god realm still clearly remembered that when Tu Huo arrived, the other party only exuded a hint of pressure, which scared Tu Huo so much that his face turned pale. Fortunately, the other party had no ill intentions. He just said that he wanted to stay here for a while and reminded Tu Huo that he didn't want to be disturbed. Tu Huo also invited the other party to live in the city lord's mansion at that time, but was rejected by the other party. From then on, this strong man settled in this underground cell of the Holy Mars Sky Pirates and lived there for more than 10 years. If the other party had not suddenly spoken just now, the heavenly god realm guard would have almost forgotten about him. After all, it has been more than 10 years, and that person has never come out without eating or drinking. In addition, they have not set foot in the area where the last 10 cells are located in these years, so it is naturally easy to forget his existence. Tu Tianfeng was no fool. Seeing the terrified look on the face of the heavenly god realm guard, she naturally realized that the man who had spoken earlier in the depths of the cell was not a prisoner of the Holy Mars Sky Pirates, but a super powerful being whom they could not afford to provoke. But how could such a strong man appear in the prison of the Holy Mars Sky Pirates? Tu Tianfeng was puzzled. The guards at the heavenly god realm did not give her a chance to think. "Miss, please leave here immediately." As he spoke, he covered Tu Tianfeng's mouth and pulled her out. This time Tu Tianfeng did not resist, nor did he make the slightest sound. After Tu Tianfeng left, the jailers also walked towards the outside of the prison. Call. Seeing that Tu Tianfeng had left, Ye Bufan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked towards the depths of the prison. Ye Bufan saw the scene just now clearly. The fear from the bottom of the heart of the godly guard was not fake. And the words he said and his attitude towards the other party, all of this made Ye Bufan feel infinitely confused. Of course, it's more out of curiosity. Who is the person in the depths of the prison? Is he the God Emperor, the God Reverend, or the God King? Why is he here? What is the relationship between him and the Holy Mars Sky Pirates? All kinds of questions came to Ye Bufan's mind. However, Ye Bufan did not care too much about it. After all, for him, the top priority was to improve his strength as quickly as possible. As for everything else, it was not important. At this moment, outside the cell, Tu Tianfeng had just been taken away from the prison by the heavenly god guards when he ran into Tu Huo and his group who were rushing over. Facing Tu Tianfeng, Tu Huo pointed at her and said angrily, "Who asked you to come to the prison? Tu Tianfeng did not answer this. At this moment, she was still immersed in the scene just now, so much so that she has not come to her senses until now. That's why Tu Huo, who was originally furious, was stunned. Girl, what's wrong with you? Captain. At this time, the Heavenly God Realm Guard thought for a moment and said, Captain, it seems that the young lady disturbed that person just now. What? As soon as the guard from the Heavenly God Realm said this, the expressions of the three God Kings, including Tu Huo, Jin Luyu and Kuang Tiandi who came with them, changed drastically in an instant. Tu Huo looked at the Heavenly God Realm Guard and asked, what's going on? How is that person? He just told us not to disturb his sleep, and didn't say anything else. The God Realm Guard said truthfully. Call. Tu Huo and the other three God Kings finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then they all looked at Tu Tianfeng. Bang! Tu Huo didn't hesitate at all and slapped Tu Tianfeng in the face, cursing, you just lost 70 billion to me and now you come to the prison to cause trouble. Do you really want to kill me before you stop? You. After being slapped twice by Tu Huo in one day, Tu Tianfeng was instinctively angry. However, when she thought of the scene in the prison just now, the reminder from the guards of the Heavenly God Realm when they came out, and Tu Huo's current reaction, Tu Tianfeng naturally realized that she almost caused a big disaster and brought a catastrophe to the Holy Fire Core. Because of this, the anger in her heart dissipated instantly, and was replaced by endless grievances. Then she lowered her head and 2 lines of tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Cry, 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 what are you crying for? Tu Huo cursed, go back to your room. From now on, if you dare to leave the door without my permission, I will break your legs. Wow! Tu Tianfeng burst into tears and then ran out. I'm so mad at you, old man. Tu Huo waved his hand and said something angrily. Jin Luyu comforted him, brother, it's okay, Tianfeng didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't intentional, but it caused so much trouble. If it was intentional, what would happen? Tu Huo's face turned livid. If Tu Tianfeng was not his only daughter, he would definitely kill Tu Tianfeng directly. Losing 70 billion would be fine, but do you dare to mess with the guy deep in the prison? If they angered him, the entire Holy Mars Sky Pirates would be wiped out in an instant. Jin Luyu naturally knew that Tu Huo was angry, so he didn't say anything more, but changed the subject and said, brother, let's go meet that human first. Call. Tu Huo let out a breath, calmed down, and said, no need, let's get him out, so as not to upset that person again. 2. Jin Luyu and Kuang Tiandi nodded. They both agreed with Tu Huo's approach. It would be better not to disturb that person if possible. The main hall of the City Lord's mansion. After Tu Huo and the other two took Ye Bufan away from the prison, they brought him directly back here. If they had known that something like this would happen and would disturb that person, they would never have thrown Ye Bufan into jail. However, it was too late to regret now. The most urgent task was to recover their losses as soon as possible. Ye Bufan, in just one day, you caused our Holy Mars Sky Pirates to lose 120 billion in vain. What do you think we should do? Looking at Ye Bufan, Tu Huo said sternly. To say that before, he always liked Ye Bufan, but now haha, besides endless anger, there was only deep disgust in his heart towards Ye Bufan. If it weren't for the 120 billion, he would have wanted to skin Ye Bufan alive, pull out his tendons, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Ye Bufan lowered his head and pretended to be wronged. Big brother. Who is your eldest brother? Tu Huo interrupted Ye Bufan with an angry shout and said, call me master. Yes, master, no, isn't it 50 billion, Ye Bufan said weakly. 50 billion. Tu Huo sneered, I spent 50 billion to buy you, and then spent another 70 billion to buy elixirs. How much does it add up to if it's not 120 billion? Ye Bufan was at a loss. What me? Tu Huo shouted, now I'm giving you 2 choices. What choice? Ye Bufan raised his head and looked at Tu Huo. Tu Huo said, first, I will kill you, and the 170 billion will be treated as if it never existed. Kill me. Ye Bufan sneered in his heart. Are you willing to kill me? Do you dare to kill me? If you kill me, not only will you lose 120 billion in vain, but you will also have to bear the wrath of the other 6 major star pirate groups. Would you make such a stupid decision? Stop scaring me. Although he understood it in his heart, Ye Bufan still pretended to be terrified and said, no, master, I don't want to die. So you want to choose the second one. Tu Huo sneered and said, okay, then go and earn back the 120 billion for me. Chapter 1505 was sold for another 30 billion. Okay, then go and earn back the 120 billion for me. When Ye Bufan heard that he was asked to earn back the 120 billion, he was immediately scared. He looked at Tu Huo with a sad and trembling face and said, Master, where can I earn 120 billion? Snort. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tu Huo snorted coldly and said, you have to make money even if you can't make it back. If you can't make it back, then I will take your life directly. Bang! Ye Bufan was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Master, I. He hesitated for a long time but still didn't know what to say. Seeing this scene, Tu Huo and the other two looked at each other and smiled indifferently. Then Jin Luyu looked at Ye Bufan and said calmly, we also know that it is impossible for you to earn 120 billion by yourself, so we won't make it difficult for you. As long as you cooperate with us and do whatever we ask you to do, then even if you can't earn back the 120 billion, we will definitely not make it difficult for you again. Well, are you willing to cooperate with us? Ye Bufan was stunned at first, then nodded repeatedly and said, I am willing, I will do whatever you ask me to do, please don't kill me. Hee. Tu Huo and the other two smiled, looking very satisfied. Jin Luyu continued, well, we will send you to another leader in a while. As for which leader it will be, we don't know yet. But no matter which leader we send you to, you only need to remember one thing, which is find a way to make the other party spend money on you, and the more money the better. Do you understand? Ming, I understand. Ye Bufan replied tremblingly, and then said bitterly, but how can I let them spend money on me? The money is not mine. When Ye Bufan said this, Tu Huo became extremely angry. Are the 70 billion I have yours? No. But what is the result? In the end, didn't you waste more than 50 billion in vain? Why can I spend money on you but not other group leaders? This time, you have to do it whether you can or not. If you really can't, I will strangle you to death. Tu Huo was furious, but Jin Luyu smiled and comforted him, don't worry about that. We have already planned everything for you. You just need to do what we say. Have you already planned it? All I have to do is follow the instructions. Well done. Ye Bufan was originally still thinking about how to trick the other team leaders, but he didn't expect that Tu Huo and the other two had already thought of everything for him. This is definitely a pleasant surprise. Doing this would save him a lot of trouble. The most important thing was that all of this was instructed by Tu Huo and the others. For him, that meant he had a legitimate reason. As for the purpose of Tu Huo and the others doing this, Ye Bufan naturally knew it very well. It's simply that they were cheated, so they also want to cheat the other major star pirate groups. To put it bluntly, they can't bear to see the other major star pirate groups living better than themselves. This is a typical revenge mentality. Although it is harmful to others and does not benefit oneself, it can at least give Tu Huo and others some psychological comfort and balance. After figuring this out, Ye Bufan was overjoyed. This young master likes you guys to hurt each other like you are doing now. After all, if you don't scheme against each other and hurt each other, how can this young master have the chance to reap the benefits? Thinking of this, Ye Bufan said with a look of trepidation, yes, I will definitely listen to you masters, I will do whatever you tell me to do. Very good. 7-star Jedi, Red Leaf City, City Lord's Mansion. Tu Huo, did you say it wrong, or did I hear it wrong? Hongye, the Lord of Hongye City, looked at Tu Huo and said in disbelief, you want to sell me a month's communication time with that human in your hand? Exactly. Tu Huo responded and said with a smile, you heard it right, and I didn't say it wrong. I want to sell you the first month's exchange qualification of this human race. How about it, Captain Hongye, do you want it or not? Hongye frowned and asked, why? Why? Tu Huo smiled calmly, of course it's for money. After a pause, Tu Huo continued, anyway, there is no difference between a few months earlier and a few months later. In this case, why can't I sell the first month's rights and earn some benefits for myself? What's the difference between a few months earlier and a few months later? Why not take advantage of the opportunity to make some money? Hongye was stunned for a moment, then cursed in her heart. If I believed your nonsense, wouldn't I be an idiot? There is no difference between a few months early and a few months late. If that was true, then why did the 7 captains fight for that priority? Isn't it just to gain some advantage in this matter? After all, everyone knows that it is better to strike first than to gain the upper hand. At this moment, Hong Ye was very sure that Tu Huo's actions were definitely not as simple as he said, and he must have other purposes. But what was he doing it for? Hong Ye didn't know, but he was clear that for him, this was definitely not a bad thing. You know, when he was fighting for the right to communicate with this human, he was ranked 6th. After him, there was only Huan Xinyan left. If we really follow this order, by the time it is his turn, the daylily will probably be cold. That is why, after returning from Holy Fire City, Hong Ye has been worried about this matter. Now, how many? Looking at Tu Huo, Hong Ye asked in a deep voice. Tu Huo smiled slightly, picked up the teacup beside him, took a sip carefully, then put the teacup down and said lightly, "One price, 100 billion. Are you crazy about money?" Hong Ye suddenly stood up and stared at Tu Huo, saying in disbelief, "I only spent 50 billion to buy this human, and now you want to sell a month's exchange opportunity for 100 billion. Tu Huo, do you think that the money of our Hong Ye pirates came from the wind?" "Captain Hong Ye, it's the right to communicate for the first month, not just for 1 month." Tu Huo corrected with a smile. Hong Ye was furious and said, "Even if it's just the first month's communication rights, it's not worth 100 billion, right? Whether it's worth it or not, that depends on what Captain Hong Ye thinks, right? Anyway, I'll sell it for 100 billion. You, stop arguing with me, Captain Hong Ye. Just tell me whether you are going to buy it or not. If not, I will go find Long Wei." Hong Ye was stunned, and asked in surprise, "Have you already looked for Huan Xinyan? How is that possible? That woman is too dangerous. I don't want to deal with her. You are the first one I'm looking for. Just because I'm ranked 6th, and there's only one Huan Xinyan left after me. What else? 100 billion is too much. Not only me, but the others won't accept it. That may not be the case. If we don't try, who can know the final result? How about 5 billion? 5 billion? Hong Ye, are you kidding me? Tu Huo, 5 billion is not a small amount. After all, this is just the right to communicate for 1 month. Hee, 8 billion, how about that? I'd better go find Long Wei." As he spoke, Tu Huo stood up and acted as if he was about to leave. "Damn you!" Hong Ye cursed in his heart and said, 15 billion, Tu Huo, I will give you 15 billion. Tu Huo paused, turned around and looked at Hong Yi, and said, "Hong Yi, I want 100 billion, but you only offer 15 billion. Is there anyone who bargains like you? Since you have no sincerity at all, just pretend I was never here. Goodbye." After leaving a few words, Tu Huo turned around and walked out. "Sincerity? I sincerely love you." Looking at Tu Huo who was leaving, Hong Ye cursed in his heart. He knew very well that what Tu Huo was doing now was just a way of retreating to advance, a bargaining tactic. But what can he do? Opportunity is fleeting. Once Tu Huo left Hong Ye City, he would never have the chance for another transaction. After all, they were not the only two who bought this human in the 7-star Jedi. He needed the right to communicate with this human for the first month, and so did several other team leaders. However, the right to communicate in the first month is in Tu Huo's hands, which means that Tu Huo has absolute initiative, but if he leaves this time and comes back again, then he will definitely lose the initiative. Therefore, Tu Huo would never come to Hong Ye City for the second time no matter what. Even if the prices offered by other team leaders were not as high as his, Tu Huo would definitely reach a deal with one of the remaining team leaders. As soon as she thought of this, Hong Ye gritted her teeth, looked at Tu Huo's back, and said, 20 billion. After a pause, Hong Ye continued, Tu Huo, this is my bottom line. If you agree, we will make a deal. If you cannot accept it, then go find Long Wei. 20 billion. Tu Huo stopped and groaned, then turned to look at Hong Yi and said, add another 10 billion, 30 billion, and I will ask the heaven and earth to send that human over now. Your uncle. When Tu Huo said this, Hong Yi's face turned pale and she couldn't help cursing in her heart. Another 10 billion, 30 billion, the 20 billion has been paid, should we add this 10 billion or not? If you don't accept it, Tu Huo will definitely leave. But if they accepted it, the money of the Red Leaf Pirates did not come from the wind. After struggling in her heart, Hong Ye gritted her teeth and said with hatred, deal. Chapter 1506, huh. Oh, yeah, 30 billion. Compared to the 120 billion that Tu Huo spent on Ye Bufan, this is nothing. 30 billion is only a quarter of it. But Tu Huo knew very well that 30 billion was definitely the limit that Hong Ye could accept. If the price continued to rise, Hong Ye would definitely choose to give up. Not only that, Hong Ye is like this, and I believe the other team leaders are about the same. Even if some of them spend more than Hong Ye, it will definitely not be much more. Instead of doing that, it would be better to sell it directly to Hong Ye. After all, Tu Huo's idea now is very simple, that is, it is enough to recover some losses. Although he spent 120 billion, Tu Huo was still confident that he could get the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to refund 50 billion of it. In addition, he still had nearly 20 billion pills in his hands, which means that his actual loss was more than 50 billion. Now that he has recovered 30 billion, his final loss is only 20 billion. A loss of 20 billion is completely acceptable to Tu Huo. Make a deal. Looking at Hong Ye's livid face, Tu Huo smiled slightly and said, I will ask the heaven and earth to send that human over here right now. Snort. Hong Ye snorted and said nothing. Although Tu Huo sold him the first month's communication rights of this human race, he was not grateful to Tu Huo and even felt a little resentful towards Tu Huo. 30 billion Tu Huo was simply taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Tu Huo didn't care about this. Although the 7-star pirate groups are part of the alliance, they are actually just a facade. Over the years, there have been many open and covert fights between them, but everyone has adhered to some bottom lines and has not completely torn their relations apart. He had tricked Hong Ye today, but Hong Ye would never go directly into war with his Holy Fire group. Not only that, Tu Huo believed that Hong Ye would definitely trick the other team leaders like he did. As for how he would trick people, that was not something Tu Huo needed to consider. Anyway, I cheat you and you cheat him, and in the end, no one gets any advantage and everyone suffers losses. About half an hour later, Quang Tiandi brought Ye Bufan to the city lord's mansion of Hong Ye City. One hand hands over the money, the other hand hands over the person. After Tu Huo collected 30 billion divine crystals, he and Quang Tiandi left Hong Ye City. Inside the city lord's mansion, Xiao Fan, what did you do with Tu Huo during this day? Did he bully you? Looking at Ye Bufan, Hong Ye asked enthusiastically. Her attitude was no different from that of Tu Huo at the beginning. However, unlike Tu Huo, Hong Ye did not try to please Ye Bufan directly, but planned to first learn from Ye Bufan about his situation in Holy Fire City. After all, Hong Ye was always a little worried about Tu Huo's abnormal behavior. In response to Hong Ye's question, Ye Bufan said one word, looking confused. Hong Ye was slightly stunned and said, I'm asking you, what have you been doing in Tu Huo City during this period of time? Did Tu Huo bully you? Ye Bufan responded with one word, and then there was no response. You're paralyzed. Hong Ye was furious. I was asking you a question, but you kept saying and oh, what does that mean? Aren't you an idiot? Or do you not understand what I'm saying? Although she was angry, Hong Ye naturally would not get angry when facing Ye Bufan, her baby. After calming down, Hong Ye smiled again and said, Xiaofan, do you understand what I am saying? I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? You Xiaofan, can you talk to me? Apart from yeah, can you say anything else? Then tell me what you think. Do you know who I am? May I have your name? Do you know where this is? You're here. Yes. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Hong Ye was in disarray and even more crazy. Looking at Ye Bufan, his heart was like thousands of alpaca galloping through it, and his anger soared all the way. If Hong Ye still hasn't figured out the problem at this moment, then he would be a real idiot. Yeah, Ye Bufan is obviously not a fool, but why is he like this? This was clearly intentional. He is completely perfunctory. Why did he apply the mask to himself? Hong Ye immediately thought of Tu Huo, and now he finally understood why Tu Huo sold the first month's communication rights to him. This is Ye Bufan can do it. These 3 words, he even has trouble communicating with him, how can he please him and make him work for him? As it is now, let alone the fact that he only has 1 month, even if he is given another year, 10 years, or even 100 years or 1,000 years, what will be the use? There is no doubt that this must be Tu Huo's fault. Xiao Fan, tell me, did Tu Huo threaten you? Helplessly, Hong Ye could only suppress the anger in her heart and asked again. Hong Ye was extremely sad and angry. Xiao Fan, if that bastard Tu Huo threatens you, tell me and I will help you teach him a lesson. Oh. Did he make any promise to you to do this? What did he promise you? I'm asking, what benefit did he give you? Whatever he can give, I can give as well. I'll give you double. Oh, I owe your uncle. Hong Ye was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He really wanted to slap Ye Bufan to death, but this guy was a treasure. Hong Ye couldn't bear to do that, and he didn't dare to do so. Tu Huo, you bastard, how dare you cheat me? Helpless, Hong Ye couldn't help but curse. Someone come. The next second, Hong Ye shouted again. Captain. In an instant, 2 members of the Red Leaf group ran in from outside. Looking at the angry Red Leaf, they looked at each other with surprise and confusion on their faces. Take your people to Holy Fire City right now and do everything you can to investigate what Tu Huo has been doing during this period of time, including what he ate, what he did, and who he slept with at night. I want to know everything clearly. Hong Ye said sternly that since he couldn't communicate with Ye Bufan, he could only find a breakthrough from Tu Huo. Anyway, his 30 billion could not be wasted. The 2 members of the Hong Ye group were stunned by their leader's abnormal behavior. They looked at each other, then looked at Hong Ye and said, "Yes, leader." After leaving a few words, the 2 members of the Red Leaf group left the City Lord's mansion directly. Damn you Tu Huo, just wait for me. Hong Ye cursed angrily, then instinctively looked at Ye Bufan. After seeing Ye Bufan, he couldn't help but twitch his lips again. Facing a human race that can only say what can he do even if he is a god king? I can't bear to hit him. I can't bear to scold. As for communication, forget it. The worst part was that he couldn't just ignore this human. What a fucking sin. After calming down, the anger on Hong Ye's face was replaced by a smile. Xiaofan, are you hungry? How about I take you to eat something delicious? Oh, how about I find you a beautiful lady? How about the night elves? Oh, I'm so fucking. Bang. Hong Ye slapped his forehead, speechless, and gave up communicating with Ye Bufan. He knew that under the current circumstances, if he didn't figure out what exactly Tu Huo had done to Ye Bufan, then he would never be able to hear the 4th word from Ye Bufan's mouth other than or hum. In that case, just wait a little longer. There is still a month left, so there is no need to rush. Someone come. The next second, Hong Ye shouted again. Captain. A guard ran in. Hong Ye pointed at Ye Bufan and said, go and arrange a room for him, and serve him well. Remember, treat him like the king. If something happens to him, or if you make him unhappy, then don't blame me for peeling your skin and pulling out your tendons. Do you understand? Buzz. Hearing this, the members of the Red Leaf group in front of them couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Yes, Captain. The next second, the guard responded. Then he secretly glanced at Ye Bufan again, feeling even more envious. Treat him like the head of the group. Even the leader's son, the young master of their Holy Fire group, can't compare to this treatment, right? Who exactly is this human race? Could it be that he is the illegitimate child of the leader and a human woman? Well, very likely. If this is true, then I really have to try my best to please this young lady. Hong Ye didn't know that the guard in front of him had already imagined Ye Bufan as his illegitimate son outside. He just waved his hand and said, take him down. Chapter 1507, I seem to have been tricked by Tu Huo. One day later, in Hong Ye City, in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, Hong Ye looked at a member of the Hong Ye group in front of him and asked, how is the investigation going? Are there any results? The Red Leaf team member said with embarrassment, Captain, please give us a little more time, we give you a little more time. Hong Ye immediately interrupted the other party in a cold voice and said, how long? 1 month, or 2 months? Do you think this captain has so much time to wait? The members of the Red Leaf group were speechless and embarrassed, and a cold sweat rolled down their foreheads. It's not that they didn't work hard, but if they wanted to infiltrate the Holy Fire City Lord's mansion to investigate the diet and daily life of the God King Tu Huo, or even deeper secrets, it would definitely not be done overnight. Even for them, this is simply impossible to do. After all, Tu Huo is a powerful person in the realm of God King. It is not easy to get close to him. 3 days. I will give you 3 more days. After 3 days, you must give me a result. Before the members of the Hong Ye group could think more, Hong Ye spoke again, in a stern voice. 3 days. The members of the Red Leaf group looked bitter. They simply could not complete the mission in 3 days. But since Hong Ye had said so, what else could he say? Yes, Captain. I will do my best to complete the task assigned by you. That's best, back off. Hong Ye shook his hands. Captain. The members of the Red Leaf Group seemed to be hesitant to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing this scene, Hong Ye said something. Yes. The Red Leaf Group member responded, Captain, although we haven't investigated what Tu Huo is doing, we heard a very strange thing in Holy Fire City. The protagonist of this incident is Tu Huo's daughter Tu Tianfeng. Oh. Hong Ye raised her eyebrows and asked with interest, what's the matter? Tell me about it. Captain, it's like this. Just yesterday, Tu Huo's daughter, Tu Tianfeng, squandered more than 70 billion in just half an hour, swept through more than 30 medicine shops in Shengwo City, and also bought 50 billion worth of medicine from Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. It is said that there were 16 God King pills among them. The Red Leaf Group member said slowly. What? Hearing this, Hong Ye was shocked. He stood up suddenly, stared at the Hong Ye Group members in front of him, and asked in a deep voice, is what you said true? Reporting to the captain, I have confirmed it with my subordinates. It is true. At this moment, even Hong Ye, who was at the level of God King, felt a little confused and difficult to accept. 70 billion. Did Tu Tianfeng get kicked in the head by a donkey? He spent 70 billion to buy elixirs. Even if he had money, he shouldn't squander it like this, right? He had already begun to feel some sympathy for Tu Huo. Having such a daughter, Tu Huo was unlucky for 8 generations. Etc. Suddenly, Hong Ye seemed to realize something, looked at the Hong Ye Group members in front of him, and said, did Tu Huo not stop it? Of course Tu Huo came to stop it, but by the time he arrived, it was too late. Tu Tianfeng had already spent more than 70 billion. Fortunately, Tu Huo arrived in time. Otherwise it is said that Tu Tianfeng would have continued to buy. Yeah. Hong Ye narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, what happened next? How did Tu Huo deal with these pills? Did he return any of them? It seems not. That's right. Hong Ye's eyes lit up and said, what do you mean Tu Tianfeng is a spendthrift? In my opinion, this is simply Tu Huo's deliberate arrangement. It's not that Tu Tianfeng wants to buy the pills, but he himself needs these pills. Tu Tianfeng is just covering for him. The Red Leaf Group members were stunned and asked in confusion, but Captain, why does Tu Huo need so many pills? What? Hong Ye sneered, and he immediately thought of Ye Bufan. In his opinion, these more than 70 billion pills must be closely related to Ye Bufan's abnormal behavior. Without saying anything more, Hong Ye said, okay, you can leave now. Yes, etc. Captain, do you have anything else to say? Let the brothers from Holy Fire City withdraw. Captain, don't we need to continue investigating Tu Huo? No need, I have already achieved the result I wanted. Back off. Yes. After the members of the Hong Ye Group left, Hong Ye narrowed his eyes and sneered, 7 billion pills, Tu Huo, you really spent a lot of money, no wonder this human is so abnormal, it seems he was bribed by you. Humph, if you can bribe him, why can't I? As he spoke, Hong Ye left the City Lord's mansion and went directly to where Ye Bufan was. In the Red Leaf City Lord's mansion, Ye Bufan was staying in the wing. Xiaofan, how was it? Did you have a good rest last night? Looking at Ye Bufan, Hong Ye asked with a smile. Ye Bufan said in one word. That's good. Hong Ye smiled and said, by the way, I heard that Tu Huo bought you 70 billion pills. Buzz. Hearing this, Ye Bufan's body trembled violently, but he pretended to be puzzled and asked, Hee. Hong Ye smiled indifferently. How could Ye Bufan's instantaneous reaction just now escape his eyes? Now Hong Ye is even more certain that it must be Tu Huo who bribed Ye Bufan with 70 billion elixirs. Hong Ye immediately said with a smile, did Tu Huo bribe you with 70 billion pills to make you listen to him? Haha, you believe what Tu Huo said. He is famous for going back on his word. Ye Bufan's expression changed and he said nothing. But in Hong Ye's opinion, this scene made Ye Bufan waver, and he was more certain of his guess, so he said, Xiaofan, I tell you, Tu Huo's words are not to be believed. If it is really as he said, then where are the 70 billion pills? Did he give them to you? No. Also, these 70 billion pills seem like a lot, but what about it? You are only at the God Servant realm now. What use are those heavenly God pills and God King pills to you? Let's say you can keep these pills for later use, but what about the pills for healing? In my opinion, Tu Huo is simply fooling you. He didn't prepare these 70 billion pills for you, but for the people in his Holy Fire group. Who said that? Ye Bufan said excitedly, I can take the Heavenly God pill and the Divine King pill right now, and after taking them, I can directly improve my cultivation. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan seemed to realize that he had let the cat out of the bag, so he immediately covered his mouth. Hong Ye frowned. The Heavenly God pill and the God King pill can be eaten now, and after eating them, they can directly improve your cultivation level. It was also at this time that Hong Ye finally realized that Ye Bufan had reached the 5th level of God's servant. This discovery made Hong Ye's face change drastically. What was Ye Bufan's cultivation level when the 7 leaders bought him? The 3 heavens of serving God. But what about now? The 5th level of serving the gods. In other words, Ye Bufan made 2 consecutive breakthroughs in just one day of staying with Tu Huo. Although this is only the servant of God's realm, this breakthrough is too fast, too fierce, right? Combined with Ye Bufan's emotional words just now, Hong Ye felt that she might, seem to, as if, perhaps, have discovered an incredible secret. Xiao Fan, besides having the full compatibility of the 9 elements, do you have any other talents? For example, can you directly swallow pills to improve your cultivation? Ye Bufan pretended to be confused and once again put on his previous attitude of I'm just trying to please you. I'm so fucking. Hong Ye was going crazy. He found it too difficult to communicate with Ye Bufan. It's all that damn Tu Huo's fault. However, since Hong Ye already knew about the deal between Tu Huo and Ye Bufan, she was confident that as long as she could prescribe the right medicine, she would not be afraid of not being able to convince Ye Bufan. Isn't it just a pill? If you can give me fire, I can also give you red leaves. Xiao Fan, how about I give you 80 billion pills, Hong Ye said immediately. Oh, Ye Bufan responded. Hong Ye's mouth twitched. Tu Huo bribed you with 70 billion elixirs, and I offered 80 billion, and in return I got an O, from you. This is really, this is, shit. 90 billion, and I'll pay you 10 billion for the pills first, how about that? Oh, Xiao Fan, you have to think it through. Although Tu Huo promised to give you 70 billion pills, you may get nothing in the end. But I am different. I can give you 10 billion pills first, and I promise that the remaining pills will be given to you later. Well, having said this, Hong Ye was stunned. He suddenly realized a very serious problem. When is later? In other words, what would happen even if he bribed Ye Bufan? You know, he is not the only one who controls Ye Bufan's life and death. The other 6 team leaders also control his life and death. In this situation, Ye Bufan must obey the orders of the 7 captains. If that's the case, why bother bribing him? The reason why they fought for it before was just to strike first and gain more favor from Ye Bufan, so that Ye Bufan would be more inclined to themselves. After all, Ye Bufan would be a powerful Hongmeng master in the future. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they did not want to threaten Ye Bufan with life and death. If they could get Ye Bufan more inclined towards them, they would be able to gain relatively more benefits. In other words, you can try to please Ye Bufan, but it is totally unnecessary to spend a huge price to bribe Ye Bufan. After all, even if he bribed Ye Bufan, it was impossible for Ye Bufan to belong to him alone. If that's the case, why bother? Only at this time did Hong Ye realize that she seemed to have made a logical error, and she made the mistake when Tu Huo sold Ye Bufan to her. When Tu Huo was thinking about selling, he only thought about buying Ye Bufan and ignored other issues. It can be said that if it is given for free, it is understandable, but using 30 billion to buy the so-called first month's communication rights is completely unnecessary. Damn it, I seem to have been tricked by Tu Huo. Etc. I'm sure Tu Huo can think of the same thing I can think of. If that's the case, then why did he use 70 billion pills to bribe this human? Is he stupid? He's obviously not stupid. So, there must be something I don't know. Looking at Ye Bufan, Hong Ye narrowed his eyes, his face full of deep thought. Chapter 1508 Life is like a play, it all depends on your acting skills. Looking at Ye Bufan, Hong Ye felt more and more that, in addition to the 70 billion pills, there were other additional transactions between Ye Bufan and Tu Huo, and this additional transaction was the real reason why Tu Huo bribed Ye Bufan. But what exactly is the deal? Hong Ye didn't know, and Tu Huo obviously wouldn't tell him. As for Ye Bufan, looking at his current state, if he wanted to get some information from him, it would probably be difficult, or even impossible. What to do? Are you just giving up like this? Hong Ye was unwilling and even more worried. Helplessly, he could only continue to try to get help from Ye Bufan. Xiao Fan, did Tu Huo promise you other benefits? I'm telling you, you must not trust him. I know Tu Huo best. He looks kind, but he's actually evil at heart. Do you know that over the years, none of the alien races that have dealt with him have had a good ending? Even several god kings died tragically at Tu Huo's hands. Even the god king is like this, how do you think you compare to him? Xiao Fan, wake up, you are dancing with the wolves now, and you will get yourself killed sooner or later. Looking at Hong Ye and listening to him constantly slandering Tu Huo, Ye Bufan felt amused. Sure enough, there is a saying that is true. The person who knows you best is not your friend, but your enemy. All of Hong Ye's current behavior is almost the same as what Tu Huo and the other two had guessed before. Even the fact that Hong Ye would discredit Tu Huo was within the expectations of Tu Huo and the other two. Ye Bufan's expression immediately changed. He looked at Hong Ye nervously and excitedly and said, "You are talking nonsense. Tu Huo would never lie to me." Hee. Hong Ye smiled calmly in her heart. Young people are young people. Just a few words of provocation from me have caused him to become loose in his heart. So, is it difficult to split the cooperation between him and Tu Huo? Hong Ye immediately said earnestly, "Xiao Fan, you can only know a person's face but not his heart. You have just come to the 7 Stars Jedi, so it is normal that you don't know Tu Huo. But it is different for me. I have been dealing with Tu Huo for so many years, and I know him very well. I can guarantee that once he achieves his goal, he will abandon you without hesitation, or even kill you. As for the so-called agreement between you, it is worthless in Tu Huo's eyes, and he doesn't care at all." After Hong Ye finished speaking, Ye Bufan did not respond at all. He just rolled his eyes around, as if he was thinking about something. Hong Ye knew that Ye Bufan was thinking, and also knew that he had begun to relax inside, so she didn't say anything else. She just watched quietly, waiting for Ye Bufan's reaction. After a moment, Ye Bufan looked at Hong Ye and asked warily, "Why should I believe you?" Hong Ye smiled leisurely, "Do you think I have any reason to lie to you?" "Have," Ye Bufan said without even thinking. Hong Ye's mouth twitched. Well, he was indeed deceiving Ye Bufan, or he was deliberately discrediting Tu Huo. But he couldn't say this openly, let alone tell Ye Bufan. So, Hong Ye changed the subject and said, "Xiao Fan, actually what I said is not important. What is important is that since you can cooperate with Tu Huo, why can't you cooperate with me?" After a pause, Hong Ye continued, "I can guarantee that if you cooperate with me, it will be much safer than if you cooperate with Tu Huo. Moreover, what Tu Huo can give, I can also give. In fact, I can give you much more than he can give you." Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes and said, "I can tell you what Tu Huo wants to do, and I can cooperate with you, but you have to give me the 90 billion pills first, and then we can talk." "What the hell? Give you the 90 billion pills first, and then we can talk? Are you crazy? You are a fucking slave. I cooperate with you because I respect you, but you still ask me for 90 billion pills. The most hateful thing is that I have to give you these 90 billion pills first." Hong Ye felt like he was about to explode with anger, but thinking of Tu Huo and the unknown deal between Tu Huo and Ye Bufan, he could only hold back and said, "Xiao Fan, isn't your request a bit too much? Tu Huo gave you 70 billion pills. No." Ye Bufan shook his head and said, "But, didn't you say that if I don't get the elixir and you regret it in the end, what should I do then?" Hong Ye's mouth twitched. What the hell, this is really fucked up. Am I shooting myself in the foot? But now that things have come to this, what else can we do? You have to jump into the hole you dug yourself even if it means crying. However, 90 billion pills were too many, and Hong Ye simply couldn't accept them. "Xiao Fan, 90 billion pills are too much. We have a long way to go. How about this, I'll give you 5 billion worth of pills first. You can choose any type you want. How about that? 5 billion. That's too little. It should be at least 80 billion. Ye Bufan said after thinking for a while. Hong Ye's mouth twitched. "Well, according to what I said before, I will give you 20 billion first. 50 billion, all to buy Divine King pills. Xiao Fan, 20 billion, we really can't have any more. 30 billion, 30 God King pills, forget it if it doesn't work." Hong Ye's mouth twitched. "I'm so fucking. 30 billion, another 30 billion. I just spent 30 billion to buy you, and now the prerequisite for cooperating with you is another 30 billion. The total is 60 billion. Do you really think that the money of my Red Leaf Starry Sky pirates came from the wind? The most annoying thing is I have no fucking choice. Thinking in his heart, Hong Ye gritted his teeth and said, okay, 30 God King pills or 30 God King pills, deal. Make a deal. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and asked, where are the pills? The corner of Hong Ye's mouth twitched again. I will buy it for you now, but Hong Ye City may not have so many Divine King pills, so it may take some time. It's okay. If you don't have enough Divine King pills, you can replace them with other pills. As long as they are worth 30 billion, it will be fine. But there must be no less than 15 Divine King pills. There are other pills. What other pills? Didn't you say you would give me 90 billion worth of pills? Now you've only given me 30 billion of them. Where's the remaining 60 billion? Don't worry, you won't be short of it. When the time comes, I will give it to you naturally. Okay, but you have to buy these pills first and show them to me. Why? If you don't buy these pills back, and you regret it later, what should I do? Even if I buy them back but don't give them to you, I can still regret it, right? Of course, I'm not saying that I will regret it, but I think there's no need to rush to buy these pills back now. A pill worth 90 billion. Such a big commotion would definitely attract Tu Huo's attention, and Hong Ye didn't want to cause any trouble. Hong Ye didn't want to, but Ye Bufan refused. No, you must buy back all the 90 billion pills, otherwise I won't believe you. You fucking are you not the master, or am I the master? Don't forget, you still have the soul ring, with you, and your life and death are under my control. Aren't you afraid of angering me and me killing you directly? Well, I really can't bear to kill you, and I dare not kill you. Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll buy all 90 billion pills and bring them back for you to review. Gritting her teeth, Hong Ye said angrily. He has already decided that, apart from the 30 billion pills that he needs to pay Ye Bufan in advance, he will use the rest to buy pills for the Red Leaf Group's daily needs. He will not be like Tu Huo, who bought some ineffective pills and placed them at home. In that case, then you should hurry up and buy it. After Hong Ye finished speaking, Ye Bufan waved his hands and said. That tone, that look, that action, Hong Ye felt like she was about to explode with anger. Am I a slave or am I not a slave? How dare you order me around? You are so cruel. I can't afford to offend you, so I'm going to buy it for you now. You wait. After leaving a few words, Hong Ye left the room where Ye Bufan was. Hee hee. After Hong Ye left, Ye Bufan's expression changed and he sneered secretly. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This feeling is really wonderful. 30 billion pills will soon be in hand, and by then my physical cultivation will be able to break through again and reach the second level of the Heavenly God, or even the third level of the Heavenly God. But for Ye Bufan, this is not enough. His goal is all 90 billion pills. This is also one of the two reasons why Ye Bufan insisted that Hong Ye buy back all these pills. As for the other reason, it was naturally done for Tu Huo and his group to see. Hong Ye bought 90 billion pills, which means that their plan has been successful, and it is even much more perfect than they expected. In this case, they naturally won't say or do anything more. It can be said that Ye Bufan did this in order to shut up Tu Huo and his group to prevent any complications that would affect his ability to gain benefits from other group leaders. Chapter 1509, Hong Ye's son, Hong Yixuan. Red Leaf City. After saying goodbye to Ye Bufan, Hong Ye left the city lord's mansion directly and started a crazy elixir buying operation. Pills worth 90 billion. Adding the 60 billion spent previously, that's a full 150 billion. Although this 150 billion is not enough to make the Red Leaf Starry Sky Pirates lose everything, it is already more than half of the Red Leaf Starry Sky Pirates' savings. Just thinking about it, Hong Ye felt extremely painful and heartbroken. But there is no way. You can't catch a wolf without risking your lamb. There is no reward without pain. Hong Ye believes that all the efforts made today will be rewarded with satisfactory returns in the future. Isn't it just 150 billion? If you spend today, you can earn it back tomorrow, or even 10 or 100 times. Thinking of this, Hong Ye no longer felt sad, and even felt a little excited when she took action. Shenhuang Pill, buy. Tianshan Dan, buy. In Hong Ye City, Hong Ye seemed to have become the second Tu Tianfeng, sweeping across the land wherever he went. But Hong Ye did not frantically collect all the pills from every shop like Tu Tianfeng did. He was very selective in his purchases in each shop. The reason for doing this is: first, Hong Ye didn't want to waste money on buying some ineffective pills. Second, Hong Ye didn't want to attract other people's attention, especially Tu Huo's attention. Tianlong Chamber of Commerce. This is the #1 chamber of commerce in Hong Ye City, and is as famous as the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. In the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce, Hong Ye had just left when several aliens came to the counter that Hong Ye had just visited. Leader among this group of aliens was a young man in gorgeous clothes. What's the old man doing here? Looking at the guy behind the counter, the young man in fancy clothes narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. The waiter was stunned at first, then smiled and said, reporting to the young city lord, the old city lord came to buy a batch of pills. The young man in gorgeous clothes was none other than Hong Yi's only son, Hong Yishuan. Hearing this, Hong Yishuan frowned and said, he came to buy pills. And he bought a batch. Yes, young city lord. What kind of pills are these? What is this? Tell me now, or I will tear down your Tianlong Chamber of Commerce. The clerk's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, reporting to the young city lord, the old city lord bought 15 God King pills, 50 Heavenly God pills, and 209 Yuan pills, a total of 13 kinds of pills worth 46.7 billion. Gurgle. As soon as the waiter finished speaking, Hong Yishuan widened his eyes and couldn't help swallowing. Not only Hong Yishuan, but also the aliens with him all had expressions of shock and horror. This is a pill worth more than 40 billion. The most important thing is that these pills are of various types, and it seems that Hong Ye did not buy them for himself. If that's the case, then why did he buy so many pills? The next second, Hong Yishuan narrowed his eyes, looked at the guy at the counter, and asked in a deep voice, did he tell you what he bought these pills for? No. The guy shook his head and said, oh shit. Hong Yishuan cursed and said with great dissatisfaction, it's fine that you're so stingy with me on weekdays, but now you're spending more than 40 billion at once. I want to see what the hell you're doing, old man. Let's go, follow me. Leaving behind a few words, Hong Yishuan ran directly outside, and several aliens around him followed him. In Hong Ye City, after Hong Yishuan left the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce, he followed Hong Ye with several aliens. However, they were always careful to keep a distance of more than 200 meters from Hong Ye, so as to prevent Hong Ye from discovering them. 2 hours later, Hong Yi returned to the city lord's mansion, but Hong Yishuan was furious. 733 billion. This is 736 billion. What does the old man want to do? Is he crazy? This much money is enough for me to cultivate to the Divine King realm, but you, old man, would rather buy a bunch of completely useless pills than spend it on me. Damn it, am I your biological son? Investigate as much as you can. I must find out what this old man wants to do. When Hong Yishuan finished speaking, several aliens behind him were stunned. They looked at each other, and then looked at Hong Yishuan. One of the aliens said, young master, this is not good, right? If the leader finds out that we are investigating him. Bang! The alien had just finished speaking when Hong Yishuan slapped him in the face and angrily asked, are you his or my man? The alien's body trembled, and then he immediately knelt on one knee, facing Hong Yishuan, clasped his fists and said, I swear to be loyal to the young master until death, so I am naturally the young master's man. Then why are you still talking? If I ask you to check, then check it for me. Hong Yishuan said angrily. Yes, young master. The alien responded timidly. The room where Ye Bufan is staying. Hong Yi didn't know that his large-scale purchase of elixirs had been known by his son Hong Yishuan, who even launched an investigation into him for this. At this moment, Hong Ye came to Ye Bufan with 90 billion worth of pills and said with a smile, Xiaofan, the 90 billion pills have been bought. Can you tell me now? Where's the pill? Ye Bufan sat opposite Hong Ye, glanced at Hong Ye and asked. Hong Yi's mouth twitched. This kid is really a guy who won't show his eagle until he sees the rabbit. Although he thought so, Hong Ye still took out the pills he had bought. 90 billion worth of elixirs may sound like a lot, but it is not. Especially for someone like Hong Ye, most of the elixirs he bought are 3rd grade, 4th grade, or even 5th grade elixirs, and the quantity is even more limited. After taking out the pills, Hong Ye directly pushed the pills worth 30 billion to Ye Bufan, and said with a calm smile, Xiaofan, these 15 God King pills and these pills are all yours. Hiss. But at this moment, the alien sent by Hong Yishuan to eavesdrop outside couldn't help but gasp. Who? Hong Ye shouted loudly. Then he waved his hand violently. Bang! The next second, the tightly closed door was violently opened. Bang! The alien who was eavesdropping outside was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. Is it you? Seeing the aliens outside, Hong Ye was stunned and asked, "What are you doing here?" At this time, Ye Bufan also looked at the aliens. I. The alien was panicking, and then he made an excuse, reporting to the captain, "I just saw someone sneaking into this room, I thought it was a thief, so I followed him." Did you see someone sneaking into this room? Did you follow him because you thought he was a thief? Hong Ye's mouth twitched. Wasn't that person herself? He already felt guilty, so why would he think about anything else at this moment? Presumptuous. Hong Ye immediately shouted angrily, "This is the city lord's mansion, who dares to steal here?" The foreigners were speechless. "Back off." Hong Ye shook his hands and said. Yes. The alien race was pardoned as if in a dream, and after a few responses, they crawled away. At this moment, the alien was really scared. He never thought that Hong Ye bought more than 70 billion pills to give to that human. Who is that human? Why did the leader give him so many pills, and why was he so enthusiastic about him? Could he be the illegitimate child of the leader and a human being? Hiss. If this is true, then we must tell the young master immediately. No wonder the captain has never liked the young master. It turns out that the captain has an illegitimate child outside. Hong Ye had no idea what this alien was thinking. If he knew, he would have killed him without hesitation. What illegitimate child? You are clearly slandering me and trying to sow discord between me and Hong Yishuan, the father and son. He is. Looking at the aliens fleeing away, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask a question. That's a lackey around my son. Hong Ye said sternly, he's a bunch of mean people who only know how to gossip all day long. Don't bother with him. Yeah. After Hong Ye finished speaking, Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes. As the saying goes, those involved are often confused, while bystanders can see things more clearly. In Hong Ye's opinion, perhaps the alien really came unexpectedly, but Ye Bufan didn't think so. In fact, Ye Bufan felt that the other party was clearly approaching intentionally and eavesdropping deliberately. But this is Hong Ye's family affair. It has nothing to do with Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan only wanted to get rich, and improve his strength, and didn't want to get involved. Chapter 15:10. Fooling, and more fooling. Now you can tell me what Tu Huo wants to do. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think more, Hong Ye stared at him and asked. Now Hong Ye was very eager to know what kind of deal there was between Tu Huo and Ye Bufan, or in other words, he wanted to know what Tu Huo was trying to do. Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment. Hong Ye's heart tightened, and she said, "Are you thinking of regretting this?" How could that be? Ye Bufan said this, then put away the 30 billion worth of pills in front of him, and said, "In fact, Tu Huo wants me to cooperate with him and kill you together." What? When Ye Bufan said this, Hong Ye was shocked. He stood up and asked, "Tu Huo wants to kill us?" Yes. Ye Bufan responded, but in fact Tu Huo didn't have such an idea. According to Tu Huo, Jin Lu Yu and Quang Tiandi, as long as they can cause certain losses to Hong Ye, their goal will be achieved. In other words, according to the original plan of Tu Huo and the other two, they would stop after Hong Ye bought the huge amount of elixirs. After all, they didn't want to offend Tu Huo to death. As for the so-called transaction, according to their meaning, Ye Bufan can improvise and just find any excuse to get away with it. Of course, it would be even better if Ye Bufan could consume some of the pills in Hong Ye's hand. It can be said that Tu Huo and the other two did not care about Ye Bufan's safety at all. Just find an excuse to prevaricate. Tu Huo is the leader of a group after all, and a powerful god king. Is he so easy to fool? So Ye Bufan went all out and told Hong Ye directly that the so-called deal was actually that Tu Huo and his men wanted to kill the other 6 leaders including Hong Ye. Anyway, Tu Huo allowed himself to adapt to the situation, and this reason was completely reasonable. Ye Bufan believed that Hong Ye would never doubt the truthfulness of his words. As for going to confront Tu Huo, that was even more impossible. Tu Huo, fuck you, sir. As expected, as soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Hong Ye roared angrily and said, "Luckily, I saw through your trick, otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't even know how I died." As he spoke, Hong Ye looked at Ye Bufan again and said, "What is he going to do?" In other words, what is his basis for killing the 6 captains? This. Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment, then took another look at the pills on the table. Well, Hong Ye couldn't help but be stunned. He could tell what Ye Bufan meant. Don't release the eagle until you see the rabbit. Ye Bufan was clearly asking for benefits from me. Mal Gobi. Hong Ye cursed in her heart. However, he was so angry at the moment that he didn't think about these things at all. He directly pushed the pills worth about 10 billion to Ye Bufan and said, "Tell me all the plans for Tuhuo, and these will all be yours." Ye Bufan smiled in his heart. Another 10 billion came in less than a minute. This money was really easy to make. He immediately put away the pill in front of him and said, "It's nothing, actually." According to his intention, after I advance to the Divine Emperor, he will create opportunities for me to defeat you one by one and kill you one by one when you can no longer activate the soul control circle. Use you to kill us. And defeat them one by one. And kill them one by one. Hong Ye's face turned ashen, and even a little distorted with anger. Hello, Red Leaf. What a deep mind and cruel scheme. Aren't you going to plot against us? Well then, I will take advantage of your trick and wipe you all out at once. Thinking in his heart, Hong Ye looked at Ye Bufan and said, Xiaofan, how about I cooperate with you? No. Ye Bufan refused directly. Why? Hong Ye was stunned and said, didn't we agree on this? I have already given you a pill worth 40 billion. Are you going to go back on your word now? Didn't you say that was the reward for me telling you what Tu Huo wanted to do? Ye Bufan said leisurely. Hong Ye's mouth twitched. What do you mean? According to what you said, wouldn't my 40 billion be just wasted? Call. Taking a deep breath, Hong Ye suppressed the anger in her heart and said, then what do you want in exchange for giving up Tu Huo and choosing to cooperate with me? This. Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment. Hong Ye said, the 40 billion just now is my gift to you. How about I give you another 70 billion? If he could kill the other 6 captains, he would be able to unify the entire 7-star Jedi. In comparison, a mere 70 billion would be nothing. But Tu Huo also promised to give me 70 billion. Ye Bufan said with embarrassment. You are so greedy. Hong Ye cursed in her heart and said, then I'll give you 80 billion. No, I'll give you 100 billion. How about that? Real. Ye Bufan looked surprised, but soon became discouraged. He shook his head and said, forget it. I'd better cooperate with Tu Huo. Why? Hong Ye saw clearly that Ye Bufan had obviously been moved just now, but now he refused. This surprised him and made him puzzled. Nothing. Ye Bufan said lightly. Nothing. I don't have anything to do with you. Aren't you really trying to whet my appetite? Hong Ye was furious. He felt that if he didn't figure out these things today, he would have trouble sleeping and eating in the future, and even his life would be threatened. Unless he kills Ye Bufan and puts an end to it all, and makes everything in the 7-star Jedi return to the starting point again. But can Ye Bufan be killed? Can't kill. He didn't dare to kill. With this thought in mind, Hong Ye gritted her teeth and pushed the elixir worth 10 billion to Ye Bufan again, saying, tell me, why did you choose Tu Huo? This. Ye Bufan took a look at the pill in front of him, but still looked hesitant. Damn it. Hong Ye was frustrated and furious. Now he finally understood what it meant to be greedy. I'm talking about people like Ye Bufan. He even thought that the pills worth 10 billion were not enough. What a fuck. Immediately, Hong Ye pushed out another elixir worth 10 billion. At this moment, only 30 billion of the 90 billion worth of pills Hong Ye bought were left. Can you tell me now? Looking at Ye Bufan, Hong Ye said something, and then her face darkened and she said, Xiaofan, people should know how to be content. 20 billion is not a small amount. Ye Bufan was stunned. How could he not hear the naked threat in Hong Ye's words? But 20 billion is indeed a lot. Ye Bufan immediately stopped while he was ahead and directly put away the elixir worth 20 billion in front of him. He said, the reason why I chose Tu Huo is because he promised that after I help him deal with you, he will give me my freedom. Give you back your freedom. Hong Ye was stunned, and he immediately thought of the soul circle. You mean, after you kill us, he will help you cancel the soul circle? Yes. You believe all this. Why shouldn't I believe it? According to your plan, you will have to wait until you become the Divine Emperor before you take action. By that time you will have completely threatened Hong Ye. Do you think he will give you freedom? Isn't he afraid that you will kill him in return? How could that be? Although I am the Divine Emperor, don't I still have the great formation in the 7-star Jedi? If I attack him, he can completely suppress me with the Great Formation. That's right, no, the formation can ensure Tu Huo's safety, but what about you? If Tu Huo changes his mind and doesn't give you freedom, what will you do? How could that be? He has already helped me take back the Soul Circle, how can he regret it? What? When Ye Bufan said this, Hong Ye was shocked. He has taken back the Soul Circle planted in your body. Chapter 15:11 This human cannot be kept. What is the Soul Circle? That is the only means for the 7 captains including Hong Ye to check and balance Ye Bufan. After all, although Ye Bufan cannot threaten them now, with Ye Bufan's talent and their training, it is only a matter of time before Ye Bufan surpasses them. But now, Hong Ye actually took back the soul control circle planted in Ye Bufan's body. What does he want to do? Is he going to risk everything, determined to kill the 6 of us and occupy the 7-star Jedi? Yes, he has helped me to retrieve the Soul Circle, saying that this is his sincerity in cooperating with me. Looking at Hong Ye's shocked expression, Ye Bufan said lightly. Has he really taken back the Soul Ring? Hong Ye still had some doubts. Yes, Ye Bufan responded, if you don't believe me, you can check it out. I don't believe it. Hong Ye thought about it and immediately checked the Soul Circle in Ye Bufan's body. Before Hong Ye made his move, Ye Bufan directly activated the Hongmeng Emperor scripture and instantly killed one of the 7 soul circles, leaving only 6 soul circles in his body. This is actually true. After discovering that there were only 6 soul circles left in Ye Bufan's body, Hong Ye was shocked and horrified. There are only 6 left out of the 7 soul circles. Isn't this Tu Huo taking back his soul circles? Sincerity of cooperation. In order to kill them and occupy the 7-star Jedi, Tu Huo is really sincere. Because of this, Hong Ye's face instantly turned gloomy. Now there are only 2 choices before him. First, tell all this to the other team leaders, kick Tu Huo out, or even join forces to kill him. Second, pretend to know nothing, take advantage of the situation, replace Tu Huo, and cooperate with Ye Bufan yourself. In comparison, although the first option is safe, the benefits it can bring are limited and cannot be compared with the second option at all, so Hong Ye directly chose the second option. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Even Tu Huo has this kind of courage to risk everything on his life, so don't I have it too? What's more, it's not only Tu Huo who wants to unify the 7-star Jedi, Hong Ye also has this desire. However, he would not cancel the soul circle in Ye Bufan's body because he did not believe in Ye Bufan yet. With this thought in mind, Hong Ye said, Xiaofan, you can continue to cooperate with Tu Huo, but you also have to cooperate with me at the same time. What's the meaning? Ye Bufan was stunned and asked in confusion. That is to say, Hong Ye narrowed his eyes and said, when you cooperate with Tu Huo, you must also cooperate with me. Didn't Tu Huo want you to defeat and kill us one by one in the future? In this case, when the time comes, after you kill the other 5 leaders except me and Tu Huo, I will help you take back my soul circle, and then you can leave the 7-star Jedi directly, and you don't have to worry about the matter between Tu Huo and me. How about it? When Hong Ye said this, Ye Bufan was shocked. What are you doing? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It is obvious that Hong Ye is planning to kill Tu Huo. I have to say that anyone who can become the leader of a group and is a strong man in the realm of God King, whether it is Tu Huo or Hong Ye, each of these guys is an easy task to deal with. It's a pity that they don't know that all their calculations will ultimately be in vain, because the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it, but they don't know that there is a snake behind the oriole. And Ye Bufan is this snake. Be it a cicada or a mantis, even if it is the final yellow bird, they will all become food in the snake's belly. Of course, this is all later. For Ye Bufan, what he needs to do now is to improve his strength as quickly as possible. That was why Ye Bufan directly refused and said, no. No. Hong Ye was stunned and asked, why? At this point, you still reject me. What the hell do you mean? Ye Bufan didn't know Hong Ye's dissatisfaction, so he just said slowly, Tu Huo promised me that as long as I kill the 6 of you, he will give me all the 70 billion pills when I leave. If I kill the others and leave here directly, who will I ask for the 70 billion? I'll give you these 70 billion. Hong Ye spoke without thinking, isn't it just 70 billion? After I take over the 7-star Jedi, let alone 70 billion, I will have 700 billion. You give it to me. Ye Bufan said with disbelief and caution, what if you don't give it to me? You are so Tu Huo said he would give it to you, and you believed it. I said I would give it to you, but you don't believe it. What do you mean? Well, the premise for you to believe Tu Huo is that Tu Huo has already taken back the soul control circle from your body. At that time, he really won't dare to go back on his word, and he won't be able to go back on his word. But I am different. I can't take back the soul circle in your body. In this case, if I change my mind at that time, you really will have no way to deal with it. So what do you say we should do? Helpless, Hongye could only ask. Take back the soul circle in my body. No. As soon as Ye Bufan opened his mouth, Hongye directly refused. It seems you really can't believe it. Ye Bufan frowned and said with suspicion and disdain. Hongye's mouth twitched, and he said, I said that I would take back the soul circle from your body after you killed the other leaders, and I will definitely do what I said. After all, if I go back on my word, wouldn't I be afraid that you would join forces with Tu Huo to deal with me? Hee. Ye Bufan sneered in his heart. To be honest, I don't believe what you say at all. However, it is just a mere soul-controlling circle. With the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra in my hand, I don't take it seriously at all. I'm doing this now just to get a little more benefit from you. Ye Bufan immediately said, okay, you don't have to take back the soul control circle, but you must hand over all the 70 billion pills to me now. Puff. When Ye Bufan said this, Hongye almost vomited blood in anger. I'll give you all 70 billion pills now. Damn it, I have already given you elixirs worth 60 billion, and now I am giving you another 70 billion. Isn't that the same as spending 130 billion on you? Add to that the 50 billion from Tianhe Chamber of Commerce and Tu Huo's 30 billion, that's 210 billion. 210 billion. Just thinking about it made Hongye feel his scalp tingling. But what else can he do? At this point, he had no choice at all. He had already spent more than 100 billion, so why would he care about the 70 billion? Moreover, compared to the ruling power of the entire 7-star Jedi, the mere 210 billion was nothing. A lack of patience will ruin great plans. You can't catch a wolf without risking your child. Okay, I'll pay you 70 billion right now, as you said. Hong Yi shouted, and directly pushed the remaining 30 billion worth of pills in front of him to Ye Bufan, saying, take these 30 billion first, and I will give you the remaining 40 billion with both hands later. Make a deal. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, but his heart was already filled with joy. Another 30 billion was obtained, plus the previous 60 billion, which makes 90 billion. What's more, there are another 40 billion to come, which adds up to 130 billion. He only cheated 50 billion from Tu Huo, but unexpectedly he cheated 130 billion from Hongye. 130 billion. Ye Bufan was confident that he could advance to the level of God King in his physical body without waiting until he had deceived all 7 group leaders. The leaders of these star pirate groups are too rich, too gullible, and too easy to deceive. Of course, are the leaders of the 7-star pirate groups really so easy to fool and deceive? Not really. The reason why Ye Bufan was able to succeed so smoothly was entirely because of his own strength. To put it bluntly, Ye Bufan is too weak, and too easy to be ignored and neglected. After all, who would have thought that ants would dare to trick elephants? Just wait. I will go buy the remaining 40 billion pills for you right now. After leaving a few words, Hongye left the room where Ye Bufan was. Ye Bufan ignored her and started to swallow the pills after Hongye left. Nowadays, improving strength is the key. Get rid of the 15 God King pills first, to prevent Hongye from regretting it. Somewhere in the City Lord's mansion. Young master, the City Lord has just left the City Lord's mansion. A lackey beside Hong Yishuan hurriedly ran in from outside and said urgently to Hong Yishuan. So soon, Hong Yishuan couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, the lackey responded. Snort. Hong Yishuan snorted coldly and said, that's great. Let's go and find that human now. Young master, do you really want to do this? As soon as Hong Yishuan said this, the lackeys around him all showed a trace of anxiety and uneasiness on their faces. What do you mean you really want to do this? Do you think I'm kidding you? Hong Yishuan shouted angrily, 900 billion, he gave it to me just like that. We are both his bloodline, but what's the result? He is too partial. If I continue to keep that human, will I, Hong Yishuan, still have a place to stand in the Red Leaf Starry Sky Pirates in the future? But master, that boy may not be the City Lord's illegitimate son. A lackey trembled and said, how about we figure it out first? No. Hong Yixuan waved his hand and said, do you remember what the guy who arranged accommodation for this human yesterday said? He said that the old guy reminded him again and again yesterday that he should treat this human like he, the city lord, should be treated. What does he mean by that? I am his son, but I don't have this kind of treatment, right? So, no matter if he is the old man's illegitimate son or not, he cannot be kept alive. Chapter 15:12 Sometimes, opponents who are like pigs are more terrifying. The room where Ye Bufan is staying. After Hong Ye left, Ye Bufan began to swallow pills frantically, so that his physical cultivation soared again. 2 heavens of God. 3 heavens of God. The rapid improvement, like drinking water, made Ye Bufan excited and even obsessed with it. Although they are all practicing, other warriors can only proceed step by step and rely on themselves to improve step by step. But what about yourself? Just by swallowing resources, one can quickly improve his cultivation level, and there is no bottleneck at all. Although it is only an improvement of the physical body, Ye Bufan still feels extremely comfortable. Comparing people will lead to rejection, comparing goods will lead to loss. Talent, opportunity. Compared with the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, these are all rubbish. Pills worth 90 billion. Ye Bufan believed that after consuming these pills, he would be able to push his physical cultivation to the 6th level of the heavenly gods, or even the 7th or 8th level of the heavenly gods. Coupled with the assistance of several other group leaders, it is only a matter of time before he can achieve the status of a god king in the flesh. It's a pity that imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Plans can never keep up with changes. Bang! Ye Bufan was still immersed in the pleasure brought by his improved cultivation, but at this moment, the originally closed door of his room was suddenly kicked open violently from the outside. Ye Bufan was startled by the sudden change. He immediately stuffed the pill he had taken out into his mouth and swallowed it. Then he stood up and looked at the broken door. He narrowed his eyes and asked warily, who? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Hong Yixuan walked in slowly with his hands behind his back. Behind him followed 5 diehard followers, who were also the gossip-mongering lackeys that Hong Ye mentioned. Ye Bufan had even seen one of them before, as he was the alien who had accidentally come outside the house just now. Seeing this, Ye Bufan frowned, then looked at Hong Yixuan who was in the lead, and asked, who are you? Before Hong Yixuan could speak, a lackey behind him pointed at Ye Bufan and shouted arrogantly. Boy, open your dog eyes and see clearly. This is our young city lord, Hong Yixuan. You don't kneel down when you see Hong Yixuan. Do you want to die? Young city lord, Hong Yixuan. Ye Bufan frowned, then looked at the alien who had arrived unexpectedly, before. Those who come with evil intentions will not come, and those with good intentions will not come. Hong Yixuan's arrival obviously had bad intentions. However, when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. What's more, Ye Bufan doesn't want to ruin his entire plan because of Hong Yixuan. Ye Bufan immediately bowed and clasped his fists, saying, Ye Bufan greets the young city lord. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan wanted to keep things quiet, but the lackeys around Hong Yixuan were still not satisfied. The alien who had spoken earlier shouted again, I told you to kneel down, didn't you hear me? Call out. After he finished speaking, the alien kicked Ye Bufan directly. The kick was fast and powerful. Fuck you. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but curse in his heart. What is this? An unexpected disaster. Not only that, the alien who attacked in front of him was only at the 6th level of Earth God cultivation. Such strength was nothing in front of Ye Bufan's physical cultivation of the 3rd level of Heavenly God. Ye Bufan was even confident that with his physical cultivation of the 3rd level of Heavenly God, he could kill the opponent with a single palm. But can I do this? Cannot. The reason why he could succeed so easily now was because his cultivation in the servant god realm deceived the 7 captains. Once his true strength was exposed, it would inevitably arouse the vigilance of the 7 captains. At that time, it would be difficult for him to use the 7 captains to improve himself, and even it might bring disaster to himself. Ye Bufan doesn't think that he can compete with the 7 leaders with his current strength. So, you can't hide, you can't fight back, you can only endure. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the alien god of the earth kicked Ye Bufan hard in the abdomen. At this time, Ye Bufan truly realized the power of the physical body in the heavenly god realm. The opponent, who was at the 6th level of the earthly god realm, kicked him ruthlessly, but he did not even feel the slightest pain. Ye Bufan felt that without using weapons, even if he stood there and let the opponent hit him, the opponent might not be able to hurt him. However, Ye Bufan's body was still kicked away by the opponent, and then with a bang, he smashed the table and chairs behind him, and even in order not to arouse the opponent's suspicion, Ye Bufan secretly activated his divine power, and then with a puff sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Looking at Hong Yixuan and his group, Ye Bufan was filled with shock, confusion, and fear. Hee. At this time, the alien who made the move sneered and said, "You are just a scum of the 5th level of the God-Servant realm. You are not dead after being kicked by me. Not bad, not bad." Hearing this, Ye Bufan's expression changed drastically. The other party wants to kill you. Why? Although he couldn't figure it out, Ye Bufan still gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I am a guest invited by the Lord of Red Leaf City. If you dare to treat me like this, the Lord of Red Leaf City will not let you go." Well, when Ye Bufan said this, the 5 lackeys of the alien race were all stunned. Hong Yixuan also frowned. At this time, he who had been keeping silent could no longer hold back, looked at Ye Bufan, and asked, "Are you the guest invited by the old man?" Call. Ye Bufan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then said, "That's right. You're lying." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the alien from the 6th level of the Earth God realm immediately said in a cold voice, "How can you, a mere scum from the 5th level of the Servant God realm, become the guest of the City Lord?" Ye Bufan thought for a moment and said, "This is a secret between me and the Lord of Red Leaf City." Yeah, the alien from the 6th level of the Earth God Heaven sneered and said, "I don't think you are a guest invited by the City Lord at all. You are obviously his illegitimate son, right?" What? Hearing this, Ye Bufan was shocked. Am I Hongyi's illegitimate child? Damn, have you grown up with brains? How could I be Hongyi's illegitimate son? Etc. Damn, you don't think that I'm Hongyi's illegitimate child and that's why you want to kill me, right? Your uncle. What is this? Ye Bufan felt confused and felt that he was even more wrong than Doi. However, they didn't know that it was Ye Bufan's shocked reaction that made Hong Yixuan and others more certain of their guess. Ye Bufan was so shocked and at a loss because his identity was exposed. Kill him. Without further ado, Hong Yixuan said in a cold voice. He would rather kill someone innocently than let anyone who could threaten him go, not to mention that Ye Bufan had already acknowledged his identity. In this case, we cannot let him stay. Buzz. As soon as Hong Yixuan finished speaking, Ye Bufan's heart trembled and he came back to his senses in an instant. Damn, this misunderstanding is quite big. Kill. Before Ye Bufan could think more, the 5 lackeys around Hong Yixuan had already taken action. Holy shit. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan cursed in his heart. They were just 5 earth gods, he didn't take them seriously at all, but he couldn't take action. Helpless, Ye Bufan could only hurriedly say, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, young city lord, misunderstanding, I am not the guest of the city lord at all, I am the slave he bought back." The slaves bought by the city lord. The 5 earth gods were stunned and their killing moves stopped instantly. Hong Yixuan sneered, "Do you think I'm a pig? If you were really a slave bought by this old guy, would he give you a pill worth 90 billion for free?" Damn it. Now Ye Bufan finally understood why Hong Yixuan had the absurd idea that he was Hong Yi's illegitimate son. There was no doubt that it was because of these 90 billion pills. Why did Hong Yixuan know? That's even simpler. It must be the alien from before. He was the one who overheard it and told Hong Yixuan about it. Damn it, Hong Ye should have killed him just now and put an end to it. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in regretting. The most urgent task is to find a way to convince Hong Yixuan, young city lord, what I said is true. It was City Lord Hong Ye and several other team leaders who bought me back from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. If you don't believe me, you can go ask them. As for the 90 billion pills, they were used by Lord Hong Ye to bribe me and let me join him in dealing with the other 6 leaders. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lord Hong Ye. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Hong Yixuan frowned. He felt that Ye Bufan was not lying. But at this moment, one of the lackeys suddenly said, "Master, don't listen to him. He is clearly trying to buy time. When the city lord comes back and he tells us all these things, will we still have a chance to kill him?" "Yes, master, I would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go." The other lackeys also spoke out to persuade him. "Your uncle." Ye Bufan was extremely furious and even angry out of shame. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. But sometimes, a pig-like opponent is more terrifying than a pig-like teammate. If Hong Yishuan was a godlike opponent, would Ye Bufan still be in so much trouble now? Won't. It's a pity that this opponent is just a pig. Can you believe the words of those lackeys? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Hong Yishuan said in a cold voice, "Kill." Chapter 15:13, Scared to Death. Kill. As Hong Yishuan finished his words, the lackeys of the 5 Earth God realms did not stop and rushed out instantly. Are you a pig? Seeing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but curse. If I lied and I'm really your father's illegitimate child, based on his understanding of you, do you think he wouldn't send someone to protect me? If I didn't lie and everything I said was true, how will you explain to the other 6 leaders after you kill me? How will your father explain to the other 6 leaders? When the time comes, what will be waiting for your father, you, and your Red Leaf group will be the wrath of the 6 leaders. Do you think that you, the Red Leaf group, can be a match for the other 6 families? Young City Lord, wake up. You wait for your father to come back and figure things out before you do anything. Will you die? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Hong Yishuan frowned. It had to be said that Ye Bufan's words made some sense. Snort. But at this moment, one of the lackeys snorted coldly and said, "No matter how much you say and how much you try to argue, we won't believe you." Bang bang bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the combined attack of the 5 Earth God Realm lackeys instantly landed on Ye Bufan. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Ye Bufan's mouth. Even though his physical body in the Heavenly God Realm was extremely strong, he was already injured at this moment. If he continued like this, he would really be beaten to death by the opponent. What a bunch of pigs. To your young master, you are doing something bad with good intentions, do you know that? Also, if you are stupid, that is your business, but could you please stop harming me? Ye Bufan was confused and even more furious. However, things have come to this point, and he has no choice but to sit and wait for death. Boom. In an instant, Ye Bufan's physical cultivation of the 3rd level of the Heavenly God exploded directly, and a fierce momentum surged out. Bang bang bang. Around him, all the lackeys from the 5 Earth God realms were instantly repelled without exception. The sudden scene stunned all 5 lackeys. Hong Yishuan also had a look of shock. But all this only lasted for a moment. The next second, Hong Yishuan pointed at Ye Bufan and said coldly, "Okay, I didn't expect you to hide your strength." Snort. After saying that, Hong Yishuan snorted again and said, "You still say you are not the old man's illegitimate son? If not, do you have to hide your own cultivation? You must have discussed this with the old guy. Are you planning to secretly get rid of me and then replace me as the young city lord? That must be it. No wonder the old guy has been so indifferent to me all these years. Needless to say, it must be because of you. What is this and what is that?" The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, he looked messy and even mad. "What does my hiding my cultivation level have to do with whether I am your father Hongyi's illegitimate son? Also, isn't your imagination a bit too weird? Are you suffering from paranoia? But now that things have come to this, in order to continue to hide my strength, I can only kill people to silence them. As for what happens in the future, we'll talk about it later. Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan rushed out. "Kill him." Hong Yishuan also roared angrily. "Kill." The 5 lackeys rushed out again. They surrounded Ye Bufan from 5 sides, and their ferocious killing moves were directed at him. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. He directly locked onto one of the lackeys, and the full physical strength of the 3rd level of the Heavenly God broke out. Then he punched the opponent directly to death. Puff. In an instant, Ye Bufan's punch collided with the lackey's killing move, and the lackey's right arm instantly exploded into a ball of blood. However, Ye Bufan's punch remained as sharp as ever, moving forward all the way until it landed on the lackey's chest. Puff. The powerful force hit the lackey's chest directly through by Ye Bufan's punch. Not only that, with the wound as the center, the violent force instantly spread to the lackey's whole body, naturally including his martial arts soul. The soul is so fragile that it cannot withstand the impact of such violent force. In just a moment, the lackey's soul was shattered by Ye Bufan's violent punch. Puff. The lackey spat out a mouthful of blood, then fell to the ground and died. Ye Bufan's punch was simple and brutal, instantly killing the Earth God. Bang bang bang. At this time, the attacks of the other 4 lackeys came late and hit Ye Bufan, but they only caused Ye Bufan's body to shake. At this moment, the power of the physical body of the heavenly god realm was undoubtedly revealed. A mere earth god, his defense is almost unbreakable. Not only that, in a split second of the confrontation, one earth god was killed instantly, while Ye Bufan withstood the combined attack of the 4 earth gods without being hurt at all. This scene stunned the 4 earth gods and Hong Yishuan, and also made them clearly realize a fact, that is they are no match for Ye Bufan at all. The 5th level of serving the gods. This kid is clearly playing the pig to eat the tiger. Run. After realizing this, Hong Yishuan did not hesitate and shouted directly. Run. Ye Bufan sneered, do you think you can still escape? Since you are here, please stay with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan activated the Tenglong 9 steps and rushed out directly. Crazy. The divine power of the 8 desolations. Ye Bufan used the 3 half-step magical powers to the extreme, and he used all his strength in the small room. An afterimage passed by. Murderous intent surged. Bang 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 bang. In less than a second, Ye Bufan threw 4 punches in succession, and 4 dull and heavy sounds rang out one after another. Puff, puff, puff. A cloud of blood mist spurted out of the bodies of each of Hong Yishuan's 4 lackeys. Ye Bufan ignored him. He flashed and stood directly in front of the door of the wing room, also blocking Hong Yishuan who was fleeing in panic. Bang bang bang. At this time, 4 dull voices sounded behind Hong Yishuan. His heart trembled, and he could not help but look back, only to find that the 5 lackeys under his command had all fallen to the ground, without any chance of life at all. They are dead. They were killed instantly in less than a second by the human being in the god-serving realm before them. Gurgle. This fact made Hong Yishuan swallow his saliva uncontrollably, and the cold sweat on his forehead couldn't help but roll down. At this moment, he was really scared. What is the 5th level of serving the gods? What illegitimate child? What city lord inheritance rights? What rights and status? All of this is no longer important, he can do without it, but he doesn't want to die. What do you want to do? Looking at Ye Bufan, Hong Yishuan asked tremblingly, and his figure retreated step by step. What? Ye Bufan sneered, and approached Hong Yishuan step by step, saying, if you kill someone, you will be killed. Since you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me in return. Bang! Hong Yishuan was so frightened that he sat down on the ground and looked at Ye Bufan. He said in horror, no, you can't kill me. We are brothers. Brother. Ye Bufan shook his head. I have already told you that I am not Hong Yi's illegitimate son. If that is the case, how can we be brothers? Hearing this, Hong Yishuan was stunned, and then roared hysterically, no, you lied to me. If you are not the old man's illegitimate son, why would the old man give you a pill worth 90 billion? Why do you hide your cultivation? Hee. Ye Bufan smiled and said, I really don't know whether I should be worried about your IQ or admire your imagination. What does my hiding my strength have to do with whether I am Hong Yi's illegitimate son? How did you connect the two together? And the 90 billion pills, to be honest, that is the same as my hiding my cultivation level. It is just a way for me to fool your father. In fact, your father is just like you, and he doesn't know my true cultivation level. So, you should understand, right? Buzz. Hearing this, Hong Yishuan's heart trembled. You are pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, who are you? What do you want to do? Does it matter? Ye Bufan smiled calmly and said, okay, young city lord, let me send you off now. Remember, be smarter in your next life and don't be so stupid as to hurt others and yourself. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took action. No. Hong Yishuan screamed. The next second, a fishy smell came. Ye Bufan's movements paused and his brows furrowed. He noticed that a pool of dark yellow liquid was slowly flowing out from between Hong Yishuan's crotch. His body was shaking and trembling. Are you scared to death? Ye Bufan shook his head, then without hesitation, punched out again. I'll fight you. In desperation, Hong Yishuan suddenly stood up and rushed towards Ye Bufan. It's a pity that as a god at the 2nd level of Earth and God, how could he be a match for Ye Bufan? Boom. Puff. Ye Bufan threw a punch, and under the violent impact, Hong Yishuan's head shattered. Blood and flesh splattered. Vitality dies. Young city lord Hong Yishuan died. Chapter 15-14 God King's murderous intentions. Looking at Hong Yishuan in front of him and the bodies of the other 5 earth gods, Ye Bufan frowned. It's just Hong Yishuan, so I can just kill him. I have no relationship with him anyway, and he was the one who first wanted to kill me. However, Ye Bufan had to consider the impact of this incident. Who is Hong Yishuan? That is Hong Ye's son. If I kill Hong Yishuan myself, will Hong Ye let it go? Definitely not. Faced with the wrath of a powerful god king, Ye Bufan didn't think he could bear it now. Not only that, once this matter is exposed, his strength will no longer be hidden, and Ye Bufan will not be able to predict how things will develop at that time. Therefore, we must find a way to hide this matter. What to do? Destroy the body and pretend that you know nothing and Hong Yishuan has never been here. No, the body can be hidden, but how do you explain the broken tables and chairs in the room? Even if Ye Bufan wanted to change to a new one, he didn't have the ability to do so. What's more, Hong Ye is a powerful god king after all. Even if everything here is restored to its original state, who can guarantee that he won't notice some clues? In addition, Hong Yishuan suddenly disappeared, so he would most likely suspect himself. It is too risky to do so, so destroying the body is not an option. Since it is impossible to destroy the bodies, then just ignore everything and let everything remain as it is. As for why Hong Yishuan died here, well, just tell Hong Ye that you don't know why these people appeared here, and just say that they wanted to kill you when they came, and then suddenly someone came in from outside, killed Hong Yishuan and the others and left directly. You don't know who the other person is. In this case, although Hong Ye might still doubt himself, it was just a doubt. After all, with his cultivation level of the 5th level of the servant god, he could not kill Hong Yishuan and the other 6 people, not to mention that these 6 people were all powerful people in the earth god realm. By then, Hong Yi should think that this was done by the other team leaders. They arranged for a strong man in the realm of God to follow him secretly. When he saw that Hong Yishuan was going to kill him, this god killed Hong Yishuan and 6 others. It can be said that this is a good way to hide oneself. As for what kind of response Hong Ye will make, it has nothing to do with oneself, and one does not need to worry about it. As for whether Hong Ye would confront the other team leaders, Ye Bufan didn't care. This incident was not done by the 6 leaders, so they naturally would not admit it. But if they don't admit it, will Hong Ye believe it? Hong Ye would definitely not believe it. But what if he didn't believe it? Go to war with the other 6 pirate groups. That's simply impossible. So, in the end, Hong Yishuan died in vain, and even though Hong Ye was angry, she could only endure it. Of course, there will inevitably be other loopholes, but at this point, Ye Bufan has no choice but to take one step at a time. How the situation will turn out will depend on his acting skills. Xiao Fan, I'm back. But at this moment, the sound of Hong Ye outside the house suddenly came. What the hell? Ye Bufan was shocked and horrified. How long has it been since the red leaves left? Ye Bufan never expected that Hong Ye's speed would be so fast. What's going on? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Hong Ye had already walked in. Seeing everything in front of him, Hong Ye's face changed instantly, and then he flashed in front of Hong Yishuan, Shuaner. Hong Ye exclaimed. He squatted down and checked, only to find that Hong Yishuan, with half of his head shattered and bloody, did not have any chance of life at all. What's going on? Immediately, Hong Ye looked at Ye Bufan, frowned, and asked in a cold voice. I. Ye Bufan felt bitter in his heart, so he could only bite the bullet and said in a bewildered manner, Master, I don't know what's going on. Just now, these people rushed in and wanted to kill me, and then another person ran in and killed them and left, and then, Master, you came back. Yeah. Hong Ye narrowed his eyes, then he stood up, looked at Ye Bufan's right hand, and asked coldly, what's the matter with the blood on your hand? Holy shit. Ye Bufan was shocked instantly. What's with the blood on my hands? Can I say that these were left behind after I killed your son, and the reason you saw them was because you came back too quickly and I didn't have time to clean them up? At this moment, Ye Bufan felt that he was extremely unlucky today. First, Hong Yishuan misunderstood him as Hong Ye's son, which led him to want to kill him. Now, after killing Hong Yishuan, before he had time to clean up, Hong Ye came back again. This is fucking. Ye Bufan didn't know what to say. It seemed like God was trying to kill him. Asshole. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think, Hong Ye shouted angrily, you are looking for death. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Ye made a move and slapped Ye Bufan with a palm as fast as thunder. Holy shit. Ye Bufan was shocked, and his body of the third level of Heavenly God exploded instantly, instinctively resisting Hong Ye's attack. Boom! A violent voice sounded. After a duel with Hong Ye, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He retreated immediately and left the room and came to the small courtyard outside. It was also at this moment that Ye Bufan was shocked and his face changed drastically. Who is Hong Ye? That is a strong man in the realm of God King. Although his physical body had reached the third level of the celestial gods, an angry blow from the God King was simply not something he could withstand at his current state. Even if he could block it by chance, he would inevitably get hurt. But what is the result? How could I be unharmed? Why? In an instant, Ye Bufan had made up his mind. In that attack just now, Hong Ye did not use his full strength. His so-called angry attack was clearly a test of him. It's you. At this time, Hong Ye came out of the room, staring at Ye Bufan with cold eyes, and said, "Boy, you are hiding so well. You have the cultivation of the 5th level of God's servant, but you have the power of the 5th level of God, or even the 6th level of God. Tell me, who are you and what is your purpose in approaching us?" Ye Bufan secretly thought it was bad luck. Now that things have come to this, what else can he do? Continue hiding. Don't be ridiculous, that's impossible. Hong Ye is not a fool. In this case, let's just confront him. Captain Hong Ye, if I say this was an accident, would you believe me? Why shouldn't I believe it? Hong Ye sneered. You and I are not acquainted, and I know my character very well, but fortunately, this accident happened. Otherwise, I would still be kept in the dark by you. Tell me, who are you? Who sent you? What is your purpose in approaching us? Ye Bufan smiled bitterly and said, Captain Hong Ye, if I say that no one is instructing me and I am approaching you just to get some resources, do you believe me? What do you think? In fact, what I said is the truth. Snort. Hong Ye snorted coldly and said, since you are unwilling to tell the truth, then I can only capture you and then slowly make you speak. Wait a minute. Seeing that Hong Ye was about to take action, Ye Bufan immediately raised his hand to stop her. Why? Ken said it. Hong Ye sneered. Ye Bufan thought for a moment and said, Captain Hong Ye, to be honest, I didn't want to kill Hong Yixuan. If he hadn't insisted on killing me, things wouldn't have developed to this point. However, now that things have come to this, there is no point in me saying more. So, I will make it up to Captain Hong Ye in other ways, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. As for your son with Captain Hong Ye's strength and status, is it difficult for him to have another one? You are so. When Ye Bufan said this, Hong Ye almost couldn't help cursing. What does it mean to just give birth to another child? Although I can give birth to another child, he is still my son after all, the continuation of my bloodline. The hatred of killing a son is irreconcilable. Although she was angry, Hong Ye couldn't help but ask, what are you going to do to make it up to me? I can help you to advance your cultivation to a higher level, break through the Divine King level, and become a Divine Emperor. Boom. When Ye Bufan said this, Hong Ye couldn't help but feel shocked. Break through the God King and become the God Emperor. Hong Ye knew very well that with his talent in martial arts, it would be impossible for him to break through the Divine King realm and reach the Divine Emperor realm in this life without a great opportunity and good fortune. But now, Ye Bufan actually told Hong Ye that he had a way to help Hong Ye break through the God King and become the God Emperor. How could Hong Ye not be shocked and excited? Is what you said true? Looking at Ye Bufan, Hong Ye asked with narrowed eyes. Certainly. Ye Bufan was confident that with the help of Hongmeng Yuanyi, it would not be difficult to help Hong Ye enter the Divine Emperor realm. He. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Hong Ye smiled calmly and said, you still have the soul circle planted by me in your body. Do you think you are qualified to bargain with me? After a pause, Hong Ye continued, hand over the thing in your hand that can allow me to advance to the Divine Emperor. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Soul Circle. Ye Bufan smiled and said, Captain Hong Ye, do you think if the Soul Circle can really control me, would I be stupid enough to let you plant the Soul Circle? What do you mean? Hong Ye's expression changed. Ye Bufan immediately activated the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, breaking all 6 soul circles in his body, and looked at Hong Ye, smiling calmly, if Captain Hong Ye doesn't believe me, you can try and see if the soul circles can really kill me. Hong Ye's face changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out the command arrow that controlled the soul circle and then activated it directly. However, the result was the soul circle was indeed ineffective. Looking at Ye Bufan, Hong Ye's face was filled with shock and horror. The soul circle would actually become ineffective. He couldn't accept this no matter what. But what if you don't accept it? Facts are facts, and you cannot change them even if you don't accept them. Captain Hongye, can we talk about cooperation now? Looking at Hongye's changing expression, Ye Bufan said calmly. Cooperate. Hongye sneered. If you wanted to cooperate with me before, I might consider it, but now do you think I will still trust you? What's more, you are just a god, what qualifications do you have to cooperate with me? I can still get what I want by taking you down. Captain Hongye, I can assure you that unless you cooperate with me, you will never be able to achieve the Divine Emperor. Even if you defeat me, you will only end up with nothing. Ye Bufan smiled and said. Then I don't want it. Unexpectedly, Hongye shouted angrily, what a bullshit Divine Emperor. You are just an ant and you dare to talk about cooperation with me. If I don't kill you, I will not be able to calm down my anger. Hearing this and seeing this scene, Ye Bufan's mind was shaken, confused, and even mad. Can't you just pretend to agree to cooperate with me first, and then take action after you achieve your goal? If you continue like this, how can I find a chance to escape? Now Ye Bufan finally understood why Hong Yixuan was like that. It was obvious that he had inherited Hongye's genes. Damn, both father and son were so stubborn. Chapter 15:15. The Emperor's scripture appears, the God King is defeats. Like son, like father. Ye Bufan could see that Hong Yi and his son Hong Yixuan were of the same character, both were stubborn and inflexible. Who says you're not afraid of godlike opponents, but are afraid of pig-like teammates? This is fucking sometimes, a pig-like opponent is far more terrifying than a pig-like teammate. But now that things have come to this, Ye Bufan has no choice. Since Hongye has made it clear that she will not let him go, he can only give it a try. Surrender. That's impossible. Sit back and wait for death. That's even more impossible. Call out. In an instant, Ye Bufan swapped the first and second souls in priority, using the second soul to control his current body. Then, Ye Bufan looked at Hongye and asked in a deep voice, Hongye, do you really want to fight with me until both of us are injured? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, then, you let me go, and I. Snort. Before Ye Bufan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Hongye's cold snort. Looking at Ye Bufan, Hongye said with disdain, both sides will suffer. Just you. Are you worthy? Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Hongye, do you think if I had no one to rely on, would I risk my life alone and sell myself to your 7 leaders? Hongye frowned, then shouted sternly, stop talking nonsense. I don't care if you have someone to rely on or not. Anyway, I must kill you today. If I can't kill you and you kill me instead, then I will accept it. I am so. Hearing Hongye's words, Ye Bufan felt as if thousands of alpacas were galloping through his heart. What else can he say? What else can he say? Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan immediately took out a 4th-grade divine level pill from his body, and it was a pill specifically used to restore divine power. These were naturally the 90 billion pills that Hongye had contributed free of charge before. Originally, Ye Bufan had kept this elixir to restore his divine power in order to use it to activate the Hongmeng Emperor's scripture and evolve his martial arts skills. However, at this moment, Ye Bufan could no longer care about so much. Facing the God King Hongye, he dared not slack off in the slightest and had to deal with him with all his strength. Otherwise, he would surely die today. Call. After the 4th-grade Divine King level elixir entered his stomach, the violent medicinal power spread, causing Ye Bufan's divine power to instantly recover to the perfect level of the 9th level of the mysterious god realm. Seeing this scene, Hongye let out a light exclamation. It was only at this time that he noticed Ye Bufan's cultivation level of the 9th level of the mysterious god realm. Hongye was a little surprised by this. After all, he is also a powerful god king. It is definitely a remarkable thing that Ye Bufan can hide his cultivation without being discovered by him. However, Hongye was only surprised for a moment. The 9th level of Xuanshan's cultivation was nothing in his eyes. The next second, Hongye said in a cold voice, boy, is this your true cultivation? If this is what you rely on, then I'm sorry you are finished today, but you can rest assured that I will not kill you for the time being. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Hongye took a step forward and headed straight towards Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan's mind was shocked, but he did not stop for a moment. He took 9 steps of Tenglong and immediately soared into the air. Boy, do you think you can run away? Ye roared angrily and chased after Ye Bufan. Run! Ye Bufan sneered in his heart. He wanted to run away, but facing the pursuit of a powerful god king, could he run away? What's more, there is more than one god king named Ye in the city lord's mansion of Ye City. Therefore, Ye Bufan had no intention of running away, or rather, he had no intention of running away directly. In midair, Ye Bufan's body froze for a moment, then he turned around abruptly. Ye, you will regret this. Regret? Ye sneered. Boy, since I was born, I still don't know what the word regret means. Just surrender. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye turned his fist into a claw and grabbed Ye Bufan directly. The combat power of the mere heavenly god realm is nothing in Ye's eyes. Snort. Seeing that Ye was not giving in, Ye Bufan said nothing more. He immediately sank into his sea of consciousness and communicated with the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. Come out, Hongmeng Emperor scripture. The reliance that Ye Bufan was talking about was exactly the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. You know, this is one of the three great treasures of the world. Under Ye Bufan's urging, the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra shook violently and then flew out of the body directly. This was the first time that Ye Bufan officially used the Hongmeng Emperor scripture after he recognized it as his master. This was also the first time that the Hongmeng Emperor scripture left his body after Ye Bufan recognized it as his master. Boom! The moment the Hongmeng Emperor scripture appeared, the entire space trembled violently. Above Ye Bufan's head, the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, which was originally the size of a book, directly transformed into a huge golden holy book. The holy book was sacred and majestic, stretching across the air. Not only that, with the appearance of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, the majestic purple energy instantly spread across 3,000 miles. Wherever he passed, endless pressure swept across. It was extremely terrifying and domineering. At this moment, the sky was shaking and the earth was trembling, as if all living things were to submit to the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. This sudden change, this overbearing pressure, all of this naturally attracted the attention of all the alien races in Ye City. They were all shocked and looked towards the city lord's mansion with horrified eyes. What is that? After seeing the huge Hongmeng Emperor scripture above the city lord's mansion, all the alien races were stunned and dumbfounded. In the city lord's mansion, all the members of the Red Leaf Starry Sky Pirates rushed towards the location of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, and the two deputy captains in the God King realm were naturally no exception. The aliens in the entire Ye City are like this, let alone Ye, who is only 3 meters away from Ye Bufan. What is this? Looking at the Hongmeng Emperor scripture that suddenly appeared in front of him, Ye's heart was shocked. He felt that in front of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, he was so small and fragile. Even with the cultivation of the 8th level of the God King, he was still so vulnerable. I have already warned you that you will regret it. But at this moment, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Buzz! Ye was shocked and immediately came back to his senses. The next second, without even thinking, he had already made up his mind run. Although Ye didn't know what the Hongmeng Emperor scripture that suddenly appeared was, he was sure that it was definitely not something he could contend with. Ye wanted to run away, but how could Ye Bufan let him do so? It seems like a long time from the time the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra left the body to now, but in fact it is less than a second. Ye Bufan did not stop. He released his divine power, activated the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, and smashed it towards Ye. Call. In just a moment, Ye Bufan's 9th level Xuantian divine power was instantly exhausted, causing his face to turn pale. It was at this time that Ye Bufan truly realized the horror of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, or in other words how terrifying the divine power he needed to consume to drive the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra was. All the power of the 9th heaven of Xuantian can only make the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra move. What the hell if one wants to truly drive the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, what kind of cultivation is required? Ye Bufan didn't even dare to think about it. However, at this moment, even though the Hongmeng Emperor scripture only moved a little, it was still extremely terrifying. Bang bang bang. As the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra moved slightly, the endless void around it shattered instantly, and a terrifying air wave swept forward instantly with the movement of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. No. The terrifying aura made Ye, who was originally preparing to escape, tremble in his heart. His soul could not help but shake, shudder, and tremble. Then he screamed again. At this moment, even though he was at the level of God King, Ye felt the real crisis of death. Bang! The next second, the air wave formed by the terrifying pressure released by the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra instantly hit Hong Ye, and Hong Ye spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body fell to the ground at a terrifying speed like a meteor from the sky. Boom! In a brief moment, Hong Ye's body fell heavily to the ground, causing the earth to sink and dust to fly. Puff! Another mouthful of blood spurted out and Hong Ye fainted immediately. All this seems long, but it is only a moment. Gurgle! In midair, Ye Bufan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He knew that the world's treasures must be extraordinary. But he didn't expect that the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra would be so terrifying. Just by moving a little, he was able to seriously injure a powerful god king with his pressure. So what kind of scene would it be like if there was enough power to fully drive the Hongmeng Emperor scripture? Is it true that the Divine Emperor, the Divine Lord, and even the God Emperor level powerful ones can be killed instantly? The more he thought about it, the more shocked Ye Bufan was. The more he thought about it, the more excited Ye Bufan became. But now is not the time to think about these things. The power of the 9th level of Xuanshan was exhausted in an instant, and the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra automatically returned to the sea of consciousness. All of this made Ye Bufan's face turn pale, and he almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, but in the end Ye Bufan swallowed it back. It was obvious that Ye Bufan himself had suffered a backlash from the forceful activation of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, but he did not want to let other people know this fact, nor could he let them know it. Otherwise, he would probably not be able to leave today. Because in Ye Bufan's eyes, many people had already rushed over from other places in the City Lord's mansion. Among them are 2 other God King level powerful men from the Red Leaf Star Sea Pirates. Brother. Among the 2 great God Kings, one of them pounced on Hong Ye, while the other looked at Ye Bufan and asked warily, "Who are you, and why do you want to hurt my brother?" Chapter 15-16 Do you believe that I slaughtered your Red Leaf City? Who are you? Why did you hurt my brother? Who I am? Facing the questioning of the powerful God King realm expert, Ye Bufan sneered and said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? How dare you question me? The real person, a powerful being in the realm of God." The pupils of the powerful God King realm warrior shrank, his heart trembled, and his face turned pale. He never imagined that the young man in front of him was actually a powerful being in the realm of God. Oh, God! Looking at the entire 7-star Jedi, the strongest is only at the 9th level of the God King realm. Now, a powerful God Lord realm master suddenly appears. How can this God King realm master not be shocked? He even feels a little scalp tingling. As for Ye Bufan's current cultivation level of the 5th level of God Servant, the God King realm powerhouse didn't care at all. After all, he saw the scene just now clearly, and it was still vivid in his mind even now. Just ask, how could a scumbag from the 5th level of Servant of the Gods cause such a big fuss? Just ask, how could a scumbag at the 5th level of Servant of the Gods have such a terrifying aura? Just ask yourself, how could a scumbag at the 5th level of the Servant of Gods possibly defeat Hong Ye at the 8th level of the King of Gods with just one blow? All of this indicated that the young man in front of him was definitely not at the 5th level of Servant of God. The so-called 5th level of Servant of God was clearly just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Even in the eyes of the powerful God King realm, the origin of the conflict between Hong Ye and Ye Bufan was that Ye Bufan concealed his cultivation, which led to Hong Ye's collision with him. You are obviously a powerful person in the realm of God, but you insist on pretending to be a scum of the 5th level of God Servant. It's enough. Aren't you sincerely deceiving people? After thinking about it for a while, the God King realm expert looked at Ye Bufan and said with a nervous and uneasy face, "Senior, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I don't mean to question you. I just saw that my eldest brother was seriously injured, so I did this in a hurry. Please don't blame me. In addition, my eldest brother did something wrong. I also apologize to you on his behalf. Please forgive me and don't blame my eldest brother." Snort. After the Divine King realm expert finished speaking, Ye Bufan snorted coldly and said, "He is just a Divine King. If I had argued with him, would he still be alive now?" Yes, what you said is right, Senior." The powerful God King wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, bent over, and spoke repeatedly. "What a blind thing." Ye Bufan said this and prepared to leave. Upon seeing this, the God King realm expert immediately asked, "Senior, are you leaving?" "What? Do I need to ask for your opinion on whether I should leave or not? Or do you want to avenge that loser?" Ye Bufan glanced at the God King realm expert and asked in a cold voice. Hearing this, the powerful God King Realm Master couldn't help but tremble in his heart. I am only a third-level God King. How can I keep you here, and how can I avenge my elder brother? I'm not stupid, and I don't want to die. Immediately, the powerful Divine King Realm Expert said tremblingly, Senior, you misunderstood, I didn't mean that. Then shut up, my lord. Ye Bufan shouted, I've given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Who can you blame? If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe that I will massacre your damn Red Leaf City? Boom. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the Divine King Realm's strong mind trembled violently. Looking at Ye Bufan, his body was trembling and cold sweat was streaming down his forehead. The city was massacred if there was any disagreement. Isn't this too overbearing? As space pirates, we are not so cruel. As for the opportunity Ye Bufan mentioned, in the eyes of the powerful God King, that might be the reason why the other party came here. As for the rest, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. At this moment, he was already scared. Immediately, the God King Realm Expert bent over and said tremblingly, Senior, please take care. I, the junior, respectfully send you off. Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly, then said nothing more. He flicked his sleeves and flew away. The powerful God King Realm Expert didn't know that Ye Bufan was actually more nervous and anxious than him. After all, Ye Bufan is not a god at all. The so-called god is just a trick used by Ye Bufan to scare the other party. After all, the other party is a powerful god king, and Ye Bufan's strongest combat power is only at the heavenly god realm. In addition, he cannot use the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra again in a short period of time, so Ye Bufan can only scare and shock the other party to make it easier for himself to escape. If he can't scare the other party, Ye Bufan will definitely not be able to leave today. Fortunately, the other party was scared by me. Call. After Ye Bufan left, the powerful God King Realm Master couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the time he faced Ye Bufan was less than a minute, in his eyes, it felt like a century. Really, the other party was a powerful god venerable, and a god venerable who would massacre a city at the slightest disagreement. Facing such an existence, he had no choice but to be afraid. Fortunately, the other party did not pursue the matter and left. After calming down, the powerful God King walked towards the location of the red leaves in the distance. At this moment, in the City Lord's mansion, the other members of the Red Leaf Starry Sky Pirates were looking at the direction where Ye Bufan left in midair with expressions of shock and fear on their faces. They never imagined that the human boy just now was actually a powerful being in the realm of God Lord, and they never imagined that their leader actually offended a powerful being in the realm of God Lord. Oh, God. Just thinking about it made them feel a little scared. Fortunately, the other party did not delve into it, otherwise let's ask, in the Red Leaf Starry Sky Pirates, or even in the entire 7-star Jedi, who can withstand the wrath of a powerful god? Third brother, how is the eldest brother? In front of Hongye, a powerful god king looked at another god king with a serious and worried expression. It's nothing serious, he was just injured and fainted. He will recover after a rest. Another God King said while supporting Hongye. Call. The God King Realm Expert heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that the senior really didn't use too much force. Ahem. At this time, Hongye coughed lightly, and then slowly opened his eyes. Brother, you finally woke up, that's great, you scared us to death. Seeing Hongye waking up, the two God King Realm powerful men were immediately overjoyed and truly breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong with me? Hongye rubbed his head and asked in confusion. Brother, have you forgotten? The God King who had been talking to Ye Bufan earlier was stunned and said, just now, big brother, you bumped into that powerful God Realm Master, and then the other party. Etc. Before the Divine King finished speaking, he was interrupted by Hongye. Looking at him, Hongye said in astonishment and bewilderment, Divine Lord. What Divine Lord? Where did this Divine Lord come from? Well. Hearing this, the two God Kings were stunned. They looked at each other, and then looked at Hongye. The God King who had been talking to Ye Bufan earlier asked with suspicion, isn't that human a God Lord? Didn't he hurt my brother? That human race god? Hongye was stunned. Yes. The powerful God King responded. Did he say that himself? Hongye gritted her teeth and asked in a cold voice. This. The two Divine King Realm experts hesitated for a moment, and one of them said, he didn't say it directly, but he called himself the real deity, and he hurt my brother, so I thought he was the Divine Lord. My brother, could he not be the Divine Lord? Puff. Hong Ye was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. What a bullshit, Divine Master. He is just a scumbag of the 9th level of the Mysterious God realm. Mysterious God 9 heavens. The two God Kings' expressions changed. Brother, if he is just a mystical god, how did he hurt you? I was tricked by him. Hong Ye cursed and said, although he only has the cultivation of the 9th level of the Mysterious God realm, he has the combat power of the Heavenly God realm. The most important thing is that he has a powerful treasure on him. Although I don't know what it is, I was injured by it. And I can be sure that he will not be able to continue to use this treasure in a short period of time. In fact, he forced this treasure to activate, and it is very likely that he has been seriously injured. After Hong Ye finished speaking, the two powerful God King realm warriors looked at each other, and their faces changed drastically. At this moment, they understood that they had been deceived by a scum of the 9th level of the Mysterious God realm, and they were even frightened by him. Damn it! When the two gods thought of this, they became furious. One of the God Kings said, brother, don't worry. I will send people to hunt for this human right now. Even if we have to turn the 7-star Jedi upside down, we will find him. Ahem. Hong Ye coughed lightly and said, it won't work just to search and arrest them. Go and notify the other 6 captains immediately. What are you notifying them for? The two powerful God King realm warriors were stunned and puzzled. The red leaves are messy. Tell them what to do. What the hell, is it okay not to notify them? You know, they spent a lot of money to buy this human from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Now this human has run away. If they don't notify them and eventually this human escapes from the 7-star Jedi, then Hong Ye will be in big trouble. The most important thing is that this human has been hiding its strength and is carrying a precious treasure. All of this makes Hong Ye feel that the other party has ill intentions and must have some major plans. That is why Hong Ye took out a purple-red crystal as soon as he finished speaking. This is one of the 7 cores of the super formation in the 7-star Jedi. With this core, although Hong Ye cannot completely control the sky formation, he can use it to open the formation and instantly block the entire 7-star Jedi. After taking out the core of the formation, Hong Ye did not hesitate at all and instantly injected divine power into it to activate it. In an instant, a huge formation from outer space appeared, covering the 7-star Jedi and also blocking the entire 7-star Jedi. From now on, no one can enter the 7 stars Jedi without permission, and no one can leave the 7 stars Jedi without permission. If anyone breaks in by force, they will surely die, no matter how powerful they are. Chapter 15-17, Worldwide Wanted. Outside the 7-star Jedi, a peerless killing formation appeared. The purple-red barrier that covered the sky and the sun enveloped the entire 7-star Jedi, blocking the Star Road and turning the entire 7-star Jedi into purple-red. The sudden change in the scene without any signs shocked all the alien races in the 7-star Jedi. What's going on? What happened? This is a peerless killing formation, a divine-level peerless killing formation outside the 7-star Jedi. What? This is the ultimate killing formation outside the 7-star Jedi. A peerless killing formation that can kill powerful gods. Hey, what on earth happened? How come even the peerless formation is activated? Could it be that the Purple Emperor Domain Lord is taking action against the 7-star Jedi? Nonsense, how is it possible? If the Purple Emperor Territories Lord was going to take action, he would have done it long ago. How could he have waited until now? Besides, if the Purple Emperor Territories army was going to attack, how could there be no news beforehand? What's that? Who the hell can tell me what happened? No matter what happened, let's leave the 7-star Jedi as soon as possible. Yes, leave now. Leave. What are you thinking? The formation has been activated. Without the permission of the 7 leaders, who can get out? If you force your way in, facing the ultimate killing formation in this 7-star Jedi, anyone below the god will surely die. This, what should I do? Should I wait to die here? What else can we do? We can only leave it to fate. Besides, we have only activated the peerless formation now. It doesn't necessarily mean that a war is about to happen. Maybe all this is just an accident. Yes, it was an accident. It must have been an accident. In the 7-star Jedi, the vast majority of alien races were shocked, frightened, uneasy, and even terrified. After all, in the 7-star Jedi, everyone knows about the peerless killing formation, but for all these years, this peerless killing formation has never been activated. But now, the peerless killing formation is activated without any warning. How can people feel at ease? At this moment, not only the vast majority of alien races in the 7-star Jedi, but also the captains of the other 6-star pirate groups except Ye were all confused. The 7 captains dominate the 7-star Jedi and jointly control this peerless killing formation. Each of them has the right to activate this peerless killing formation, but no one of them will rashly activate the formation unless it is absolutely necessary. Why? It's very simple. The operation of the formation relies on divine crystals. In other words, once the formation is activated, divine crystals must be consumed, and this consumption is not small. Therefore, the 7 captains would never use this peerless killing formation unless it was absolutely necessary. But what about now? The ultimate killing formation was actually activated, and it was not activated by them. The most important thing was that before this, they had not received any notification from other team leaders. In other words, this peerless killing formation was created by one of their 7 leaders, who was forced to do so without even having the chance to notify them. What kind of situation could force a peak god king to directly activate a peerless killing formation? In just an instant, the 6 captains had made up their minds something happened, and it was a big deal. At this time, the representatives sent by Ye City had already arrived at the other 6 major cities. It can be said that their speed was extremely fast, without wasting even a minute or a second. Longwei City. City Lord Longwei looked at the powerful heavenly god realm warrior from Ye City in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Did Ye activate the peerless killing formation?" "Yes, Captain Longwei." The powerful person from the heavenly god realm of Ye City responded. "What the hell is he doing?" Longwei couldn't help but curse. He originally thought that something big had happened, which was why someone activated the ultimate killing formation. But now, since the god-level warriors from Ye City were able to escape and come here, it means that the situation is not serious. If this is the case, why should we activate the peerless killing formation? Is it scary? Just thinking about it made Longwei feel furious. "Captain Longwei, I don't know why you suddenly activated the ultimate killing formation. However, before I came, the captain asked me to bring a message to you." Faced with Longwei's dissatisfaction, the god of Red Leaf City said without hesitation. "What?" Longwei frowned. The Red Leaf City god said, "Our leader said that the human ran away." "Human race? What human race?" Longwei was stunned for a moment, then he stood up suddenly and asked in surprise, "What did you say?" "The human ran away. How many human beings are there in the 7-star Jedi? Except Ye Bufan, there is no other human being in the entire 7 stars. In other words, the human that Ye was talking about could only be Ye Bufan. That was bought from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce by their 7 group leaders at a cost of 350 billion. How long has it been? It's only been 2 days, and that human ran away. What the hell is Ye doing?" It can be said that at this moment, Longwei was much angrier than when he first knew that it was Ye who had activated the peerless killing formation. The mighty Red Leaf Starry Sky Pirates couldn't even keep an eye on a human at the level of God's servant. "Are all the members of your Red Leaf group pigs?" "Yes." Although he felt Longwei's anger, the god of Red Leaf City still responded. "Damn Ye, he is always causing trouble instead of helping others." Longwei couldn't help but curse, and then he was stunned again. "Wait, isn't this human at Tuhuo's place? Why did it run to your Ye City again?" The Red Leaf City god was stunned and said, "I don't know what's going on." After a pause, the strong man in the heavenly god realm said again, "In addition, our team leader also said that we should ask team leader Longwei to quickly order the capture of this human, the sooner the better." "Nonsense, do I need him to remind me of this?" Longwei shouted, and then couldn't help cursing. "You can't even keep an eye on a human in the god-servant realm. You Red Leaf group are really a bunch of rubbish." Hearing this, the god of Red Leaf City hesitated for a moment, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Captain Longwei, although I don't know what happened to that human, but he is not a servant of the god." "Not a servant of God?" Longwei sneered and cursed. If he is not a servant of the gods, could he be a god king? "I don't know if he is the god king, but our leader was defeated and injured by him in one blow." "What? Your leader was defeated by him in one strike, and was also injured in one strike?" Longwei opened his eyes wide, looking incredulous. "Yes." The Red Leaf City god responded, saying, "I saw all of this with my own eyes, and our young city lord was also killed by that human." Hearing this, Longwei couldn't help but take a breath. Who is Hongye? That is a powerful being from the 8th level of the God King realm. But even so, Hongye was still defeated and injured by the human in one blow. What if it were me? Would he be a match for that human? Long Wei knew that his strength was equal to Hongye's. Since Hongye couldn't defeat her, he would definitely lose too. Although it is a bit hard to accept, but the god of Hongye city in front of him does not seem to be lying, and there is no need for Hongye to lie in order to shirk responsibility. After all, such things can be found out once they are investigated, and they cannot be faked at all. A human in the god-serving realm actually burst out with strength that almost surpassed that of the God King. At this moment, Long Wei had to start taking Ye Bufan seriously. Like Hongye, he felt that this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Long Wei was like this, and the other team leaders were no exception. Ye Bufan ran away. Hongye was defeated and injured by the opponent's attack. How is this possible? At first, none of the group leaders believed it, but when they saw the sudden opening of the unique killing formation, they had to believe it. Human race in the god-serving realm. Serve the gods shit. This human race is clearly playing the pig to eat the tiger. The 7 group leaders were shocked and even more angry. Less than 10 minutes after the peerless killing array was activated, the 7 group leaders simultaneously issued an order to arrest Ye Bufan. Chapter 15:18. Raising an army to hold the culprit accountable. The 7 group leaders simultaneously issued an order for the arrest of Ye Bufan. Anyone who discovers Ye Bufan's whereabouts and reports it to the 7 Starry Sky Pirates will be directly rewarded with 2 billion divine crystals by the 7 Starry Sky Pirates once verified. Anyone who finds Ye Bufan, captures him, and sends him to the City Lord's mansion of the 7 main cities will be rewarded with 20 billion divine crystals by the 7 Starry Sky Pirates. Not only that, at the same time as the 7 leaders issued the wanted order, Ye Bufan's portrait had been posted all over the 7-star Jedi. As the wanted orders for the 7 leaders were issued, the alien races in the 7-star Jedi finally understood why the peerless killing formation in the 7-star Jedi was suddenly activated. All of this happened because of a human in the realm of serving the gods. The 7 captains activated the ultimate killing formation in order to prevent this human race from escaping from the 7-star Jedi. Who is this human? What is the origin of this human race? What on earth did this human do that caused the 7 leaders to mobilize such a large force to capture him? The foreigners were all curious and even more surprised. But this is no longer important. What is important is the reward offered by the 7 group leaders. If you find traces of the human race and report them to the 7-star pirate groups, you will receive a reward of 2 billion divine crystals. If you capture them alive, you will receive 20 billion divine crystals. Let me ask, who can resist such? For a moment, all the alien races in the 7-star Jedi were in an uproar. No matter if they were star pirates or those small vendors, all the alien races were like hungry wolves, frantically searching for Ye Bufan, the big fat sheep. Even the members of the 7 major star pirate groups had come out in full force. It can be said that in just 10 minutes, Ye Bufan had become famous throughout the 7-star Jedi, and all the alien races were searching for him with his portrait in hand. Holy Fire City, Tianxiang Tower. This is a restaurant that couldn't be more ordinary, and it is also where Ji Chongshuan and his party stayed. At this moment, in Ji Chongshuan's room, looking at the still unconscious Netherworld Blood Fox, Ji Chongshuan had a worried look on his face. Although the Yin-Yang soul-soothing pill and the Purple Heart fire-separating pill had already been given to the Netherworld Blood Fox, and Ji Chongshuan also knew that the Netherworld Blood Fox could not wake up so soon, but Ji Chongshuan still couldn't help feeling a little worried. Tong Tong, ah Tong Tong, when will you wake up? Bang! After Ji Chongshuan murmured, the door that was originally closed was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Ji Chongshuan was shocked. Liger. After seeing the person coming, Ji Chongshuan was stunned again. Shihu ignored all this. He ran directly to Ji Zongshuan and said anxiously, "Master, something bad has happened." "It's a big deal." Ji Chongshuan frowned. "What happened?" "Master, take a look for yourself." Shihu didn't say much, but directly handed the wanted warrant in his hand to Ji Chongshuan. "This is..." Ji Chongshuan looked at Shihu with suspicion, then looked at the wanted warrant in his hand. Buzz. In an instant, Ji Chongshuan's heart trembled violently. Brush. The next second, he stood up suddenly and asked, "What's going on? Why is Xiaofan wanted?" "How should I know?" Shihu said bitterly, "Master, now all the aliens in the 7-star Jedi are searching for Xiaofanzi." What should we do? Ji Chongshuan's mouth twitched. What to do? How would this king know what to do? According to the original plan, they would sell Ye Bufan first and rescue the Netherworld Blood Fox, and then wait until the Netherworld Blood Fox woke up and recovered its cultivation in the Divine Lord realm before taking Ye Bufan back from the 7 leaders. They could even directly replace the 7-star pirate groups and occupy the 7-star Jedi. But what about now? Ye Bufan actually ran away. Why did he run? How did he escape from the clutches of the 7-star pirates? Now he is wanted by the 7-star pirate groups. This is fucking fuck, this is real. Those are the 7 major star pirate groups, with more than 20 god kings. Now, the Netherworld Blood Fox has not recovered yet, and has not even awakened yet. In this situation, what can Ji Chongshuan use to fight against the 7-star pirate groups? What can he use to help Ye Bufan and rescue Ye Bufan? It can be said that Ye Bufan's sudden escape disrupted Ji Chongshuan's overall plan. It would be fine if Ye Bufan was captured alive, but what if he was killed? That is the future Hongmeng Emperor. Even if the 7 captains were willing to do it, Ji Chongshuan would not be able to do it. Of course, Ji Chongshuan thought that it was very unlikely that the 7 leaders would directly kill Ye Bufan. After all, they had spent 350 billion to buy him. However, it is better to be safe than sorry. Look for him. Let the brothers go out and look for him. We must find Xiao Fan before anyone else. Ji Chongshuan had no choice but to rub his head, feeling extremely headache. Master, what should we do after we find it? She who couldn't help but ask. After you find it. Ji Zongshuan's mouth twitched. After finding him, ask about the situation and then send him back. Ji Chongshuan wanted to hide Ye Bufan, but the 7-star Jedi was the territory of the 7 leaders. Here, who could escape their search? As for leaving the 7-star Jedi, forget it. Not to mention that the 7-star Jedi has been completely blocked, they have not yet received the elixirs and slaves they bought from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. In this case, how could Ji Chongshuan leave the 7-star Jedi? After all, to him, the Nether Blood Fox is more important than Ye Bufan. Ji Chongshuan was in a mess, and so was Tianu, the branch president of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Captains, what are you doing? Looking at the 7 leaders in front of him, and then at the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce surrounded by the 7-star pirate groups, Tianu's mouth twitched and he asked in a deep voice. What? As Tianu finished speaking, Hong Ye shouted, Tianu, why are you still asking us? I'm asking you, did you sell that human to us? Tianu was stunned and said, yes, what's the problem? Any questions? Hong Ye sneered and shouted, this is a big problem. Let me ask you, what is the cultivation level of that human race? It seems to be the 3rd heaven of servant god, right? Servant of the gods, 3rd level. I am your uncle, servant of the gods. How can a scumbag in the servant of the gods realm defeat and injure a strong man of the 8th level of the divine king realm with one strike? What? Hearing this, Tianu was shocked, his eyes widened and he said, this is impossible. Impossible. Hong Ye sneered. Let me tell you, in Hong Ye city at that time, in addition to the people from my Hong Ye group, there were at least 1,000 people who also saw it. If you don't believe me, you can go check it out. Tianu was speechless. At this time, Tu Huo also stood up and said, what Hong Ye said is only one of the reasons. I believe everyone knows that my daughter bought more than 70 billion pills before. But what you don't know is that these 70 billion pills have been eaten by that human. The most hateful thing is that these 70 billion pills only allowed him to advance from the 3rd level of the God Servant to the 5th level of the God Servant. Is this the genius that your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is talking about? Originally, Tu Huo didn't want to talk about this matter. He planned to wait until he had tricked the other team leaders before using this matter to challenge the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. But unexpectedly, Ye Bufan ran away. At this moment, how could he continue to hide it? What? When Tu Huo said this, not only Tianu, but also several other team leaders were shocked. Tu Huo, is what you said true? Hong Ye even looked directly at Tu Huo and said with great excitement. Tu Huo patted his chest and said, I promise that if you tell me any lies, I will kill myself in the street. You are so. Hong Ye's mouth twitched, and he said angrily, so you deliberately transferred the human to me in advance. You really want to trick me? We'll talk about this later. Tu Huo waved his hand, then looked at Tian Nu and said, President Tian Nu, what do you think, what should we do? Although Hong Ye was angry, he didn't say anything more. After all this originated from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. For this reason, he and several other team leaders looked at Tianhu like Tu Huo. Tianhu's mouth twitched. The human race in the god-serving realm has the fighting power to defeat the God King. 7 billion pills only allowed this human to improve his cultivation to the second level of god-serving. This is so. Tianhu felt that his own Tianhe Chamber of Commerce had also been cheated. After all, he didn't know all this in advance, or it was obvious that the other party was deliberately concealing it. What now? The 7 leaders clearly came here to call for punishment. Chapter 15:19 Strong Ji Qianya, get out. In terms of strength and background, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is naturally not afraid of the 7 leaders at all. In fact, in front of the behemoth Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, the 7-star pirate groups are as weak as ants and cannot withstand a single blow. But this is not the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, this is just a branch of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, and Tianhu is just one of the many branch presidents of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. He cannot represent the entire Tianhe Chamber of Commerce at all, and he cannot compete with the Star Pirates. The most serious thing is that Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is clearly in the wrong this time. The human monster with perfect compatibility of 9 elements ended up becoming a useless human who consumed 70 billion pills but only improved his cultivation to the second level of God servant. That would be fine, but he was clearly just a servant of the god, but he burst out with a combat power comparable to that of a god king, so that this human finally escaped and disappeared. All of this was clearly the fault of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. However, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce did not deliberately conceal the truth. Instead, they were not aware of these things in advance. In other words, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce was also cheated. What to do? Tianhu thought of Ji Chongshuan first. This human race was brought by Ji Chongshuan, and he asked Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to sell it on his behalf. If Ji Chongshuan was pushed out, Tianhu believed that Tianhe Chamber of Commerce would be able to get rid of the entanglement of the 7 leaders and stay out of it. What's more, since Ji Chongshuan had concealed the truth beforehand, there was no need for Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to hide his identity for him. As soon as he thought of this, Tianhu immediately made a decision in his heart. Hand over Ji Chongshuan and let him bear the wrath of the 7-star pirate groups. But at this moment, when Tianhu was about to betray Ji Chongshuan, a cold, solemn, yet heavenly voice suddenly rang out from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. So what do you want? Well, the sudden voice made the 7 leaders outside the Chamber of Commerce stunned, and even Tianhu was no exception. Ji Qianya came slowly into the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Light white dress, fairy-like appearance and jade-like complexion. As soon as she appeared, the eyes of the 7 captains lit up. Even the only woman among the 7 captains, Huan Xinyan, was no exception. It was really Ji Qianya's appearance was too outstanding, and coupled with the unique temperament she exuded, it would be impossible not to be obsessed with her. Miss. After seeing Ji Qianya, Tianhu bent down and clenched his fists. Miss. Tianhu's sudden 2 words startled the 7 captains, and then they all came back to their senses in an instant. They looked at Tianhu, then at Ji Qianya, and then at each other. Who is Tianhu? He is the branch president of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce and also a powerful person in the realm of God King. What is the identity of the person who can be called Miss by Tianhu? The eldest daughter of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Or is she the eldest daughter of a demon family behind Tianhu? No matter the former or the latter, they are not people that the 7-star pirate groups can afford to provoke. Of course, it is also possible that they were overthinking it, and Ji Qianya's identity was not that noble. Therefore, the most urgent task is to first find out Ji Qianya's identity and origin. Who are you? When this thought came to mind, among the 7 captains, Huan Xinyan was the first to speak. It doesn't matter who I am. Ji Qianya said calmly, tell me, what do you want? This. Ji Qianya's attitude made the 7 captains stunned again, and even some dissatisfaction arose in their hearts. After all, they were the masters of the 7-star Jedi and the strong men in the realm of God King. The other party's current behavior was really disrespectful to them. But at this moment, the 7 group leaders were too lazy to argue with Ji Qianya about this. For them, the most urgent task is to find Ye Bufan and recover their losses. That is why, after Ji Qianya finished speaking, Tu Huo immediately said, since this lady asked this, we will not waste any more words. This matter Tianhe Chamber of Commerce must give us an explanation and account. Explain, explain. Ji Qianya sneered and said, what explanation do you want? What account do you want? You. Ji Qianya's attitude made the 7 leaders stunned and angry. Tu Huo said, this human was sold to us by your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Now he has escaped, and it is because you did not inform us of his special circumstances in advance that he escaped. Based on these, shouldn't your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce give us an explanation? I'm sorry, but my Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is not aware of the situations you mentioned. Ji Qianya said calmly. Unaware? Do you want to completely shirk all responsibility with just these 3 words? The 7 group leaders were about to explode with anger. Snort. At that moment, the 7 leaders snorted coldly, and Tu Huo, as the representative, said in a cold voice, Miss, although I don't know who you are, you want to shirk responsibility just by saying you were ignorant. Isn't this a bit too hasty and a bit too perfunctory to us? Aren't you afraid of ruining the reputation of your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce? You destroyed the reputation of my Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. You think too much. After a pause, Ji Qianya continued, my Tianhe Chamber of Commerce just accepted someone else's commission to resell the human on their behalf. As for the others, no matter what the human's identity, origin, or special abilities are, they have nothing to do with my Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. The other party offered a price, and you bought it. The money and goods were cleared. Now the human has escaped, but you are looking for an explanation from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Don't you think this is ridiculous? You. Hearing this, the 7 group leaders were furious, but unable to refute. After all, what Ji Qianya said was absolutely right. Others offered the price and they paid for it. The money and goods were settled. Why did they come to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to ask for an explanation? But when they thought of Ye Bufan's specialness, the 7 captains became furious. Especially Tu Huo and Hong Ye. Both of them were cheated out of more than 100 billion yuan, and Hong Ye also lost his only son. Just let it go like that. How is that possible? However, if they were asked to openly challenge the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, they would not dare to do so. Helpless, Tu Huo could only make the next best choice and said, okay, even if your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce doesn't have to bear any responsibility, but now that things have developed to this point, shouldn't you tell us who the seller is? After all, the human race may have returned to the seller. I even suspect that all of this may be a trap set for us by the seller. Excuse me. Ji Qianya directly refused. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce has the responsibility and obligation to keep our customer information confidential, so I cannot meet your request. You. Upon hearing this, Tu Huo was so angry that he gritted his teeth, and so were the other 6 team leaders. Ji Qianya said again, okay, if you have nothing else to do, please go back. Back. I'm going to reply to your uncle. Tu Huo's expression turned cold, and he said, Miss, if you insist on doing this, then we can only suspect that all of this is simply a collusion between your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce and the so-called seller in order to cheat us together. Ji Qianya frowned. She glanced at Tu Huo, and then said lightly, if you insist on thinking so, then I have nothing to say, please do as you please. You fucking please. What do you mean? Aren't you being too perfunctory with us? Do you really think that we won't dare to do anything to you just because you're using the name of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce? Tu Huo was furious and said, today, your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce must give us an explanation. Either compensate us for our losses, or hand over the seller. Choose one of the two. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure from the 8th level of the Fire Slayer God King erupted instantly. Boom 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 boom. Immediately afterwards, the pressure from the other 6 captains at the God King level also erupted at the same time. The 7 great gods put pressure on us. Boom. Ji Qianya's aura suddenly changed, and the aura of the Divine Emperor realm surged into the sky, followed by an angry shout. Roll. Chapter 1520, The Disappeared Human Race, Crazy Bounty. Roll. Ji Qianya's roar was not only cold and overbearing, but also accompanied by his terrifying aura of the Divine Emperor realm, which instantly swept across the entire Holy Fire City and caused the wind and clouds above the Holy Fire City to change color. In the blink of an eye, this sudden scene shocked all the living beings in the Holy Fire City. The leaders of the 7 Divine King realms were even forced to take several steps back by Ji Qianya's shout. Not only that, Hong Ye, who was originally injured by Ye Bufan's Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, was hit by Ji Qianya's terrifying aura and spurted out a mouthful of blood with a puff. The Divine Emperor. Looking at Ji Qianya, the 7 group leaders were all shocked and horrified. They never imagined that the girl from the Tianyan clan in front of them was actually a powerful Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor. Although they could rely on the peerless killing array and the 7-star Jedi to fight against her, or even kill her, but, did they dare? They didn't dare. After all, the cost of activating the peerless killing formation to kill a Divine Emperor would be enormous for the 7 captains, not to mention that Ji Qianya's identity and origin revealed many extraordinary qualities. Kill her. Who can guarantee that killing her will not bring revenge from a god or even a god emperor? So, they can exert pressure and threaten, but if they really want to take action, the 7 leaders will definitely not dare to do it. Before the 7 leaders could think more, Ji Qianya spoke again and said in a cold voice, "Disappear from my sight within 3 breaths. Otherwise, don't leave." Buzz. Hearing this, the 7 captains were all trembling. They were fearful and even more angry. Disappear from my sight within 3 breaths. Otherwise, don't leave. What does this mean? If we don't leave within 3 breaths, will you kill us directly? There is no doubt that this is an absolute threat. But what can the 7 leaders do? They looked at each other, feeling helpless and even bitter. If there was only one heavenly slave, they might be able to threaten the other party to reveal the identity of the traitor. However, facing a Divine Emperor, without being able to use the peerless killing formation, they did not even have the qualifications to be on equal footing with the other party. So, what could they use to threaten and force the other party to reveal the identity of the traitor? Let's go. The next second, Tu Huo shouted angrily and chose to leave first. After what happened today, the 7 leaders have lost all face, and he doesn't want to stay here and embarrass himself. Tu Huo did the same, and the other 6 group leaders were no exception. They all followed Tu Huo and left the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. In this world where the strong are respected, they had no choice. "Miss, do you want me to bring people to capture those space pirates?" After the 7 leaders left, Tianhu looked at Ji Qianya and asked. The group of star pirates that Tianhu was referring to were naturally Ji Chongshuan and his group. No. Unexpectedly, Ji Qianya just waved her hand and said. But, Tianhu wanted to say, Ji Chongshuan and his group even cheated his Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, so is this the end of the matter? Unfortunately, he was interrupted by Ji Qianya as soon as he said these 2 words, "Tianhu, don't forget our identity. As I said just now, we are the Chamber of Commerce. In this matter we are just a middleman. One party offers the price and the other party pays for it. We cannot stay out of it before the payment and goods are settled. But after the payment and goods are settled, everything has nothing to do with my Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Do you understand?" Tianhu was stunned and said, "I understand. That's good to know." Ji Qianya said this, then changed the subject and smiled. "Of course, as a middleman, this matter really has nothing to do with us, but I am personally very interested in this human, so you send someone to keep a close eye on them and see if this human has escaped back. If they have, find out what they want to do. If not, forget it." After saying that, Ji Qianya walked directly into the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. "Yes, ma'am," Tianhu responded. On the street 300 meters away from Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Tu Huo and other 7 group leaders stopped here. They looked at the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in the distance, their faces were livid, and they were angry. Who the hell is this woman? Guys, are we just going to let this go? What else can we do? The other party is the Divine Emperor, and he has the support of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. We can't afford to offend him. Asshole. Forget it, let's find that human first. Find it. How to find it? If that human originally belonged to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, and all this was deliberately plotted against us by the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, and now, that human has fled back to the Holy Fire City and hid in the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, then what can we do even if we search the entire 7-star Jedi? In my opinion, this matter should not have much to do with the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. After all, our wealth is nothing in their eyes. There is no need for them to go to such great lengths to cheat us. Then why are they unwilling to reveal the identity of the seller? Is it really like what that woman said, that they have a responsibility to keep their clients confidential? Everyone, do you believe this? Of course, if it is a normal transaction, it is reasonable for Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to do this, but now this transaction with this human race is clearly a scam, but they still want to keep it confidential for the other party. Doesn't this explain the problem? This doesn't mean that the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce and that human race, or the seller, were in cahoots, right? Maybe the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce did this for other reasons. Then tell me, what kind of reason could force Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to do this? For example, the identity of the seller. Just imagine, if the seller's identity is somewhat special, and Tianhe Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to cause trouble, so it keeps the other party a secret, is this completely justifiable? Everyone, I think it's meaningless for us to think about this here. If you ask me, the most urgent thing is to find this human first. The 7 leaders of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce returned empty-handed. Their original idea of finding Ye Bufan through the seller had completely failed. Now they could only rely on the members of the 7-star pirate groups and offer a bounty to search for Ye Bufan. Fortunately, facing the 20 billion troops, most of the alien races are unable to resist. In the current 7-star Jedi, at least 70% of the alien races have joined the team to search for Ye Bufan. Therefore, the 7 captains believe that it won't be long before they can find Ye Bufan. But things don't go as planned. There is always a big gap between ideal and reality. On the first day, the search was fruitless. The next day, the search was fruitless. On the third day, the search was still fruitless. Ye Bufan had not been captured for 3 consecutive days, and even his trace had not been found. At this time, the 7 captains became anxious, and the other alien races who were searching for Ye Bufan were also anxious. Could it be that this human has already escaped from the 7-star Jedi? As soon as this idea came up, it was immediately rejected by all alien races. Not long after Ye Bufan escaped from the Battle of Hongye City, Hongye activated the Peerless Killing Formation and blocked the entire 7-star Jedi. It can be said that in such a short time, Ye Bufan had no time to escape from the 7-star Jedi, and no alien race left the 7-star Jedi in the past few days, which means that Ye Bufan was still in the 7-star Jedi. But where is he? All we can say is that this human must have hidden in some secluded place, so no one has found him. After all, the 7-star Jedi is so large, with countless mountains and rivers. If a person wants to hide, then it is not an easy task to find him in a short time. What to do? Just keep looking. Of course, there were also many alien races who simply chose to give up. On the 4th day, the search was fruitless. On the 5th day, the search was fruitless. On the 6th day, the search was still fruitless. At this time, many people have chosen to give up, especially those powerful star pirates. After all, although 20 billion is a lot, it is not enough for them to do anything for it. They can even earn back these divine crystals in a few months. In this case, why bother wasting time here? For this reason, these large-scale star pirate groups not only gave up the search for Ye Bufan, they even submitted applications to the 7 leaders, requesting to leave the 7-star Jedi and go to the endless starry sky to carry out their duties. Faced with this situation, the 7 group leaders were helpless. If only 1 or 2 star pirate groups made such an application, they could choose to ignore it. But what happens if 10, 20, or even more star pirate groups make such an application? The 7 captains don't want to come into conflict with these star pirate groups because of Ye Bufan. After all, it is difficult to offend public anger. However, it is impossible for them to lift the blockade of the 7-star Jedi because of this. After all, they have to prevent Ye Bufan from escaping from the 7-star Jedi in the chaos. Helplessly, the 7 captains could only try their best to appease these star pirate groups. At the same time, they promised them that within a month at most, regardless of whether there was a result or not, they would lift the blockade on the 7-star Jedi. Not only that, in order to capture Ye Bufan within a month, the 7 captains also increased the reward for Ye Bufan. First, anyone who discovers Ye Bufan and reports it to the City Lord's mansion, and whose discovery is confirmed, can receive a high reward of 20 billion divine crystals from the 7 group leaders. Second, no matter who it is, as long as they can capture Ye Bufan alive and hand him over to the City Lord's mansion, they can receive a high reward of 100 billion divine crystals from the 7 leaders. As soon as this bounty was announced, the entire 7-star Jedi was instantly in an uproar, and all the alien races were also driven crazy, even mad. Chapter 15:21 Robbery. What is the concept of 100 billion divine crystals? This is definitely an unimaginable fortune and an irresistible offer for anyone. As soon as the 7 captains offered this new bounty, those star pirate groups and individuals who had originally given up on the hunt for Ye Bufan once again joined the search for Ye Bufan. This is true for small star pirate groups, and also for large star pirate groups. In fact, as the bounty amount increased, these star pirates became crazier, more rampant, and more violent than before. They formed alliances and launched a carpet search of the entire 7-star Jedi. Mountains, rivers, grass and forests. Wherever the searching army passes, nothing will be able to escape detection. It seemed that they would never give up until Ye Bufan was found. Outside the 7 main cities, star pirates are wreaking havoc. In the 7 main cities, the guards of the city lord's mansion were also not idle. These days, they checked every house one by one, but unfortunately, they did not find any trace of Ye Bufan at all. As the bounty was increased again, members of the 7-star pirate groups were also sent out of the city by the 7 leaders. In their opinion, since they had not found Ye Bufan in the city for such a long time, he must no longer be in the city but hiding somewhere outside the city. The 7 captains thought so, and those aliens who were still staying in the city naturally thought so too. Therefore, when the members of the 7-star pirate groups left the 7 main cities, they all went outside the city. As a result, the originally bustling and prosperous 7 main cities instantly became infinitely depressed and deserted. In the city, apart from those merchants, there are almost no alien members to be seen on the streets. Even if there are only 1 or 2 occasionally, and no more than 10 at most. Some merchants have even chosen to close their businesses and join the ranks of those searching for Ye Bufan. After all, 100 billion is too big a sum. People die for money, and birds die for food. In short, because of the high bounty of 100 billion divine crystals offered to the 7 leaders, all the alien races have gone crazy. In addition, the 7 group leaders have also left the city lord and went outside the city to search for Ye Bufan. Tuvuo City, Tianxiang Tower. The Tianxiang Tower is now deserted. Apart from the waiter who stayed behind, the only people left in the entire restaurant are the unconscious netherworld blood fox and Ji Chongshuan who stayed behind to look after it. Compared to a few days ago when he learned the news that Ye Bufan had escaped from the control of the 7 leaders, Ji Chongshuan now felt more nervous and uneasy. As for why he was nervous and uneasy, even Ji Chongshuan didn't know why, but he always had a premonition in his heart, a very bad premonition. At the same time, inside the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in Holy Fire City. Looking at Ji Qianya, Tianu said slowly, "Miss, now except for Ji Chongshuan and the injured Nether Blood Fox, all the members of the Happy Sky Pirates have left Holy Fire City. According to the news from the people I sent to monitor them, they seem to be searching for the human as well." Ji Qianya frowned, so Ji Chongshuan really doesn't know the whereabouts of that human. It should be. Tianu responded. Interesting. Ji Qianya smiled slightly, it seems that my previous premonition was correct. That human race has great ambitions, and even Ji Chongshuan is just a pawn in his hand. After a pause, Ji Qianya continued, Tianu, let's withdraw our people. Ah. Tianu was stunned and said, Miss, aren't we going to look for that human? Why are we looking for him? Ji Qianya smiled and said, from the beginning to the end, I never thought about finding this human. I stared at Ji Chongshuan just to confirm the relationship between them and this human. Now that the goal has been achieved, why waste time? As for that human, since he has big ambitions, he will show up sooner or later. In this case, why should we go to great lengths to find him? Why not just wait for him to show up? I have to say that Ji Qianya is very smart. She has guessed everything. As for Tianu, he is just a branch president of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. He would do whatever Ji Qianya said, and he didn't need to worry too much about other things. Hongye City, Juyu Pavilion. This is a store that specializes in selling elixirs and purchasing miraculous medicines. Nowadays, most of the alien races have left the city to hunt for Ye Bufan, so that the 7 main cities seem a little deserted, and Hongye City is naturally no exception. As a shop in Hongye City, Juyu Pavilion is naturally deserted at this moment. Inside the shop, apart from the shopkeeper who was dozing on the counter, there were no other aliens to be seen. But at this moment, a demon walked in from outside the shop. Boom boom boom. Tianmo walked to the counter and knocked on the table gently. The sudden sound instantly woke up the shopkeeper. He looked up and saw Tianmo, then stood up immediately and said with a smile, "What would you like to buy?" Medicine. The word demon was said cleanly and neatly. Well, the shopkeeper was stunned. Aren't you talking nonsense? We only sell pills here. What else can you buy if not pills? I'm asking what kind of pill you want to buy. Although he was indignant and couldn't help but complain, the shopkeeper still smiled and asked, what kind of medicine would you like to buy? What kind of medicine do you have? Well, the shopkeeper was startled again, but still said truthfully, there are quite a few elixirs in our shop. Some are specifically used to improve cultivation, some are used to heal injuries, and some are used to stimulate love. In short, there are many kinds. As for the grades, there are first grade servant god grade, second grade mysterious god grade, third grade earth god grade, fourth grade heaven god grade, and even fifth grade god king grade. If the customer wants it, I have a way to provide it for you. I just don't know what you need. I want them all. As soon as the shopkeeper finished speaking, Tianmo immediately said something. Well, the shopkeeper was stunned again, and asked in surprise, Sir, what did you say? You want all of them? Why, is there a problem? No, I just don't understand what the customer means. When the customer says he wants all of them, he means. What I mean is, I want all the pills in your store. Pack them up. Do you understand? Pack up, take them all. The shopkeeper was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. This is a big deal. Immediately, the shopkeeper said repeatedly, yes, of course. After saying this, the shopkeeper looked at Tianmo again and asked, then shall I pack the food for the customer now? Nonsense. The demon said something. The shopkeeper did not hesitate any longer. He immediately prepared a storage ring and then put the bottles of pills in his shop into the storage ring one by one. 3 minutes later, the shopkeeper pushed the storage ring containing all the elixirs in his shop to Tianmo and said with a smile, Sir, this is all the elixirs in our shop. They have been packed for you. There are 39 kinds in total, with a value of 5.73676 billion. I will give you 5.736 billion after deducting the decimals. Oh, the demon responded weakly. Yes, this money. The shopkeeper said hesitantly, and his meaning was very clear. One hand pays the money, the other hand delivers the goods. Unexpectedly, the demon replied, no money. No money. The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, Sir, are you kidding me? Do you think I'm joking? This. The shopkeeper glanced at Tianmo, then his face changed and he said coldly, Boy, are you kidding me? The demon smiled slightly. The shopkeeper was furious. You are just a trash demon in the Xuanshan realm, and you dare to come and provoke me, a powerful demon in the Tianshan realm. Boom. In an instant, the shopkeeper's body was surrounded by the pressure of the two heavenly gods and burst out instantly. Boy, you are looking for death. Bang. As soon as the shopkeeper finished speaking, Tianmo slammed the counter and shouted, Stop talking nonsense, robbery. Chapter 1522 Young Master Yi is taking action. Fight, rob. When Tianmo said this, the shopkeeper's eyes widened. He was stunned, stupid, and confused. You, a scum in the mysterious god realm, come to rob me, a god. Did you say something wrong? Or did I hear it wrong? Are you sick in the brain? Before the shopkeeper could think more, Tianmo spoke again, What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear about the robbery? Hand over all the pills, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. I am so. The shopkeeper was so angry that he laughed. Strange things happen every year, but there are especially many this year. A mysterious god actually dared to come and rob a god like me, and even spoke nonsense here. Is he going to be rude to me? All of a sudden, the anger in the shopkeeper's heart disappeared. Looking at the ignorant demon in front of him, he smiled and joked, Boy, aren't you going to be rude to me? Come on, show me how to be rude. If you can satisfy me, I will give you all these pills worth more than 5 billion. Why are you such a bitch? The demon said helplessly. What did you say? The shopkeeper didn't understand, so he asked instinctively. Call. The demon did not stop and slapped across the counter with his palm. Hee. Seeing this scene, the shopkeeper smiled indifferently. A mere mystical god actually dared to attack a heavenly god like himself. It was simply like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was beyond one's ability. Call. The next second, the shopkeeper raised his right arm to block in front of himself, with a calm expression on his face. At this time, the devil attacked with a palm. Bang. The demon slapped the shopkeeper's right arm. In an instant, the shopkeeper's face changed. However, it was too late. With a crack sound, the shopkeeper's right arm bone was instantly broken, and the broken bone even pierced through the flesh and was exposed. Ah! The shopkeeper couldn't help but scream as the heart-wrenching pain came over him. It's a pity that everything is not over yet. As the demon's palm fell down, a huge force came, and under the strong impact, with a bang, the shopkeeper fell headfirst to the ground. Everything happened too fast and too suddenly, so fast that the shopkeeper had no time to react, and so sudden that the shopkeeper could not accept it at all. He never thought that he, a powerful man of the second level of the heavenly god, would be knocked to the ground by a heavenly demon of the mysterious god realm with just one palm. Is this really just the Xuantian realm? Where the hell did this monster demon come from? The shopkeeper was going crazy. The demon did not stop, but jumped lightly, directly over the counter and came in front of the shopkeeper. Looking at the demon, the shopkeeper was horrified. He covered the wound on his right arm and said tremblingly, You, what do you want to do? The shopkeeper knew that although he was a god, he was definitely no match for the demon before him. What? Tianmo smiled slightly and said, Didn't I already tell you? It's robbery. Robbery. I robbed your sister. The shopkeeper was furious, but he had to admit that the other party didn't seem to be joking and seemed to be here to rob him. What to do? That was a pill worth more than 5 billion, which was all his savings and all his assets. If it was really snatched away by the other party, would he still be alive? Help! This is a robbery. With no other options, the shopkeeper could only shout for help. It's a pity that now in Hongye City, most of the alien races have left the city to search for Ye Bufan, and even the city guards have been dispatched in full force. The streets are deserted and depressed. In this situation, who can hear the shopkeeper's cry for help? Who can come to help? Looking at the shopkeeper who was calling for help hysterically, Tianmo shook his head and then squatted down suddenly. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, the shopkeeper was shocked and exclaimed immediately. The demon ignored him, he squatted down and punched out directly. One punch, as fast as lightning. A punch, as powerful as thunder. This scene frightened the shopkeeper so much that he even forgot that he was a powerful god-level warrior, and even forgot to fight back or resist. Bang! In a brief moment, the demon punched the shopkeeper directly in the face. Puff! The shopkeeper spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted instantly. Unbreakable. The demon sneered, then picked up the storage ring on the ground that contained more than 5 billion worth of pills. Looking at the storage ring in his hand, Tianmo stood up and said with satisfaction, Killing people and setting fires will earn you a golden belt, repairing bridges and repairing roads will earn you dead bones. This is indeed true. In less than 5 minutes, I have earned 5.6 billion. No wonder so many people like the profession of robber. This is simply a very profitable business. Not bad, keep going. Hehe, Tuhuo, Hongye, and the other captains, you would never have guessed that while you were searching the world for me, I was always in Hongye City. Now that you have all gone outside the city, the defense inside the city is empty. This is a good opportunity for me to make a fortune and quickly improve my strength. As for you, as he spoke, Tianmo looked at the Tianmo who had fainted at his feet. Although I won't kill you, I don't want my magical power of thousand faces illusion to be exposed because of you, so I'm sorry. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianmo took out a soul-defending ring that he had prepared in advance. Then, without any hesitation, he took advantage of Tianshan's coma to directly plant the soul-defending ring for him, and stuffed a pre-prepared note into Tianshan's hand, to ensure that Tianshan would find the note in his hand as soon as he woke up. As for the content on the note, it was very simple, the soul circle has been planted. If you want to live, don't make a sound. Just pretend that nothing happened and wait for me to send you. If you perform well in the future, I will give you a chance to help you break through the god and become a god king. Otherwise, you will die. After leaving the note, Tianmo left the shop directly. Not only that, when leaving the shop, Tianmo did not forget to close the door of the shop, and also hung a closed sign for the shopkeeper of Tianshan realm. In this situation where all alien races are searching for Ye Bufan, Tianmo does not have to worry about arousing other people's suspicion by doing this. It can be said that unless the shopkeeper wakes up himself, no one will break in at this time. This is naturally done to maintain confidentiality. As for the true identity of the demon, who else could it be except Ye Bufan? A few days ago, after Ye Bufan escaped from the city lord's mansion of Hongye City, he did not leave Hongye City. Instead, He used the magical power of Thousand Faces illusion to transform himself into a demon, and found a restaurant in Hongye City to live in. The human race turned into demons. Now even if Ye Bufan stood in front of the 7 captains, they would not be able to recognize that this demon was Ye Bufan. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly find Ye Bufan's trace? That is why, although the entire 7-star Jedi has been searching for him these days, Ye Bufan was not worried. Instead, he moved into the restaurant in a swagger and took the opportunity to refine the elixir worth 90 billion that he had cheated from Hongye. Nowadays, Ye Bufan's physical cultivation has reached the 5th level of Heavenly God from the previous 3rd level of Heavenly God, and he is only one step away from the 6th level of Heavenly God. Unfortunately, although his physical cultivation has been improved again, Ye Bufan has used up all the elixirs he has. Without elixirs, he cannot continue to improve his strength. What should he do? It has obviously become impossible to continue to defraud resources from the 7 leaders. As for the other star pirate groups, they were all busy searching for him, so Ye Bufan had no idea where to start. If you can't cheat, then you can only rob. There are 2 targets for the robbery. First, the bases of the major star pirate groups outside the city. Second, the shops in the city. In comparison, Ye Bufan prefers shops in the city. After all, if Ye Bufan wanted to rob the star pirates, he would have to fight against the entire star pirates alone. If the other party was too small and had limited resources, he would not gain much even if he robbed them. But if it were a large-scale star pirate group, Ye Bufan might not be able to defeat the opponent with his current strength. But shops are different. If he chooses a shop, Ye Bufan only needs to deal with the shop owner, and at most 1 or 2 waiters. Compared with the star pirates, the threat posed by the shop to Ye Bufan is limited and can even be ignored. However, the shops are all in the 7 main cities, and there are city guards from the city lord's mansion in the main cities. Once there is any noise, it will inevitably attract the city guards, so Ye Bufan has not taken action yet. But who would have thought that just when Ye Bufan was at a loss, the city guards actually left their respective cities, and even caused other alien races to leave the city as well. As a result, the 7 major cities are now completely in a state of empty defense. Opportunity is fleeting, once lost, it will never come back. In this situation, Ye Bufan would no longer endure it, he chose to take action directly. Juyu Pavilion was only Ye Bufan's first target. After leaving, Ye Bufan went directly to the next one. In one word, grab. If we can grab one, we'll grab it. Grab as much as you can. Chapter 1523 When a robber meets a robber. If we can grab one, we'll grab it. Grab as much as you can. Of course, Ye Bufan was still selective when he took action. He only robbed shops that sold medicinal pills, and only those shops that belonged to individuals. For example, even if the resources of chambers of commerce were abundant, Ye Bufan was determined not to rob them. Even so, Ye Bufan still has many targets to attack in the 7 main cities. In addition, every time Ye Bufan robs a shop, he will plant a soul circle for the shop owner. It can be said that he was robbing both money and people. On the first day, Ye Bufan transformed into a demon and swept through Hongye City. Mingyuan Pavilion, grab it. Qingtian Pavilion, grab it. Danlingshuan, grab it. In one day, Ye Bufan robbed more than 30 shops and obtained countless medicinal pills, the total value of which exceeded 100 billion. Not only that, Ye Bufan also planted the soul control circle around the owners of these shops. Among them, there were 13 gods alone. Although most of them were gods in the 3rd heaven or below, they were still gods after all. Except for the 13 heavenly gods, all other alien races, without exception, are warriors at the earth god level. It can be said that in just one day, Ye Bufan had gained both people and money, and reaped considerable rewards. The next day, Ye Bufan left Hongye City and headed directly to Hurricane City, which was adjacent to Hongye City. Like Red Leaf City, Hurricane City is now deserted and bleak. After entering Hurricane City, Ye Bufan didn't stop at all and started snatching directly. After all, Ye Bufan didn't know when his crazy robbery behavior would be exposed. Once exposed, it would be impossible for him to continue robbing as unscrupulously as he is now. Therefore, Ye Bufan must race against time and collect as many resources as possible before he is exposed. Hui Chuntang. This was the first shop Ye Bufan robbed in Hurricane City. The shop owner was only at the 9th level of the Earth God realm. How could such a person be a match for Ye Bufan? So from the moment Ye Bufan walked into Huichun Hall, everything was doomed. All the elixirs in the shop were swept away by Ye Bufan, and even the shop owner was knocked unconscious by Ye Bufan, and was also planted with the soul circle, by Ye Bufan. It can be said that everything went surprisingly smoothly. After coming out of Huichuntang, Ye Bufan went directly to the next shop. Yi Ming Zan, Kang Yu Pavilion, Wangxianglo. In half an hour, Ye Bufan robbed 12 shops in a row. His speed and efficiency had obviously improved greatly, even several times more than yesterday. The 13th one is Tianai Pavilion. What would you like to buy? Looking at the demon transformed by Ye Bufan in front of him, the shopkeeper asked with a smile. Bang! Ye Bufan slammed the counter and shouted, "Robbery! Hand over all the pills." At the beginning of yesterday, Ye Bufan would still talk nonsense with the shopkeeper, but after experiencing more than 30 robberies, Ye Bufan is now too lazy to talk nonsense, or in other words, in order to improve efficiency, he went straight to the point. Fight, rob. When Ye Bufan said this, the shopkeeper was completely stunned. Although the 7 Stars Jedi is the base camp of the Star Pirates, there has never been a robbery in the 7 Stars Jedi over the years. But now, without waiting for the shopkeeper to think about it or come back to his senses, Ye Bufan chose to take action directly. But at this moment, a burst of dense footsteps was heard outside the shop, and then several masked aliens rushed into the shop. They directly surrounded Ye Bufan and the shopkeeper. Not only that, they also drew their weapons. Robbery. Before Ye Bufan and the shopkeeper could think more, the leader, the alien from the 9th heaven of the Earth God, glared at them and said something sternly, then raised the long sword in his hand and said coldly, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and pack up all the money and elixirs you have on you, otherwise don't blame me for being blind with the long sword in my hand and taking your lives." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the alien from the 9th level of the Earth God realm threw a storage bag directly onto the counter. Hearing this and seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What is going on? What does this mean? I was just robbing someone, but I met someone in the same industry. Ye Bufan was in a mess, and so was the shopkeeper. Robbery had never happened in the 7-Star Jedi before. But now, not only did we encounter robbery, but there were 2 gangs of them. You guys discussed this, right? Or do you think that Tianai Pavilion is a soft persimmon that is easy to bully? Also, do you really think that the 7-Star Pirates are just for show? Malagobes. When the shopkeeper thought of this, he was not afraid, but furious. However, just as the shopkeeper was about to speak, the leader of the 9th heaven Earth God alien race said angrily with an impatient look on his face, "Damn it, too much nonsense, brothers, kill him. Kill." As soon as the alien from the 9th heaven of the Earth God finished speaking, the other aliens immediately rushed out with their swords drawn. Killing people over a disagreement is what real robbers do. Compared with them, Ye Bufan feels that he is too amateur, too unprofessional, and too unqualified. But no matter how much he admired them, Ye Bufan really didn't take these star pirates in front of him seriously. Although you are all robbers, you are just unlucky to have met me. Bang bang bang. But at this moment, just when the aliens had already attacked and just when Ye Bufan was about to fight back, a burst of dense footsteps was heard outside the shop, and then a group of 7 or 8 masked aliens rushed in. In an instant, the store was dead silent. The previous group of star pirates and the later group of star pirates looked at each other in shock. Met someone in the same profession. That's what they thought in their hearts. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. The shopkeeper was dumbfounded and confused. Another group of robbers. Damn, this is already the 3rd gang of robbers, what do you mean? You can't bully people like this, right? Brother, what about robbery? At this time, a star pirate who was the leader of the 3rd group of bandits looked at the aliens of the 9th heaven of the Earth God in the 2nd group of bandits and couldn't help but ask a question. Yes, the alien from the 9th heaven of Earth God responded instinctively, you are robbing too. Ha ha. The leader of the 3rd gang of robbers, the space pirate, smiled and said, yes, but you don't have to be nervous. We understand the principle of first come first served. Since you were here first, we'll take our leave and you can continue making money. Thank you. Polite. After Earth God Juchongtian finished speaking, the star pirate, the leader of the 3rd gang of robbers, responded, then waved his hand and said, brothers, let's go to the next one. Wow. In an instant, the 3rd group of robbers retreated from the store like a tide. They come quickly and leave quickly. Call. Seeing that the third group of bandits had retreated, the foreigners in the second group couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were really worried that the other party would not be able to control themselves and take action. If that were the case, it would be of no benefit to anyone. Fortunately, the other party chose to retreat. The next second, the alien from the ninth heaven of Earth God looked at Ye Bufan and the shopkeeper again, and shouted coldly, "What are you still standing there for? Don't you want to live?" Hearing this, Ye Bufan said with an embarrassed look on his face, brothers, it seems that I was the first one to come here, right?" Chapter 15:24 Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Brothers, it seems that I was here first, right? When Ye Bufan said this, the several star pirates in front of him were all stunned, and they all looked at Ye Bufan. The shopkeeper's mouth twitched. He was disheveled and speechless. "You came here first. Could it be that you, a scumbag in the mysterious god realm, want to talk to others about the principle of first come first served? What are you thinking about? This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The reason why the third group of star pirates chose to leave is because they are equally powerful as the second group of star pirates. But you, a scumbag in the mysterious god realm, why do you want to let others retreat? Just because you came earlier than them. Don't be funny. You are looking for death." The shopkeeper asked himself that he had seen many weird people, but he had never met someone like Ye Bufan. This guy was not only weird, but also had no brains. The next second, all the sky pirates came back to their senses. The leading sky pirate looked stern, and said to Ye Bufan, "Boy, are you here to rob too?" "Certainly. Tisk tisk, boy, didn't I realize you're quite courageous. It's just so. So according to you, we brothers can't accomplish this mission." "Of course I did. After all, I was the first one here. Hee, what if we don't leave? Then I can only rob you as well." "They robbed us too." "Certainly. Just you, a scumbag in the mysterious god realm. Any questions?" Ha ha ha. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the several sky pirates in front of him couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even the leading sky pirate from the earth god realm laughed instead of getting angry. A scumbag of the mysterious god actually had the audacity to want to rob them as well. This was definitely the funniest and most hilarious joke they had ever heard. Suddenly, the leading star pirate looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "If that's the case, then what are you waiting for? Come on, kid, rob us." "Really? Why, you don't dare." "No, this is just the first time I've encountered such a weird request, and I'm a little excited." Ha ha ha. The leading star pirate laughed. "Boy, do you feel honored? Let me tell you, it's only you. If it were someone else, I would never give him such an opportunity. Come on, do it." Swoosh. As soon as the leader of the sky pirates finished speaking, Ye Bufan took the 9 steps of Tanglong, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the sky pirates. Fuck, so fast. Seeing this scene, the leading star pirate's pupils shrank in shock. Ye Bufan did not stop, but punched the leading star pirate directly. One punch, fast, fierce and powerful. The leading sky pirate didn't even have the chance to react. He just felt something flash before his eyes, and then with a bang, Ye Bufan punched down, and the leading sky pirate's head exploded into a ball of bloody mist. Everything happened in a flash, from the time Ye Bufan made his move to the time he instantly killed the leading star pirate with one blow. It took less than a second. Bang! After a muffled sound, the leading star pirate fell to the ground and died. Seeing this scene, the shop owner and other star pirates were stunned for a moment. Kill the top earth god with one punch. Is this really the strength that a mysterious god should have? Nima. Warriors from the first and second heavenly realms may not be able to kill a peak earthly god in one blow, right? Gurgle. After a brief moment, the shopkeeper and the sky pirates all looked at Ye Bufan and couldn't help swallowing. They were shocked and horrified, and felt unprecedented fear and terror. What a bullshit schwanchen, this guy is clearly pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. At this time, Ye Bufan walked towards the remaining star pirates step by step. "You, what do you want to do?" Seeing Ye Bufan approaching step by step, the star pirates were terrified and retreated step by step. "Didn't you ask me to rob you? How come you forgot so quickly?" Ye Bufan pretended to be surprised. "Forgot? I forgot about your sister." The star pirates cursed in their hearts, but they were also extremely bitter, confused, and even crazy. Can't you see we're kidding you? If we had known earlier that you were a powerful being above the Earth God realm, would we still do this? We are not stupid. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying anything more. In just a moment, the Star Pirates had made their decision. Since they couldn't afford to offend, they could only run. Without any hesitation, the remaining several Star Pirates turned around and tried to run. It's a pity that Ye Bufan would never let them do as they wished. Or rather, Ye Bufan couldn't be sure whether he would be exposed after letting these Star Pirates go. After all, it was too suspicious that a demon at the Xuantian realm could kill a peak Earth god in seconds. If the 7 captains suspected him because of this, then the magical power of Thousand Faces illusion would most likely be exposed. This is definitely not a good thing for Ye Bufan, and Ye Bufan will not allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, he could only kill to silence the witness, and he had to kill to silence the witness. That is why, at the moment when these Star Pirates were fleeing, Ye Bufan took the Tenglong 9 steps directly. With Ye Bufan's current physical cultivation level of the 6th level of the Heavenly God, the speed at which he can activate the Tenglong 9 steps is extremely swift. In almost an instant, Ye Bufan had bypassed these Star Pirates and intercepted them at the gate. Seeing this scene, the Star Pirates had to stop and their faces changed drastically. Brothers, fight him. The next second, one of the Star Pirates gritted his teeth and shouted harshly. Kill. The other Star Pirates did not stop either, and rushed towards Ye Bufan one after another. Either you die or you die. They knew very well that at this moment, they no longer had any choice. Seeing several Star Pirates coming, Ye Bufan did not retreat but advanced and killed them directly. Bang bang bang. Inside the shop, the two sides were fighting, and dull and heavy sounds rang out one after another. But everything only lasted for 3 seconds. Relying on the powerful body of the 6th level of the Heavenly God, Ye Bufan killed all the Star Pirates in front of him with just one encounter. Bang bang bang. A dull sound was heard, and bodies fell all over the floor in the shop. Gurgle. Looking at Ye Bufan and the scene in front of him, the shopkeeper couldn't help but swallowing. Is this the scum in the Xuantian realm that he looked down upon before? Is this the scum in the Xuantian realm that he had ridiculed before? Nima. This person is not a scum in the realm of Xuantian at all, he is simply a devil, a killing god. Looking at Ye Bufan, the shopkeeper's body couldn't help but tremble and shiver. At this time, Ye Bufan glanced at the shopkeeper. Buzz. The shopkeeper's soul trembled. Bang. He immediately knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, Sir, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Why are you still standing there when you know you're in the wrong? Hurry up and pack up all the pills for me. Ignoring the shopkeeper's fear, Ye Bufan just said in a stern voice. Yes, yes, yes. The shopkeeper responded repeatedly. At this moment, he dared not resist. In order to survive, he had to do as he was told. But at this moment, outside the store, above Hurricane City, a cold and extremely angry voice suddenly sounded, and it instantly echoed throughout the city. Catch all these lawless criminals for me, and those who resist will be killed without mercy. Chapter 15:25 Life is like a play, it all depends on your acting skills. Catch all these criminals. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Boom. The sudden change in the cold and angry roar caused the entire space of Hurricane City to shake violently. In an instant, the Star Pirates who were looting everywhere in Hurricane City were frightened dumbfounded. They never expected that the Hurricane City guards would return so quickly. But in just a moment, they came to their senses and made a decision instantly. Run. After all, although they could act recklessly against the owners of the major shops in Hurricane City, they were no match for the city guards of Hurricane City. They had no choice but to escape. Inside Huichun Hall, Ye Bufan was also dumbfounded. According to his original plan, it was impossible for the city guards to know about the robbery of shops in the city so quickly, and these things would even become a secret forever. But what about now? The city guards are back, and their sudden return was caused by the looting of shops in the city. What's going on? Could it be that I have been exposed? But soon, Ye Bufan thought of the 2 groups of space pirates before, and he instantly realized that it was not that he was exposed, but that those space pirates alarmed the city guards, and even according to the anger level of the voice just now, Ye Bufan could foresee and be sure that there were definitely more space pirates robbing in Hurricane City than the 2 groups he met. There must be a lot of space pirates robbing in the city at this moment. Damn. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan was confused and crazy, and he expressed deep helplessness and grief. At this moment, he realized that he had underestimated these star pirates. Originally, in his opinion, even if the defenses in the 7 main cities were weak, these star pirates would not dare to act recklessly. But now Ye Bufan was wrong. Not only Ye Bufan, but even the 7 captains underestimated the courage of these star pirates. After all, if they had known that such a thing would happen, how could they have transferred all the city guards out of the city? But think about it, people die for money and birds die for food, this truth has never changed. Faced with huge profits, ordinary people are likely to take risks, let alone these star pirates. Of course, there is no point in thinking about these things now. The most urgent task is to find a way to escape. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we encounter those city guards. Because once he encounters the city guards, Ye Bufan will only have 2 choices. First, surrender. But if he surrendered, Ye Bufan couldn't be sure how the city lord's mansion would deal with him and those star pirates. What if they chose to kill them all? In other words, the risk of surrendering is too great and Ye Bufan cannot afford the risk. Second, fight your way out. Ye Bufan asked himself, with his current strength, if the God King didn't come out, if he wanted to escape, no one would be able to stop him. But the key was Ye Bufan didn't know whether the Lord of Hurricane City had returned. It would be fine if he didn't come back, but what if he did? It was pure luck that Ye Bufan was able to escape from the 2 deputy captains of the God King realm in Hongye City before. He didn't think that he could escape from the hands of the God King again. Not only would he be unable to escape, but his identity might also be exposed. Therefore, the risk of choosing to fight back is far greater than simply surrendering. What to do? Ye Bufan was extremely nervous and hated those star pirates even more. Ye Bufan said this, and the shopkeeper beside him was delighted. The city guards are back. Does he still need to be afraid of the Xuanshan realm bandit in front of him? Just wait for me, kid. If you dare to rob me, you're dead this time. Looking at Ye Bufan, the shopkeeper thought secretly in his heart, with a look of gloating on his face. Brush. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly looked at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's mind trembled suddenly, and he said instinctively, what do you want to do? The city guards are back, I advise you to run away quickly. Run. Ye Bufan sneered, why should I run? The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment, then asked with a frightened look on his face, what do you want to do? Hey. Ye Bufan smiled evilly and said, I would like to ask you for a favor. Help. The shopkeeper was stunned again. Looking at Ye Bufan's malicious smile, he was even more frightened. You want to hold me hostage and force those city guards to release you. Hold you hostage? Ye Bufan was stunned and said, you think too much. So what do you want to do? The shopkeeper asked instinctively. You'll soon find out. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan didn't hesitate at all. He took a step forward and rushed straight towards the shopkeeper. Seeing this, the shopkeeper screamed, help. Bang. Before the shopkeeper could even utter the word Ming, Ye Bufan had already arrived in front of him and slapped him directly on the forehead. Puff. The shopkeeper spat out a mouthful of blood, then fell to the ground with a bang and fainted. Hee. Looking at the unconscious shopkeeper, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then took out a soul control ring, and implanted it into the shopkeeper's body without hesitation. After doing all this, Ye Bufan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bang bang bang. At this moment, a burst of dense footsteps came from outside the store. Ye Bufan didn't hesitate at all, and threw himself on the shopkeeper, crying loudly, Shopkeeper, wake up, wake up. As Ye Bufan was crying, a warrior from the heavenly god realm led a group of city guards into the store. After seeing the bodies in the store, they were stunned at first, and then they all looked at Ye Bufan. The warrior from the heavenly god realm asked, boy, what's going on? It was obvious that the corpse in the shop surprised the city guards. Hearing this, Ye Bufan looked directly at the group of city guards, and with red eyes, he locked onto the heavenly god realm warrior and cursed, what's going on? You still have the nerve to ask what's going on. It's all because of you. You said the city lord's mansion would protect us, but what about now? Those damn space pirates, they not only robbed our property, but also killed the shopkeeper. Woo shopkeeper, please wake up. As he spoke, Ye Bufan started crying again. Seeing this scene, all the city guards frowned, as did the warriors in the heavenly god realm. However, although the heavenly god realm warrior sympathized with Ye Bufan, he still couldn't help but asked in a stern voice, "Boy, let me ask you, what's going on with these corpses?" Unfortunately, Ye Bufan ignored him and just lay on the shopkeeper's body and cried, "Shopkeeper, you died so tragically. Now that you are gone, what should I do?" The heavenly god realm warrior frowned, and he walked a few steps to Ye Bufan, and said impatiently, "Boy, why are you crying? Your shopkeeper is not dead yet." "Not dead?" Ye Bufan glanced at the heavenly god realm warrior and said, "Impossible, if the shopkeeper is not dead, then why can't I wake him up?" The heavenly god realm warrior twitched his lips and said, "If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself to see if he's still breathing or has a heartbeat." Well, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned, and then immediately started to investigate. The next second, he was overjoyed. "Really, the shopkeeper is really not dead. That's great, shopkeeper, please wake up, please wake up." While speaking, Ye Bufan did not forget to shake the shopkeeper hard, as if to wake him up. The heavenly god realm warrior was somewhat speechless, but he continued, "Boy, your shopkeeper just fainted and will wake up in a while. You don't have to push him like that. Now tell me, what's going on with these corpses?" "A body." Ye Bufan glanced at the corpses, then looked at the heavenly god realm warriors and said, "They were killed by another group of space pirates." "Killed by another group of space pirates?" The heavenly god realm warrior frowned. It can be said that the situation before him made him feel that there were too many things wrong with it. For example, according to the deaths of these star pirates, it is not difficult to see that they were obviously killed by one person, and the person who did it must be a powerful person in the realm of heavenly gods. But, would a sky pirate at the level of a celestial god come to rob a low-class shop like Huichuntang? For example, why did the other party kill these space pirates but only leave the shopkeeper and the clerk in the shop? Wasn't he afraid of being identified by these two people? There is another point, which is the most important one. According to the wounds and blood coagulation of these corpses, it is not difficult to see that these star pirates had just been killed. In other words, the murderer had just left before they came in, but why didn't they see even a single figure before they came in? It can be said that everything here is weird. Even the warrior in the heavenly god realm suspected Ye Bufan at the first moment. After all, he was the only one sober in the shop, but Ye Bufan's cultivation was only that of a mysterious god. He had no chance of killing these star pirates. The heavenly god realm warrior frowned and thought for a while before looking at Ye Bufan. After thinking for a while, he said, "Boy, wake up your shopkeeper." Chapter 15:26 The Suspicion of the God Warrior. "Boy, wake up your shopkeeper." Ah! When the heavenly god realm warrior finished speaking, Ye Bufan instinctively exclaimed. The heavenly god realm warrior raised his brows and said sternly, "I asked you to wake up your shopkeeper." "Yes, yes, yes." Ye Bufan responded repeatedly, then looked at the shopkeeper, pushed him and called out, "Shopkeeper, wake up, shopkeeper, wake up." Looking at the shopkeeper who had not yet woken up, the warrior in the heavenly god realm frowned, and then with a swish, the sword in his hand was instantly unsheathed. Bang! Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was so frightened that he sat paralyzed on the side, and looked at the heavenly god realm warrior tremblingly and said, What do you want to do?" The warrior in the heavenly god realm didn't care about this at all. He moved the sword in his hand and stabbed directly at the shopkeeper. "Ah!" Ye Bufan screamed. Puff! The sharp sword in the hands of the god-level warrior pierced the shopkeeper's palm directly, and a trace of blood spurted out. "Ah!" The shopkeeper woke up instantly from the pain and couldn't help but howl. At this time, Ye Bufan immediately sent a message to the shopkeeper, "I have already planted the soul control circle in your body. If you don't want to die, help me get away with it. If I am caught, you will definitely die. Also, from now on, I am your shop assistant. In addition, these space pirates in front of you were killed by the third group of space pirates. Remember this." Buzz! Ye Bufan's sudden voice transmission made the shopkeeper's heart tremble. Soul circle. He ignored the heavenly god realm warrior in front of him, and immediately checked his own soul. Sure enough, at some point, a soul control circle had been planted in his soul. For a moment, the shopkeeper felt hopeless and his face turned pale. At this time, Ye Bufan immediately said in surprise, "Boss, you finally woke up, that's great." As he spoke, Ye Bufan immediately pounced on the shopkeeper. Unfortunately, the heavenly god realm warrior moved his sword and directly blocked Ye Bufan, and said sternly, if you don't want to die, stay here and don't move. Ye Bufan pretended to be stunned and did not dare to refute at all. At this time, the heavenly god realm warrior looked at the shopkeeper again, frowned, and said, "Let me ask you, what's going on with these corpses? What happened to these corpses? What else could it be? He was killed instantly by the guy you pointed the sword at." Although the shopkeeper really wanted to tell the truth and identify Ye Bufan, he knew that he could not do so, and he did not dare to do so. Soul Circle. Now, Ye Bufan was the knife and he was the fish. How could he dare to point fingers at Ye Bufan? He didn't even dare to have the slightest idea of disobeying Ye Bufan. With this thought in mind, the shopkeeper slowly stood up, and holding the bleeding wound on his palm, he looked at the heavenly god realm warrior and said respectfully, reporting to the Lord, they were all killed by another group of space pirates. Another group of space pirates. The heavenly god realm warrior frowned, then pointed his sword at Ye Bufan and said, "But why did this guy say that they were killed by a heavenly god? Damn it, when did I ever say that?" Ye Bufan cursed in his heart, but he also knew that this was a test from a warrior in the heavenly god realm. Unfortunately, his attempt was obviously a step too late. Ye Bufan believed that the shopkeeper knew how to deal with it. Sure enough, as soon as the god realm warrior finished speaking, the shopkeeper immediately said, "Sir, my buddy is right. The one who attacked was indeed a god, but the one who came was a group of space pirates. There are 12 of them in total. Is he your buddy?" But at this moment, the warrior in the heavenly god realm changed the subject and pointed at Ye Bufan in surprise. "Yeah, what's the problem?" The shopkeeper looked surprised. "Base." The next second, the god realm warrior moved his sword and placed it directly on the shopkeeper's neck, and shouted coldly, "You are lying, he clearly said that he came to you to buy pills, how come you said he is your buddy?" "My lord, this is unjust." The shopkeeper immediately cried out, "He is indeed a clerk in the small shop." After saying this, the shopkeeper looked directly at Ye Bufan, angrily and furiously, "Shaoshan, what's wrong with you? Do you want to kill me?" "Boss, I never said such words." Ye Bufan said bitterly. "You didn't tell me." The shopkeeper looked at the heavenly god realm warrior in astonishment. "Sir, this brush." The heavenly god realm warrior did not give any explanation, but simply retracted the sword that was on the shopkeeper's neck and said, "Deal with these bodies." Leaving behind a few words, the heavenly god realm warrior turned and left. "Sir, you can't just leave like this. If you leave, what will happen to the property that was robbed in our store?" Seeing that the warrior in the heavenly god realm was about to leave, Ye Bufan immediately said something. Hearing this, the shopkeeper was stunned at first, and then broke out in a cold sweat. Under normal circumstances, after being robbed, shouldn't a normal person ask questions about the stolen property like Ye Bufan did? If he doesn't ask, he will inevitably be suspected. Sure enough, as soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the heavenly god realm warrior turned around and looked at Ye Bufan with a playful and teasing expression. "Looking at you, it seems you care more about these properties than your shopkeeper." Ye Bufan was stunned. Just as the shopkeeper was about to say something, the heavenly god realm warrior took the lead and said, "Don't worry, after we catch those space pirates, all the property will be returned in full. Let's go." The god realm warrior waved his hand and walked directly out of the store. The other city guards followed closely behind. Call. Inside the shop, after the heavenly god realm warriors and a group of city guards left, Ye Bufan and the shopkeeper both breathed a sigh of relief instinctively, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Then, the shopkeeper looked at Ye Bufan and said anxiously, "Sir, I have done what you said. Now you are safe. Can you take back the soul circle for me?" "Take back the soul circle." Ye Bufan smiled calmly. "When did I promise you that I would help you take back the soul control circle?" The shopkeeper was immediately furious and said, "What do you mean? Aren't you afraid that I will report you? Haha, do you dare? Okay, stop being so pedantic. It's just a soul circle. What's the big deal?" Ye Bufan patted the shopkeeper on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Although I robbed you today, this may not be a bad thing for you. I can promise you that as long as you follow me honestly and work for me sincerely, I can not only help you break through the bottleneck of earthly gods and enter the realm of heavenly gods, but even if you perform well in the future, I can also help you become a god king, or even a god emperor, a god lord, or even a god emperor. Break through the bottleneck of earthly gods and enter the realm of heavenly gods. And help me become a divine king, or even a divine emperor, a divine lord, or even a divine emperor." The shopkeeper was stunned and dumbfounded. Looking at Ye Bufan, he was even more horrified. "Why, you don't believe it?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, "Believe me, time will prove everything. In the future, you will find that being planted with the soul circle by me is definitely the greatest opportunity in your life. I'm your uncle." The shopkeeper couldn't help but curse in his heart. But now that things have come to this, what else can he do? With the soul circle on him, he is at the mercy of others. Apart from obeying Ye Bufan, he has no other choice. Unless he is not afraid of death, he can rise up and resist. But isn't the shopkeeper afraid of death? He was afraid, so he had no choice. As for what Ye Bufan said about helping him become the God King, God Emperor, or even God Lord, he simply didn't believe it. After all, if Ye Bufan really had this ability, he would still be just a mysterious god. Would he still need to be afraid of those city guards? Outside Huichun Hall. Although the heavenly god realm warrior had already walked out of Huichun Hall, he did not leave directly. At this moment, he frowned and looked at Huichun Hall in front of him, with a look of deep thought. After a moment, the heavenly god realm warrior said leisurely, "Yang Zenuo, go check on that heavenly demon." Ah! When the heavenly god realm warrior finished speaking, a city guard beside him was stunned, and then said, "Investigate that heavenly demon." "Commander, you don't suspect that he has robbed Huichun Hall, do you?" "No." The heavenly god realm warrior narrowed his eyes and said, "I don't suspect that he robbed Huichun Hall. I suspect he may be hiding some unspeakable secrets." "Ah!" the city guards exclaimed. The god realm warrior gently kicked the city guard and said, "What are you talking about? I asked you to check, so just go ahead and check. Why are you talking so much nonsense? In short, I want to know everything about him, including his identity and background, as well as what he usually does and what his habits are. And remember, all of this must be done in secret, and you must not attract the other party's attention." Chapter 15:27 Damn it, he is that human. People die for money, and birds die for food. Although everyone knows this truth, the 7 captains never imagined that someone would actually dare to rob the 7 main cities of the 7-star Jedi. What is this? This is simply asking for trouble and seeking death. The most hateful thing is that there are not just 1 or 2 people who are willing to sacrifice their lives. All members of the 7 major star pirate groups went out in full force, and in less than half an hour, they captured all the star pirates who had participated in the robbery in the 7 main cities. The total number of these people reached 6,793. 6,793 people. Even if you average it out among the 7 main cities, each city can get about 1,000 people. What does it mean that 1,000 star pirates are robbing and killing people in the city? The most terrifying thing is that this is just the beginning. As time goes on, more star pirates will inevitably get involved, and the situation will inevitably become more chaotic. Fortunately, everything is now under full control. But even so, the 7 captains were still furious. Ye Bufan has not been caught yet, and now this incident has happened again. How can they not be angry? For this reason, the 7 captains simultaneously ordered the execution of more than 6,000 captured star pirates. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The 7 captains want to use this method to reduce the anger in their hearts, and at the same time they are also establishing their prestige. They want to let all the alien races in the 7-star Jedi know that the 7-star Jedi is the territory of their 7-star pirate groups. Here, whoever dares to act recklessly and challenge the rules set by the 7 captains will only die. Not only that, the 7 group leaders also increased the bounty on Ye Bufan again. First, anyone who discovers Ye Bufan's whereabouts and reports it to the 7 city lords will receive a high reward of 10 million divine crystals after being confirmed. Second, anyone who captures Ye Bufan and brings him to the city lord's mansion will receive a high reward of 40 million divine crystals. Third, anyone who hands over Ye Bufan's body will receive a high reward of 15 million divine crystals. It can be said that once the robbery happened, the 7 group leaders had lost all their patience and they did not want to continue wasting more time on Ye Bufan. Because of this, their attitude towards Ye Bufan has changed from capturing him alive to not caring about his life or death. However, one thing has not changed, that is you must see the person if he is alive, and you must see the body if he is dead. More than 6,000 star pirates were executed at the same time, including even several powerful gods, which shocked the entire 7-star Jedi. Some of the star pirates who had originally hoped to take advantage of the chaos to rob one or two of his shops also gave up and abandoned this absurd and suicidal idea. They were even thankful for their previous hesitation. After all, if they had not hesitated and chose to take action at the first moment, they would have become cold corpses like the more than 6,000 star pirates. However, although the execution of more than 6,000 star pirates caused a sensation and shocked all the alien races, the impact of this incident did not last long, because at this moment, all the alien races had been deeply attracted by the new round of crazy bounties offered by the 7 leaders. A crazy bounty of 400 billion divine crystals. Who can resist such a temptation? But where is that human? Why did so many people search for such a long time but couldn't find even a hair of him? Could he really disappear out of thin air? Everyone was extremely puzzled, even the 7 captains were no exception. Logically speaking, after such a long period of time, even if they failed to capture the other party alive, they should have been able to find some clues. But the result was after leaving Hongye City, there was completely no trace of this human. What to do? Just keep looking. The day after the looting. Hurricane City, Huichun Hall. The warrior from the godly realm came here again with the city guards. Surround this place for me. Looking at the Huichun Hall in front of him, the heavenly god realm warrior waved his hand and shouted sternly. In an instant, the more than 1,000 city guards he brought with him spread out and surrounded Huichun Hall. Not only that, the sharp blades in their hands were drawn. This scene instantly attracted the attention of some foreigners who were returning to the city to replenish supplies. The warrior in the heavenly god realm didn't care about this at all. At this moment, the only thing in his heart was anger. Yesterday he had asked someone to investigate the demon that Ye Bufan had transformed into. Although the result was out early this morning, he could not accept it no matter what, because it turned out that there was no such person. If it were just that, it would be fine. The most hateful thing is that not only does this demon not belong to Huichuntang, but also, in Hurricane City, among all the aliens questioned, not a single one knows this demon. Even before yesterday, no one had ever seen this demon. What does this mean? This means that both the shopkeeper and the demon were lying, and furthermore, this demon appeared out of nowhere. This result immediately alerted the heavenly god realm warrior, so he came here early in the morning. At this moment, after the city guards surrounded Huichun Hall, the heavenly god realm warrior did not hesitate at all, and he went straight to Huichun Hall. With a bang, the warrior in the heavenly god realm kicked open the tightly closed door of Huichun Hall. Suddenly, a faint smell of blood wafted into the store. The warrior in the god realm frowned. Brush. The next second, he flashed and came directly to the counter. The scene inside the counter made the heavenly god realm warrior stunned. He saw that the shopkeeper and another alien's body were lying quietly on the ground inside the counter. Not only were they lifeless, but even their bodies had begun to stiffen. What's going on? In an instant, the god realm warrior looked directly at the city guards around him and asked in a stern voice. The city guards were also confused. Commander, I don't know what's going on. After all, we were just watching from outside and didn't enter the store. Who asked you that? The heavenly god realm warrior shouted angrily. I'm asking about that heavenly demon. Where is that heavenly demon now? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? Bang! The city guards were so frightened that they immediately knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, Commander, I don't know, I really don't know. Yesterday, we followed the commander's orders and kept an eye on this shop, but we didn't find the demon leaving. In fact, there was no demon among the aliens who entered and left this shop yesterday. Hearing this, the god realm warrior seemed to realize something. He looked at the city guards in front of him and pointed at another body besides the shopkeeper inside the counter, saying, Stand up, take a look. Do you still remember him? Yes, Commander. The city guard member stood up tremblingly, and then looked at the other alien corpse on the counter. The heavenly god realm warrior reminded, Look carefully, look carefully. Buzz. But at this moment, the city guards trembled, and then their faces changed drastically, saying, Impossible, this is impossible, Commander, this guy the first saw him leave with my own eyes yesterday, how could he die here? Are you sure? The god realm warrior asked sternly. I am sure. The city guard member responded and then added, This guy was the last one to leave yesterday. After he left, the shopkeeper closed the shop. Moreover, when he left, he was still scolding the shopkeeper for not having any medicine to sell but still keeping the shop open, which was simply a waste of his time. So I remember it very clearly and I am definitely not wrong. No, if it is true as you said, that it was the shopkeeper who closed the door, then how did he die? The warrior in the heavenly god realm couldn't help but ask. Commander, I don't know either. The city guard said bitterly, he was about to cry. The warrior in the god realm ignored him. He jumped directly into the counter and squatted down to examine the shopkeeper's body. After a moment, the heavenly god realm warrior's face changed drastically, and he said, the soul control circle, this shopkeeper was killed by the soul control circle. Damn it. After a loud curse, the heavenly god realm warrior stood up and said angrily, it must be that heavenly demon that killed this alien first, then disguised himself as him and left here, and finally killed the shopkeeper through the soul control circle. No wonder the shopkeeper helped him to cover up his lies yesterday and deceived us. It must be that demon who threatened him with the soul circle. So those space pirates were also killed by this demon yesterday. But how could he, a mystical god, possibly kill a warrior at the earthly god realm? Etc. He has the cultivation of the mysterious god realm to kill a peak warrior of the earth god realm, and he can also transform into another alien race and leave here without anyone noticing. Damn it, he is that human. Chapter 15:28 What to do. He has the cultivation of the mysterious god realm to kill a peak warrior of the earth god realm, and he can also transform into another alien race and leave here without anyone noticing. Damn it, he is that human. The heavenly god realm warrior immediately thought of Ye Bufan. After all, in his consciousness, not everyone can fight across levels, let alone cross a major realm with the cultivation of the mysterious god realm and kill a peak earth god in one blow. Such strength and talent could already be called an unrivaled genius. The most important thing is that, in the vast 7-star Jedi, except for that human, the warriors in the god realm have never even heard of such a monster of this level. In addition, the fact that the other party was able to transform into other alien races and easily escape from under the noses of their subordinates also proved why their 7-star pirate groups had used all their strength for such a long time but still could not find this human being. Because this human race has mastered some magical power or secret technique that can change the racial form. In other words, any alien in the 7-star Jedi today may be transformed from this human. His current identity could be a demon, a god, a fairy, or a Shira. In short, any alien race is possible. Just ask, in this situation, how could they possibly find each other? Therefore, the warriors in the heavenly god realm immediately determined that the previous heavenly demon was the human they were looking for. After all, one coincidence may really be just a coincidence, but what if 2 or 3 coincidences are mixed together? Could that be a coincidence? That can't be a coincidence. That demon was the human they were looking for. With this thought in mind, the heavenly god realm warrior did not stop there. He immediately left Huichun Hall and headed straight for the city lord's mansion. The matter is of great importance. He must report his discovery to their leader, the lord of Hurricane City Tan Feng, now, immediately. Half an hour later, Hurricane City Lord's Mansion, Main Hall. The 6 leaders all looked at Tan Feng, and Tu Huo asked directly, Tan Feng, why are you looking for us so urgently? Have you already captured that human? Hearing this, Tan Feng smiled bitterly and said, Tu Huo, do you think if I have already captured that human, do I still need to be as distressed as I am now? Then why did you ask us to come here? Tu Huo looked puzzled. He is now like a balloon filled with air that may explode at any time. Why? Facing Tu Huo's questioning, Tan Feng sighed helplessly and said, you should first listen to what my men discovered not long ago. After he finished speaking, Tan Feng shouted again, Wang Yang, come in for a moment. The 6 captains frowned, and they all looked towards the entrance of the hall with puzzled eyes. Outside the hall, a warrior from the heavenly god realm ran in. He stood in the center of the hall, facing Tan Feng above him, clasped his fists and said, your subordinate Wang Yang, greetings to the captain. No thanks, please tell the captains about your discovery first. Tan Feng waved his hand and said, yes. The god realm warrior responded, then looked at the 6 captains sitting on both sides and said, captains, just yesterday, I was in Huichun Hall. The god realm warrior slowly recounted what happened in Huichun Hall, while the 6 group leaders listened attentively. Time passes by every second. The expressions of the 6 group leaders were constantly changing. They were shocked, angry, and even felt it was unbelievable. As powerful men in the realm of God King, the 6 captains believed that they were absolutely knowledgeable. They had also heard of the secret techniques and magical powers that could change appearance and body shape, but what did it mean to directly change the racial form and turn members of one race into members of another race? Are there really such magical powers or secret techniques in this world? If such magical powers or secret techniques really existed, wouldn't the world be in chaos? 20 minutes later, the heavenly God Realm warrior had narrated all his experiences in full. The 6 group leaders stared at him with strange eyes. Tu Huo said, "Are you sure that what you said is true? And not a lie made up to win credit?" "Captain Tu Huo, I guarantee with my life that what I said is true. Moreover, in our Hurricane Star Pirates, there are at least 30 brothers who can testify for me." The warrior in the God realm clasped his fists, faced Tu Huo, and said with a resolute look. "This." Tu Huo hesitated slightly. The other 5 team leaders also had frowns on their faces. At this time, Tan Feng above suddenly said, "Okay, Wang Yang, you can leave first." "Yes, Captain." The heavenly God realm warrior responded and left the city lord's mansion hall directly. After the heavenly God realm warrior left, Tan Feng glanced at the 6 group leaders and said, "Everyone, what do you think is the possibility that the heavenly demon is the human we are looking for?" Needless to say, that demon is undoubtedly the human we are looking for. Tu Huo said this in a harsh voice, his fists clenched, his face full of anger and ferocity. The other 5 team leaders also agreed with this point. They were sure that the demon was the human they were looking for. "So what do we do next?" Tan Feng asked again. What to do? The 6 captains couldn't help but twitch their lips. With their strength, it would be absolutely easy to find someone in the 7-star Jedi, but now this person has mastered a magical power or secret technique that can change the racial form at will, which is different. Where and how should they find him when the other party can change his race at will? You know, in this situation, any alien in the 7-star Jedi may be the target of their search. Could it be that they can capture all the aliens in the God Servants and the mysterious God Realm in the entire 7-star Jedi? Don't be funny. Although the alien races in the Servant of God and the mysterious God Realm are as vulnerable as ants to them, there are more than tens of millions of alien races in the Servant of God and the mysterious God Realm in the entire 7-star Jedi. How to catch so many targets? Even if they really did this, what would they do after they were caught? Check one by one. Don't be ridiculous. They don't even know each other's true identity and race. How can they check it out? Of course, they could also capture all these God servants and the alien races in the mysterious God realm, and then check their talents one by one. After all, racial form can be changed, combat power can be hidden, but one's own martial arts talent cannot be changed, let alone hidden. However, do the 7 leaders dare to check the martial arts talents of each target in public? They dare not. This was because once Ye Bufan's talent of fully compatibility with all 9 elements was exposed, it would likely bring about a catastrophe to them, or even to the entire 7-star Jedi. After all, such talent is entirely possible to attract the covetousness of powerful forces. By that time, when the God Emperor or even a Hongmeng-level strongman comes in person, they will be ants and scum. Moreover, the other party will definitely kill people to silence them and massacre the 7-star Jedi in order to cover up the fact that Ye Bufan has fallen into their hands. Unless they capture these servants of the gods and the alien races in the Xuanshan realm and investigate them secretly. However, whether these servant gods are mysterious gods, they must be involved with various forces within the 7-star Jedi. If the 7 captains want to capture them and investigate them secretly, the star pirate group behind these servant gods and mysterious gods will definitely not agree. Although the 7 captains dominate the 7-star Jedi, they absolutely dare not make enemies with the whole world. That said, this approach doesn't work either. For a moment, the entire hall fell into silence, and the 7 captains looked distressed. This doesn't work, that doesn't work, now what should we do? Chapter 1529. This king is unwilling to accept this. I want to catch it, but I can't. I want to catch it, but I don't know where to catch it. It can be said that since the establishment of the 7-star Jedi, the 7 leaders have never been as helpless as they are now. After a moment, Tan Feng, who was standing above the hall, glanced at the 6 captains who were silent and distressed below, and suddenly said, "Everyone, how about just forget it? Never mind." When Tan Feng said this, the 6 group leaders below were all stunned, and then they all looked at him. Yes. Tan Feng responded, we were just too greedy this time. 350 billion to buy a human with full compatibility of 9 elements, the future Hongmeng emperor. Just ask where in the world can you get such a cheap thing? Besides, it's only 350 billion. Each of us only spent 50 billion. We can afford the loss of 50 billion. Just think of it as a lesson learned. Everyone, what do you think? I don't agree. As soon as Tan Feng finished speaking, Hong Ye stood up and directly refused. I don't agree with that either. Tu Huo also stood up and said, if we just let it go, wouldn't that be equivalent to us compromising with that human race? In this case, wouldn't our 7-star pirates group lose face? That's right. We absolutely cannot let this go. We must catch this human no matter what. Hong Ye immediately echoed. The other team leaders only spent 50 billion on this human race, but Tu Huo and Hong Ye were different. One of them spent 120 billion and the other spent 140 billion. How could they just let it go? Of course, the other 5 team leaders were also very clear about the reasons why Tu Huo and Hong Ye refused. After all, it was no secret that these 2 people were buying elixirs in large quantities. Because the losses were too great, Tu Huo and Hong Ye refused to give up. But what does this have to do with them? For this reason, except for Tu Huo and Hong Ye, the other team leaders also agreed with Tan Feng's suggestion, which was to stop here. The next second, Tan Feng glanced at the 4 silent team leaders, then looked at Tu Huo and Hong Ye, and said, Brother Tu Huo, Brother Hong Ye, if possible, I don't want to just let it go, but things have come to this point, what else can we do? You said you don't want to give up, so do you have a way to find this human and capture it? Tu Huo and Hong Ye were speechless for a moment. If there was a solution, would they still need to look so depressed? Tan Feng continued, don't forget, just yesterday, more than 6,000 people participated in murder and robbery in our 7 major cities. If this continues, who knows if there will be any more accidents in the future. For us, running the 7-star Jedi well is the key, and everything else is secondary. Besides, don't forget the magical skill that guy has mastered. He hasn't made trouble for us yet, but who can guarantee that if we push him into a corner, he won't do something desperate to us? Let's not talk about anything else, just his ability to change his race at will. If he uses this ability to create chaos in the 7-star Jedi, or even wantonly attack and kill people, who can defend against him? If it really comes to that, the entire 7 stars Jedi will be in a state of panic and chaos. Who would dare to stay here at that time? Once the alien races in the 7 stars Jedi evacuate on a large scale, won't all our hard work over the years be destroyed in an instant? Tu Huo, Hong Ye, is this what you want to see? What do you want to see? Hong Ye fell silent for a moment. Tu Huo gritted his teeth and said, Tan Feng, you said it lightly. If you also lost 120 billion in vain, would you still say that? For the benefit of everyone, I will. Tan Feng said immediately without thinking. I will be your uncle. Tan Feng, do you still have any shame? Tu Huo was furious, but helpless. Who made this happen to him? If it happened to someone else, he could also make it sound as righteous and selfless as Tan Feng. Helpless, Tu Huo could only grit his teeth and said, you can give up capturing this human, but the losses of Hong Ye and I must be shared equally by the 7 of us. That's right. Hong Ye also responded immediately. Hee hee. The other 5 team leaders sneered in their hearts. Why should we share your losses? Did our money come from the wind? At this time, Huan Xinyan, the only female among the 7 leaders, stood up and said, since everyone can't reach a consensus, let's follow the old rules and decide by voting. I agree, let's vote. I agree. Except for Tu Huo and Hong Ye, several other team leaders spoke up one after another. They all agreed to vote to decide whether or not to continue arresting Ye Bufan. As for the fact that the losses of Hong Ye and Tu Huo should be shared equally by the 7 families, they automatically ignored it or even just plainly neglected it. You uncle. Faced with this situation, both Hong Ye and Tu Huo were furious. 5-2, what's the point of this vote? Don't go too far. The next second, Tu Huo gritted his teeth, his eyes red, and said in a cold voice. Captain Tu Huo, where have we gone too far? Huan Xinyan said, according to our previous agreement, whenever we encounter a major issue and cannot reach a consensus, shouldn't we vote? You. Staring at Huan Xinyan, Tu Huo gnashed his teeth and said angrily, if you insist on doing this, then I have nothing to say, but I will not give up on capturing this human, and if I do something out of the ordinary, such as killing people, don't blame me for not warning you, brother Hongye, am I right? That's right. If we can't catch that human, we'll start a massacre, killing all the Zon gods and servant gods, and see whether he lives or not. Hongye immediately echoed. Tan Feng and the other 5 leaders were instantly furious. Tu Huo, Hong Yi, how dare you? What are we afraid of? Tu Huo shrugged and said, anyway, we have already lost more than 100 billion. I am not afraid of losing more. It's just a few deaths. I don't care. You dare to threaten us? Yes, I am threatening you. It was you who boycotted us first. You, Tan Feng, stop arguing. Either we all share the loss, or Hongye and I will continue to search for that human. However, we cannot guarantee what will happen in the end. Aren't you afraid that we will join forces to destroy both of your families? You teamed up and wiped out our 2 families. Come on, who's afraid of who? At worst, we can just keep an eye on one of your families and fight to the death. Then we'll all be finished together. Faced with Tu Huo's almost rogue-like threats, the 5 group leaders were confused and crazy. Did they dare to join forces to deal with the 2-star pirate groups, Hongye and Tu Huo? They dare not. Just as Tu Huo said, once the other 5 families want to join forces to deal with Hongye and Tu Huo, then Hongye and Tu Huo will definitely fight to the death. At that time, they will definitely choose one of them and fight to the end. As for which one Hongye and Tu Huo will choose, who knows? That is why Tan Feng and other 5-star pirate groups dared not act rashly. This is also the main reason why the 7-star pirate groups have been able to live in harmony over the years, because they all understand that when 2 parties fight, the fishermen will inevitably benefit. Tu Huo, what exactly do you want? Helplessly, Tan Feng could only ask in a deep voice with a cold face. Didn't I tell you that the losses of Hongye and I will be shared equally by the 7 of us? Tu Huo paused and continued. In fact, apart from the 50 billion, the combined losses of Hongye and I only amounted to 160 billion. If we split it equally among the 7 of us, each of us will only get more than 20 billion, which is not much at all. Damn it, isn't 20 billion enough? Besides, why should we bear your losses? Staring at Tu Huo, Tan Feng and the other 5 captains gnashed their teeth and were furious. It was the first time they discovered that Tu Huo was so shameless. But what can they do? Helpless, Tan Feng could only take the lead and say, Tu Huo, you are so cruel, it's just more than 20 billion, I'll give it to you. The other 4 team leaders had no choice but to compromise. Hee. Tu Huo smiled calmly, clasped his fists towards the 5 captains, and said, then I would like to thank you all. After saying this, Tu Huo added, besides this, I have another condition. Bang. Hearing this, Tan Feng patted the armrest of the chair under him, stood up and said, Tu Huo, don't go too far. Brother Tan Feng, why are you in such a hurry? Can you please listen to what I have to say first? Tu Huo said calmly, my request is very simple, that is we can give up the search and arrest, and we can also revoke the wanted order, but we cannot cancel the formation, at least not within the 1 month that we originally agreed on. Well, hearing this, the 5 group leaders were stunned. Tan Feng asked, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Tu Huo angrily said, this fraud has finally come to this, I will not accept it if I let it go, so I will never give up until the last moment. I must find him, pull out his tendons, peel off his skin, eat his flesh, drink his blood. Chapter 1530 Ji Chongshuan, exposed. Swindlers have deceived me. I will not accept this if I let it go. So I will never give up until the last moment. I must find him, pull out his tendons, peel off his skin, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Tan Feng and other group leaders understood Tu Huo's feelings at the moment very well, because they were also unwilling to accept it. But what can I do if I am unwilling? If we can't find that human, everything will be just wishful thinking. However, since Tu Huo is not giving up, they naturally will not refuse. What's more, it only takes 1 month to kill the fire. The leaders of several groups thought they could afford to wait for a month, and they all believed that in such a short period of time, there would definitely not be any major commotion in the 7-star Jedi. Tan Feng nodded immediately and said, okay, I'll give you a month, but how do you plan to capture that human? That's my business, you don't have to worry about it. Tu Huo said, and then said, as for you, are you really going to give up like this? Tan Feng said, Tu Huo, we have already said everything we need to say. If we continue to make a fuss like this, it will not only be meaningless, but will also affect the development of the 7-star Jedi. This behavior that does not make up for the loss should stop here. You must think carefully. Once you choose to give up and quit, then if I catch this human within this month and recover the 350 billion, it will have nothing to do with you. Tu Huo frowned and said solemnly. Several group leaders were stunned. Capture that human. Recover the 350 billion. It has nothing to do with us anymore. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the team leaders all smiled indifferently. If there really was a way to capture that human, would the current situation still occur? In the eyes of several team leaders, Tu Huo still refused to give up and still wanted to drag them along. Tan Feng immediately smiled and said, "Brother Tu Huo, don't worry. Since we have chosen to give up, we will no longer ask about the affairs of this human race. So if you can catch him within this month, not only will the 350 billion be yours, but this human race will also be yours. Do you keep your word? I will never break my promise. What about you?" As he spoke, Tu Huo once again looked at the other team leaders with an inquiring look. "We are the same as Tan Feng. From now on, we will have nothing to do with that human. As long as you can catch him, he will be yours." The other 4 team leaders immediately gave their assurances. "Good," Tu Huo said, then looked at Hong Yi who was standing beside him and said, "Brother Hong Yi, let's go." After saying that, Tu Huo walked out directly. Hong Yi followed without any hesitation. Like Tu Huo, he didn't want to give up so easily. After all, that was a loss of more than 200 billion. Even though several other team leaders had agreed to share the losses with them, he still couldn't swallow this. "You said could it be that Tu Huo has already found the human in the main hall?" Looking at Tu Huo and the other 2 leaving, Tan Feng frowned and said. "How is it possible? If he had discovered the trace of that human, he would not have come here just now, but would have directly taken action to capture that human." Several team leaders did not believe it at all. Tan Feng murmured. Outside Hurricane City. "Brother Tu Huo, what should we do now? In this huge 7-star Jedi, where can we find that human?" Looking at Tu Huo, Hong Yi said with a distressed look. "Follow me, to Holy Fire City." Tu Huo said with a smile. "Go to Holy Fire City." Hong Yi couldn't help but be stunned. "That's right," Tu Huo responded and said, "In fact, I already had news about that human." "What?" Hong Yi was shocked. "You. Let's go, we'll go to the Holy Fire City now." Tu Huo left a word and headed straight for the Holy Fire City. Hong Yi felt that his brain was not enough, but he still followed. Holy Fire City, the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. "Tu Huo, can you tell me now?" Looking at Tu Huo, Hong Yi said with a confused and unbelievable face, "What is going on? Since you already have the news about that human race, why haven't you taken action yet? Don't be in a hurry, sit down and listen to me slowly." "Call." Hong Yi took a deep breath, but still sat down and said, "Go ahead." Tu Huo smiled slightly. "In fact, I don't know the whereabouts of that human, but I know that his accomplices are in my Holy Fire City." "Accomplice?" "Yes. What is going on? Does this human have accomplices?" "Without an accomplice, who would sell him to us?" "Yes, then what are you waiting for? Arrest his accomplices immediately." "What's the hurry? How can I not be anxious? They have defrauded me of more than 200 billion yuan. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Don't you understand this truth?" "What's the meaning?" "Actually, the story is like this. Not long ago, when that human race just entered the 7-star Jedi, they had a little conflict with several of my brothers, who were also the city guards who stayed on the battleship landing platform at the time. So my brothers originally wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge on them, so they asked other brothers to help them secretly monitor this group of humans. But who would have thought later our 7 leaders actually jointly issued a wanted order for that human race? Under such circumstances, how could my brothers dare to act rashly? They directly reported the whereabouts of this group of people, so I know the whereabouts of this group of people very well. But why haven't you made a move yet? Why are you in such a hurry? I'm explaining this to you. You say, when I learned the news, my first reaction was the same as yours, which was to arrest them. But my brothers told me that during the time they were monitoring them, the human didn't come back. If I took action directly, wouldn't I alert the enemy? So during this time, I just had people keep an eye on them and didn't take any action." As he spoke, Tu Huo narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, but now, since we already know that the human has a magical skill that can change the race, then it is obviously impossible to capture him, and we don't have much time, so now we can only capture his accomplices and then force him to show up. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Hong Ye suddenly stood up and said. What are you in such a hurry for? Tu Huo said, it's not the right time yet. Isn't it time now? Hong Ye was stunned, looked at Tu Huo with a puzzled look and asked, why? Tu Huo, the human's accomplice is now living in a restaurant called Tianxianglo, in my city, but now, except for a god and a seriously injured and unconscious nether blood fox, everyone else is not here. All gone. Where did they go? Did they run away? How is it possible? The 7-star Jedi has been completely blocked now. Where can they run to? So where did they go? Them. Are they also going to hunt down that human? What? They also went to search for that human. Doesn't that mean they don't know the whereabouts of that human either? But didn't you say they were accomplices? Do you believe this? What do you mean? Aren't they in the same group? I mean, do you believe that they are also searching for that human? Isn't that what you said? Yes, that's exactly what I said, but they did it. However, in my opinion, they are just trying to cover up their mistake. After all, think about it, more than 99% of the alien races in the 7-star Jedi are searching for that human. If they don't join in, wouldn't it be easy to arouse others' suspicion and expose themselves? Chapter 1531 Xiao Fanzi, you have screwed me over. Yes, that's exactly what I said, but they did it. However, in my opinion, they are just trying to cover up their mistake. After all, think about it, more than 99% of the alien races in the 7-star Jedi are searching for that human. If they don't join in, wouldn't it be easy to arouse others' suspicion and expose themselves? It's true. Hong Ye responded and then asked, so what should we do now? Gather them together first, and then kill them all at once. Tu Huo said with a teasing look. Hong Ye's eyes lit up. No wonder you asked the other captains to cancel the wanted order for that human. Once the wanted order is cancelled, then without the reward, all the aliens who went out to hunt for that human will not continue, and the human's accomplices will definitely return directly to Tianxiang Tower. That's right. Tu Huo smiled slightly. So, what we have to do now is to cancel the wanted order for that human, and then wait for his accomplices to return to the city. In addition, you should notify your 2 deputy leaders now and let them enter the Holy Fire City secretly. What? Hong Ye asked instinctively. Of course, it's to capture the human's accomplice. Tu Huo said with a teasing look. No way. Hong Ye was surprised. In order to capture the human's accomplice, do we need to transfer my 2 god kings? Aren't the 2 of us enough? Or is there a god king among the human's accomplices? That's not the case. As far as I know, the strongest among them is just a lion tiger beast at the earth god level. The strongest one is only one earth god. Then you asked me to transfer 2 god kings over. Isn't it a bit of an overreaction for the 6 god kings from both sides to attack at the same time? Don't be afraid of the worst, just be afraid of the worst. Tu Huo said, don't you forget how that human escaped from your hands. If that human was like this, can you guarantee that his accomplices will have nothing to rely on, or any powerful trump cards? Hong Ye was stunned and said, that's right, then I'll let them come over now. Remember, let them enter the Holy Fire City secretly and don't attract the attention of others. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This time, I will make sure that human can't escape even if he has wings. 10 minutes later. Holy Fire City and Red Leaf City, one after another, directly cancelled the wanted warrants for Ye Bufan. 15 minutes later, the remaining 5 major cities, including Hurricane City, Longwei City, and Liang City, also cancelled their wanted notices for Ye Bufan. At this point, the 7 major star pirate groups all withdrew their wanted warrants for Ye Bufan. Not only that, all the city guards who were out searching for Ye Bufan also withdrew back to the 7 main cities. This incident caused all the alien races in the 7-star Jedi to be stunned, bewildered, and puzzled. What's going on? Why did they suddenly cancel the wanted order for that human? Yeah, what's going on? Has the human been captured? How is it possible? If that human was captured, why is there no news at all? So, what's going on? Don't guess, I know what's going on. You knew. How did you know? Of course I know. My cousin is a captain of the Hurricane Star Pirates. He told me that the reason why the 7-star pirates withdrew their arrest warrant for that human was because they had given up on capturing that human. Give up? Yes, wasn't there a riot with murder and robbery yesterday? The 7 leaders were afraid that if it continued, it would cause chaos, so they gave up on capturing this human. How can this be possible? Yes, once the wanted order is withdrawn, won't the high reward be gone? Damn it, those damn space pirates, why did they have to go to the 7 main cities to rob and kill people? Now you know what I'm doing, 400 billion. Those damn space pirates. Aren't you and I both space pirates? How can that be the same? At least I didn't rob in the 7-star Jedi. 2. Well, since there's no hope for the bounty, I should just go home and take a shower and go to bed. Longway City, at the city gate. At this moment, a member of the God clan looked at the notice on the city wall that had just been posted by the Longway City Lord's mansion, canceling the wanted order for the human race. He frowned and whispered softly, "It seems that this young master's Qianyan Huan has finally been exposed." The member of the God clan was none other than Ye Bufan. The reason why he killed the shopkeeper of Hui Chuntang and escaped from Hui Chuntang using someone else's identity was because Ye Bufan discovered that after the heavenly God realm warrior left, Hui Chuntang was secretly monitored. Ye Bufan was not sure why the other party did this, but he was sure that something must have happened in Hui Chun Hall that aroused the other party's suspicion, so Ye Bufan made a prompt decision and chose to escape from Hui Chun Hall. Now seeing this announcement, Ye Bufan can be sure that Qian Yan Huan has been exposed. Why? It's very simple. If Qian Yan Huan hadn't been exposed, the 7 leaders would not have given up on wanted him. The reason they gave up was because they knew very well that they could not successfully capture themselves who could change their racial form at will by means of offering a bounty. As for whether the 7 leaders had really given up on capturing him, Ye Bufan could not be sure. But what does it matter if we are not sure? Ye Bufan has no plan to show up so soon anyway. First, find a place to live, and then transform all the gains from this time into strength. After leaving a few words, Ye Bufan left the crowd and walked into Longway City. One day after the 7 leaders rescinded the wanted order, the aliens who had gone out to search for Ye Bufan had returned one after another, and the members of the Starry Sky Pirates also happily returned to Tianxiang Tower. In the room where Ji Chongshuan was, looking at the lion and tiger in front of him, Ji Chongshuan slowly said, "Have all the brothers retreated?" "Master, they have all been withdrawn." Ji Chongshuan nodded, then frowned and said, "Shihu, you said could it be that Xiao Fanzi has already left the 7-star Jedi?" "How is that possible?" Shihu said with great certainty. "According to rumors from the outside world, after Xiao Fan escaped from Hongye City, Hongye directly sealed off the 7-star Jedi. Under such circumstances, Xiao Fan had no time to escape from the 7-star Jedi. Since he didn't escape from the 7-star Jedi, then where is he now?" Ji Chongshuan said with a distressed look on his face. Ji Chongshuan is like this, and so are lions and tigers. In the entire 7-star Jedi, hundreds of millions of alien races have searched the entire 7-star Jedi several times in a few days, but they couldn't find even a hair of Ye Bufan. It was as if Ye Bufan had disappeared from the face of the earth. How could people not feel strange and surprised? It's really Ye Bufan is too good at hiding. Never mind. After a moment, Ji Chongshuan shook his head and said, "Anyway, the 7-star pirates can't find Xiao Fanzi, which means he is still safe. When Tongtong recovers from her injuries, we will directly capture the 7-star Jedi, and then Xiao Fanzi will definitely show up." Shihu nodded. He also agreed with Ji Chongshuan's statement. After all, he now knew that the Nether Blood Fox was not a God King, nor a God Emperor, but a super powerful God Lord. Facing a God Lord who had already entered the 7-star Jedi, would the peerless killing formation of the 7-star pirates still be of any use? Even if this peerless killing formation still has its uses, the Netherworld Blood Fox will never give them the opportunity to use it. After all, this killing formation requires the 7 captains to control it at the same time. Therefore, the 7-star Jedi are already in the pocket of the Happy Sky Pirates. Da da da, da da da, da da da. Before Ji Chongshuan and Shihu could think about it, outside Tianxiang Tower, a burst of dense and heavy footsteps suddenly came from a distance, and in just a moment, they arrived outside Tianxiang Tower. "What's going on?" Ji Chongshuan frowned and said, "Shihu, go and see what's going on outside." Boom. As soon as Ji Chongshuan finished speaking, a powerful and vast aura suddenly swept over from the outside world. The sudden change caused Ji Chongshuan and Shihu's faces to change drastically. This aura is that of a powerful God King. However, it's not over yet. Boom 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 boom. After the first burst of Divine King Realm aura was released, 5 more bursts of Divine King Realm aura followed one after another. Outside Tianqiang Tower, Hongye, Tuhuo and other 6 powerful God King Realm warriors stood proudly in the air. They were stationed in 6 different positions, and their powerful aura completely locked onto the Tianqiang Tower below. Below, tens of thousands of Holy Fire City guards have surrounded the entire Tianqiang Tower in 3 layers, and the sharp blades in their hands have been unsheathed. It can be said that in order to capture Ji Chongshuan and his party, Tuhuo has mobilized the entire power of the City Lord's mansion. Tens of thousands of city guards and 6 powerful god kings surrounded the small Tianqiang Tower. This scene naturally attracted countless alien races to come and watch. Tuhuo didn't care about this at all. At this moment, his stern eyes were fixed on the Tianqiang Tower below, and he shouted, to the accomplice of the human in the Tianqiang Tower, I am Tuhuo, the Lord of Shengwo City. Listen to me, my target is only that human. As long as you lay down your weapons and surrender, I can spare your lives. But if you are stubborn and intend to resist, then I will give you one word: kill. Kill, kill, kill. As soon as Tuhuo finished speaking, outside of Tianqiang Tower, tens of thousands of city guards raised their swords and shouted in unison. The sound made the air shake and resounded throughout the entire Holy Fire City. Inside Tianqiang Tower, shit, that human's accomplice. Isn't that us? We are exposed. Is the Lord of Holy Fire City coming for us? After hearing Tuhuo's shouting, Ji Chongshuan screamed and was completely stunned. Ji Chongshuan is like this, and so are lions and tigers. That human accomplice. Come out and surrender. It was obvious that the relationship between the Happy Sky Pirates and Ye Bufan had been exposed. Master, what should we do now? Looking at Ji Chongshuan, Shihu looked at a loss. What to do? Ji Chongshuan's mouth twitched. If the Netherworld Blood Fox was not injured, what would he be afraid of? But now the Netherworld Blood Fox is in a coma. With the strength of the Happy Sky Pirates, what can they use to compete with the God King Tuhuo? What's more, judging from the noise outside, it wasn't just Tuhuo who came. The 6 great divine kings. Xiao Fanzi, you have screwed me over. Chapter 1532. Try to move me. Xiao Fanzi, you have screwed me over. According to the original plan, Ye Bufan would be sold to the 7 leaders first, and then the money from Ye Bufan's sale would be used to treat the Netherworld Blood Fox. After the Netherworld Blood Fox recovered from its injuries, they would find a way to take over the entire 7-star Jedi. But now, Ye Bufan actually ran away halfway. The most terrifying thing is that Tuhuo actually knew the relationship between him and Ye Bufan, and even led his troops to surround Tianqiang Tower where he was. What to do? Kill out. Don't be ridiculous. With the strength of our Happy Sky Pirates, they will be killed by the other side in minutes. If I can't fight my way out, should I surrender? Although this is a good option, what should we do after surrendering? In the current situation, the reason why Tuhuo did not directly attack Tianqiang Tower was because his target was Ye Bufan and the 350 billion that was defrauded. Once he surrendered, he would have to hand over Ye Bufan and the 350 billion. However, he had no idea where Ye Bufan was, and the 350 billion had already been paid to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. It would be impossible to get it back. There is no money and no people. In this situation, if I fell into Tuhuo's hands, would he let me go easily? By then, even if I don't die, I will be seriously injured. Before Ji Zongshuan could think about it, Tuhuo's deep voice sounded again. Those human accomplices inside, listen to me carefully. I will give you 1 minute. After 1 minute, if you still refuse to surrender, then I will have to personally ask you to come out. I don't care if you live or die. If I hurt you, don't blame me for not warning you. Damn it. 1 minute. Is this an ultimatum? Ji Chongshuan was furious, but helpless. He was even more undecided and had difficulty making a decision. Surrender or not surrender? Surrender or not surrender? Bang bang bang. Ji Chongshuan was extremely anxious. Outside the room, members of the Happy Sky Pirates rushed in one after another. They looked at Ji Chongshuan walking around in the room, their faces full of nervousness, fear, anxiety, and even terror. My king, what should we do? We are surrounded. Yes, my king, there are so many people outside, so crowded that I can't even count them. It's all because of that damned human. What's the point of talking about this now? Let's think of a way to deal with it. How about we surrender? The sounds that came one after another made Ji Zongxuan, who was already flustered, even more angry. He immediately shouted, "Shut the fuck up. Call." In an instant, everyone fell silent. Ji Chongxuan's expression turned fierce, and he said, "Damn it, it's just a divine king, I'm going to fight you." Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Chongxuan picked up the naked netherworld blood fox and walked out. "Follow me, everyone." Outside Tianqiang Tower. In midair, Tu Huo looked at the Tianqiang Tower below and said with a frown, "There are only 20 seconds left. What are you arguing about? Are you ever going to stop?" As Tu Huo finished speaking, Ji Chongxuan's angry voice was heard instantly. Then, from Tianqiang Tower, Ji Chongxuan slowly walked out with a group of star pirates. Swish, swish, swish. As Ji Chongxuan and his group walked out of Tianqiang Tower, the city guards in front of them immediately pointed their weapons at them, as if they were ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Seeing this scene, the star pirates were horrified. Ji Chongxuan didn't care at all. He raised his head and looked directly at the Tu Huo in the air. Tu Huo and the other 6 great god kings also looked at Ji Chongxuan. Tu Huo said, "You finally came out." "Yes, I'm out. What do you want? Tell me," Ji Chongxuan said coldly. "What do I want?" Tu Huo's expression became fierce, and he said angrily, "Don't you know what you did?" "What did I do?" Ji Chongxuan pretended to be confused. "You." Tu Huo was furious. Ji Chongxuan glanced at the densely packed city guards in front of him, then sneered and said, "I've always heard people say how great the 7-star Jedi are, but now it seems that they are just so-so. The star pirates are the star pirates. How are you going to bully the weak and use your numbers to bully the few?" "You." When Ji Chongxuan said this, Tu Huo was almost angry enough to vomit blood. "Am I a bully? Am I using my numbers to bully the few? Damn it, if you hadn't designed to cheat us out of 350 billion, would I be in this state now?" Although Tu Huo really wanted to capture Ji Chongxuan directly, he knew very well that he could not do so, because based on Ji Chongxuan's words, if he captured them directly, he would be misunderstood by all the alien races in the 7-star Jedi, which would definitely be detrimental to the development of the 7-star Jedi. Snort. Immediately, Tu Huo snorted coldly and said, "You tricked us into giving you 350 billion divine crystals, and now you still have the nerve to accuse me of bullying the weak and using your numbers to bully the few." Wow. As soon as Tu Huo said this, the foreigners who were watching were instantly in an uproar. This tribe of gods actually cheated Tu Huo out of 350 billion divine crystals. Looking at Ji Chongxuan, the aliens were shocked and expressed deep admiration for him. He even dares to deceive the king of gods, so awesome. Ji Chongxuan looked at Tu Huo and sneered, "I cheated you of 350 billion. How funny. When did I cheat you of money? And 350 billion? Why didn't you say 3.5 trillion? Humph, you can always find excuses to accuse someone. You." Tu Huo pointed at Ji Chongxuan and said angrily, "How dare you say that you didn't sell that human to us?" After a pause, Tu Huo continued, "Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Whether it is true or not, you can find out by asking the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Are you talking about Xiaofan?" After Tu Huo finished speaking, Ji Chongxuan smiled and said, "Yes, I did sell Xiaofan to you, but the price was clearly marked and it was something we both agreed to. How can you say that Cost King has deceived you now? I spent 70 billion pills and that human race broke through from the 5th level of the God Servant to the 6th level of the God Servant. You still dare to say this is not a scam?" Tu Huo said angrily. The whole audience was shocked. After spending 70 billion pills, he only broke through from the 5th level of Servant of God to the 6th level of Servant of God. Damn, that's scary. Ji Chongxuan smiled and said, "Oh. Really? I didn't know. You sold that human, you must have known that, right?" "Why do I have to know? I sold that human to you not long after I captured him. Isn't it normal that I don't know? Besides, you bought this human because of his martial arts talent. Is his martial arts talent also fake? If so, then I admit that I deceived you." Tu Huo gritted his teeth and glared, he felt like he was about to explode with anger. He really couldn't refute Ji Chongxuan's words. After all, it was true that Ye Bufan had a full compatibility with all 9 elements. But, not knowing how to refute, Tu Huo shouted directly, "But the human has run away now." Wow. As soon as Tu Huo said this, the whole audience was in an uproar again, and all the aliens were shocked. No wonder the 7 leaders simultaneously issued high rewards to hunt down a human. It turns out that they spent 350 billion to buy this human. At this moment, all the aliens looked at Ji Chongshuan with a hint of weirdness in their eyes. That human was sold by Ji Chongshuan. Now that he has run away, has he returned to Ji Chongshuan? Ji Chongshuan didn't care about this at all. He just looked at Tu Huo, sneered, and said, Tu Huo, Captain Tu, you are the lord of a city, don't you understand the principle of clearing the money and goods? Since I have already sold the person to you, I have nothing to do with him anymore. Now that this human has run away, you come to me to ask for punishment. Don't you think this is funny? You. The butcher was furious. Hong Ye took a step forward and said in a cold voice, Tu Huo, why waste time talking to him? This god is obviously making up excuses. Just arrest him directly. After saying this, Hong Ye waved his hand and said, go ahead, arrest them all. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. The city guards looked at Tu Huo hesitantly. After all, Tu Huo was their commander. Get started. Tu Huo didn't think anymore and just shouted loudly. Kill. In an instant, the city guards surrounded Ji Chongshuan and his group. Let's see who dares. Seeing a large number of city guards coming, Ji Chongshuan shouted loudly, then held the nether blood fox in one hand and raised a token in the other, saying, I am the 18th prince of the god clan, try to touch me. Chapter 1533 The 18th Prince. Arrest him without any hesitation. I am the 18th prince of the god clan. Why don't you try to touch me? As soon as Ji Chongshuan said this, the whole place fell into dead silence, and even the city guards who had originally rushed out stopped where they were. God clan, the 18th prince. There are numerous races in the 72 domains, and each race has its own royal family. All members of the royal family, their talents, identities, status, etc., are far superior to other members of the same race. They are also the pinnacle of power of every race. As one of the countless races, the gods are naturally no exception and also have a royal family. Not only that, the god clan is also one of the 7 royal families in the god realm. Therefore, no matter in terms of strength or status, the god clan is superior to other races outside the 7 royal families. Naturally, the identity of the members of the god clan royal family is even more prominent. The 18th prince of the gods. Such an identity, placed outside the eternal divine realm, is absolutely an extremely important existence. Sometimes, even just one word from him can lead to the direct extinction of a weak race. The person in front of me is the 18th prince of the god clan. How come he is here? Wait, the 18th prince of the gods, why does he sound so familiar? Dead silent space. Weird atmosphere. All the aliens in the audience looked at Ji Chongshuan and were silent for a moment. Hee. But at this moment, Tu Huo smiled calmly, looked at Ji Chongshuan with a teasing expression and said, the 18th prince of the god clan, what a great prestige. What's going on? Tu Huo's reaction stunned most of the aliens present. This tone, this attitude. Isn't Tu Huo afraid of offending the 18th prince of the god clan, thus bringing a catastrophic disaster to him and his star pirate group, or even the entire 7-star Jedi? You know, although the 7-star Jedi has more than 20 god kings and has been rampant in this star field for hundreds of years, but to the gods, the 7-star Jedi is nothing. If the gods want to make things difficult for the 7-star Jedi, they can just send a god emperor to make the entire 7-star Jedi completely disappear in this endless starry sky. But even so, Tu Huo still looked as if he didn't care. Is Tu Huo crazy? You. Seeing Tu Huo's teasing look, Ji Chongshuan's expression changed involuntarily. You what? Tu Huo shouted, you are a prince who was expelled by the gods. Why are you acting so high and mighty here? The prince expelled by the gods. The foreigners who were watching were all stunned. The next second, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the crowd. I remember now, the 18th prince of the god clan. He is Ji Chongshuan, the prince who was expelled from the god clan not long ago. I remember that, too. No wonder it sounded so familiar to me just now, it turned out to be him. Ji Chongshuan, the 18th prince of the god clan, is a prince expelled by the god clan. No wonder Tu Huo looks so fearless, hee. Listening to the sounds coming one after another around him, Ji Chongshuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth again and again. Well, Your Highness the 18th Prince, do you have anything else to say now? At this time, Tu Huo's teasing and playful voice sounded again. You. Ji Chongshuan was furious. even though I have been expelled from the God clan, one thing has not changed. I still have royal blood flowing in my body. The majesty of the God clan cannot be violated. If anything happens to me, do you believe it or not, the powerful God Emperor of my God clan will come to the 7-star Jedi in person and wipe out everything here. Hearing this, the foreigners were all stunned, and Tu Huo also frowned. Indeed, even if Ji Chongxuan had been expelled by the gods, if he died, the gods would definitely not turn a blind eye to the matter, but would investigate it thoroughly. After all, this was related to the reputation of the gods. After a moment, Tu Huo smiled calmly and said, "You are right. In this case, I will not embarrass you." Hearing this, Ji Chongxuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Tu Huo shouted, "Catch them all for me." Tu Huo, what do you mean? Ji Chongxuan was shocked and shouted angrily. What's the meaning? Tu Huo sneered, if you were the 18th prince of the God clan, I would not dare to embarrass you, but you are just a poor creature expelled by the God clan. Although I dare not kill you, I will catch you, lock you up, and even teach you a lesson. I believe the God clan will not say anything, right? After all, I have not touched their bottom line, and I believe that there must be many people in the God clan who are very happy to see you being beaten or even tortured. Isn't that right, Your Highness the 18th prince? Besides, you are the 18th prince, and your subordinates are not. Ji Chongxuan gritted his teeth. Tu Huo ignored him, but his expression became fierce and he shouted coldly, "Go ahead, except for our 18th prince, anyone else who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." Tu Huo. Seeing this, Ji Chongxuan immediately shouted, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Aren't you afraid that one day I will return to the God clan and settle accounts with you? Yeah, Tu Huo smiled calmly, we'll talk about the future later. Ji Chongxuan returns to the God clan. In Tu Huo's opinion, that was simply impossible. After all, the other princes of the God clan would never allow such a thing to happen. In that case, what could a prince who had been expelled use to compete with the other princes? Do it. Without thinking any more, Tu Huo shouted loudly. Kill. The city guards also rushed out one after another. Ji Chongxuan gnashed his teeth, furious, but shouted, "Don't resist, we surrender." Hearing this, Tu Huo frowned. Ji Chongxuan actually surrendered directly. This surprised him a lot. Didn't he know what would be waiting for him after surrendering? But Tu Huo soon felt relieved. With the strength of Ji Chongxuan and his group, they were simply unable to compete with their side. Resistance will only result in more casualties. In that case, what other choice does he have besides surrender? After Ji Chongxuan said this, the hundreds of star pirates behind him naturally stopped resisting. In fact, even if Ji Chongxuan didn't say this, they would have done so. After all, to confront Tu Huo and his group would undoubtedly be like a moth flying into a flame, seeking death. Take them all. Tu Huo didn't say anything else, just shouted loudly. In an instant, Ji Chongxuan and hundreds of his star pirates were all captured. Tu Huo and his group came quickly and left quickly, leaving behind only the discussions among the onlookers and the false alarm of other aliens in the restaurant. However, no one noticed that among the other guests in the restaurant, an alien in the Xuanshan realm quietly left the crowd and went straight to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce after the city guards left. Chapter 1534 Why should I help him? A day ago, the 7 group leaders withdrew the wanted warrant for the human Ye Bufan. One day later, the Lord of Holy Fire City, Tu Huo, successfully captured hundreds of Ye Bufan's accomplices in a restaurant called Tianxianglo in Holy Fire City. This strong contrast shocked all the alien races in the 7-star Jedi. It also made them realize that it was true that the 7 leaders had withdrawn the wanted order against the human race. However, they also did not give up on capturing the human Ye Bufan. The reason why the 7 group leaders revoked the wanted order was simply to gather together Ye Bufan's accomplices, so that it would be easier for them to catch all of Ye Bufan's accomplices in one fell swoop. Now, hundreds of Ye Bufan's accomplices have all been captured. The most unexpected thing is that there is actually a royal member of the God clan hidden among Ye Bufan's accomplices. Although he was just a prince who had been expelled by the gods, most of the alien races were still shocked. Today, hundreds of Ye Bufan's accomplices have been captured, but there is still no trace of Ye Bufan. In the 7-star Jedi, most of the alien races were very curious about where Ye Bufan was hiding. At the same time, they were even more curious about what the 7 leaders would do next. However, their curiosity did not last long, because Tu Huo quickly gave the answer. Holy Fire City, Central Square. At this moment, the city guards in the Holy Fire City have gathered in the central square. Not only that, they have surrounded the entire square and blocked it off. In the center of the square, Ji Chongshuan and hundreds of his star pirates had their hands and feet tied and knelt on the ground. Beside them stood a city guard from the Holy Fire City to guard them. In addition, 10 minutes ago, Tu Huo had announced to the public that he was willing to put aside past grudges and recruit Ye Bufan as the deputy leader of the Holy Fire City. From then on, Ye Bufan was second only to the emperor and above everyone else in the Holy Fire City. However, if Ye Bufan does not show up, then from now on, Tu Huo will kill 10 people every other day. Use both kindness and severity. Tu Huo's move was a naked threat. It can be said that he was using the life and death of Ye Bufan's accomplices to force Ye Bufan to show up. The aliens who were watching were shocked and even more curious. They wondered whether Ye Bufan would show up. In the center of the square, with the issuance of Tu Huo's order, most of the star pirates under Ji Chongshuan's command were frightened out of their wits, and many even peed their pants with fear. Ji Chongshuan didn't care about this. He believed and firmly believed that Tu Huo would not dare to kill him. But that's not enough. In addition to himself, Ji Chongshuan also didn't want to see his men being slaughtered one by one. It's a pity that I am at the mercy of others and now I have no right to negotiate with Tu Huo. But it doesn't matter. He is not qualified to negotiate with Tu Huo, but there are people in the Holy Fire City who are qualified, and he had already made arrangements before being arrested. That is why, even though he had become Tu Huo's prisoner, Ji Chongshuan did not say much, nor did he struggle at all, but just waited quietly. Hurricane City, City Lord's Mansion. This damn Tu Huo, I didn't expect he still had a trick up his sleeve. After hearing the news from Tu Huo City, the rage in Tan Feng's heart could no longer be suppressed and burst out. Tan Feng was like this, and the other team leaders were no exception. Human Ye Bufan's accomplice. As early as when they joined forces to search for Ye Bufan, they did not get any information related to Ye Bufan. Now, just one day after they announced their withdrawal, Tu Huo captured Ye Bufan's accomplices. Because of coincidence. Bullshit. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Tu Huo must have known the whereabouts of Ye Bufan and his accomplices for a long time, but he just didn't report it. No wonder when they announced their withdrawal, Tu Huo reminded them again and again that once they withdrew, they would no longer have anything to do with Ye Bufan. Now that I think about it, it was clearly Tu Huo who was plotting against them. After a brief moment of anger, Tan Feng looked at the other group leaders and said with a gloomy and cold face, "Everyone, what do you think we should do now? What else can I do? Just let it sit." Huan Xinyan combed her hair and smiled leisurely. Cold salad. Tan Feng was stunned at first, then he looked at Huan Xinyan and said with a puzzled look, "Huan Xinyan, what do you mean, are you just going to let it go like this?" The other team leaders also frowned and looked at Huan Xinyan. "Never mind." Huan Xinyan sneered and said, "I eat everything, but I never suffer a loss." "Then what do you mean?" Tan Feng asked puzzled. "What I mean is," Huan Xinyan said with a smile, "since Tu Huo likes to make trouble so much, let him do it. When he catches the human, we can go over and get a share of the spoils. Why bother ourselves now?" "But will Tu Huo agree?" "Don't agree. Is it okay if he doesn't agree? Do you really think Tu Huo will perish with us for such a small profit? We don't want to, and he doesn't dare to." Several group leaders were stunned. Indeed, as Huan Xinyan said, they did not want to turn against Tu Huo, and Tu Huo did not dare to turn against them. In this case, Tu Huo could only make concessions and compromise. But even so, Tan Feng couldn't help but frown and said, "But, we both dare not fight to the death. We know that Tu Huo also understands this in his heart. What if he refuses to agree or compromise? Then let's fight him," Huan Xinyan said calmly. "A fight?" Tan Feng couldn't help but be stunned. "Is it not possible?" Huan Xinyan smiled and said, 5-2, we are clearly outnumbering the few. As long as we don't kill them, Tu Huo and Hong Yi, those two losers, will naturally not fight to the death with us. If this continues, they will be the ones who suffer. At that time, they will only have two choices. First, be exhausted to death by us, and second, choose to give in and compromise. If it were you, what would you choose? The eyes of several group leaders lit up. They immediately agreed with Huan Xinyan's approach. "Okay, let's do it this way." Holy Fire City, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. After leaving Tianxianglo, the Starry Sky Pirate, one of the two mysterious gods under Ji Chongshuan, came directly to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, in the trading hall on the first floor, the mysterious god realm Starry Sky Pirate stood in front of one of the counters and looked at the clerk in front of him and said urgently, "I want to see your shopkeeper." The clerk at the counter was stunned. He glanced at the Star Pirate and said, "Sir, our boss. Stop talking nonsense. I have a deal worth 200 billion to make with your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. You can't make the decision, so quickly ask your shopkeeper to come out." The Xuanshan Realm Star Pirate directly interrupted the clerk's explanation and said impatiently. Hiss. Hearing this, the clerk couldn't help but gasp. A deal worth 200 billion. If this is true, he really can't make the decision. As for whether the other party is fooling him, the clerk believed that the other party definitely did not have the courage to do this, unless he was looking for death and did not want to live anymore. "Dear guest, please wait a moment." Immediately, the clerk left a word and ran up to the second floor. A minute later, the clerk came down from the second floor and returned to the Xuanshan Realm Starry Sky Pirate. He greeted him with a smile and said, "Dear guest, our shopkeeper invites you. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, second floor. Ji Chongshuan asked you to come, right?" Ji Qianya sat cross-legged in front of the coffee table, looking at the Xuanshan Realm Star Pirate in front of her and said lightly. Well, the Star Pirate was stunned. He never expected that the other party already knew his identity before he said anything. But he still responded, "Yes. Tell me, what did Ji Chongshuan ask you to do?" Ji Qianya no longer paid attention to the Xuanshan Realm Star Pirates, but fiddled with the tea set in front of her and asked a question. The Mystic God Realm Sky Pirate said without hesitation, "Our king said that he is willing to use all the god crystals except for the purchase of elixirs to ask the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce for help. He only asks the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to protect our Happy Sky Pirates group and save all our lives. Besides that, after the matter is accomplished, the king will owe the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce a favor, and will definitely reward you handsomely in the future." Oh, Ji Qianya raised her eyebrows and smiled slightly. A favor from the 18th prince of the God clan, plus more than 100 billion, nearly 200 billion god crystals, to rescue a group of ants in the god servant realm. This deal seems to be a good deal, right? Hiss. After Ji Qianya finished speaking, the Xuanshan Realm Star Pirate couldn't help but gasp. More than 100 billion, nearly 200 billion. He only knew that Ji Chongshuan had deposited a sum of money in Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, but he didn't expect it to be so much. Nearly 200 billion, what kind of concept is that? He simply didn't dare to even think about it. But at this moment, Ji Qianya suddenly changed the subject and said, "If Ji Chongshuan is killed, then the money he left in our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will become ownerless, and will naturally belong to our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce at that time. So if Ji Chongshuan dies, our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will not only make an extra 100 billion, but also not have to offend Tu Huo. In this case, why should I help him?" Chapter 15 30 billion, he's yours. If Ji Chongshuan is killed, the money he left in our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will become ownerless, and will naturally belong to our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce at that time. So if Ji Chongshuan dies, our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will not only make an extra 100 billion, but also not have to offend Tu Huo. In this case, why should I help him? You. The Xuanshan Realm Starry Sky Pirate stared at Ji Qianya with wide eyes, furious, but at a loss. How could you do this? Why can't I do this? Ji Qianya smiled slightly and said, "Getting 300 billion for free is such a good thing. How many people in the world can resist it? How many people can refuse it? I'm going to fight you." The Xuanshan Realm warrior was so angry that he rushed towards Ji Qianya. "Tianu, take it down." Ji Qianya shouted sternly. In fact, Ji Qianya didn't need to say much. Tianu on the side had already taken the first step. He flashed and stood directly in front of Ji Qianya, and pressed his right hand. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Star Pirate in the mysterious God realm was directly suppressed to the ground. Facing the heavenly slave in the God King realm, he didn't even